How was your day? Maybe someone looked at you today and decided what you were. Before you'd shown them. Before you'd even spoken. That kind of day. There's a boy in an old British story who knew that feeling. They called him a servant. A nobody's foster son. He didn't argue. He just lived through it the way you do. Get warm now. Settle in. The story we're going for is older than most things, and it begins, of all places, in a churchyard at dawn, with a sword and a stone. The air is cold here. The kind that fills the chest and makes the breath visible. Stone under his boots. Frost in the carved letters at the base, and his hand on the grip. Strong men have tried this morning. Older men, men with names. The blade hasn't moved for any of them. He's 15. He pulls. And it slides out, easy as a knife from butter. He doesn't know what he's done. He thinks his foster brother forgot a sword at the inn. He's just a runner, fetching one. Any one. The closest one. This one. Behind him on the granite, the gold letters keep their old promise. Whoever pulls this blade, born to be king of all England. He hasn't read them, he never reads. This is the story of a boy nobody noticed becoming a king nobody expected. And the part that stays with people, after 1500 years, is that he didn't try to. He just went looking for a sword. This is what we do here. Every week, one story, one night. Something that was old before our grandparents' grandparents, and still has something to say to a tired person at the end of a Tuesday. Get comfortable now. Adjust your pillow. Find your warmth. If you drift off before the end, Arthur won't mind. He spent half his boyhood asleep in stable straw. He'll understand. This is only the beginning of the story. The part most people never reach. The lake, the second sword, the queen, the betrayal. That's still ahead, but not tonight. Tonight, just this. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another story, another night like this. Now back to ours. To understand the boy in the churchyard, we have to go back. Years before he was born. To another king, the one who started this whole problem. His name was Uther Pendragon. Uther was a hard king for a hard time. He held Britain together by his fist. The land was tribes and feuds and old grudges. Without him at the center, it would fly apart again. He had one son born in secret, promised before the boy could even cry, to a tall, thin man in a dark blue robe who'd come to the door with a staff and a price. Uther agreed. Merlin took the child away that same night, wrapped him in plain wool, carried him out across the heather to a manor far inland, to a sturdy old knight who asked no questions, and a wife who asked even fewer. They named him Arthur. They didn't tell him. He grew up in stable straw and kitchen smoke, foster brother to a louder, larger boy named Kay, servant to most, useful. Years passed. The hard king died in his bed of fever, with no heir anyone knew of, and the land, just as he'd feared, began to come apart at the seams. The night Uther died, the wind off the western sea was the kind that bent the candle flames sideways inside thick stone. He lay in his oak bed and listened to it. Merlin sat by the bed. He didn't speak. He'd already said the thing that needed saying, 15 years before, on a different night with a different wind. Some bargains have to be kept quietly. Where is he? Uther said. Not a question. He already knew the answer wouldn't be one he could go and find. Merlin only nodded. Outside, the sea worked at the cliffs. He died before dawn. Quietly for a man who had been so loud all his life. The dragon brooch slipped from his shoulder onto the floor. No one picked it up for a long while. By morning, the news was riding hard down every road. By noon, the lords were already counting their armies. By nightfall, the first border keep had its gates closed against its neighbors. This is what happens when a king dies without an heir. Old grudges remember themselves. Cousins look at cousins differently. Every man with a banner thinks the banner might be enough. Most of them are wrong. Britain in those years wasn't the country we know. It was a patchwork. Tribes and small kingdoms and old Roman roads going nowhere. A land used to losing kings. Used to remembering them too. Merlin left Tintagel that morning before anyone thought to look for him. He always left before anyone thought to look for him. By the time the lords noticed, he was 3 valleys away. He went to the manor where he'd left the boy, Sir Ector's place. Low walls, 1 oak gate, smoke from a hearth. The kind of place a future doesn't usually live in. Which was the point. Sir Ector was a sturdy old knight with iron, gray hair and a face that didn't lie well. He saw Merlin coming down the road, and put down the firewood he was splitting, and waited. "The king is dead," Merlin said. Sir Ector nodded. They both looked at the small boy crossing the yard with a wooden bucket, oblivious. "The boy doesn't know," Merlin said. "Keep it that way." Footsteps echo through that yard for years. Boy steps. Stable steps. Kitchen steps. The kind of childhood that wears a path between the same 6 places. He doesn't mind. He doesn't know there's another way. Kay was the older boy, the real son of the house, loud, big, sometimes kind. The kind of older brother who doesn't notice when he hurts you, because he hasn't quite learned the size of his own hands yet. Arthur learned to step out of the way, learned to fetch what was needed before being asked, learned that quiet was a useful kind of clothing. You could put it on and most people stopped seeing you. Maybe you know that feeling. Being the one in the room everyone looks past. It isn't loneliness exactly. It's something quieter. A thinning at the edges of being noticed. Sir Ector saw him though. Old men see things younger men don't. He never said anything about it. He just made sure Arthur ate and slept warm, and learned to read enough to follow a horse pedigree if he needed to. Merlin came and went. 3 or 4 times a year. He'd appear at the gate at strange hours, eat 1 bowl of stew, ask 1 question of Sir Ector that no one else understood, and leave again before sunrise. Arthur never heard those questions. He was usually asleep. Usually in the stable, actually, because he liked the smell of the horses. They didn't talk over him. They just breathed. One winter, Merlin asked Sir Ector if the boy was good with a sword. Sir Ector thought about it. "He's not bad," he said. "He just doesn't try to win." Merlin smiled very faintly and said nothing. "Stay with this. It matters before the end." The thing about Arthur, the thing nobody noticed for 15 years, was that he wasn't trying not to win. He just couldn't see why winning was the point. Outside the manor gates, the country was quietly breaking. Lords carving up neighbors. Roads less safe. Travelers fewer. Smoke on the horizon some evenings, but never close. Never yet. Here's the part the myths never make obvious. The 14 years between Uther's death and the morning in the churchyard weren't a blank. They were what made the boy, quiet years, useful work. Nothing remarkable. He got tall, not as tall as Kay. He got better with horses. Better than anyone in the household. He could go into a stall with a frightened animal and come out with it calm in 2 minutes. He learned the names of the constellations from an old hand who slept in the hayloft. He learned to sharpen a knife so it could split a falling leaf, small things, the kind of skills no one writes down. He didn't know who his father was. He didn't ask much. Once, when he was 9, Sir Ector had said, "A good man far from here." That was enough, or it had to be. There's a kind of quiet that grows around a child who doesn't push for answers. Not sad, not exactly content. Just patient, as if the boy already suspected the answers were waiting somewhere, and he'd reach them in time. That's the part most people miss when they tell this story. They picture a boy waiting for greatness. He wasn't. He was waiting for nothing in particular. He was just there, living, like you tonight. Far away, in the broken country, things were getting worse. The lords had stopped pretending to obey anyone. 2 of them had crowned themselves and been laughed at. One had tried it again, with armies, and people had stopped laughing. The Archbishop in London, old, soft-eyed, more patient than people gave him credit for, finally wrote to all of them. To every lord with a banner. "Come to London at the new year," he said. "We have a problem to solve." He didn't say what the problem was. He didn't have to. He'd been told, in a very dry voice, by a tall man in a dark blue robe who'd come to the church one autumn evening uninvited. There will be a stone, Merlin had said, in the churchyard, with an anvil on top and a sword through both. Don't worry about how. The lords will need a sign. Give them one. The archbishop had not said yes. He had not said no. He'd watched the man with the staff walk back out into the autumn night, and then he'd sat very still for a long time and prayed. When he got up, he'd written the letters. He didn't know if Merlin would deliver his side. He'd written them anyway. Sometimes faith looks like sending out invitations to a party you haven't actually planned. The letters went out by riders and by ship, by monks walking with packs and merchants with wagons. They went up the old Roman roads into the north and west into Cornwall and across to the Welsh hills. One letter reached Sir Ector at his manor on a cold afternoon in late autumn. He read it twice. He folded it. He sat for a while at the table without speaking. Then he called Kay in. "There's a tournament at London at the New Year," Sir Ector told him. "You'll be old enough. We'll go." Kay grinned wider than was strictly polite. He'd been waiting for this his whole short life. "Arthur comes too," Sir Ector added. "As your squire." Kay's grin shrank a little. Not from objection, from arithmetic. He hadn't quite calculated the bit where his foster brother would have to come watch him fail or succeed. That was how Arthur learned he was going to London. Sir Ector said it casually, the way you mention rain. Arthur nodded. He didn't ask questions. He went to oil the saddles. He'd never been to London. He'd never been more than a day's ride from the manor, in fact. The world for him so far had been about 10 miles wide, a small life mostly enough. They left a week before the New Year. Sir Ector on a chestnut mare, Kay on a tall gray courser, Arthur on a brown pony with an uneven gait, leading a packhorse loaded with armor and provisions, and a small wooden chest of practice swords. The road south was busier than usual. Other knights, other lords, other squires. Arthur watched them all from his pony as they passed. Most didn't look back. Squires don't get looked back at. He didn't expect them to. A long time before this story was a story, the Britons had a hard problem. When their kings died, the land went to pieces, always, every time. So they'd made up something to hold themselves together. They'd told themselves the land had its own opinion, that it knew its kings, that when one died, the land would, in some quiet way, point at the next. The point usually came in disguise: a sword, a stag, a cup, a stone. This wasn't superstition exactly. It was an agreement. People who farm the same valley for 1,000 years come to feel the valley has a vote. The point of the story was the king the people chose alone wasn't enough. The land had to nod. That's what the sword in the stone was really. Not magic for its own sake. A way of letting the land speak. Through iron and granite. When no living person could be trusted to choose well. People in those days didn't think a stone had to be alive to mean something. They thought the meaning came when you and the stone agreed about something, in a way you couldn't quite say in words. That's what was about to happen. 3 nights before the New Year, the stone appeared in the churchyard at London. Nobody saw it arrive. The archbishop opened his window in the morning, looked down, and saw it sitting there, frost already on it. He went down. He read the gold letters cut into the granite base. He stood there a long while with his hand on the stone. Then he sent for the lords already arrived in the city, and told them to come. They came, 8 of them by midday, 12 by evening. They stood in a half circle around the stone, all in their richest cloaks, and read the letters one at a time. None of them spoke for a while. One of them, broad, red-bearded, pleased with himself, stepped up first. He spat into his hands, gripped the sword, and pulled. Hard. The blade did not move. He pulled again, nothing. The next one tried. And the next. They went around the half circle, each one. Some pulled with anger, some with prayer. The blade was indifferent. By dusk, 12 men had failed, and the ground was scuffed bare around the stone. The archbishop made them stop. "There will be a tournament," he said, "on New Year's Day. After it, every man here will try the sword again. and every man who comes to London by then will try too. And then, he said, whoever pulls it out, whoever the stone agrees to, will be your king. By every law and faith we have, no matter who he is, no matter what he was yesterday. Some of them laughed. He did not. The lords agreed because they thought they would win. Each one was already imagining himself the morning of the new year, sword in hand, the rest kneeling. None of them imagined a 15-year-old foster boy. None of them imagined a squire. That same night, 3 days hard riding to the north, a small party crested a low hill and saw, for the first time in any of their lives, the lights of London below them in the dark. Arthur said nothing. He didn't have words for what a city looked like at night. He didn't know the word for the small bright pinpricks were lanterns. He just stared, and the pony shifted under him, patient. They came down into the city by the north gate 2 hours before midnight. The streets were narrow and muddy, and full of strangers. Arthur kept hold of the lead rope of the pack-horse with both hands. The smell of the city was different from anything he'd known. Smoke, wet wool, roasting meat from one window, stale all from another, horse, swallow. The smell, in short, of a lot of people too close together. Sir Ector found them an inn, a modest one, stable in the back, 4 stalls, an iron oil lamp on a hook, the kind of place where nobody looks at a squire twice, which suited them. Arthur took care of the horses, brushed them down, watered them, forked them fresh hay. He did it the way he always did, slowly, properly, as if no one was waiting for him, which that night no one was. Inside the inn, Sir Ector and Kay were eating bread and stew at a low table by the fire. Sir Ector was tired. Kay was excited. He talked about the tournament between mouthfuls. Sir Ector mostly listened. "Don't get yourself killed in the first round," Sir Ector said. Kay laughed. "I won't." Sir Ector looked at him for a moment. "And don't make Arthur ride home alone if you do." Kay didn't answer that. Out in the city that night, the lords were drinking, and the rumor of the stone was running through every tavern from the river to the city wall. People didn't know what to think. Some of them laughed. Some of them prayed. The archbishop didn't sleep. He sat up by his fire reading the same passage of the same book over and over, not because he didn't know it, but because reading was something to do that wasn't worrying. Outside, the city breathed. Merlin was in London too somewhere. Nobody saw him. He was very good at not being seen. He'd come to make sure nothing went badly wrong before the morning came. He couldn't make it go right. That part wasn't his job. In the inn stable, Arthur finished with the horses. He climbed the wooden ladder to the hayloft, where Sir Ector had told him he could sleep, and lay down in clean straw with his cloak pulled to his chin. He couldn't sleep, not for a long while. The city was loud even in its quiet, distant shouts, a dog, a horse, the sound of someone laughing too long down a lane. He listened. He didn't think anything in particular. Maybe you've had a night like that, somewhere unfamiliar, listening to a city you don't belong to, trying not to make plans for the morning, because the morning hasn't decided yet what it's going to ask of you. He fell asleep eventually, not all at once, a piece at a time, the way sleep takes you when the world is louder than your tiredness. The city's noises grew softer, the lamp burned lower, the straw was warm. He didn't dream. Not that night. Sleep was too straight a line for dreams. The pony had walked 20 miles that day. He'd brushed all 4 of them. He was done. The morning could come or not come, and either was fine. In her place beyond the lake, the woman who would one day give him another sword, a different sword, a better one, was already awake. She didn't know him yet, but the water she stood on was already changing, faintly, beneath her feet. The old stories agree on this part. The stone in the churchyard and the lake far in the west were 2 halves of the same answer. Most people only ever heard about one of them. Most kings only ever earned one. But Arthur, asleep in straw in a back street inn, didn't know about either. He didn't know about the stone. He didn't know about the lake. He didn't know about himself. Really, Not yet. Sleep is a strange country. It carries you over things you'd never have walked toward awake. Empires fall while you're asleep. Your own life turns while you're asleep. You wake on the other side of it without remembering the crossing. Above the city, the sky was beginning to pale. Not light yet, just the suggestion of light. The kind of gray that says morning is on its way, and there's nothing to be done now but meet it. Down at the inn, Sir Ector was already awake. He'd slept badly. He always did before something important. He was sitting by the cold hearth with a wooden cup of water, looking at nothing in particular, waiting. Up in the loft, the boy turned in his sleep, just once, just a small adjustment. The straw shifted. He didn't wake. The day that was about to ask everything of him was still letting him have these last quiet minutes. Sir Ector knocked on the loft floor with the butt of a stick at first light. Arthur was up in 2 seconds. The way you are when you've been a servant boy for 15 years. He didn't even look surprised. He climbed down. He went to the trove and splashed cold water on his face. He combed his hair with his fingers. He pulled his belt straight. The brown pony watched him from a stall with a calm, patient eye. Kay came down the stairs in his chainmail with his sword on his hip. He looked, frankly, magnificent. Arthur thought so. Kay thought so too. Sir Ector kept his thoughts to himself, as usual. Arthur saddled the horses. He buckled Kay's surcoat at the back. He held Kay's helmet while Kay swung up onto the tall gray courser. He didn't think about any of it. He'd done it 100 times in practice yards. They rode through the city to the tournament field, streets full of people. Banners hung from every shop window. The smell of roasting bread. The smell of fear, too, though no one would have called it that. They reached the field. It opened out beyond the last houses, long, flat, fringed with bare trees. Pavilion tents already up, banners snapping, a wooden tilt fence down the middle. The cold smell of crushed grass. Sir Ector found their assigned spot, a modest patch of frosted ground at the field's edge. Arthur tethered the horses. He laid out Kay's gear on a rough cloth. Kay paced. Sir Ector talked to a passing knight. Then Kay reached for his sword. He swept his hand to his hip, the way he always did, with the small flourish he'd practiced. His hand met empty air. He looked down, the scabbard was empty. A small, ugly silence opened around him. He'd been sharpening his sword the night before in the inn. He'd left it on the bench by the hearth. He could see it, in his mind, as clearly as if he were looking at it. He had not packed it. "Arthur," he said, just the name. His voice was small. Arthur looked up. He saw Kay's empty scabbard. He saw the look on Kay's face. He understood the whole problem in less than a second. "Go," Kay said. "Please, get my sword." Arthur was already moving. He did not say yes. He did not ask why his brother hadn't packed it himself. He just went. He ran. The road was longer than he'd thought. Streets were emptier than they'd been earlier. Most of London had gone to the field. Doors closed. Shutters drawn. The city had folded itself away to wait. He reached the inn. He pounded on the front door. Nothing. He went round to the side. The kitchen door was barred. He went round again. The stable door was locked. The innkeeper had taken his family to the field, like everyone else. He stood there a moment with his hand still on the stable door, breathing. Kay was waiting. Sir Ector was waiting. The tournament was starting. There was no sword for any of them, and no one to ask, and the city was empty. That moment is the whole point of the story in a way. The moment before he chose. He could have gone back empty-handed. Most boys would have. He'd have been forgiven. Tournaments lose squires every year. But Arthur thought about Kay. Loud, bright, large-handed Kay, standing at the edge of a field with an empty scabbard. The way the other knights would look at him. The way that look would last him the rest of his life. He couldn't go back without one. He'd find one. Anywhere. Any sword. He turned back into the empty street and started running again. Looking now. At every gate, every shop, every bracket on every wall. There had to be a sword in this city. There were 100,000. But every smithy was closed. Every armorer's stall was barred. The blacksmith's apprentice had gone to watch the tournament with his father. The shopkeeper's son was on his shoulders by now, cheering in the crowd. He ran. His chest was tight from cold and from the running. The streets bent strangely. He didn't know London. He took a wrong turn. He took another. He came out into a small square he'd never seen, with a low stone wall and a yew tree and a churchyard. He stopped. He saw through the gate a square of frost-touched flagstones, and in the center of it, a gray granite block, and on top of the block, and in the iron anvil, a sword. He stood at the gate for a moment. He didn't know what the stone meant. He hadn't been at the Lord's assembly. He hadn't read the inscription. He just saw a sword, in the open, with nobody guarding it. He thought, without much thought, that he would borrow it. He would bring it to Kay. He would put it back when the tournament was over. It was a sword. There was an emergency. The owner would understand. He crossed the yard. The frost was thin under his boots. The yew trees breathed cold air. Above the wall, beyond the city, he could hear the very faint, distant roar of the tournament, starting without Kay. He didn't have time. He reached the stone. He saw the gold letters at the base. He didn't read them. They were in Old Latin. He'd been taught enough Latin to follow a horse pedigree, not enough to follow a prophecy. He didn't even slow down. His right hand wrapped around the leather, bound grip. The iron crossguard was cold against his thumb. He set his left hand on the stone for balance. He braced his shoulders, he pulled. It came out the way you draw a sword from oil, smooth, soundless, almost too easy. He'd expected resistance. There wasn't any. He stood in the center of the yard with the sword in his hand, slightly bewildered. He thought that was easy. He thought, this is a strangely good blade. He thought, I shouldn't keep it. He thought, I'll give it back after. He turned and went out the gate. He started running again. He did not look back. Behind him, the granite stood empty, the iron anvil with its empty slot. The gold letters in the base, still saying what they had said, frost continuing to thaw, a small finch landing on the anvil briefly, then leaving. Arthur ran back through London. The sword was lighter than he'd expected. It was balanced beautifully. He didn't know enough to know that. He just ran with it like a stick of firewood, holding it sensibly so he wouldn't trip. He came back to the field. The first round of the tournament was already underway. 2 knights justing on the long fence. The crowd was noisy. Sir Ector and Kay were where he'd left them, and Kay was furious. Where in God's name? Kay started, and then he saw the sword in Arthur's hand. He stopped, stared, took a step closer. His mouth fell slightly open. He recognized, without being told, that the blade in his foster brother's hand was not an ordinary one. Where did you get this? Kay said. Quiet, now. Something underneath the question already calculating. Arthur, breathing hard, told the truth. A churchyard. There was a stone. A sword in it. The street was empty. I'll put it back after. Kay took the sword. He weighed it in his hand. He looked at Arthur. He looked at Sir Ector, who had gone very, very still beside them. He looked at the sword again. And then he made a quick, small choice that he would regret and try to undo for the rest of his life. Kay walked across the field. He pushed through to where the archbishop was standing in his white robes near the judge's tent. He held up the sword. He said, in a voice that was supposed to be steady, Father, I have pulled the sword from the stone. A silence fell. Wider than Kay had expected. The archbishop went still. Knights nearby went still. People who hadn't even heard the words felt the silence and went still with it. The tournament fell apart. Everyone began moving toward them. Took Kay by the elbow. Said quietly, come with me. He led him aside, into the empty pavilion behind the judge's tent, away from the gathering eyes. Arthur followed, because no one had told him not to. He still didn't understand what was happening. Sir Ector said very quietly, Kay, look at me. Did you pull this sword from the stone? Kay did not answer for a moment. He stared at the floor of the tent. He did not look at his father. He did not look at his foster brother. The word was small. He still didn't look up. Arthur did. He brought it back. I said it. I shouldn't have. Sir Ector closed his eyes. Just briefly, he nodded. Then he turned to Arthur. Arthur, Sir Ector said, tell me again. The sword. Just as it happened, Arthur, completely confused, told him. The empty street, the square, the yard, the frost, the pull. How it came out easy, how he didn't think anything of it. When Arthur finished, Sir Ector was looking at him strangely, not angry, not surprised exactly. Something quieter, something a little sad, as if a long postponed conversation had just become unavoidable. Take the sword, Sir Ector said to Arthur. Come back to the church. Put it back in the stone. Arthur nodded. He didn't ask why. He picked up the sword from the chest. They walked out of the pavilion together. They went straight to the church. They didn't speak. The archbishop saw them coming and followed. 3 or 4 knights followed him. By the time they reached the churchyard gate, the small square was full of people who did not yet know what they were watching for. They reached the gate. Sir Ector pointed to the empty stone in the center of the yard. Put it back, Arthur, as you found it. Arthur walked to the stone. He set the point of the blade against the slot. He slid the sword back in. It went all the way back in, as if it had never moved, as if the slot was waiting for it. Arthur let go of the grip. He stepped back. He looked at his foster father. He still didn't understand. Sir Ector turned to one of the armored lords behind him. The lord whose turn it had been to try the sword first, 3 days ago. The red, bearded one. Try it again, Sir Ector said. The man frowned. He came forward. He pulled. The blade did not move. He pulled again, with the strength of a man who'd done it 100 times in his head all night. The blade did not move. He stepped back, breathing hard, sweating in the cold, beaten. Sir Ector said nothing. He gestured with one hand to Arthur. You, he said, try. Arthur, still confused, walked back to the stone. He put his hand on the grip. He pulled. The sword slid out, as easily as before. A great low sound went through the crowd. Not a cheer, not a gasp. Something between them. The sound 100 adult people make when something they don't quite believe happens in front of their eyes, twice, and they realize they will have to start believing it. Sir Ector walked into the yard. He came up to Arthur. He stopped a sword's length away. And then, without warning, he went down on one knee in the frosted dirt at the boy's feet and bowed his head. Stop here a moment. The sword in the stone wasn't a weapon. Not really. The story doesn't end with it killing anything. Its whole purpose was to be unliftable. By everyone except the right person. All the iron and stone and inscription were a kind of question set into the world. Are you the one who can lift this? Are you the one this was waiting for? It was a question only one person at a time would ever answer. In the British way of thinking, kingship wasn't a thing you took. It was a thing the land granted, briefly, to whoever it agreed with. The granite in London had agreed with one boy. It would agree with no one else. That's what made the sword in the stone such a strong piece of storytelling. It wasn't about strength. The red-bearded lord had been twice Arthur's size. It was about fitness. About being whatever it is that a place needs at a given hour. That story has lived for 1,500 years for one reason. Each generation has read it and quietly thought, I wonder what would happen if my hand was on the grip. The honest answer is mostly nothing. But once in a long while, something does. Back to the churchyard. Sir Ector still on one knee. Arthur still standing with the sword in his hand. The crowd at the gate watching, almost not breathing. Arthur was the only person there who didn't know what was happening. Get up, Arthur said, in the voice he used at home when Sir Ector dropped a horseshoe and pretended he hadn't. What are you doing? Get up. He held out his free hand, the way you do for a man getting old in his joints. Sir Ector did not get up. He raised his head, but he stayed on the knee. My lord, he said. The word was strange in his mouth. He'd never used it before to anyone he'd raised. Arthur made a small, dismayed face. "Don't call me that," Arthur said. "Don't." Sir Ector did not flinch. "My lord," he said again gently. "Hear me? I have something to tell you. I should have told you years ago. I'm sorry it falls on you here." He told it, as briefly as the truth allows. A man in a dark blue robe at his door 15 years ago. A small wrapped bundle. A name spoken once and then never spoken again. A king who had died of fever in a stone keep by the sea. Arthur didn't speak for a long time. The sword was getting heavier in his hand. Or his hand was getting weaker. He couldn't tell. The yew trees along the wall breathed cold air over him. Then he said, "You raised me." Sir Ector nodded. "And Kay is my brother." Sir Ector nodded again. "And nothing about that is changing," Arthur said. Sir Ector closed his eyes briefly and bowed his head a second time, agreeing. Behind them, by the gate, Kay had gone still. He'd heard everything. He saw the long shape of his life, that it was about to be reshaped in ways he couldn't foresee. He didn't speak. He waited. He did not know what to say. Then Arthur did something nobody at the gate had expected. He turned and walked back to the stone. He set the sword's point against the slot in the iron anvil. He slid it back in, all the way down, and he stepped back from it. "Try it," he said to the lords at the gate. "All of you. One more time. With everyone watching. I don't want this if it isn't true. I don't want it on a misunderstanding." He stepped well back from the stone, sword in the slot, hands open at his sides. One of the watching armored men later wrote, in old age, that this was the first moment he'd known the boy was actually a king. Not the pulling, the putting back. The willingness to hand the question over again, in front of everyone, instead of clutching it. They tried, all of them, 12 lords one after another, pulling, heaving, praying. The blade did not move for any of them. The morning sun cleared the church roof. The yard filled with the smell of cold sweat and effort and strain. When the 12th man stepped back, beaten, the archbishop turned to Arthur. He said gently, in front of every lord, "Try it once more, so that no one here can say later they were not certain." Arthur nodded. He walked back to the stone. He took the grip. He pulled. The sword came out as it had the first time, as if there was no friction in the universe between Arthur's hand and the iron of the blade. As if, in fact, the blade was a hand reaching back. A second wave of low sound went through the crowd. Heavier this time. Final. Some men laughed quietly with disbelief. Some women crossed themselves. A small old woman near the gate said, "Well, then, that's that, then." The archbishop came forward. He laid a wrinkled hand on the sword's blade just above the boy's grip. He said, slowly and clearly enough for the back of the crowd to hear, "My lords, we have our king." The lords one by one came forward and went down on one knee, some gladly, some with reluctance, some with calculations already running in their minds about what this meant for them and theirs. All of them, eventually, knelt. Behind the church wall, on the low rooftop opposite, a tall man in a dark blue robe stood very still, leaning on a long ash wood staff, watching. Nobody saw him. By the time the kneeling was done, he was gone. He always was. Arthur stood in the center of the yard, sword in hand, surrounded by kneeling armored men. He felt strange, not triumphant, not afraid exactly. He felt small inside something very large, like a child stepping into the great hall for a feast where he doesn't know any of the names. The archbishop turned to him. "My lord," he said, "this is too sudden a morning for a coronation. We will hold one in 3 weeks. By then the news will have reached every corner of the kingdom. We will do it properly." Arthur, bewildered, agreed. They led him out of the yard. The crowd parted. Sir Ector and Kay followed him, 4 steps behind on either side. Nobody told them to. They just did. The way you do when you don't yet know how to stand near someone you have always stood near. They took him to a great house in the city. A guest house the archbishop kept for visiting bishops. They fed him. They got him out of his squire's clothes and into a clean linen tunic. Arthur let it happen. He felt as if he were watching it. Sir Ector came in once that afternoon. He didn't kneel this time. He sat on a wooden stool by the bed. He said, "You're still my son, in every way that matters. Whatever else they do to you in the next month, that doesn't change." Arthur nodded. He couldn't speak. Kay didn't come, not that day, not the next. He needed a few days. Arthur understood. He didn't push. He thought about Kay a lot in those days. He hoped Kay would forgive him for something Arthur hadn't even meant to do. Word went out. Riders left London on every road. The same letters the Archbishop had sent before, doubled now in number, with new lines added. A king has been chosen. The sword was pulled. Come to the coronation. Come or be remembered for not coming. Some lords got the letter and rode for London at once. Some sat with it on the table and stared at it for a long time. Some put the letter into the hearth and watched it burn. Those last ones would matter soon, but not for another month. Over the next 3 weeks, the boy who had spent 15 years brushing horses learned to sit on a wooden chair while important people talked at him. Learned to say, "I'll think about that." Learned not to say, "I have no idea what you mean." He learned the names of the 12 lords who had knelt. He learned the names of the 4 who hadn't come at all. Merlin appeared one evening, walked into Arthur's chamber without knocking, and started teaching him the geography of the country he was about to rule. Merlin did not bow to Arthur. He did not call him my lord. He called him by his name. Arthur was relieved. Of all the strangenesses of those 3 weeks, Merlin's plain speech was the one that felt like rest. One night late, Merlin asked him, "Are you angry? About being told now? About not having been told before?" Arthur thought. He said, "No. I'd rather have had Sir Ector. If I'd known sooner, I might have got distracted." Merlin smiled, very faintly. The first true smile Arthur had seen on the man in 15 years. "That," Merlin said, "is exactly why we waited." He drank his broth. He said nothing else for the rest of the night. The day before the coronation, snow fell. Light, just enough to dust the rooftops. Arthur stood at the window of his chamber and watched it. He thought about the manor, the horses, the hayloft. He missed the smell of straw. That night, Kay came at last. He stood in the doorway of Arthur's chamber for a moment without speaking. Arthur looked up from a letter he was failing to read. He stood. Neither of them moved closer to the other for several breaths. "I'm sorry I lied," Kay said. "About the sword. In the field. I shouldn't have." Arthur nodded. He'd already forgiven him. That had happened the morning of, in the pavilion, before either of them had words for it. "I want you with me," Arthur said, "in what comes. As my brother. As my knight. I don't know how to do this. I'm 15. You're better at people than I am." Kay stared at him, undefended for a long moment. Then he came across the room. Forgiveness in a story is usually short. It happens in a sentence. In real life it takes years. There's wood. But it began that night, in a small stone chamber, at the edge of a city full of strangers, about to call one of them king. New Year's later. Snow heavier now. The streets of London packed beyond memory, every window rented, every roof full. The tournament field forgotten. Every face in the country that could travel was here for one thing. They led him from the bishop's guest house to the church on foot. He wore a clean linen alb under a deep, red mantle. A thin circlet of beaten gold rested in his unruly dark blonde hair. The sword from the stone, sheathed at his side now in fresh leather. They reached the church. Inside, the columns rose into shadow. Banners of every lord lined the walls. 12,000 candles, the chronicler later wrote, though probably he was rounding up. The archbishop turned to Arthur at the altar. The crowd pressed forward, silent. He drew the sword. He held it horizontal in both hands, point to his right, edge upward. The archbishop laid a thin gold crown on his head. He was, by every law and faith they had, the king of all Britain. He was 15 years and 11 months old. The crowd cheered. The bells of London began. They rang for an hour without stopping. Outside, the snow kept falling. Somewhere far north, in a stone keep, 4 armored lords who had refused to come heard the bells and started arming for war. Arthur did not yet know about them. The bells went on a long time. By the time they stopped, the world had quietly rearranged itself around the boy. People who had passed him in stable yards a year before were now stopping to bow. He found this confusing. That first week as king, Arthur did almost nothing visible. He listened. He sat on the wooden throne the archbishop had hurriedly carpentered for him in the great London hall, and he listened to lords and merchants and farmers and bishops, and he tried very hard not to fall asleep. Sir Ector stood near him for the first 3 days. Then he asked, in private, to be sent home. "You don't need me here," he said. "You need men who know London. I'll come when you call." Arthur did not argue. He hugged the old man and let him go. Kay stayed. Kay stayed because Arthur asked him to. Kay stayed because being a king's brother was, as it turned out, a job Kay had always been suited for. Louder than the king, ahead of the king at meals, brushing strangers off when the king got tired. Merlin came and went. He'd appear at the wall behind the throne in a dark blue robe nobody had seen him put on. He'd murmur 3 words in Arthur's ear about whatever lord was about to lie about whatever land. Arthur learned fast to listen to those murmurs. News from the country was uneven. In the south, lords were riding to swear loyalty before the snow melted. In the west, lords were sending letters that were polite but vague. In the north, 4 lords had stopped writing letters at all. They were arming. The 4 were old enemies of Uther's. They had spent 15 years quietly waiting for an empty throne. They had crowns of their own to argue. To them, the boy in London was not a king. He was a paperwork problem, easily solved. Their messenger came to London at the end of January, a slim, quiet man on a tall black horse. He had a folded letter sealed in red wax with a black dragon stamp. He delivered it to the archbishop, not to Arthur. That was deliberate. The archbishop opened the letter. He read it twice. He went very pale. He put the letter into his sleeve and walked slowly, all the way across the city to the great hall. He asked to see Arthur alone. Arthur went with him to a small side chamber and shut the door. It was very polite. It said the 4 lords did not recognize Arthur as king. It said they would meet him in the field, with their armies, when the spring thaw came. It said they would give him the chance to surrender first. It signed off with sincere good wishes for his health. Arthur folded the letter very carefully. He laid it on the small oak table. He sat down on a low stool beside it. He thought for a long time. The archbishop didn't interrupt. Outside, somewhere in the city, a child was laughing at something. "Father," he said at last. The archbishop looked at him. "I'm 15, Arthur said. "I have never led men into a fight. The lords who have refused me are older than my foster father. They are right to expect me to lose. I'm not sure why I shouldn't surrender." The archbishop sat down on the floor across from him. Old man stiff knees, but he sat down. He said, "Because the stone was not for them. The land would not have them. You felt nothing when you pulled the sword. You will feel something now. That is the difference. You are not asked to win against them," the archbishop said. "You are asked to stand up to them. The land that chose you will choose how it goes after that. We have to do our part. The land will do its." Arthur listened. He didn't speak. He didn't sleep well that night. He stood at the window of his chamber. The snow had stopped. The stars were very clear. He thought about the 4 lords. He thought about the boys his age, who would die in the spring because of his decision. He didn't pretend that wasn't true. In the morning, he sent his answer. A short letter in his own careful hand. It said, "I have read your letter. I will meet you in the field when the thaw comes. I am sorry to inconvenience you. Sincere good wishes for your health." Word of the answer spread through London faster than the messenger left the gate. By that evening it had reached every guesthouse and every tavern. By the next day it was riding south and west on every road. The boy king, said the report, was going to fight. Some lords reacted the way the archbishop had hoped. They came to London. They knelt. They pledged their armies. Some who had been polite but vague decided to be polite and definite. Some who had said nothing started saying something. The kingdom began, hesitantly, to assemble. But not enough of them. Sir Ector returned in late February with 200 men from his own lands. 3 southern lords brought another 500 between them. The 4 northern lords had 9,000. The archbishop did not say this number out loud in front of Arthur. Merlin did. "They will outnumber you 10 to 1, Merlin said one night by the fire. "In a fair fight you lose. You are not going to give them a fair fight." Arthur looked at him. "You're going to teach me how not to," he said. Merlin nodded once. They made plans, long careful nights of them. Arthur asked the wizard things no one had thought to teach him before: where to march, what to eat, how to bury the dead afterwards. He noticed the things that mattered. Merlin, in private, was impressed. The thaw came in early March. The roads opened. The 4 northern lords moved south with their 9,000 men. They came down a long old Roman road. They camped, on the 3rd evening, on the bank of a small fast river called the Bedegrain. Arthur's army had reached the same river first. They had crossed it at dawn that day. They were now waiting in a long thin line of woods on the other side, hidden, quiet, about 700 boys and men, none of whom had asked for this morning. Merlin had given Arthur his plan. The plan was to wait for half the northern army to ford the river, hit them while the other half couldn't yet cross, and run before the second half got across to help. It was not a glorious plan. It was a plan that might let some of them go home. Arthur waited. He counted. 400 horsemen across. 500, 600. The first one's already at the southern bank, water streaming from horses. He raised his hand. He brought it down. The British line broke from the trees. The first clash was loud and ugly and fast. The northern horsemen, half out of the water, could not form a line. The British hit them with everything. Arthur was in the front. He had never struck a man with steel before. The sword in his hand did not seem to mind. They held the line for nearly an hour. The northern horsemen kept coming, and the British kept driving them back. And then the sword from the stone. The blade Arthur had pulled 3 times, the blade that had agreed with him, caught hard against an iron axe haft, and it broke. For a moment everything stopped in his head. The sword from the stone broken. The blade that had made him king. He was holding half of it. The other half was on the ground somewhere among the boots. He looked up. The northern lords saw the break. They pressed. Sir Ector, old Sir Ector 50-something, who had no business being in this fight at all, pushed through to him, put a fresh longsword from a fallen knight into Arthur's hand, said only, "Hold the line. We're not done. We finish this." Arthur took it. He held the line. They fought the rest of that day. They held the river. The northern lords pulled back at evening to count their dead. Arthur's army had lost 1/3 of its men. He sat by a fire that night with the broken half of the stone sword across his knees, and looked at it, and did not say anything to anyone. He didn't sleep that night. He sat by the fire and watched it burn down. Sir Ector came and sat across from him, didn't speak, just sat. After a while Kay came and sat beside him, in a borrowed cloak, no helmet, his sword across his knees. Around them, the camp was quieter than camps usually are. 1/3 of the men they'd ridden in with were gone. The other 2/3 were sleeping or pretending to. The northern army across the river was sleeping too. The river itself was the loudest thing in the country that night. Towards dawn, Merlin came across the camp. He was holding a small lit lantern. He did not look like a man who had slept. He stopped in front of Arthur. He said, "Get up. Bring what's left of the sword. We're going for a walk." They walked west. Merlin and Arthur. The 2 halves of the sword in a leather wrap on the wizard's back. They did not speak for a long time. The country grew greener as they went. The mud became moss. The ash trees became oaks. The world thickened around them. They walked all that day and a bit of the next. They slept one night in the open under an oak. Arthur did not ask where they were going. He had stopped trying to predict the wizard. It saved time. It saved energy. He simply walked. On the second afternoon, they came out of the woods at the top of a long heather slope. Below them, very still, lay a wide lake. Low, rounded hills around it. The water reflected the pale sky exactly. There was no wind. There were no birds. Arthur stopped. He understood, without being told, that the country had thinned here. That what was below them was not entirely a lake. That the rules he was used to were less reliable. Merlin watched him understand. He didn't speak. They went down. They reached the long, flat stone ledge that ran from the heather out into the water. Arthur stopped at the ledge's edge. The water was clear all the way to a bottom that did not seem to be there. Merlin handed him the leather wrap with the broken sword. "Walk to the end of the ledge," Merlin said. "Then wait. She will come. Don't kneel. She doesn't ask for it. Don't look afraid. She isn't here to frighten you. Listen to whatever she says. Take whatever she gives you. Say thank you, like a person." Arthur walked out along the ledge. The stone was cold under his feet. The water on either side of him was so still it looked solid. He reached the end of the ledge. He stood there, the leather-wrapped bundle in his arms. He waited. He waited a long while. The sun dropped behind one of the hills. The water cooled to silver. And then, quite suddenly, he was no longer alone. A figure stood on the surface of the water, about 10 paces from him, where there had been no one a breath before. She was tall. Her skin was very pale, almost luminous in the cooling light. Her eyes were the color of the lake itself, green, gray with no white visible at the edges. Arthur did not look afraid. He had been told not to. He found, looking at her, that he genuinely wasn't. "You broke it," she said. Her voice was quiet. It had the same depth as the lake. Arthur nodded. "I did. It caught an axe. I'm sorry." She did not smile, but the corner of her mouth softened a little. "It was always going to. That sword was for getting you here." Then she raised both her arms slowly above the water. From the lake, between her hands, rose another sword, long, slim, the hilt pale gold and dark leather. The blade so polished it took the color of whatever it was held against. Above the water it seemed to be the color of a quiet sky. "Excalibur," she said. "Take it. The blade is the smaller gift. The scabbard, when you wear it, you will not bleed to death from any wound. That is the larger gift. Lose the scabbard, and you become an ordinary man again. Don't lose the scabbard." Arthur set the leather bundle of the broken stone, sword down at the very end of the ledge. He reached out. She placed Excalibur into his right hand and the scabbard into his left. The metal of the new sword was almost warm. The scabbard was cold and supple, like good leather kept indoors. "Thank you," Arthur said. He meant it the way you mean it. When someone has handed you something you understand will be useful for the rest of your life. The lady inclined her head, just once. He thought, very briefly, that she might smile. She did not. Then she sank slowly back into the water, the way a person settles into a warm bath, her silver, blonde hair last. The water closed over the place where she had stood without a single ripple. Arthur stayed at the ledge end for a moment longer, looking at the unbroken pale silver surface. He turned. He walked back along the long flat ledge. He came to Merlin. He held up Excalibur and the scabbard. Merlin only nodded once. Then he said, "Now we go back to the war," and turned and started up the heather slope without waiting. They walked east, faster than they had come. Arthur kept Excalibur sheathed in the scabbard at his hip. He did not draw it on the road. He thought about it now and then. He thought mostly about not losing the scabbard. He had been told, plainly, what would happen if he did. They reached the camp again 2 days later. Arthur walked into the firelight at the center. Sir Ector saw the new sword. He saw the new scabbard. He didn't ask. He just came over and gripped Arthur's shoulder once, hard, and stepped back. That night they planned again. The Northern Army had held position for the 4 days Arthur had been gone, expecting reinforcements that never came. The British had not advanced. Both sides had spent 4 quiet days looking across the river at each other and waiting. Arthur did not want to fight on the river again. The river had killed too many of his boys the first time. He looked at the map a long while. He found a place, 3 miles south, where the woods came right down to the bank, and pointed. "Here," he said, "we move at dawn." They moved before first light, quietly, without horns, without banners. By the time the Northern Army woke and looked across the river, the British were no longer there. Just empty fires, still smoking. The Northern lords sent scouts south. The scouts found the British, 3 miles south, drawn up at the wood's edge with the river at their back. The Northern Army marched to meet them. They left their camp standing. They thought it would be a short fight. They thought wrong. Excalibur, when Arthur drew it from the dark leather scabbard, did not catch the morning sun the way an ordinary sword would. It seemed to gather a light of its own. Everyone who saw the boy with that blade in his hand for the first time later said the same thing. That he didn't look 15 anymore. The Northern Army hit the British line at noon. The British line did not break. It bent in places. It lost ground in others. But it did not break. Arthur stayed at the center. Excalibur kept doing what swords do. The scabbard at his hip kept doing what no other scabbard had ever done. By mid-afternoon the Northern Army was tired. They had marched 3 miles in armor and fought 4 hours. The British had not marched. The British were not yet tired. Arthur, watching, raised his free hand. The British line moved forward, slowly together, for the first time. The Northern line did not break, exactly, it crumbled. By dusk, the 4 lords were riding hard back north with what was left. 2 of their banners had fallen. Their camp was in British hands by night. The road north was full of stragglers. The first war of Arthur's reign was won. Arthur did not feel triumphant that evening either. He sat by a fire. He had Excalibur across his knees. He cleaned it slowly with an oiled cloth. He thought about the boys who had not come back from the morning. He counted them, in his head, as well as he could. Sir Ector came and sat across from him. "You did right," the older man said. "You waited. You moved them when the moment came. They followed you. They went home tonight because of you." Arthur didn't answer. He kept cleaning the sword. Sir Ector watched him for a long while. Then he said very gently, "You are allowed to take this hard. That isn't weakness. That is what kings the land actually likes look like. The ones who don't take it hard are the ones the land breaks later. Take it hard. It's correct." Arthur closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them. He nodded once. He did not speak. He cleaned the rest of the blade. He sheathed Excalibur in the dark leather scabbard. He ate a piece of bread someone pressed into his hand. He went to sleep with the sword beside him on the cloak. Word of the battle ran south as fast as horse could carry it. By the time it reached London, it was already changing in the telling. By the time it reached the southern coast, it was a song. By the time it reached the western hills, it was almost a prayer. Lords who had been polite but vague began to be polite and definite again. Men who had buried their own swords in their barns dug them up. The army that came north to join Arthur over the next month was 3 times the size of the one that had fought at the river. Stay with this, it matters before the end. The story we tell ourselves about Arthur is mostly about magic, the lake, the sword, the wizard. But the part the British who lived through it remembered most was different. They remembered a 15-year-old who didn't run. They told their grandchildren about the boy who had been told, plainly, that he was outnumbered 10 to 1, and who had answered with a small careful letter and a small careful battle. That is the part the people sang. The lake gave him a sword. The land had already given him courage. Through that spring, Arthur led a long careful campaign north. He won twice more, he drew once. He never lost a battle outright. By midsummer, 3 of the 4 northern lords had knelt. The 4th had fled to the sea, and was last seen on a small ship heading for Ireland. The British called it a settled peace. It was the first one in 15 years. Sir Ector came home to his manor that summer and shod horses and drank ale and refused, on principle, to sleep in the new guest chamber Arthur had built for him in London. 3. The British liked the number. 3 drops of dew on a stone. 3 colors of cloth in a cloak. 3 trials a hero must pass before he is won. The Britons watching Arthur had watched him pull the sword 3 times before they believed him. They needed 3. This wasn't laziness. This was a kind of common sense magic. Once is luck. Twice is coincidence. 3 times is something else. The Britons had learned, over thousands of years on a hard island, that you check important things 3 times before you believe them. That is why the story of the sword has Arthur pull it 3 times. That is why every later trial in his life would come in 3s. That is why the lake, when she came, gave him both a sword and a scabbard, 2 halves of a single gift, with the warning making 3 things. When you hear the story now, listen for the 3s. They are everywhere. 3 nights at the gate. 3 days of waiting. 3 trials at the court. The British weren't superstitious. They were thorough. Listening for 3s was their way of staying awake. The story passes the test. It survives 3 times in every major retelling. The pull, the replacing, the pull again in front of witnesses. By the 3rd time, the country was already quietly beginning to call him their king. They had the proof they needed in 3s. Now back to the year of the war. Late summer. The kingdom holding. Arthur in London again, on the wooden throne. Holding what felt like 100 court days at once. He was 16 now. He felt 30. He was not yet what would later be called Camelot, but he was beginning to be. Knights began to come to him from far places. Some because they had heard the story and wanted to ride for him. Some because they were exiled from their own lands. Some because they were younger sons of southern lords with nothing else to do. He took them. He listened to each of them. He learned that summer to ask questions older men forgot to ask. What does your village need? What does your father owe? How is the river there in summer? The answers told him more about who his knights were than any pedigree. Merlin, watching, said nothing, but the corner of his mouth softened. Kay was made the king's seneschal, the man who ran the household. Kay liked it. He had always been good at telling people where to put things. He took it seriously. He did not, anymore, take credit for things that were not his. At night, when the court emptied, Arthur sometimes walked the great hall alone. He liked it best when the candles were low, and the banners were just shapes against stone. He understood the place better when it was empty, the way you understand a horse better at dawn before anyone else comes. The darkest moment in those months wasn't a battle. It was a winter evening. Word came that 2 of the lords who had knelt back in the spring were quietly arming again, in the southwest. They were not yet rebelling. They were considering it. Arthur read the report. He did not eat dinner. He sat at his desk a long time. He thought about marching south. He thought about hanging the 2 lords. He thought about doing nothing. He thought about pretending he hadn't read the report. He understood that night exactly what Uther had felt. He did not want to feel it. He did anyway. In the morning, he sent a letter to each of the 2 lords. The letter said, "I know. Come and tell me why. I will listen. If you do not come, I will come to you with the army your neighbors have already promised me. Choose well. Sincere good wishes for your health." Both lords came. Within 10 days, they sat across from him in his small council chamber, and they told him why. He listened. He asked questions. He found, in the answers, that there were grievances he hadn't known about, and one of them was reasonable. He fixed the reasonable one. The land tax along the western coast had been set wrong by Uther's clerks 20 years before. Arthur cut it by 1/3. He sent the letter to every western village himself. The 2 lords went home. They did not arm again. The country very slowly settled. The first proper winter of his reign, he spent most of it in court, listening mostly, saying very little. Merlin sat at his shoulder. He learned, in those months, the thing nobody had taught him: how to read a room before he opened his mouth. That same winter, the news of him crossed the channel. Knights from across the sea began to write asking if they might come. He said yes to most of them. He had decided, in his own quiet way, that a king who said yes to good knights from anywhere ended up with better knights than a king who said no. One night that winter, Merlin showed him a drawing. A circle. Not a rectangle, not a long table, a circle. When you have your knights together, Merlin said, sit them around this, not in front of you. Around you, with you. There is no head of a circle, they will notice. So will you. Arthur looked at the drawing for a long time. He nodded. He said, build it. As big as that hall will hold. Merlin nodded once. Within a year, the great round table was in the center of Arthur's hall, made of one piece of oak, 12 seats around its edge, no head, no foot. But that first night, when the drawing was done and the candle was burning low, Arthur asked one more thing. Why a circle? Merlin said. Because the hardest thing a king has to remember is that he is not the center of his country. The country is. Sit at a circle. You will remember. That conversation, more than the sword, more than the lake, was the moment Arthur stopped being the boy in the churchyard and became, slowly, a king the country could keep. The story doesn't usually point this part out. The conversation wasn't dramatic enough. It was just two men at a table at night. The court grew. Knights came. Petitioners came. A small girl from the western marshes came in midsummer, with a question about a stolen goat. Arthur heard her case in person. He gave her a goat. The story of the goat reached Cornwall by autumn. He didn't know that day that the goat would become a story. He thought the goat was a goat. The country watching him was beginning to record everything he did. He was 19 now. They had begun to love him in the quiet way the British love their kings. He had Excalibur sheathed beside him at council. He had the dark leather scabbard buckled at his hip every day. He never lost it. Not once. Merlin checked, sometimes with a small careful glance to the boy's left side. The scabbard was always there. Arthur had been told plainly. He listened. That spring he rode out alone in plain wool, with no escort, on his old brown pony. He went west to the manor. He stayed 3 days. He shot a horse with Sir Ector. He weeded a kitchen garden with the cook. He slept, on the second night, in the hayloft. Old straw. Familiar smell. He slept 12 hours. He rode back to London on the 4th morning. He didn't say where he had been. Sir Ector didn't tell. The cook didn't tell. The horses didn't tell. It was, in some private way, his own. He carried it back like a pebble in his pocket. A second war did come 2 years later. Different lords. Same old reasons. He rode out again. He came back again. The dark scabbard at his hip protected him from the wounds that should have ended his reign. He did not abuse it. He fought as if he could die at any moment. That was the point. The years began to stack. 3, 5, 7. The boy in the churchyard slid backward in his memory, a smaller and smaller figure on a frosted morning. He still saw the boy clearly. He did not want to forget him. He thought of the boy as a younger brother he was responsible for, in a strange backwards way. The country he had inherited began to change. Roads were repaired. Border keeps were rebuilt. Children born after the war did not remember the years of fighting. They thought it had always been like this. That, in its quiet way, was the hardest test his rule passed. There were worse days too. Days when knights he had known died. Days when the round table had an empty chair. Days when a letter came he could not answer well. He sat at the table on those nights and wrote slowly. He was a good correspondent. The country liked that about him. He answered. This story stops tonight, before the harder chapters of his life. The lake will give again later and lose. The round table will fill and crack and fail. The queen will come. The friend will come. The sun will come. Other nights are for those parts. Tonight just this. Tonight is for the boy who didn't try, and the morning he didn't expect, and the foster father who knelt, and the brother who admitted he had lied. Tonight is for the bringing out of a sword. Not for the things the sword did later, just for the morning it came out clean. Sleep is a strange country, the way I said before. You walk through stories in it. You wake without remembering most of them. But the ones you do remember, you carry the way you carry a smell of something familiar from far away. This story is one of those. Carry it lightly. One more scene before we head to the lake again. He had been king for 10 years now. He stood one autumn morning in the London churchyard alone. The granite stone was still there. The iron anvil too. He had asked the archbishop to leave them. He came every year, on the morning of the new year. He came to remind himself of the morning, of the boy, of the empty street and the closed shutters, of the sword that had come out easy, of the moment he had not yet known what he had done. He came to remember the not knowing. That, he thought, was the part to keep. He stood there about an hour. Then he turned and walked out the gate and went back to the work of running a country. He did this every year on his own. The archbishop knew. Sir Ector knew. Merlin knew. Nobody else did. It was a small thing he did for himself. One detail before we close this part. The lake. He never went back. Not in his lifetime. The lady had given. He had taken. The arrangement was complete. He kept his side of it. He never lost the dark leather scabbard. Though that in time would not be enough. The dark leather scabbard was the larger gift. He knew that. He treated it like something on loan. The blade he wielded with confidence. The scabbard he wore the way a man wears a wedding ring he has never lost. Quietly daily, without flourish, present. Late in the year of his 30th birthday, on a winter night, he sat by his fire with Excalibur and the scabbard across his knees. He cleaned them both with the same oiled cloth. He thought about the morning in the churchyard, 15 years before. He thought it had been a long, mostly good 15 years. He was not done. The harder chapters were ahead, but he had become, by then, a man at 30 whose 15-year-old self would have been quietly proud, in his own quiet way. He had not changed entirely. The boy in the churchyard was still in the man at the fire. That, in any life, is no small thing. The lake. The British have always had something with lakes. Long before Arthur. Long before Merlin. Long before the Romans came and laid their straight roads across the country. The people of these islands left their best things in still water, on purpose. Archaeologists today, when they drain old British lakes, find swords, spear points, sheet bronze cauldrons, beaten gold helmets. Beautiful things. Useful things. Things people clearly wanted to keep, and which they chose instead to give back to the water. This wasn't waste. It was a kind of conversation. The land had given them the metal. The making of swords had been hard work. The throwing of finished swords into deep water was a way of saying we know we didn't make this. We know we owed this back. When the lady gave Arthur a sword from a lake, the British listening to the story understood her instantly. She wasn't a stranger making a strange gesture. She was the very old practice. The giving back of metal to water, turned the other way around for once. For thousands of years, swords had gone into lakes. Once, for one boy on one morning, a sword came back out. That is why the lake scene is the most quietly powerful in the whole story. Listeners who knew their land's old habits felt the reversal. They knew it was unprecedented. They knew the country had decided to make an exception. We're nearly to the last scene. Stay if you can. Drift if you need to. Either is good. The story knows how to look after itself. It has been looking after itself for 1,500 years. It can hold you for a few more minutes. The very last scene before the climax of this telling. Arthur, 15 years old, riding home from the lake at the wizard's side. Excalibur at his hip. The dark scabbard at his belt. The broken halves of the stone sword wrapped in leather and slung over his shoulder. He had decided, walking, that he would have the broken halves of the stone sword set into the wall above the round table when it was built. Not as a trophy. As a reminder. The first sword broke. That was correct. The first sword had been for getting him there. He thought, also, that the dark leather scabbard at his hip was a heavier thing to carry than the new sword. The sword was for the moments when fighting would happen. The scabbard was for the rest of the time. Most of the time. He would have to learn what to do with most of the time. They came out of the forest at dusk on the third day. They saw far ahead on the road a small camp. Sir Ector's banner raised, a single fire. A scout sent out to wait for them. The scout saw them and turned and rode hard back to the camp shouting. By the time Arthur and Merlin reached the camp, Sir Ector had every man on his feet. They were lined up, 22 men, some old, some young, in a tidy soldier's line, even though they were not soldiers. They had heard about the broken sword. They were not sure what kind of man would be coming back. Arthur came up the road in his ordinary wool tunic, a new sword at his hip, a wrapped bundle over his shoulder. He stopped in front of the line. He did not pose, he just stood there. Sir Ector looked at his face. He saw the boy was still inside the king's shape. He nodded once, deeply relieved. "I have a new sword," Arthur said simply. He patted the hilt at his hip. Then he reached up, slipped the wrapped bundle off his shoulder, and held it out toward Sir Ector. "Take this. Keep the halves safe. I'll want them later." Sir Ector took the bundle. He did not speak. He could not. That night they camped on the road. They slept in turns. Arthur slept on a folded cloak by the fire with the new sword beside him. Merlin slept sitting up against a tree the way he always did. Nobody asked anymore why the wizard slept that way. He just did. At dawn they broke camp. They rode east. They reached the British Army's main camp by mid-morning. The army had been waiting for him for 5 days. He rode in slow. He held up Excalibur once, briefly, in the sunlight. The army's cheer was a sound like thunder rolling out of a clear sky. He did not speak to them long. He said, "Thank you for waiting. Thank you for staying. We are not done. Tomorrow morning we move. Eat tonight. Sleep deep. Trust the man beside you. We are British. The land has chosen us. We will be all right." They cheered again. They were all right. That afternoon. And this is the moment we end on. He stood at the center of the field with Excalibur drawn point up, blade catching pale gold spring light. Around him, his army watched in absolute silence. Merlin at his shoulder leaned briefly toward him. He said one quiet word. Arthur lifted the sword higher. The blade caught the light fully. The whole army went still in a way nobody had told them to. They saw, with their own eyes, the moment the boy from the churchyard and the king of all Britain became the same person. It had taken him a year. They had waited for it. He had finally caught up to it himself. He held the sword up for a long moment. He did not speak. There were no words left needed. Then he lowered Excalibur slowly, sheathed it in the dark leather scabbard at his hip, and walked back toward his tent. The army began quietly to move again. Sir Ector was waiting at the tent flap. He had the broken halves of the stone sword wrapped in fresh cloth in his hands. Arthur saw him. Arthur smiled, just a little. Sir Ector smiled back. Both of them were tired men with their family's whole story in a folded cloth between them. That is where this story stops. With the broken sword wrapped in cloth, and Excalibur sheathed at his hip, and the boy he had been still inside the man at the tent flap. The lake had given. The country had chosen. The morning in the churchyard had finally become something the morning had always meant. He was 19. So, the sword in the stone. What was it really? Settle in. Let your shoulders drop. The thinking part of this story is gentler than the doing part. It moves slower, it is meant to. It was not a weapon. The sword in the stone never killed anyone. It broke the first time it tried to. That was deliberate, in the story's quiet way. Whoever made the story did not want us to remember the sword as a fighting tool. They wanted us to remember it as a question. The question was, who is this for? The granite knew. The anvil knew. The gold letters at the base named the answer in Old Latin nobody read until later. The blade lay there for years, waiting. It would have lain there forever if the right hand had never come. That is the first thing the story keeps wanting to tell us. Strength is not the thing. 12 grown lords pulled. The blade did not move. A 15-year-old foster boy pulled. The blade slid out. The difference between them was not muscle. The difference was fitness. Not physical fitness. Fitness in the older British sense. The match between a person and a moment. Some people fit some moments. The lords were not unfit men. They simply did not fit this particular morning. The boy did. The second thing, he didn't try. The lords tried. They tried with everything they had. They prayed. They strained. They came back twice. The blade did not respect their effort. The boy didn't try. He was running an errand. The blade respected that. There is something about that the British have always liked. We do not, on the whole, trust people who want a thing too much. We are suspicious of striving. We prefer the man who finds himself where he was needed without ever quite having pursued the place. We made up a sword to test for that. The third thing, and this is the gentle one. He did not know what he had done. He stood in the yard with the sword in his hand, and his only thought was, "My brother is waiting." The greatness of the morning was completely lost on him. That, the story says, is what greatness in this country looks like. People in the country who knew the story understood, when they retold it, that the boy not knowing was the proof. If he had stood there and posed, if he had felt the moment swelling around him, the lords would have stood up off their knees again and refused to follow. The not knowing was the credential. The fourth thing, he gave the question back. He did not clutch it. As soon as Sir Ector asked, he put the sword back into the stone for the lords to try again. He invited the test he had already passed. That, more than any single act in the story, was the thing that made him a king. A king, the British have always thought, is a person who can survive being doubted. The lords were going to doubt him anyway. He let them doubt out loud, in front of the stone, where the doubt could be answered cleanly. The willingness to be doubted is half of being trustworthy. The fifth thing, the land has a vote. That is the part of the story modern readers find most foreign. We tend to think kingship is a transaction between people. Arthur's story says it isn't. The granite was the country itself, briefly speaking. The lords could not override it. They were outvoted. That is the British countryside speaking through the story. The fields, the rivers, the long old roads, the chalk under the soil, these were not metaphors to the people who first told this story. They were participants. Arthur's claim was approved by them. The lords could only ratify what the country had already decided. The sixth thing, and we are nearly to the end of the meaning. The first sword broke. The second sword came from water. That is not a small detail. The story is teaching us gently that some gifts are only the introduction to the real gift. The stone sword got him in the door. The lake sword was the actual reward. The lake sword carried the scabbard. The scabbard kept him alive. The lesson is plain: the showy gift is the smaller one. The unglamorous daily protection is the larger one. He held this lesson lightly his whole life. He did not lose the scabbard. Until much later. That is another story. The seventh thing, he grew up in stable straw. He brushed horses for 15 years. He was nobody's heir. He was a foster son. He was overlooked. That is where the story finds its king, not in a palace, but in a hayloft. The British have always liked that bit. Most of us have lived in haylofts of one kind or another. That is, perhaps, the most important meaning of all. The story tells us kindly that the place we have grown up in is not a disqualification. The hayloft is not a problem. The kitchen smoke is not a problem. The years nobody noticed us are not lost time. They were the conditions for a particular kind of person to form. Maybe you know the feeling I described at the very start. Being looked past. being told what you are before you've shown them. The story is, in part, an answer to that. Not a promise that you will pull a sword. A different kind of answer. A quieter one. The answer is the years you spent quietly were not nothing. They were practice in a particular way of being awake. Most people miss that practice entirely. You did not. The hayloft years were where you learned to listen, to wait, to do the work without applause. That is, in this story, what kingship is made of. That is what the sword in the stone meant. That is what it has meant for 1500 years. The boy fits the moment because he has been quietly preparing for it without knowing. The country recognizes him because the country has been watching. The sword comes out clean because it was always his. This story has been told for 1500 years. It was old when the Romans were still in Britain. It was older when the monks first wrote it down in the 11th century. It is older now, and somehow still young. Sir Thomas Malory wrote it down most fully in the 15th century, in an English prison. He titled it Le Morte d'Arthur. He wrote it as a man with time to think. The result has shaped every retelling since. It is the version most modern Englishes are descended from. After Malory came the painters, Burne-Jones with his green, gold knights, Waterhouse with his pale ladies on lake shores. Tennyson reworked it into long poems people read aloud at evening. The Victorians could not stop returning to this country boy's story. After the Victorians came the films, the musicals, the animated children's tellings. T.H. White wrote a long, gentle, funny version called The Sword in the Stone in the 1930s. Walt Disney turned it into a film a generation later. Children grew up hearing the story, without knowing where it came from. Modern fantasy owes most of its instincts to Arthur, the reluctant hero, the wise old guide, the found weapon, the proving moment, the fellowship around a table, Tolkien's hobbits, Le Guin's Ged, 100 quiet successors. They all walk through King Arthur's open door. Britain still uses the story when it needs to. When the country is uncertain about itself, the Arthur tale resurfaces. The Victorians used it to think about empire. 20th century writers used it to think about war and friendship. Each generation makes the boy at the stone slightly its own. It travels. The Welsh tell it with more magic. The French tell it with more romance. The Germans tell it with more fate. The Americans tell it with more democracy. The story bends a little to whichever country is holding it. It does not break. It is too generous to break. Children play it on playgrounds. They put a stick in a sandbox. They line up to pull it. They argue about whose turn. They do not know they are reenacting a story older than the language they're using. The story has gotten into the bones of their play. That is the test of a true story. Not whether scholars argue about it. Not whether films are made. The true test is whether children, with no instruction, find a stick in a sandbox and reach for it. By that test, the sword in the stone has been alive longer than most countries have. Every age that doubts itself reaches for this story. We are an age that doubts itself. We pull this story up out of the soil again and look at it and put it back. The boy in the churchyard waits. He is patient. He has been patient for 1500 years. He doesn't mind waiting longer. Lake at dawn, no wind. The pale gray sky doubled in still water. No one on the long flat ledge tonight, only the quiet. Pine forest beyond the hills. Frost on dark bark, snow soft beneath the trees. The deep slow breath of a country at rest. The granite stone is far away. The small brown pony is asleep in its stall. The hayloft is warm. Somewhere a candle burns down to nothing. Next time, somewhere colder, older, a different kind of fire. For now, just this, the lake, the hills, your slow breath. We will be here when you are ready. Another story, another quiet evening like this. Sleep well. Snow keeps falling on the empty churchyard. The granite is patient. The iron anvil is patient. The boy is grown. The story is folded carefully. The candle is low. The fire has settled to ember. Your shoulders can drop now. Outside, the country goes on without us roads, lakes, old stones in fields. They do not need us awake. The lake is still. The pine forest is still. Your slow breath is still. The story has done what stories do. Good night. The lake will be here. The stone will be here. We will be here. Sleep well. How was your day? Maybe someone asked you to do something you weren't ready for. And you did it anyway. Because the world wouldn't wait. There's a wizard at the heart of the British Isles who knew the future. And did the work anyway. His name was Merlin. If today asked too much of you, he'd understand. Set the day down now. Listen for the rain on stone, the slow drip of water in a hidden cave, a single voice speaking in the dark. The story has already begun. A man with silver hair sits on a stone bench inside a cave of quartz. His staff lies across his lap. He has chosen this. He knows what comes next, and he is not afraid. Outside the cave, a young woman in pale blue silks watches him drift away. She is the one who placed him there. He had seen this moment 1,000 times, and walked toward it anyway. This is the central mystery of his life. He saw the woman who would seal him away, long before she was born. He taught her his magic anyway. Why would anyone do that? He could have run, he could have lied. He could have changed one small thing, and broken the chain. He chose, instead, to be the kind of man who keeps his promises to the future. Maybe you know that feeling. The thing you can't avoid. The promise you made before you understood the cost. The choice that will cost you. And you make it anyway. You've been there. This is what we do here. Every week, one story. One night. Something that happened a long time ago, and still has something to say about now. Adjust the pillow, find the warmth. If you drift off before the end, Merlin won't mind. He has watched many sleepers, in many ages. He knows the way you go. This is only the beginning of his story, the part most people never reach. That's still ahead, the forest, the lake, the cave. But not tonight. Tonight, just this much. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another story, another night like this one. Now back to ours. To find the beginning, we have to go back. Long before the cave, long before the lake. To a small kingdom in Wales, in a time when Rome had just left these islands. The legions had marched south to Rome and never returned. The roads they built were still there. The towns they raised stood half empty. The land remembered them, and was learning to forget. Into this in-between world, a child was born. His mother was a young noblewoman who had taken the veil, promised to no man. The local priest asked her who the father was. She had no answer. She told them, finally, about a visitor in her sleep, a figure of light who came and left no trace. The priests called it a demon. The mother called it a mystery. The boy was born quiet, with gray eyes that seemed to know. They named him Merlin. In time, the world would call him Merlin. He did not cry as other children cried. By his 2nd year, he was speaking. By his 5th, he saw things that had not yet happened. He told his mother once that the rain that day would stop before noon. It did. He told her a sheep would be lost in the high meadow. It was. The neighbors began to keep their distance. They did not yet know his name in the south. Word travels in a small country. The boy with gray eyes who knew the weather, who finished sentences his mother had only thought, who slept very little and watched the dark. His mother loved him. She also feared him a little, the way you might fear a small wild bird that came to live in your hands. She did not always know what to say to him. Footsteps echo through stone passages of a small convent. The other women whispered when she passed. They had agreed, by silent vote, that the boy was strange. They did not say cursed. They did not say blessed. They said strange. The boy did not seem lonely. He did not seem to need other children. He went instead into the hills. He listened to the wind. He talked to ravens. The ravens, the local folk swore, talked back. One of the ravens, the oldest people said, was no raven at all. It was the world watching back. The boy had a way of catching its eye. The boy was already learning, and no one had taught him a thing. There were nights when he could not sleep. He would walk barefoot to the door and stand looking at the mountains. The world had so much to say to him, and most of it was waiting to happen. His mother knew, though she would not say. She had seen the same look in her own father, who had been called Fae by the river people. The gift skipped and landed where it would. It had landed here. When the boy was 7, an old man came down from the hills. He carried a long staff. His beard was already gray. He had heard, even there, of the child with knowing eyes. He stood at the cottage door. He did not knock. He waited until the boy himself opened it. The boy looked up at him without surprise. The two of them, somehow, had been expecting each other. "You are coming with me," the old man said. He did not say it like a command. He said it like a small kindness, offered to a traveler who has been on the road a long time. The boy nodded. His mother kissed his forehead. She did not weep, though she wanted to. She had known this morning was coming since the day he was born. She watched them walk up the hill until they were small. The path went up into mist. It went past stones older than the country. It went past a spring where the water was cold even in summer. The old man said nothing for a long time. The boy was content with that. At last they came to a small hut of stone and turf. Smoke rose from a hole in the roof. Bundles of herbs hung drying outside the door. "This is where you'll learn to listen," the old man said. Inside there was a single low cot, a hearth, a small wooden table, and a great many books. Real books, Welsh and Latin, and something older still. The boy did not yet know how rare books were here. The first lesson was not magic. It was silence. The second lesson was not magic either. It was naming. By the end of the first year, the boy knew the name of every tree on the hillside, and what each one was for. The third lesson took longer. It was watching. He sat on a rock in all weathers and watched the same valley for a year. By the end of it, he could tell when the rain would come by the tilt of the grass. He learned to see what was already there. That, the old druid told him, is the whole of it. Magic is not making something appear. It is finally noticing what has been waiting to be seen. Picture this. The old druid said one night, "You are a candle. The valley is the room. Notice the corners that are dark, and notice how the light reaches them anyway." The boy closed his eyes. He felt the room around him. He felt the hill the room was on. He felt the country the hill was in. He felt, for one quiet second, the curve of the earth itself. When he opened his eyes, the old druid was watching him with something like sadness. "You felt it," he said. The boy nodded. "Then you understand," the old man said, "why you cannot stay here forever. Some are made for hills. Some are made for kings." The old man had been one of the first. The boy, he had known from the beginning, would be one of the second. The world would come for him soon. Stay with this. The boy he is now becomes the man you know. Every choice from here on shapes a kingdom. The mountain hut will not last, but the listening will. They lived this way for 6 years. By the time the boy was 13, he had read every book in the hut. He had set bones. He had named the constellations. He had watched a child come into the world, and an old man go out of it. 3 days pass before the old druid speaks of leaving. The boy is mending a torn cloak by the fire when the old man finally says it. "There is a king in the south," he says. "A bad one. He has heard your name." Vortigern had been a warlord, then a regent, then a king. He had taken the crown by stealing it. The old kings had been killed. The new king's tower would not stand. He needed a sacrifice. He had heard there was one to find. His tower had risen by day and fallen by night, 3 times. The stones cracked from beneath, as if pushed up by something hidden. His advisors told him a fatherless boy's blood would steady the foundation. They believed it. He wanted to. The advisors had asked, "Where will we find such a boy?" One of them had heard a story from the north. A nun's son in Wales, no man as father. The advisors smiled. They thought it would be easy. The old druid told the boy this without softening. He had never softened anything. The boy listened with that same calm gray gaze and asked one question. "Will I die?" The old man considered and answered, "Not today." The riders came 2 days later. 6 men in scaled leather, one in a captain's red cloak. They knew exactly which hut. The old druid stood at the door. The boy stood beside him. He did not hide. The captain dismounted. He looked at the small boy with the unsettling gray eyes. He looked at the old man with the long staff. "We have come for the child," he said. The old man bowed his head just once and stepped aside. "You are not afraid?" the captain asked. The boy's voice was clear and quiet. "I know what is going to happen," he said. "It does not require my fear." The captain did not reply. He had been promised a sacrifice. He had been given something else. The old druid bent close and said one thing into the boy's ear. The boy nodded. He did not turn back. He climbed onto the captain's horse. The riders rode south. The old man watched them disappear into the mist. They rode for 3 days. They slept on the road. The captain found himself, against his orders, treating the boy with strange care. Bread first. The drier place by the fire. He did not understand it. The boy did, and said nothing. On the 3rd day they came to the King's Hill. Vortigern's tower foundation. The trench was muddy with 3 days of rain. The fallen stones lay where they had fallen. The king himself stood at the rim of the pit, looking down. The captain dismounted. He helped the boy down himself. He turned to the king. "My lord, we have brought him." Vortigern turned. He looked at the boy. He had expected someone smaller or larger, anything but this. The king's chief advisor stepped forward. "My lord, the rite must be performed at sunset. The blood will steady the foundation." He had practiced the words. He had not practiced what to do if the child looked back at him. "Before you cut my throat," the boy said clearly, "shall I tell you why your tower keeps falling?" The advisor stopped. The king lifted his chin. The wind shifted. Even the rain seemed for a moment to wait. Vortigern's mouth opened. He had not expected speech from a boy he intended to bury. Now there was speech. Worse, there was sense in it. He glanced at his advisor. The advisor looked at the ground. "Speak then," the king said. He tried to make it sound like a command. It sounded instead like a man asking for help. The boy stepped to the edge of the pit. He pointed down into the dark water at the bottom. "Your tower falls," the boy said, "because you are building it on water. And under the water, 2 things sleep. They do not want your tower. They want each other." Vortigern looked down. He saw only black water. He looked back at the boy. The boy did not look at him. The boy was still looking at what no one else could see. "Drain it," the king said hoarsely. "Drain the pit." The Britons of those years did not have wizards in the way later stories tell. They had bards and druids and seers, men and women who listened deeply and remembered everything, and sometimes spoke truth no one wanted to hear. They were not feared exactly. They were respected the way you respect the river that floods. You spoke to them politely. You listened when they spoke. You did not always do what they said, but you remembered who had warned you. Merlin was made of this older lineage and something else. The hermit had taught him the listening. The mother had given him the strange gift. He was, as the Welsh would later say, between worlds. Most prophets are. There is a name in Old Welsh for what he was. Onid, the one carrying inspiration. The breath that comes in from elsewhere and uses your throat to speak. It does not always tell you what you would rather hear. This is the world Merlin was born into. Half Roman ruin, half older song. A land that had forgotten and remembered itself in the same breath. A land that needed a voice to call it back, even one as small as his. Back at the King's Hill, the workmen had been digging since dawn. The pit was nearly dry. The dark pool had become a shallow, muddy bowl. And in the center of the bowl, 2 long shapes lay still asleep in the wet clay. The king fell to his knees at the rim. He had built his tower on top of dragons. He had not believed the boy. He had drained the pit only to be sure of his own fear. Now he was sure. The boy stepped to the edge again. He looked down at the dragons. He looked at the king. He spoke gently now, the way you speak to a frightened animal. "They will wake soon. Stay back from the edge." As if his voice had been the cue, The red dragon stirred. It opened one slow eye. The eye was the color of a forge before the iron melts. The pale dragon stirred too. Its eye was the color of a frozen winter pond. They did not roar. They simply uncoiled. The pit suddenly seemed too small for them. The men on the rim stepped back without being told. Only the boy stayed where he was. He was the only one not surprised. The two dragons looked at each other across the pit. They had been sleeping there a long time. Long enough to forget almost the old quarrel. Now, in the open air, they remembered. The boy began to speak. His voice was not a child's voice anymore. It came from somewhere older. It came through him the way wind comes through a door left open. He was not making the words. He was lending them his throat. The red dragon, he said, is the people of this land. The pale dragon is the invader come from across the sea. They will fight. The pale will win the first battle. The red will win in the end. But it will take a long time. He did not stop speaking. He named kings yet unborn. He named battles yet unfought. He named the rise of a young king with a sword in his name. He named, though no one understood it then, a round table. The vision broke. The boy swayed. He nearly fell into the pit. The captain caught him. Vortigern, still kneeling, looked up at this small figure in muddy rain and said the words that would seal his own fate. "You are not lying." Vortigern stood slowly. He had been a warlord and a regent and a king. Now he was something smaller. He had heard his ending in a boy's voice. He took the iron crown from his head and looked at it as if for the first time. The king said, "Pay his mother in gold. Pay the old man in the hills more. Build my tower somewhere else. Or do not build it. The dragons can keep this hill." The boy was given a dry cloak. He was given a horse of his own this time. The captain rode beside him personally back into the hills. They did not speak for the first day. The captain finally said, "You saved my king's life." "No," the boy said. "I told him a true thing. He saved his own life by listening to it. That is the only kind of saving anyone can do." The captain rode in thoughtful silence for a long time after that. When they reached the hut, the old druid was sitting outside on a stone bench. He looked up and smiled, just barely. "You came back," he said. "I told you I would," the boy answered. "You told me I might," the old man corrected. The captain stayed one night. He sat by the fire with the old druid and the boy and ate plain barley stew. He had been a soldier all his life. He had never sat in a place this quiet. He told them so. "You could stay," the old man said. The captain shook his head slowly. "My king will need me, even more now that he knows the truth. The truth makes a king harder to follow. But it makes him worth following." The boy nodded as if he understood. He left at sunrise. He left the dappled gray horse behind. He told the boy, "You'll need this when they come for you again." Then he rode south alone. They would meet again. The boy already knew it. After that day, news of the boy spread fast. They began to call him the seer of the Saxon shore. They began to call him the boy who told Vortigern the truth. They began, sometimes, to call him by the name his mother had whispered. Merlin. He went on living in the hills. He went on listening. He helped the local people in small ways. He set a broken arm. He spoke gently to a woman whose son had not come back from the sea. He read the sky. He did not call any of this magic. Somewhere along these years, his beard came in. His shoulders broadened. His voice deepened. The boy with gray eyes became a young man with gray eyes. He was no longer Merlin. He was Merlin. The name fit him better. It always had. One winter, the old druid did not come back inside before the snow began. The boy, now a young man, found him asleep on the stone bench outside the hut. The old man's hand was wrapped around his staff. The staff was warm. The hand was not. The young man buried his teacher under the rowan tree behind the hut. He said the older words. He spoke them carefully. The wind came down the hillside and listened, then moved on. Some of the things he said were not in any book. He took the old man's staff for his own. He took the books. He took the small leather pouch of herbs and bones the old man had carried. He left almost everything else. He closed the wooden door of the hut. He did not lock it. He walked south, down out of the hills, past the ruined Roman watchtowers, past the half-empty market towns, past the river where the old druid had once shown him how to read the surface of moving water. He did not stop walking for many days. He came at last to a wide plain where 7 great stones stood in a half-finished ring. The plain was empty. The grass was tall. The wind moved across it like the breath of a sleeping thing. He understood at once what was supposed to happen here. People in the south had been trying to raise this circle for a long time. They had failed every spring. The stones were too heavy. The earth at this place was strange. They needed someone who could speak to the earth in its own language. Merlin walked into their camp at sunset. They saw a tall young man with gray, streaked dark hair and a long oak staff. They saw the silver brooch at his throat. They saw the calm in his eyes. The leader of the laborers stood up. "You are the seer of the Saxon shore," the leader said. It was not a question. "I am only Merlin," the young man answered. "But yes, I think I can lift your stones." The leader did not laugh. He had seen what he had seen. That night he walked among the standing stones alone. He laid one hand on each. He listened. The stones told him their names. The earth told him where it ached. By dawn, he knew exactly where the next stone would go. This was the beginning of the public work of Merlin. He was no longer the boy at the king's pit. He was a man with stones to lift, kingdoms to shape, a destiny that the dragons had named for him in a muddy trench, and many years yet to walk. He set down his staff at sunrise and began. While Merlin worked on the stones, a younger brother of Vortigern's enemies was crossing the sea. He came in a small ship with a small band. He had been raised in Brittany. His name was Uther. He carried a dragon banner. He landed on the southern coast at dawn. He had 200 men with him. He had a claim to the throne, a thirst for revenge, and a face that the soldiers of the country found, against their will, easy to follow. Vortigern heard the news in his hall. He had been a frightened man for some time now. He had begun to drink heavily. He had begun to dream of muddy red trenches. He told no one. The dreams were already enough. Lightning shakes the southern hills. The new king's army marched fast. They took 3 small forts in 3 days. Local lords who had hated Vortigern came to Uther's banner. By the end of the 2nd week, the campaign was almost over. Vortigern fled north. He took refuge in a wooden hill, fort by a river. He sent for his last advisors. They did not come. He sent for his old captain, the one with the red cloak. The captain did come. He stood in the doorway and did not bow. "You owe me your life," Vortigern said. The captain was quiet for a long moment. Then he answered, "No, my lord. I owe a boy in the hills my life. You owe him yours. He has not come to collect. I will not collect for him." The captain rode away. Vortigern sat alone in his small wooden hall. He had once been a warlord. He had once been a king. He had once been a man who could be afraid and still act. None of those things were true any longer. 3 days later, Uther's men set fire to the wooden walls. Vortigern did not run. He sat in his hall as it burned. He had heard his ending in a boy's voice some time ago. He recognized it now. He did not fight when it came. The lords of the south came to Uther's banner. They knelt. They swore the new oaths. They asked one question first, the same question. Where was the seer of the Saxon shore? Where was Merlin? Could Uther bring him here? Uther had heard, of course. He had heard for years in Brittany. The boy who told the truth in a muddy pit. The young man who could lift stones. He had wondered if they were the same person. He sent the captain to find him. The captain rode west alone. He found Merlin on the plain at the half-built ring of stones. He did not have to ask. He simply rode up and dismounted. The young man and the captain looked at each other for a long, quiet moment. "There is a new king," the captain said. "I know," Merlin said. "He wants to meet you," the captain said. "I know," Merlin said. The captain laughed for the first time in a year. "Of course you do." They rode south together. through old Roman country and new British country, past field crews and small temple ruins and small Christian chapels just being raised in stone. Britain in those years was many things at once. It needed someone who could see all of them. They came to Uther's camp at evening. The dragon banners were up. Cooking fires were lit. Men in chainmail looked up from their work. Some of them stood. Some of them touched their brows. Word had moved faster than the riders. Uther stood waiting outside his tent. He did not bow. Kings did not bow. But he inclined his head, just enough. Merlin returned the gesture exactly. Two men of unusual judgment greeting one another for the first time. The captain smiled to himself. They sat together that night by Uther's fire. Just the two of them. The captain stood guard at the tent flap and listened to nothing in particular. The king and the wizard talked for a long time. Most of it was, surprisingly, not about the future. Uther asked the wizard about the captain, about the old druid, about the boy in the muddy pit. He listened. He did not interrupt. He laughed once. He fell quiet for a long time after that. Some kings listen for what they can use. Uther listened for what he could trust. "I will need you near me," Uther said at last. "Not as a servant, not as a slave, as a counselor. You will tell me when I am wrong. I will sometimes hate you for it. I will not punish you for it." Merlin considered. Then he answered, quietly, "Yes." From that night on, Merlin was at Uther's side. Not always. He came and went. Sometimes he walked off into the hills for weeks. Sometimes he was at the king's elbow in council. The lords adjusted. They did not always like it. They knew he was right too often. 5 years pass. Britain settles, more or less. There are still raids. There are still small wars. But there is a king again. There is a counselor who tells the king truths. There is a captain who watches them both. There is something almost like peace. In those years, Merlin finished the stone ring. He raised the last great trelithon at sunrise. The laborers wept. They had not known how much they had wanted to see it stand. Some things are easier to want once you've seen them whole. Then came the year that Uther saw Igraine. She was the wife of a Duke of Cornwall. She was, in the polite language of the chronicles, beautiful. In the more honest language of the chronicles, she was dangerous to look at. Uther looked. Igraine did not look back. She was a faithful wife. She was a thoughtful person. She was also no fool. She saw the king's eyes on her. She felt the room tighten. She told her husband, quietly, that they should leave at dawn. They did leave. Gorlois took her home to the cliffs of Cornwall, to a fortress called Tintagel, a black slate castle on a sea, rock connected to the mainland by a thin stone bridge. He sealed the gates. He thought that was enough. It was not enough. Uther rode west. He brought an army with him. He laid siege to Cornwall. He could not take the cliff fortress, but he had Gorlois and his men inside. He had Igraine inside, and he was not himself anymore. Merlin came to him at midnight. He did not pretend he did not know what was happening. He did not approve. He did not condemn. He sat on a folding stool across from his king and waited until the king spoke first. "Help me," Uther said finally. The wizard did not answer at once. "Help you do what?" he said. "You know what," Uther said. "I want to hear you say it," Merlin said. The king said it, in plain words. The wizard listened. Merlin spoke at last. He said the magic was possible. He said the cost would be very high. He said the child that came of this night would be a king greater than Uther had ever been. He said the price for that child was Uther's first true honor. Uther said yes anyway. Some men can hear a true price and still pay it. Some men can hear a true price and stop. Most can do one or the other. Uther was already across the line. He had been across it for some weeks now. That night Merlin worked an old enchantment. He gave Uther the appearance of Gorlois. He gave him the duke's voice, his beard, his stride. The wizard did not feel proud. He felt a slow tightness, low in his chest. The story had to go this way. He still did not have to like it. 3 days passed before Merlin speaks again. Igraine, deceived, opened the gates of Tintagel that night. Gorlois had ridden out to fight on the mainland. He died in the same hour, by chance or by something deeper. Igraine was, by morning, a widow who did not yet know it. She learned at dawn. She did not weep. She did not eat. She sat at her window facing the sea for a full day. She knew already that she had been deceived. She did not yet know who. The truth would come slowly. She would not forgive easily. She had not been raised to. Uther came back to her openly within the week. He did not pretend nothing had happened. He told her, at her own request, the truth. He told her about the wizard. He did not look away while he told her. She did not look away while she listened. She married him. Not in love, not yet. She married him because she was carrying his child, because the country was watching, because she had been, after long thought, a queen all her life and knew the difference between a wedding and a story. The wedding was first. The story would come later. She bore the child in the spring. A boy, small, strong, quiet eyes already. Merlin came up the stair himself. Igraine looked at him with a face that asked nothing and said nothing. She handed him the baby without a word. She had been told by Uther what would happen. Igraine had asked for one thing: to name him before he went. She had decided on a name from her own family, from the cliffs of Cornwall, an old name that meant bear. She whispered it into the small ear, Arthur. The boy would never remember her saying it. The world would. Merlin carried the baby down to the courtyard. The captain was waiting with 2 horses. They rode east through the night. Merlin held the small bundle against his chest beneath his cloak. The baby did not cry. He never cried much, this one. They came at dawn to a small manor in the hills. The lord of the manor was a kind man named Hector. His wife was kind too. They had a young son already, a boy of 4 named Kay. Hector knew Merlin was coming. He had been told by letter, only the smallest part. Merlin handed the bundle to Hector's wife in the kitchen. He told them only that the boy was the son of someone who could not raise him. He told them the boy must be loved as a brother to their own son, and a son to them. He told them the boy's name, Arthur. Merlin spent only a single afternoon at the manor. He told the family no more than they needed. He left them with a small leather pouch of coin, an even smaller pouch of herbs for the baby's first months, and a single quiet promise: I will return when he is 16. That night Merlin and the captain rode west again. Neither spoke for a long time. The captain finally said, You have just changed everything. Merlin nodded. Yes, he said. Was it worth it? The captain asked. Ask me in 17 years, Merlin said. Igraine, in her grief, became a queen. She and Uther came in time to a kind of love. Not the love of stories. The love of 2 people who have done a hard thing together and decided to bear it together too. They had 2 daughters after Arthur. The daughters stayed. One of those daughters was Morgan. She watched her mother. She watched her father. She watched the world tighten around her older brother, whom she would meet only as an adult. She remembered everything. She forgave none of it. She would learn magic on her own. While the daughters grew, Arthur grew too, in a different country. Hector and his wife loved him as their own. Kay treated him as a brother, sometimes well, sometimes badly, the way brothers do. Arthur did not know he was a king's son. He thought he was a small boy from a small manor. He was happy. Time and place pause for a moment in the center of this story. Uther is aging fast. Igraine watches him fail. The captain is older now, his beard nearly white. Merlin, somewhere in the hills again, walks the old paths and waits for a year he has known about for a long time. Uther died in the autumn of Arthur's 15th year. He died in his own bed, with Igraine beside him. He died without naming an hair openly. The lords gathered. They expected a war. Merlin came down out of the hills the next morning. He had something else in mind. Stay with this. The boy in the meadow. The dying king in the bed. The wizard walking down out of the hills. They are about to meet in a churchyard. The story has been waiting on this for 16 years. Merlin had set a stone in the churchyard yard the night Uther died. He had set a sword in the stone. He had set words on the stone. Whoever pulls this sword from this stone is the rightful king of Britain. The lords had laughed at first. Then they had tried. Then they had stopped laughing. Many tried. None of the great names of Britain could move the iron. The lords accused each other of cheating. Some accused Merlin of trickery. Merlin only watched. He had work to do once a year. He waited. There is a question buried in every old British story. Are we free or are we written? The Welsh and the Cornish gave a strange answer. They said both. They said your fate is real. They said your choices inside it are real too. They said wisdom is learning the difference. A prophet who sees the future does not see a wall. A prophet who sees the future sees a long winding road. He sees the bends. He sees the place a traveler will stop to rest. He sees, sometimes, the place a traveler will fall. He cannot lift the traveler. He can only walk beside. For Merlin, the seer's burden was not knowing what would happen. The seer's burden was knowing why it had to. And still, knowing all of that, choosing kindness in the small moments where kindness was still possible. Most of his life, that is what he chose. The Britons of those years did not have a clean word for fate. They had several. They had the word that meant the river that runs through everything. They had the word that meant the song already being sung. They had the word that meant the path your feet have already begun to make. This is the world Merlin moved through. Not a world where nothing could be changed. Not a world where everything was free. A world where wisdom was, finally, the courage to walk a path you could see clearly, and to be kind on the way. The story comes back to the churchyard. The lords have failed at the sword for the third day. They are arguing now. They are accusing each other. Merlin watches and says nothing. He is waiting for a particular boy to ride into the yard with a particular older brother who needs a sword. Arthur was 16 now, tall for his age. Sandy hair past the jaw, strong from work, quiet, curious. He had ridden into town with his older brother Kay for Kay to compete in the great winter tournament. Kay had forgotten his sword at the inn. Kay said, "Brother, ride back to the inn and fetch my sword." Arthur turned his horse, willingly enough. Halfway there, he passed the churchyard. He saw the great stone. He saw the iron sword. He had not heard the news yet. He thought, simply and practically, that this would do. He could borrow this sword for his brother and return it after the day's fighting. He did not know about the words on the stone. He did not know what he was about to do. He dismounted and walked into the churchyard. He stood before the stone. He read the carved words slowly. He was a country boy. He had been taught his letters but not yet his pride. He read the words again. Then he reached up and put both hands on the hilt of the sword anyway. He needed it for his brother. He pulled. The sword came out as if it had been resting in soft sand the whole time. He did not register what had just happened. He thanked the stone. Politely. He walked back to his horse. He rode back toward the tournament with the sword in his hand. Kay saw the sword first. Kay knew what it was. Kay did not say so right away. Kay was, like most people, briefly tempted to lie. He started to tell their father, Hector, that he had drawn the sword. The lie did not last long. He could not look his father in the eye while saying it. Hector took both his sons aside. He asked Kay quietly. Kay told the truth. Hector knelt then to Arthur. He set the sword across his palms. He told Arthur, gently, that he was not Hector's son. He had been brought to them as a baby, by a man with gray eyes. Arthur did not understand. He did not yet have the words for what he was hearing. He looked at the sword. He looked at his father, the only father he had ever known, kneeling in the snow. He said, "You are my father." Hector said, "I have been. I will be. But I am not your blood." They returned to the churchyard. The lords were still arguing. Hector spoke first. He told them what had happened. They did not believe him. They told the boy to put the sword back into the stone. They told him to draw it out again, before all of them. Arthur did. He drew it again. The lords went still. One by one they tried again themselves. None of them could move it. Arthur returned, set both hands on the hilt, and drew it out a third time, just to settle the matter. The lords stopped arguing. The country had a king. None of them yet liked it. Merlin walked to the boy. The lords parted. Some bowed, some did not. Merlin looked at this tall, sandy-haired 16-year-old he had carried as a baby through a winter night 16 years ago. He had not seen him since. He saw, in a moment every year between. "I knew your father," Merlin said. "You will know him too. Not the way most sons do. But you will know who you came from. You came from love that was complicated. You came from a woman who was strong. You came from a man who was trying. You will be more than either of them." Arthur said only, "Will you stay?" Merlin smiled at that, a real smile rare from him. "For as long as I am useful," he said. "And then a little longer. Past my own usefulness. You will get sick of me before I leave. But I will leave when it is time." That night Arthur slept in the Lord's Hall in the town. Merlin slept on a wooden bench by the door, oak staff across his lap. He did not actually sleep. He sat and watched the boy breathe. He had been waiting 16 years for this watch. He took it seriously. In the morning, the lords gathered again. Some had still not accepted the boy. Some had ridden away in the night to organize their own claim. Merlin had expected this. He told the boy. He told him that part of being a true king was knowing who would not love him for it. Some say the captain returned that day, his beard now nearly white, and stood as Arthur's first sworn man. Some say he had never left. Some say he simply walked into the hall, knelt without a word, and put both his hands on the boy's. Whatever happened, he was the first. Other lords followed slowly. Some never did. The country split. Half the great houses came to Arthur's banner, half held back, watching. War would come. It always did. Merlin walked the halls in those weeks and looked very tired. The price he had foreseen was beginning to come due. Stay with this. It matters before the end. The boy with the sword is a boy first. He is afraid sometimes. He cries sometimes. He is not yet the king of legend. He is a 16-year-old whose entire life changed in one snowy morning. The wizard is teaching him how to be both at once. Merlin began to take him into the country. They rode together. They camped at small farms. They sat at the fires of country folk. The boy learned to listen. The boy learned to ask. The wizard taught him as the old druid had once taught Merlin himself. By naming. By watching. The boy asked the wizard one night, by the dying coals, "Is it always going to feel this heavy?" Merlin considered carefully. "No," he said. "Some nights are quiet. Some nights you'll laugh. There will be friends. There will be a woman you love. There will be victories that taste like what they are. And there will be the heaviness too." "When I was your age," the wizard said, "I had already buried my teacher. I had already lifted the great stones. I was already lonely most of the time. You will be less lonely than I was. That is one of the few things I can promise you." Arthur slept then. Merlin sat awake until dawn, watching the slow turning of the stars. He did not yet tell the boy about the cave. He did not yet tell him about Vivienne. He had a long way to go before he would. There was time. The wizard did not yet hurry. The first of Arthur's wars came in the spring. The old lords came at him with 11 separate armies. They thought a 16-year-old would break at the first charge. Merlin had told the boy what to expect. Arthur did not break. He stood. He fought. He won the first battle by surprise alone. He won the second by tactics. He won the third by sheer endurance. By the 7th, the rebel lords were broken. By the 9th, they were kneeling. By the 12th, the country was, for the first time in his life, a single country. Merlin walked beside him through every camp. They came at last to Camelot. It was not yet a great hall in those days. It was a fortified hill above a slow river. Arthur stood on the hilltop one evening with Merlin beside him. He said, "I want to build something here." Merlin said, "I know. I have seen it." That hilltop would become the great hall. The river would carry stones. The country would lend masons and carpenters. The wizard would draw the plans from a memory of something he had once seen in vision when he was a boy in a muddy pit. The story had begun to braid back on itself. 3 days passed before Arthur asked Merlin about the round table. Merlin had drawn it on the plan. Merlin had not yet said why. The boy asked, "Why round? A long table seats more." Merlin smiled. "Because around a long table, someone is always at the head. I do not want that for you." Arthur considered this a long time. Then he asked, "And me? Where do I sit?" Merlin said, "You sit anywhere. The seat does not make the king. The kingship makes the seat. They will know which one is yours by where you choose to put your shoulders." 3 years passed while Camelot rose, stone by stone, beam by beam. By the time Arthur was 19, the great round table had been brought up the hill on a long ox cart, set in place, and surrounded by rough, hewn oak chairs. The hall was raw still. It was already a story. Arthur was 19 when he first sat at his round table with all his lords. The captain was there, white, bearded now, sword across his lap. Merlin was there, oak staff leaning against his chair. Each lord had a seat and none had the head. The country watched. The country liked it. But before any of this could be fully celebrated, there was one more piece of the boy king's story that had to be set in place. The iron sword from the stone was a king's sword. It was not yet his sword. Merlin told him so one morning. Arthur trusted that completely by then. They rode west the same day. They came in 3 days to a hidden mountain valley. The valley was thick with old oaks and silent of birds. Inside the valley, a still lake. The lake was the color of slate at first, then silver as the morning rose. It did not move. Even the wind seemed to step around it. "Whose lake is this?" Arthur asked quietly. He could feel the place. Merlin answered, "A lady's. I have not met her in many years. She remembers me. Walk to the shore. Hold out your hand. Wait." The boy did. The wizard stayed back. He did not want to interrupt. A small wind moved across the lake. The mist parted in the middle of the water. From the smooth surface, slowly, a single hand rose. It was a woman's hand. It was the color of pale river stone. It was holding, raised to the morning, the most beautiful sword Arthur had ever seen. Arthur stepped into the shallow water without thinking. He waded to the hand. He did not speak. He took the sword gently, the way you take something offered. The hand sank slowly back into the lake. The mist closed. The lake was still again. He had a name for the sword in his mouth before he knew where it came from. Excalibur. He waded back to shore with Excalibur in his hand. Merlin was waiting at the tree line. The wizard's face was steadier than Arthur had ever seen it. "This is the sword that will hold the country," Merlin said. "The other was the sword that proved you. You will need both. They are not the same." They rode back to Camelot. Word ran ahead of them, as it always did. By the time they reached the gates, the captain stood in the courtyard with the lords. Arthur drew the new sword. He held it up. The blade caught the high noon sun like a struck bell. Even the iron-bound men gasped. That night, Camelot held its first true feast. The hall was warm. The round table was full. Voices rose and laughed. The captain told a story about Uther that everyone had heard before, and they all listened anyway. Arthur sat among his lords, not at their head. He felt, for one quiet moment, what peace might mean. Merlin sat at the round table too. He watched the boy he had carried through a winter night now seated as a man among his lords. He let himself smile. Then he saw something at the very edge of vision. A shape passing the high arched window. A hooded shape. A shape he knew. He turned, but it was already gone. He did not say anything to Arthur that night. The boy was happy. Let him be happy. Tomorrow the wizard would walk the high battlements alone. Tomorrow, he would begin to plan for what was coming. The boy had become a king. The country had become a country. And the next chapter of the story had just looked through a window. It had a name. It would not wait. The morning after the great feast came too quickly for the wizard. The hall was still warm. The kitchen still smelled of roast. The boy, king, slept deeply for the first time in months. Merlin had not slept at all. He stood on the battlements and waited for the dawn to come. The captain found him there at sunrise. The old soldier was carrying 2 wooden cups of hot herbal tea. He set one on the battlement next to the wizard. He did not speak. He had been with Merlin a long time. He knew when to say nothing. "You saw something last night," the captain said finally. Merlin did not look at him. "Yes," he said. "I have been seeing it for some time." The captain considered this. "Bad?" he asked. Merlin almost smiled. "No, just inevitable." "A woman?" the captain asked. He had been watching Merlin a long time. He had a guess. Merlin allowed himself a small dry laugh. "2 women. In fact," he said, "different women. Different weights. The first will become the second eventually. Not because she wants to. Because the world will turn her." "Will you tell the boy?" the captain asked. Merlin shook his head. "Not yet. He has just become a king. He has just had a feast. Let him have a few good months. The bad will come. It always does. It can wait its turn for a little." For the first months of Arthur's reign, the country breathed. The harvests were good. The lords were obedient, mostly. The young king was loved, mostly. Word of Camelot reached as far as Brittany and the islands. People came to look at the king, who sat anywhere at his round table. Knights came too. They came alone, on foot, on horseback. They came with stories of monsters slain. They came with stories of mistakes regretted. They came hoping for a seat at the round table. Arthur listened to all of them. He did not turn many away. The captain quietly tested each one before they took a seat. One of the first to come was Sir Kay, Arthur's foster brother. The same Kay who had once tried to lie about the sword. He came expecting nothing. He had not forgiven himself. Arthur stood up at the round table when he saw him, walked the full distance, and embraced him. Other knights followed. Sir Bedivere, who would be there at the end. Sir Gawain, with his famous quick temper and his quicker laugh. Sir Lancelot, who came across the sea from Brittany, and would in time become the king's closest friend and the queen's deepest sorrow. Each was given a seat. Each was given a place. Stay with this. The story has been gathering for hours. The next chapter is about to bring in 2 figures who will change everything. The story is patient. So is the wizard. He will not warn the boy until he must. He will let the warm hall be warm a little longer. One late autumn morning, a rider arrived at the gate of Camelot. A messenger from Cornwall. He carried a letter from Igraine, the Queen Mother. She was old now. She had never come to court. She had never wanted to. She had heard her son was a man and a king. She wanted to meet him at last. Arthur read the letter twice. He looked across the round table at Merlin. The wizard nodded once. The king said simply, "My mother is coming, with my younger sisters. Make ready." He went outside to walk the battlements alone for an hour. Merlin let him. Igraine arrived 2 weeks later. Her hair was silver now. Her dark blue gown was simple and old. She walked into the great hall on the arm of an older woman attendant. 2 daughters walked behind her. The younger was named Morgause. The older was named Morgan. She was 25 years old. Arthur stood up. He walked the long distance across the hall to her, just as he had with Kay. He knelt and took her hand. He did not yet know what to say. He had been told he was her son 16 years late. He had a face full of questions and no rehearsed words. Igraine answered without words. She lifted his face with her free hand. She looked at him for a long moment. She found the small piece of her own face in his mouth and her own father's face in his eyes. She nodded once, satisfied. "You will do," she said softly. The 2 younger sisters were introduced. Morgause was warm. She liked her brother at once. She told a small joke. She made him laugh. Morgan stepped forward second. She did not laugh. She inclined her head with perfect courtesy. Her amber eyes were intelligent and very still. She looked at Arthur, and then, briefly, at Merlin. Their eyes met across the hall. The wizard inclined his head, just a fraction. Morgan inclined hers, exactly the same fraction. 2 people who recognized each other instantly without ever having met. The captain, watching, felt the temperature of the room drop 2 degrees. He looked at Merlin. Merlin's face did not change at all. Igraine and her daughters stayed at Camelot for the winter. Arthur grew close to Morgause quickly. With Morgan, things were slower. Polite, careful. They walked the gardens together. They spoke of small things. He liked her. He sensed, faintly, that he should not entirely trust her. He could not say why. Morgan, for her part, watched everything. She watched the way the lords spoke around Merlin. She watched the way the captain stood by the king's chair. She watched the way Arthur received messengers. She was learning. She had been learning all her life. She was beginning to want particular things. Merlin and Morgan met privately one evening, in the small herb garden behind the kitchens. He had wanted to take her measure. She had wanted, just as much, to take his. They sat across from each other on a low stone bench. They spoke quietly. The conversation was civil. It was also exact. She asked if he had been the wizard who arranged her father's deception of her mother. He answered, simply, yes. She asked if he had ever been ashamed of it. He answered, slowly, no. He had been sorry. Sorry was not the same thing. She had not expected so much honesty. She did not enjoy it. She asked him if he would teach her, the way he had taught the captain, the way he was teaching the boy king. He looked at her for a long, quiet time. Then he said, some of it. Not all of it. Some things you should not learn yet, if at all. She inclined her head. They both understood. He taught her after that in the herb garden some afternoons. The names of plants, the reading of weather, the small quiet acts of healing. Nothing dangerous, nothing prophetic. She was a good student. She was also, the wizard knew, learning more elsewhere. He did not stop her. He could not have. She returned to Cornwall in the spring, with her sister and her mother. She came back to Camelot every summer after that. She had her own household by 27. She had servants. She had visitors. She had, increasingly, her own books. The books were not all from places the wizard would have approved. Merlin saw, in scattered visions over those years, what Morgan would in time become: a sorceress, a rival, sometimes an enemy, sometimes a strange ally. He saw her wound her brother. He saw her save him too, once in a way he did not fully understand. He did not fight her future. He shaped what he could. He let go of the rest. It was that same summer that the second figure arrived. She came not to Camelot first, but to a small hillside spring deep in the Welsh forest. A young woman of perhaps 20, slender, pale, long black hair often damp, eyes the color of pale spring leaves, bare feet. Her name, she said, was Viviane. She had come up alone out of the lakes. She did not tell anyone where exactly she had come from. She had been told, by her own people, to find the wizard. She had been told he had something he needed to give. She had been told this was the year. She had walked very far. Merlin felt her arrival the way you feel the change in weather just before a thunderstorm. Far away, unmistakable. He was sitting in the round table hall of Camelot when it happened. He stood up suddenly. The lords looked at him. He said only, "I have to ride." He left the same hour. 3 days. He ate little. He slept less. The captain wanted to come. Merlin had refused him gently. Some things you did not bring a captain to. He found the spring at the end of the 3rd day. He found her sitting on a flat stone beside the water. She had been waiting all afternoon. He dismounted at the edge of the clearing. They looked at each other for a long, quiet moment. He had been seeing her in vision for 30 years. She had been hearing of him in song her whole life. They were both, suddenly, no longer abstract to each other. Some part of the wizard's heart, very old and very quiet, lifted just slightly. The story had reached its second turning. It would not be quite the same again. He sat down across from her on the moss. Neither of them spoke for some time. The water of the spring made the only sound. A single thrush called once from the canopy. The wizard's old steady heart had taken the shape of an open hand. "You are the wizard," she said finally. Her voice was softer than he had imagined and more direct. "I am," he said. "You have been waiting for me," she said. "I have," he said. "Are you afraid of me?" she asked. He considered. "No," he said. "I love what you will be. That is harder." She had not expected so plain an answer. She had been raised by people who spoke in riddles. She found, sitting across from him on the moss, that she liked plain answers. They surprised her. They softened her just slightly. They were not, she sensed already, going to keep her gentle. He asked her where she had come from. She told him about the lakes, about the lady who had raised her there, about the long pale corridors of the people under the water. She used a word for them that was very old. She had never spoken it aloud to a non-lake person before. He understood it. She asked him in turn where he had come from. He told her about Wales, about the old hermit, about Vortigern's pit, about Uther's long siege, about a small boy carried through a snowy night. He had not told this story to anyone in many years. It came out simpler than he expected. It was almost dusk by the time he had finished. They stayed quiet a long time after. The thrush called again. Somewhere far up the slope, a deer moved. Vivienne finally said, "Will you teach me?" Merlin's eyes did not waver. "Yes," he said. "I will teach you everything. It is what I have been waiting to do." They stayed at the spring that night. They built a small fire of dry oak. They shared the bread he had carried in his saddle pack. She showed him a small stone she carried that warmed when held. He showed her a small carved bone that listened when held. Two old students of small things, finding each other at last. They rode back to Camelot together 2 days later. The captain saw them first, riding up the long slope. He saw the wizard's face. The wizard's face had not looked like that in 20 years. The captain felt something shift, low in his chest, and he was not sure if it was joy or fear. It was probably both. Arthur was less surprised than the captain. He had grown to read the wizard well. He stood at the door of the great hall and embraced Merlin warmly, then turned to Vivienne and bowed exactly the right amount. He had been raised by Hector. He knew how to make a guest welcome. He liked her at once, so did she him. She stayed at Camelot through the summer. She stayed through the autumn. She stayed through the winter. She had her own small chamber. She walked the gardens with Merlin in the mornings. She sat at the round table some nights, at his right hand. The lords adjusted, again. They had been adjusting for years. He began her lessons at the spring in the woods every week. They rode out together. They sat by the same flat stone. He taught her the names of plants. He taught her the names of stones. He taught her the older names of stars. He taught her, slowly, the listening. She learned faster than he expected. She came to him one evening with a small leather journal. She had been writing in it. She showed it to him. The pages held neat columns of plant names, stone names, star names. She had also begun, at the back, to write something else, older symbols. Symbols he had not yet taught her. She had picked them up somehow. He looked at the symbols. He recognized them. He had not used them in many years. They were not dangerous exactly. They were powerful. They were also, in his life, the symbols of binding. He looked up at her. She was watching him calmly. She had known he would notice. She had wanted him to. He did not refuse. He did not warn her. He simply said, "These are old. These are real. We can begin to look at them slowly. But first you have to tell me why you are interested." She thought about it for a long moment. She said, "Because I do not want to be afraid of anything." He did not laugh. He did not lecture. He simply nodded. He had heard that answer before, from himself, when he was younger. He understood it. He also knew the cost of it. He decided, in that moment, to begin teaching her the binding symbols anyway. He had not changed his mind in years. He did not change it now. That winter at Camelot was the warmest the wizard had known. The boy, king, ruled well. The captain was healthy. The knights laughed. Vivienne sat at the round table and asked good questions. Merlin watched her every evening and let himself smile, even knowing where it had to end. The lords of Britain had begun to expect a queen for Arthur. The young king did not seem in a hurry. The wizard, asked privately by the captain one night, said only, "She is coming. Her name is Guinevere. The first time he sees her, he will not be able to look away." The captain asked, "Careful. Is that a problem?" Merlin sighed, "In time." The captain did not press. He had stopped pressing the wizard for details years ago. He had learned that some answers come with a weight that helps no one. He nodded slowly. They sat in the quiet for a long time. The captain finally said, "You are happy, Merlin?" The wizard said, "For now."
Yes.
In the spring, Guinevere came to Camelot. She was the daughter of a friendly Western lord. She was 20. She had a clear, honest laugh. She wore plain, pale gowns. She rode well. Arthur, as the wizard had warned, could not entirely look at her without his face going slightly still. The captain noticed. The captain said nothing. They were married in the early summer. The captain led the wedding procession. Merlin stood at the king's right hand. Igraine came up from Cornwall for the wedding. So did Morgan. Morgan watched the bride steadily. The wizard watched Morgan. Vivian watched the wizard. The web began to weave itself a little tighter. The queen settled into Camelot. She was loved at once. Arthur was happy in the small hours of the morning, walking the garden with her. Guinevere and Vivian became friends. Real friends. They walked the same garden in the afternoons. Guinevere did not yet know what Vivian was. She would not have minded. She would have wanted to learn herself. A year passed, then another. Camelot in those years was, the songs would later say, almost too good to be true. Knights came and went on quests. Merchants came from across the sea. Pilgrims came to look at the round table. The captain trained young men at the practice yard. Even the weather was kind. It would not last, it rarely does. Merlin and Vivian rode every 2 weeks to the spring in the woods. He taught her the older symbols slowly. She learned faster than any student he had ever had. By the end of the second year, she was teaching him things. Not from books he had given her. From elsewhere. He did not stop her. He listened. There was a small standing stone ring on a high heather moor, not far from the spring. They rode there sometimes. They sat among the stones at dusk. He told her eventually that the moor stones were where the strongest binding work was always done. She nodded slowly. She filed it away. He saw her file it away. He knew what she was preparing for. He still did not stop her. The third year brought small troubles. A border war flared briefly with a pirate fleet from across the Irish Sea. Sir Lancelot rode to the coast. He won. He came back. He had spent a long time looking at Guinevere on his return. The queen had spent a long time looking back. Merlin saw it. He did not say a word. Arthur did not see it. Or he saw it and did not allow himself to know what he was seeing. The captain saw it. The captain did not say a word either. Some things are not improved by words. The country was at peace. The lords were obedient. The wheat was tall. The wizard let the warmth go on. Stay with this. The story is rich and complicated now. The wizard has shaped a kingdom and is letting the people in it be people. He is not pulling strings. He is watching. He is teaching. He is loving someone he knows will end him. Most of his work in these years is letting things happen. Vivian began, in those same years, to disappear for weeks at a time. She would tell him, in advance, that she was going to the lake. He would nod. She would return. She would seem heavier each time. She would seem stronger each time. Stronger and heavier are often the same thing in magic, as in life. When she came back, she would sit in the herb garden and let him look at her for a long time without speaking. He could read her changes. She let him. It was a kindness in its way. She was preparing him. She was preparing herself. They were both, in the slow, honest fashion of long love, getting ready. One evening she said to him, as casually as you might mention dinner, "You know I will have to bind you, in the end." He answered just as casually. He said, "When?" she asked. "When you are ready," he said. "I will not be ready for a long time," she said. He smiled. "I know that too." 3 days pass. They do not speak about the binding again for some time. They do not need to. It has been said. It has been heard. They go on with their lives the way two people who love each other go on after a true thing. They build small days. They eat plain food. They walk in the garden. That winter Morgan returned to Camelot for a Yuletide visit. She brought her sister Morgause. She brought her own quiet retinue. She had grown more beautiful in the last year. She had also grown more focused. She greeted Arthur warmly. She greeted the Queen carefully. She greeted Merlin with the same precise small nod of equals. He returned it. Morgan met Viviane that evening. They were introduced. They each inclined their head a precise small distance. They did not speak much. They did not need to. They had each known of the other for months. They watched each other across the round table at dinner. They were, in their separate ways, the wizard's first and second students. They knew it. Morgan asked Viviane to walk with her. They walked the long stone gallery together. They did not gossip. They spoke of stones, of springs, of the older symbols. Each was learning what the other knew. Each was glad and uneasy. Merlin watched them go. He let them go. When Morgan returned to Cornwall after Yuletide, she rode at the front of her column with a faint new smile. She had learned, in 2 long evenings, 3 things she would have spent a year hunting for. She had also been measured. She had also measured. She rode home with much to think about. That spring brought the first real shadow. A young rebel lord on the eastern border refused to pay tribute. He had heard, falsely, that the king's marriage was failing. He was wrong about the queen. He was right that Lancelot had been spending too much time at her side. The wizard had still said nothing. He still chose to. Arthur rode east with Lancelot. He won quickly. He came home wiser and quieter. He spent 2 evenings alone with the queen. They talked. She wept. He wept. They said honest things. They went to bed beside each other afterward. They were not finished, not yet. The wizard, watching, allowed himself to hope. Lancelot, ashamed, asked the king for permission to go on a long quest. Arthur granted it. Lancelot rode away west alone. He would be gone a year. He needed to be. The country adjusted. The queen kept her own counsel. The captain quietly approved. The wizard did the same. The country breathed again. The fields were sown. The summer came. The captain trained another set of young men at the practice yard. The wizard taught Viviane the last of the older binding symbols at the spring in the wood. He had nothing more to teach her after that. They both knew it. He kept teaching her anyway. Most teaching is review. The story of Merlin we know today did not come down whole. It came in pieces. The Welsh sang it in their old triads, short verses, 3 things at a time. The bards passed those triads from voice to voice across centuries. Most of the singers' names are lost. The songs are not. In the 12th century, a cleric named Geoffrey of Monmouth gathered the songs. He wrote a book in Latin about the kings of Britain. He gave Merlin much of the shape we know now. The prophet, the dragons, the boy who told Vortigern the truth. The book traveled across Europe. The story was no longer only Welsh. The French took up the story next. They added courtly love, knightly quests, and a much more polished Lancelot. They wrote long romance cycles in pale ink on bright vellum. By the 15th century, an English knight named Sir Thomas Malory pulled the whole thing into one book. Le Mort d'Arthur. The Death of Arthur. After Malory came the Victorians. Lord Tennyson wrote a long poem, The Idylls of the King. He gave us a Merlin who is wise and tired. He gave us a Viviane who is dangerous. He gave us a Camelot we recognize as recognizably 19th century. The story kept changing. The story kept its shape. The bones were the same. Each generation took the wizard and gave him the qualities they needed to see in themselves. The Welsh wanted prophecy. The medieval French wanted love. The Victorians wanted wisdom and danger. We will see what the modern world wanted in a moment. The point is that he has always been changing. He has always been the same. We return to the wizard at the spring. The summer is coming to its end. The leaves are just beginning to turn. Viviane sits beside him. She has not spoken in a long time. He has not either. She finally says, "It is time." He says only, "Yes." She has chosen the place. Not the spring. Not the heather moor. Somewhere new to him. Somewhere new to both of them. She has been there twice already. She has prepared the hollow. The hollow is in a forest she calls Brasilienda, across the sea, in Brittany. Her people, the lake people, have an older claim there. They ride back to Camelot for the last things. Merlin has a few accounts to settle. He has a few people to see. He does not announce his leaving. He simply moves through his last days with unusual care. The captain notices. The captain says nothing. He is good at saying nothing. He has been practicing for years. The wizard speaks to Arthur first. He does not say goodbye. He says instead, "When I am gone, you will not be alone. The captain will still be here. So will Gawain. So in his own way will Lancelot. So will the queen. Trust them. They are real. They will hold the country." Arthur said only, after a long quiet when. Merlin said soon. The king said, "How long is soon?" The wizard said gently, "Long enough for one more meal together. Long enough for the captain to oversee my packing. Long enough to walk the battlements once more. Not much longer than that." This is the darkest moment of the story for the king. Not a battle lost. Not a queen taken. The wizard who raised him is leaving. The wizard who shaped his life is going somewhere he cannot follow. Arthur sits very still for a long time after Merlin leaves the chamber. He does not weep until the door has closed. Merlin spoke to the captain next. The old soldier had already guessed. The two of them sat by a small fire in the captain's small chamber. They drank a cup of plain mead. The captain said, "I will not be far behind you, Merlin." The wizard answered honestly, "You will be more than 10 years behind me. Use the time well." The captain said, "Tell me where you go." The wizard told him. The captain nodded slowly. "Will you be all right?" the captain asked. The wizard considered. "Yes," he said. "I have known about this for 40 years. I have made a kind of peace with it. It will not be sad. It will be quiet." The captain stood. He embraced the wizard in the way of old soldiers, brief, steady, with no words. Then he sat back down. Merlin left. The captain stayed by the fire alone for a long time after that. He did not weep openly. He had never been a man for that. He felt the loss settle into him slowly, the way old wounds do. Merlin spoke last to the queen. He found her in the great kitchen herb garden, alone, in the cool of late evening. She looked up. She knew. He had not told her. She had read it in his face 2 days earlier. She held out her hands. He took them. They stood that way for a long time. She said only, "Take care of her." She meant Vivienne. The wizard understood at once. He had not expected the queen to be so generous so quickly. He nodded. "I will," he said. "And you take care of him," he added. "Even when he is not easy. He will not always be easy. He has too much of his father in him. Sometimes, Guinevere, smile, I will," she said. 3 days pass. Then he and Vivienne left together at dawn. They rowed south toward the coast. The captain rowed with them as far as the harbor. He did not speak the whole way. At the harbor he saluted them. Merlin returned the salute. Vivienne bowed her head. The captain turned his horse and rode back toward Camelot, without looking again. The crossing took 2 days. The sea was kind. The wizard stood at the bow most of the way. He watched the waves change color from gray to silver to slate to silver again. He held the staff loose in his right hand. Vivienne stood beside him. She did not need to speak. He did not need her to. They landed in Brittany at evening. They did not stay in any port town. They rode immediately into the interior. Vivienne led. She knew the way without thinking. The country smelled of salt for the first hour, then of pine, then, at last, of deep oak. The forest of Brasiliend was older than anything he had known. They camped in the forest that first night. They built no fire. They ate cold bread and apples. They slept side by side on a wool blanket. The moon was high and quiet through the canopy. Owls called twice in the distance. The wizard slept deeply for the first time in many weeks. Vivienne did not sleep at all. They rode further the next morning. The forest deepened. The light dimmed. Even at noon, the world inside the canopy was a soft green dusk. Birds were quieter here. Even the wind moved slowly. The wizard felt his shoulders soften. The forest had a way of lowering a person's heart rate. It had been lowering hearts for 1,000 years. They came at last to the place she had prepared. A small hollow. A great pale outcropping of crystalline rock. A spring of clear water running along one wall inside. Ferns at the entrance. Soft green moss on the floor. A low stone bench at the center. He looked at her. She looked back. He nodded. They stayed in the hollow for 3 days first. They did not perform any magic. They simply lived there. They ate bread. They drank from the inner spring. They slept curled into each other on the wool blanket. They spoke of small things. The third day the wizard said, "I am ready when you are." The woman said, "Tomorrow at dawn." That evening they sat outside the hollow on a flat stone. He told her about his own teacher, the old hermit in the hills. He told her how the old man had been buried under the rowan tree behind the hut. He told her that he had loved that old man more than he had been able to say while he was alive. She nodded. She had loved her own lake, mother, the same way. Dawn came clear and cool. The forest was still soft green dusk inside the canopy. Merlin walked into the hollow first. He laid his oak staff at the foot of the low stone bench. He sat on the bench. He set his hands loose on his knees. He closed his eyes briefly. He opened them. He nodded to her. "Stay with this. It matters before the end. The wizard is choosing. He is not being ambushed. He is not being trapped. He could leave the bench at any moment. He has known about this dawn for 40 years. Today he is allowing it. Today he is consenting. The story is not a defeat, it is a yes." She walked to the center of the hollow. She stopped at the foot of the bench. She knelt slowly in front of him. She lifted her face to his. She did not begin the binding, not yet. She said quietly, "Are you sure?" He nodded. He said, "I love you. Begin." She began. She started with the simple older symbols he had taught her at the spring. She drew them in the air around him. The crystalline walls began to brighten softly. Pale blue light ran along the seams of the rock. A faint silver shimmer began to gather in the air around the stone bench. He did not move. He did not flinch. He kept his hands loose on his knees. He met her eyes when her eyes met his. He gave her freely the moments she needed to do this work. He knew better than she did how much harder it would be if he resisted. He did not resist. She drew the older symbols of binding next, the ones she had asked him to teach her in the small chamber by lamplight, the ones he had taught her without warning her. She wove them one by one around him. Each symbol settled into the air and stayed there. The cave was full of soft pale light by then. She rose. She walked once slowly all the way around the stone bench, completing a circle on the moss with her bare feet. Where her feet pressed the moss, the pale blue light followed and stayed. By the end of her circle, a perfect ring of soft light surrounded him. The cave was complete. She stopped at the foot of the bench again. She knelt one more time. She placed her hands on his hands. She said the last word. A single word in the older lake tongue, a word the wizard had never quite been taught. The cave brightened once, very briefly. Then it dimmed. The binding was done. He smiled at her. He had not smiled like that in many years. He said, "Thank you." He closed his eyes. His breathing slowed. The faint silver light at his irises faded gently into the dim. He did not die. He did not exactly sleep. He passed into a stillness deeper than either. The cave held him. Vivienne stayed kneeling for a long time. She did not weep loudly. She wept slowly, the way you weep when you have done a true and difficult thing. She kissed both his hands. She kissed his closed eyes. She rose. She turned. She walked out of the hollow into the green forest light. She stood at the entrance of the hollow for a long while, her back to the forest, looking in at him one last time. He was still on the bench. He was still smiling, just barely. The pale blue translucent shimmer of the binding stretched over him like calm water over a stone. She inclined her head. She turned. She walked into the forest. She did not go far. She stayed in the forest of BRAN. She built a small dwelling within walking distance of the cave. She visited the entrance every morning for many years. She did not enter. She simply stood at the threshold for a few minutes. He could not see her. She knew that. She visited anyway. It was a kind of conversation. Inside the cave the wizard rested. The pale blue shimmer kept him as he was. The crystalline walls glowed softly. The spring along the wall trickled into a small pool. The moss did not die. The ferns did not die. Time passed differently inside than outside. He did not age. He did not exactly dream, waited. Back at Camelot, the captain stood on the high battlements at the same dawn. He felt it. He could not have said how. He simply stood very still for several minutes. He bowed his head. He said quietly, "Goodbye, old friend." Then he went back to his work. There were young men to train. There always would be. Arthur knew too. He woke that morning with the strangest stillness in his chest. He sat up in bed. Guinevere sat up beside him. She put her hand on his shoulder. She said, "Hay has gone, hasn't he?" The king nodded. They sat together in the quiet for a long time. Then they got up. The day was waiting. The country was waiting. The wizard's cave became a quiet legend in those parts. The local people of BRAN knew it. They did not enter it. They left small gifts at the threshold sometimes. A loaf of bread, a bundle of herbs, a small carved stone. The gifts disappeared by the next morning. Whether the cave took them or Vivienne did, no one ever asked. They left the gifts anyway. 1,000 years passed. The cave stayed. The wizard rested. The story traveled. It went into French romance. It went into English chronicle. It went into songs people sang in halls and inns. By the 19th century, when steam trains cut across British countryside, the story was still being told. In the 20th century, an Oxford professor named J.R.R. Tolkien sat in his study at evening and shaped a wise old wandering figure of his own. He named him Gandalf. Gandalf was not Merlin. Gandalf was the second cousin of Merlin, in a sense. The gray robes, the staff, the deep eyes, the patient voice, the shape was the same. A novelist named T.H. White wrote a book called The Once and Future King. He gave Merlin a quirk. Merlin lived backwards through time, knowing the future because he had already been there. Children read the book in school. Disney made a cartoon. The wizard with the silver beard became, somehow, beloved. A boy from Liverpool named John Lennon liked the story. A Welsh poet named Dylan Thomas liked the story. A pop band called Camel named themselves after a small misreading of Camelot. The wizard kept walking through the modern world without ever leaving the cave. The cave was a base, not a prison. He had always been roaming. In every generation, somewhere, a child opens a book about a wise old man with a long staff and sees something they had been waiting to see. The wizard lends them his calm. The wizard lends them his courage. The wizard lends them, mostly, his patience. The wizard never runs out. The wizard is busy still. The story comes back, once more, to the cave. It is many centuries past Camelot now, in our reckoning. The hollow is still in BRAN. The crystalline walls still glow softly. The spring still trickles. The moss is still alive. The wizard is still seated on the low stone bench. He is still smiling, just barely. Outside, in our world, the forest is not as deep as it was. The roads are paved. The villages have grown. There are tourists sometimes. They walk the marked paths. They take photographs. They buy small carved wooden wizards in the gift shop. They never quite find the hollow itself. The hollow is shy. The hollow has always been shy. Sometimes a particular hiker, usually alone, usually in late afternoon, takes a small wrong turn. They do not know why. They follow a path that is not on the map. They come to a small hollow. They do not see the cave. They feel something. They sit down on the moss for an hour. They feel rested in a way they had not been for years. They will not remember the hollow exactly afterward. They will only know they sat somewhere quiet in BRAN and felt better. They will tell a friend, maybe. The friend will think it sounds nice. The friend will book a ticket. The forest will wait for them. The wizard, who is in the hollow they will not quite find, will rest on regardless. We come now to the final movement of his story. The wizard has not changed his place in many centuries. The story moves around him. Empires rise. Empires fall. Languages change. He remains. He is not exactly watching. He is being a particular kind of presence in a particular kind of place. That is enough. Arthur, in his time, ruled 20 more years after Merlin's last morning. The old captain died first, 10 years on, peacefully in his own bed. The queen and the king were estranged for a season, then reconciled, then estranged again, then mourned each other in a private way. Lancelot rode east at the end, Bedivere stayed. Arthur fell at the Battle of Camlan. Bedivere carried him to the lake where Excalibur had first risen. 3 women in dark robes met them at the shore. They lifted Arthur into a small black boat. The boat went out to the island of Avalon. Arthur did not, the songs say, exactly die. He passed into a stillness deeper than death, like his teacher. Some say he sleeps still on Avalon, waiting for Britain's hour of greatest need. Some say he rests in a hollow hill in Glastonbury. Some say he is, in his own quieter way, what Merlin became. 2 men of the same country, 2 long stillnesses. 1 pair of green islands, 1 pair of green forests, and a long patient waiting. Camelot fell. The walls weathered. The round table was eventually lost. Some say it was buried beneath the foundations of Winchester Castle. Some say it was returned to the trees that had given the oak. The country forgot the precise location. The country never forgot the table. Stonehenge stayed. It still stands. People come to it at dawn on midsummer mornings. They watch the sun rise between the great stones the wizard set in their precise place. They take photographs. They feel, for a moment, like the stones have been waiting for them too. The stones have. The stones are patient. The hermit's hut in the hills above the Welsh village fell down centuries ago. The rowan tree where the old druid was buried grew very large. It still grows there, the local people say, though no one is exactly sure which tree. The stones of the hut went into a sheep wall. The sheep wall is still there. The wizard is still there too, in the way old places hold their teachers. The story ends finally where it began. Inside the cave, inside the wizard. Inside the small private smile he wears even now after all these centuries. He chose this. He saw it coming for 40 years and chose it anyway. He is, in the cave, more himself than he ever was in any hall. Viviane lived a long life in Broceliande. She had visitors from across the sea and across the years. She trained quiet students. None of them quite became what she had been. She did not mind. Some days she sat at the threshold of the hollow and rested her hand on the stone for an hour. Then she would rise and go back to her own work. She died in her own time in her own bed. Her own students laid her gently in a small hollow not far from his. 2 hollows in the same forest. 2 students of small and great things. They had loved each other. They had ended each other. They had, in the older Welsh sense, completed each other. Some loves are like that. This is the wizard's story. Not the version of the songs alone. Not the version of the chronicles alone. The shape underneath all of them. A boy who saw too much. A man who taught a king. A teacher who chose to be ended by a student he loved. A presence who decided, in the end, to be quieter than fame. A patient voice in a hollow in an old forest. This is the climb to the height of his story, and the height is gentle. Not a cliff. Not a flame. A hollow in a forest. A man at peace. A door that he walked through with his own 2 feet. On a dawn he had been waiting for since he was a boy in a muddy pit. The wizard rests now. We will sit beside him a little longer. The world can wait. So why does this story stay with us? Why has it survived 1500 years? The simple answer is that the wizard chose his own ending. The deeper answer takes a few minutes more. A prophet who can see the future has, at first glance, no freedom. The road is set. The bends are known. The end is visible. What choice is left to such a person? Merlin's answer, given through 40 years of small steady action, was this. The shape of the road is not yours. The way you walk it is. That is the only freedom anyone has ever had. The same road can be walked in fear. It can be walked in panic. It can be walked in cold resentment. Or it can be walked in honor. Most of the wizard's life was the last one. He did not warn Vortigern in cleverness. He warned him because the man deserved a true word. He did not raise Stonehenge in vanity. He raised it because a country needed a heart of stone. He did not raise Arthur in pride of authorship. He raised him because the country needed a man who could sit at any seat and still be the king. The wizard had a gift for naming what was needed. His most famous act, the one we end on, looks like a defeat. A wise man bound by his student. A teacher undone by what he taught. That reading is too easy. It misses the wizard's actual choice. He could have refused to teach her. He could have walked away when he saw what was coming. He could have let his work continue without ending. He did not. He chose love over self-continuation. This is the wizard's deepest teaching. Knowing the cost is not the same as refusing to pay it. Sometimes the cost is the point. Sometimes the cost is the truest love you will ever offer. We do not, of course, see the future the way he did. But we know some of our own ends. We know we will lose people we love. We know we will, ourselves end, we act anyway. Maybe you know that already. Maybe you knew it the first time you let yourself love a friend. The first time you held a child. The first time you said yes to someone you would eventually lose. That is the wizard's gift to us. He shows us that the choice to love what will end is not foolish. It is the bravest thing humans regularly do. We do it every day. We are all in our way walking toward the cave. We are all in our way, students of someone we will outlive. Or someone who will outlive us. The question is not whether the love will end. It is whether we will let it be real while it lasts. Merlin let it be real. He did not protect himself by holding back. He did not protect himself by leaving early. He stayed. He taught. He loved. He let the cost gather. Then he carried it. Most of us will not be sealed in a crystalline hollow in Brittany. Most of us will end in less mythic places. A bedroom. A hospital. A small chair by a window. The shape of the wizard's choice still applies. Choose love anyway. Teach what you know anyway. Trust the people who come to you. Walk toward your end with your own feet, in your own clothes, on your own dawn. That is by itself enough. The story is also, at its heart, a story about a teacher. The wizard had a teacher. The wizard taught a king. The wizard taught a woman. The chain runs through every generation. Each of us is somewhere on it. You are someone's student. You are also someone's teacher, in a way you may not yet recognize. Someone is watching how you walk. Someone is learning, just by watching you, how to walk through their own days. The wizard would tell you to take that watching seriously. Not because you must be perfect. Because the way you carry your own bad days is the most honest thing you will ever teach. Carry yours like Merlin carried his. Quietly, without performance, with small kindnesses to whoever comes near, with your eyes lifted, with the road, whatever shape it takes, walked freely beneath your own steady feet. Merlin has not stayed in his cave alone. He has traveled. Without leaving the hollow, he has appeared in almost every century since his binding. He is, in our imagination, the working shape of all wise old guides. When you read about Gandalf walking out of the dark of Moria, you are reading about Merlin. When you read about Dumbledore standing quietly behind a young wizard, you are reading about Merlin. The shape carries forward, the robe, the staff, the deep eyes, the patient voice, the willingness to step aside at the right moment. Each new wise figure is, in some quiet way, his student. He has appeared in opera, in painting, in cathedral glass, in cartoons, in films, on stage, on stamps. He has appeared on a children's chocolate bar wrapper. He has appeared in 1,000 small unimportant places. He has stayed himself in all of them. Picture the painters. Burne-Jones in pale watercolor gave us a tired Merlin in a hawthorn grove with Vivienne bent over him. The painting is in a museum in Liverpool. Visitors stop in front of it. They feel something they cannot name. Picture the singers. Frank Sinatra recorded a song called Camelot in 1963. A British rock band wrote about Avalon in 1974. A musical called Spamalot retold the story laughing in 2005. The wizard, in each, was somehow still there. Picture the children every Halloween somewhere. A child puts on a long gray beard and a pointy hat with stars and walks down a sidewalk holding a stick like a staff. They have, briefly, become Merlin. They feel taller for it, they are. Picture the writers. Somewhere, right now, a novelist is sitting at a desk and trying to find words for a wise old figure. They are reaching, without exactly knowing it for him. He is glad to be reached for. Picture, finally, you, sitting somewhere right now, hearing a story your great-great-grandparents would have recognized. The wizard in the cave knows you are listening. Some part of him has always known you would. You are part of the chain now, not through grand action, just by listening, by letting the wizard, for one quiet hour, be in your room. He has been in many rooms. He has been welcome in all of them. He is welcome here too. The cave is quiet now. The crystalline walls glow softly. The little spring runs along one wall. The moss is alive on the floor. The forest outside breathes slowly. All's call far apart. The canopy holds a soft silver light. The world is at rest. Next time, somewhere warmer, older sun, a different kind of fire. Something is waiting there. You will hear it next time. For now, only this. We will be here, when you are ready, whenever the next night comes. Whenever you find your way back. For now, the wizard is at rest. The cave holds him. The forest holds the cave. The night holds the forest. Let your shoulders fall. Let your jaw soften. Let your eyes rest. The story is finished. The cave is quiet. You are safe. You are warm. Good night. From the cave, from the forest, from the wizard's friend.
How was your day? Maybe somewhere in it you heard a quiet music, not a real song, just a pull toward somewhere else, and you couldn't follow it. There was a chieftain in old Ireland named BRAN. One evening a music followed him home that no one else could hear. If today some far-off pull found only you, he would understand. So let yourself be carried the same way tonight. Salt air, a gray shore, a small hide boat waiting on the stones. You don't have to row, just drift out with him. But first see the end. A green headland. People on the rocks who only know his name from old songs, and one young man in the boat, aching to touch home again. He leaps for the shore, his foot touches Irish soil, and the years he outran all catch him at once. Remember that? For later. Some doors only open one way. So here's the question that holds the whole story. Why would a man sail past sickness, past sorrow, past death itself, and then turn his boat back toward home? He had been promised a land with no graves, no winter, no goodbye, everything we lose kept safe forever, and still, something in him would look back. We'll come to why. Maybe you know that pull from both sides, wanting the place where nothing ends, and wanting the one small fire that was only ever yours. This story lives in that ache. This is what we do here. Every week, one old story. One night. Something that happened long ago, beyond the western wave, and still has something to say to you. Get comfortable now. Soften the pillow. Find your warmth. If you drift off before the boat reaches shore, that's all right. The old sea has carried sleeping travelers before. This is only the beginning of the voyage. The strangest islands, the deepest crossing, those are still ahead. But not tonight. Tonight, just this first quiet shore. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week, another story, another night like this. Now back to ours, and the music in BRAN's hall. So go back with me now, before the boat, before the woman, to an ordinary evening in BRAN's fort, when the feast was loud and the fire was high and the day had been good. The talk wound down, the fire settled, and then a music began, sweet and slow, coming from no harp, no mouth, no corner of the room. It simply was, all around them. One by one, every man at the table fell asleep where he sat. Only BRAN stayed awake. The music was so gentle it should have drowned him too. Instead, it kept him. He listened until his eyes grew heavy at last, and when he woke, the hall was ordinary again, but something lay beside him that had not been there before. a branch of white blossom, heavy with silver. He lifted it, and the little bells made the very music he had heard. The far-off song had left him something to hold. He carried it back to the hall that night and would not set it down. He did not yet know what it meant, but the door had opened, and someone was coming to call him through it. The figure in the doorway stepped inside, though the doors stayed shut. A tall woman, pale as birch and moonlight, with hair to her waist and a song already in her throat. No one had opened the door for her. No one could say how long she had stood there. She was simply present, the way a feeling arrives before you can name it. She looked at the branch in Bran's hand, then at Bran. And when she spoke, it was not really speech. It was the same music, finding words at last. She sang of a branch from a far apple tree, of crystal and of silver. She sang of where it grew, and the warriors, half asleep, leaned in without meaning to. There is an island, she sang, far in the western sea, held up on 4 pillars of bright bronze, a place you have always half believed in. Maybe you have. Most of us have. On that island, she sang, there is no sharp word and no harsh sound. No sickness wears the body down. No grief, no grave. Nothing you love is ever taken back. Picture that for a moment. Not as a place far away, but as a feeling you carry. The version of your life where nothing you loved was ever lost. That is what she offered. There is a great plain there, she sang, where games are played and chariots run, where silver and white bronze gleam, and music falls from the air like rain that never wets you. She named the island many ways, the land of women, the plain of delights, Emain of the apple trees, so many names for one ache, the ache for a place that does not hurt. The hall had gone utterly still. The fire forgot to crackle. Every man who had been half asleep was now wide awake, and every man who had been awake could not move. Then she turned the song toward Bran himself. Not the island now. Him. Rise, she sang. Do not let sleep weigh you down. The voyage is yours if you will take it. Maybe you know that kind of invitation. Not loud, not forceful, just a quiet voice saying, there is more than this, and it is meant for you. The hardest kind to refuse. She did not wait for an answer. She had given the branch, sung the road, and named the place. The rest was his, and as quietly as she had come, she began to go. And here's the strange part. As she vanished, the silver branch leapt from Bran's hand and went with her. He grasped at it. It was already gone. Only the song stayed. The branch had only ever been a messenger. It brought the song, and when the song was delivered, it returned to where it belonged. What it left behind was the longing it had carried. The warriors woke fully now, rubbing their eyes, sure they had dreamed it. But the petals on the floor said otherwise, and Bran was already changed. You could see it in how he stood. He did not speak for a long while. When he did, his voice was low. We sail, he said, in the morning, to find the place she sang of, and no one at that fire laughed. Among them sat a young man named Nekton, the son of Colbran, barely 20, copper-haired, quick, hungry for anything larger than the life he had been handed. He had 3 brothers, all older, all settled. Nekton was the youngest, the spare, the one whose name came last at every gathering. A voyage to the edge of the world was exactly his size. Maybe you have felt that too. Being the last one named, the one nobody quite worries about, and how a single chance to matter can light a whole young life on fire. When Bran asked who would come, Nekton was on his feet before the words had finished. So were others. By morning the company would number 3 nines, 27 men and Bran. 3 companies of 9. In the old reckoning, that was not just a number, it was a complete thing, a whole made for a journey. Bran felt the rightness of it settle over the hall. But the song had carried more than an invitation. Inside its sweetness was a single quiet rule. The woman had sung it almost in passing, the way the most important things are often said. When you reach the islands, the song had said, you may not come back as you went. Set foot on your own land again, and the land will not know the man you have become. Do not let your foot touch Ireland again, was the heart of it. A rule small enough to forget. And we know already, don't we, how this kind of rule tends to be remembered too late. Bran heard the rule and held it the way you hold a coin you mean not to spend, carefully, sure of yourself, not yet knowing how long the road or how heavy the hand that forgets. That night, no one in the fort truly slept. They readied the boat by torchlight, a cuirass of hide stretched over woven wood, light enough to carry, strong enough to ride the deep. They packed water and dried meat, oars and spare hides, a harp wrapped in wool. Small comforts for an immeasurable road, as if anything you could pack would matter where they were going. Nektan worked harder than any of them, while older men grew quiet and thoughtful. He was all motion, all gladness. He did not feel the weight of the rule, he only felt the open door. Stay with him for a moment, the gladness, not the warning, because everything that follows is sweeter and sadder, if you remember how happy he was the night before they sailed. BRAN did not sleep either. He sat above the shore, watching the water move under the moon, listening for the song. It did not come, but the want of it was louder than any music. He thought of all he was leaving, the fort, the fields, the faces he knew, the grave of his own father on the hill, everything ordinary suddenly precious, the way it always is the night before you leave it. And maybe that is the first secret of this story, that the deathless island only burned so bright because the dying world he stood in was already so dear to him. You need both to feel the pull. Dawn came gray and soft over the water. The company gathered on the shingle. No drums, no crowds, just 28 men, a small boat, and a road no chart had ever held. They pushed the boat into the shallows. The cold took their legs. One by one they climbed in, until only BRAN stood on the stones, with one foot still on Ireland. He held there a heartbeat longer than he needed to. Then he lifted his foot from the land of his birth and stepped into the boat. He would not stand on that shore again as the man he was. The oars dipped, the shore drew back. The fort on the hill grew small, then faint, then was only a green smudge under a paling sky. And then there was nothing behind them but water. For the first hours they rowed in silence, each man alone with what he had left. The only sounds were the oars, the slap of the swell, and the breath of 28 men going somewhere no one returned from quite the same. The sun climbed and crossed and fell. No land appeared. The sea simply went on, the same in every direction, until direction stopped meaning anything at all. Night came down without a shore in sight. They shipped the oars and let the boat drift. Above them, more stars than any of them had ever seen wheeled slowly over the deep. And lying there, rocked on the deep, with home gone and the islands not yet found, BRAN felt something he had not expected. Not fear. Peace. The strange wide peace of having finally let go. Let the boat drift a while, and let me tell you something the old Irish believed. They did not think the other world was far above the sky. They thought it was close, just over the next wave. To them, the line between worlds was thin. A mist could be a doorway. A fort on a hill could open inward. The sea, most of all, was a road, and the islands of the blessed lay at its far end. They called those islands many names: the land of the young, the land of women, the plain of honey, always westward, always over water, always a place where the cruelest law of all, that things end, simply did not run. And they told of voyagers, Imrama. They called these tales, men who rode west looking for that place. Some found wonder, some found warning. Almost none came home unchanged. BRAN's is the oldest of them all. So when you picture BRAN adrift under those stars, picture him not lost, but on a road his whole people half believed in. He was rowing toward the oldest hope there is. Now, back to the water. On the second day, the sea changed. Not the water, the feeling of it. The swells grew long and slow and warm, as if the ocean itself were breathing in its sleep. The men felt watched, and not unkindly. Then far ahead, something moved across the surface that was not a wave. A shape, tall and bright, coming toward them, not in a boat, but in a chariot, drawn over the water by a single white-maned horse. The men stopped rowing. Some reached for spears. BRAN lifted a hand to still them. Whatever this was, no spear would matter to it. You can feel that. Sometimes the difference between a danger and a power. The chariot came on, and now they could see the driver clearly. A giant of a man, sea-gray hair and beard threaded with green, a mantle that changed color like the surface of the ocean itself. This was Manannan, son of Lear. The sea was his country. Every wave, every depth, every drowned and shining thing belonged to him. And he had come, it seemed, simply to meet the small boat crossing his floor. Bran called across the water. "Where do you ride?" he asked, "when there is no road?" And the sea god smiled and answered with a thing that turned the whole world on its edge. "You think you sail on the sea," the god said, "but to me there is no sea. What you call waves, I call a flowering plain. What you call deep water, I call meadows full of flowers." Picture it the way he showed it. Where Bran saw gray rollers, the god saw blossoming branches. Where Bran saw leaping fish, the god saw calves and lambs at play in spring grass. One place, two worlds, both true. And maybe that is the deepest comfort in this whole story, that the same hard world you cross so wearily might be, from another place, a meadow in flower. That nothing is only what it looks like to tired eyes. The god looked kindly on the small crew. He did not warn them off. He blessed the voyage. "Row on," he said. "The island the woman sang of is real. It is not far now, as my country measures distance." But he told them more. He spoke of things to come, riddles then, plain only later. Of a great birth that would come from the sea to the land of Ireland. Of ages turning, the men understood little. Bran kept every word. Here's the part the old tellers never make obvious. The god who ruled all the sea did not envy the men their voyage. He sent them on gently, as if even a god understood the worth of looking for the blessed place yourself. Then the white-maned horse turned, the chariot wheeled, and the sea god rode off across his flowering meadow until distance swallowed him. The gray sea returned, but the men would never quite see it the same way again. They rode on through the strange bright water, and now that a god had named the island real, the men's tiredness fell away. Even the older ones, who had set out grave, began to feel the lightness Nekton had carried all along. As they went, the water grew so clear that they could see down through it, and what they saw below stole the breath from every man aboard. Beneath the keel was not darkness, it was a country. Forests swayed beneath them. Herds of pale beasts moved across drowned meadows, and here and there, far down, the shapes of halls and figures, a whole sunken world going about its life, unbothered by the boat passing far above. This was Manannan's roofed kingdom. The men understood, his sea seen the way he saw it, a land with the water for a sky. They rowed across the roof of another world, and held their oars gently so as not to disturb it. Have you ever passed quietly above something vast and alive and never known? A whole ocean of it under your ordinary day? The old story says that is always true. The depths are always there, just under the surface you walk on. Slowly the water clouded again, and the sunken kingdom slipped from view, and they were on the plain gray sea once more. But ahead, low and green and certain on the horizon, at last there was land. An island, real solid green, the first land they had seen since Ireland fell behind them. The men cried out and bent to the oars, and the little boat fairly flew across the water toward it. But as they drew near, something about the island felt wrong in a way none of them could name. There were people on the shore, a great crowd of them, and every single one was laughing. Laughing and gaping and pointing at the boat. Not a glad laughter, an endless one. The same wide grins, the same shaking shoulders over and over, as if they could not have stopped if they tried. Bran called to them. No answer came, only more laughter. He asked their names, their island, their king. They only laughed and pointed and shook, as though his words were the funniest thing in all the world. This is the island of joy, the old tale calls it, but stay with how it actually felt, not joyful, trapped. A whole island of people lost inside a single feeling, unable to step out of it long enough to answer a stranger. Bran did not want to land. Something in him knew the danger of a place that pulls you into one feeling forever, but the company needed to know, was this a curse, or simply the way of the island? One of his men volunteered to go ashore and learn the truth, a single scout, to set foot on the island, walk among them, and come back with an answer. Bran did not like it, but he let the man go. The scout waded to the shore and stepped up among the crowd. He turned to call back something to the boat, and in the middle of that turn, his face changed. His mouth fell open and he began to laugh. He laughed and gaped and pointed at the boat, exactly like the others. He did not come back. He did not even seem to know there was a back to come to. The island had simply taken him in. The men called his name across the water. He laughed at the sound of it. They called again. He only laughed harder, pointing as though his own name were a joke he had finally understood. Bran understood then. There was no rescuing him. To step ashore and pull him out, a man would have to land, and to land was to be taken too. The island did not hold its people, it became them. So BRAN made the hardest call a leader makes. He gave the order to row, to leave one of their own laughing on a green shore, and turn the boat away and carry the rest toward whatever came next. They rowed in silence for a long time after the laughing island. No one spoke of the man they had left. But each of them carried him now, the first to be lost, and not the last. BRAN felt the weight of it most. He was the one who had let the scout go. He was the one who had given the order to leave. That is the quiet cost of leading. You carry the choices no one else will. Only Nekton, after a while, broke the quiet. He moved to sit by BRAN and said nothing wise, nothing comforting. He just stayed near. Sometimes that is the only thing that helps. You have probably been that for someone. The sea carried them on. Day folded into night and night into day, and they lost the count of them. Time at sea grows soft. The old story is already showing us how easily a man can lose his grip on it. They passed other islands far off that they did not land on. One that rang with the sound of birds singing the hours. One ringed in silver mist that never lifted. They marked them and rowed by. BRAN had learned his lesson on the laughing shore. He would not land on every wonder. He was looking for one island only, the one the woman had sung of. The rest could keep their songs. An island of white birds rose on their left, and the birds sang in a way that sounded almost like words, like a chant of all the hours of the world. The men slowed to listen, and BRAN let them, briefly. The song was beautiful, but BRAN heard the danger under the beauty. A man could listen to such singing forever and forget to row, forget to eat, forget the island he was looking for. He gave the order, gently, to go on. Do you feel the pattern forming? Every island is a kind of trap dressed as a gift. Laughter that never ends, song that never stops, each one offers a single sweetness, forever, and forever is the trap inside the sweetness. BRAN began to wonder whether the island he sought would be different, whether a place with no death might be the deepest trap of all, one sweetness, life without ending, offered forever. He pushed the thought down, but it had been thought. They came to a strait where the water ran swift and bright between two pillars of stone that rose straight from the sea. The current pulled them through fast, and there was nothing to do but trust it and hold on. Beyond the pillars, the sea opened wide and calm again, and the light changed. It grew warmer, softer, the color of honey held to a candle. The men felt it on their faces and grew quiet with a strange contentment. This was the threshold, though they did not know it yet. The light here belonged to the Blessed Islands. They had crossed out of the ordinary sea and into the waters that lapped against the other world itself. Nekton was the first to see it. He stood, pointing, his voice cracking with hope. Ahead, low and shining and ringed in pale blossom, lay an island, and even from far off, it felt like the one they had crossed the world to find. But BRAN held them back. Once already a beautiful shore had cost them a man. He would not race in. They would come slowly this time, and watch and learn what kind of island this was before a single foot left the boat. As they neared, they saw the island was not crowded with laughing figures. Its shore was quiet. Green hills rose gently, white with blossom. Silver streams ran down to a calm harbor. It was exactly what the woman had sung. And that frightened BRAN a little. Why frightened? Because a thing that matches your deepest wish exactly is a thing to be careful of. The world rarely gives us precisely what we longed for. When it seems to, that is the moment to look twice. Then on the bronze landing place at the edge of the harbor, a figure appeared, a woman regal and calm, in a gown of sea green and gold. She did not laugh. She did not sing. She simply looked at the boat and waited. She lifted one hand, not in command, but in welcome. And in the other hand she held a coil of gray wool thread, the kind a woman spins by a fire. Such an ordinary thing, in such an extraordinary place. BRAN called a greeting across the water, careful and courteous, but he did not steer in. He had learned he would speak first from the safety of the boat, and let the island reveal itself before he trusted it. "Come ashore, BRAN, son of Feeble," she called, and the use of his name stopped his breath. He had not given it. She knew it already, as the woman in the hall had known it. He was expected here. "Welcome is ready for you," she said, "and for every man with you. There is rest here, and food, and no harm. You have come a long way, You may stop now. You may simply stop. You may simply stop. Maybe those are the most dangerous words a tired traveler can hear. After so much sea, so much loss, the offer to stop forever lands like the kindest thing in the world. And Bran felt it land. Still he hesitated. The laughing island had taught him fear of a welcome too easy. He held the boat just off the shore, caught between his exhaustion and his caution, and could not make his hand give the order to land. So the queen made the choice for him. Gently, she drew back her arm, and with the ease of a woman casting a line, she threw the coil of gray thread out across the water toward the boat. The thread flew further than any thread should. It reached the boat, and Bran, without thinking, did what a man does when something is thrown to him. He put up his hand and caught it, and the moment he did, the thread stuck fast to his palm. He tried to shake it loose. He could not. The thread held to his hand as though it had grown there, and the woman, smiling, began to draw it in, and with it, gently, irresistibly, the whole boat toward the shore. There was no violence in it, no force a man could fight, just a thread, and a gentle pull, and a shore that wanted them. Sometimes the things that take us in completely are the softest things of all. The boat touched the bronze landing with the softest of bumps. The thread fell away from Bran's hand, its work done, and the chief of the women stood above them, smiling, holding out her hand to help the first man ashore. Bran looked at her hand. He looked at his men, weary to the bone. He looked at the green and blossoming hills behind her, and he thought, what harm in resting, just for a while, just to be still, and he took her hand. He stepped onto the bronze, solid land under his feet for the first time since the Laughing Island. It held him. It did not take him. He let out a breath he had not known he was holding and turned to help his men. One by one the company came ashore. 27 men and Bran, stepping onto the island the whole world had told them was only a dream, and not one of them, in that first glad moment, thought of how they might ever leave. The queen led them up from the harbor along a path of pale stone, through orchards heavy with white blossom and red fruit at once, flower and harvest on the same branch, as though the island held every season together. Birds sang but softly, streams ran but quietly, nothing on the island was loud, nothing was harsh. After a lifetime of a world that scrapes and clamors, the men walked through a gentleness so complete it almost ached. Maybe you know that ache too, when something is finally completely safe, and your body does not quite know what to do with the safety, because it has been braced for so long. The men felt their shoulders come down for the first time in years. At the top of the path stood a great house of polished bronze and pale wood, its doors thrown open, warm light within. The queen turned at the threshold and smiled. "This is yours now," she said, "for as long as you wish." For as long as you wish. The men did not yet understand how strange those words would prove. On that island a wish could stretch into something with no edges, but that night they only heard kindness, and they walked inside. Inside was a hall finer than any king's, a table that held every good thing and never emptied, soft couches, one for each man, and the queen had companions, as many women as there were men, gentle and glad to see them. They ate. They had not known how hungry they were. The food tasted of everything they had ever loved and lost, bread from a childhood hearth, fruit from a summer long gone. Each bite was a memory made whole again. And when they had eaten their fill, a tiredness came over them. Not the heavy tiredness of grief, but the sweet weight of safety. The kind of sleep you only fall into when, at long last, nothing is going to hurt you. That first sleep on the land of women was the deepest of their lives. No watch was set, no fear stood guard. They simply slept, every one of them, while the gentle island kept its endless soft light burning low around them. When they woke, the light outside was the same soft gold. Had it been a night? A day? There was no way to tell, and no reason to ask. The queen brought them to the morning table, and the good day simply began again. And here is where the danger of this island shows itself. Not in chains, not in walls, in the simplest thing of all, that every day was good, and every day was the same, and there was nothing to mark one from the next. Think about what marks your own days: a struggle, a change, a loss, a thing that grows or fades. Take all of that away. Leave only the good, and the days stop counting themselves. They blur into one long golden now. So the men settled. They feasted and rested and walked the blossoming hills. They were happy, truly happy, in the way you are when nothing aches. And the days they did not count began very quietly to pile up behind them. BRAN was happy too. The grief of the lost scout faded. The fear of the laughing island faded. Even the memory of Ireland grew soft and distant, like a story he had once been told rather than a home he had once lived in. And maybe that is the gentlest warning the old story gives, that a perfect peace can quietly erase you, that to forget all your pain, you must also forget all your home. The two are tangled. You cannot lose one without the other. For now, though no one was troubled, the men of BRAN lived in the long golden day and loved it, and asked for nothing more. They had found the island at the end of the world. They had stopped. They had simply stopped. But the old story is patient. It lets them rest. It lets us rest with them, because it knows what they have forgotten, that a thread was caught, a foot was lifted from Ireland, and a rule was made that has not yet been broken. Hold that. Let them sleep in the gold a while, and let me tell you about the branch, the silver apple branch that started it all. In the old Irish mind, it was no mere ornament. It was a passport between the worlds. Only one who had been chosen by the other world could carry such a branch. It marked a man as called. To hold the silver bough was to be told, quietly, a door has opened for you, and you alone may walk through it. And the apple ran through all the Celtic stories of the blessed land. Avalon itself means the place of apples. The fruit that does not rot, on a tree that does not die, in a country where nothing ends. The apple was the other world's own sign. So when the woman set that branch in BRAN's hand, the old listeners understood at once. This was no idle visit. The deathless country had reached across the sea and chosen a mortal man. Such a thing changes a life and rarely lets it go gently. Keep the branch in mind as the story goes on. The thread that caught BRAN's hand, the apples that never fall, they are all the same reaching, the other world pulling a man in. Now, back to the Golden Island, where time has begun to do its quiet work. How long did they stay? The story says it felt like a single year. One good year, turning slowly through seasons that all looked like spring. And not a man among them could have told you it was anything more than that. But the old tellers lean in here and warn us. Time on the land of women did not run as time runs at home. A year inside that golden light could be 100 years on the green shores of Ireland. The island kept its own slow clock. While BRAN rested through one sweet year, children were born in Ireland and grew old and died. Forts rose and fell. His own name slipped out of memory and into song, and he did not feel a single day of it pass. Maybe you have felt a smaller version of this, a stretch of life so even and content that you looked up one day and could not believe how much time had gone. The good years are the quietest thieves. They take the most and ask the least. For most of the company, this was no loss. They had wanted exactly this, to step out of the river of time and rest on its bank forever. They had no wish to go home. Home had been hard here. Nothing was hard. But not all of them. There was one heart on that island the golden light could not fully quiet. One man who, even surrounded by everything anyone could want, found a small cold spot inside that would not warm. And it was the youngest of them, Necton, the eager boy who had leapt up first to come. He had everything now, rest, plenty, gentleness, no end to any of it. And still, in the quiet between the good days, he found himself thinking of a small turf fire in a poor house in Ireland. His mother's voice, the smell of peat smoke, the faces of his brothers who had never thought much of him. The poor, hard, ordinary home he had been so glad to leave. Now in paradise, it was all he could think of. Isn't that the strangest turn of the heart? We long for the far place while we are home, and long for home once we reach the far place. Necton had crossed the world for paradise, and paradise had taught him only how much he loved his poor green island. He told no one at first. He was ashamed of it. Who weeps for a turf fire when he has been given the deathless land? So he carried it alone, the way we carry the longings we think no one else would understand. But a longing kept secret does not shrink, it grows. Day by golden day, Necton's homesickness deepened until it filled him more than all the beauty of the island could. And at last he could carry it alone no longer. He went to find BRAN. He found BRAN resting in the orchard, content as the rest, and Necton knelt by him and said the thing he had been ashamed to say. I want to go home. I want to see Ireland again, even once, even just once. and something woke in Bran at that word home. He had buried it so deep under the gold that he had nearly forgotten he owned it. Now Necton had spoken it aloud, and it rose in Bran too, sudden and sharp and impossible to push back down. He looked around at the island that had given him everything, and he understood, with a quiet grief, that everything was not the same as home, that a man can be perfectly happy and still not be where he belongs. That is the heart of the whole voyage, and it is worth holding before the end. Bran had been offered no death, no sorrow, no loss, and a part of him still chose the green island where all three were waiting, because it was his. Bran gathered the company and told them. Some wept to hear it. Many would not come, they had no wish to leave paradise, and Bran did not force them, but enough chose to go that the boat would not sail empty. And Necton, of course, was first among them. When the chief of the women heard, she did not rage, and she did not plead. She only grew very still, and very sad, in the way of someone who has seen this happen before and knows how it ends. "Stay," she said softly, one last time. "Not as a command, as a kindness. There is only sorrow waiting for you out there. Here there is none." But Bran shook his head, and she nodded, as if she had always known he would. But before they went, she gave them a warning, the same one, in the end, that the first woman had sung in the hall so long ago. And this time there was no sweetness in it, only the plain, grave truth. "Do not set foot on the land of Ireland," she said. "Sail there. Look on it. Call to it across the water if you must, but let no man's foot touch the shore. If it does, you will not be able to undo what follows." Bran heard her, and Necton heard her, and every man heard her. They swore it. Of course they swore it. It seemed such an easy promise to keep. Look, but do not land. How hard could that be, for men so desperate to see home? But we have already seen the ending, you and I. We saw it in the very first minutes. A foot, ashore, and the years catching up all at once. So hold the warning gently now, and watch how an easy promise becomes the hardest thing in the world. The queen had one more gift, or perhaps one more mercy. She would not let them go without something to remember the island by. But what she gave was not gold, and not blossom. It was the thread again, wound now around the boat itself. Then she stepped back and gave them leave to go. The men climbed into the boat that had carried them across the world and now would carry them back. And Bran looked one last time at the deathless island he was choosing to leave. The chief of the women raised her hand in farewell. She did not weep, and she did not smile. She simply watched them go, growing smaller and smaller, until the boat was a speck and then was gone, and then she turned back to her endless gentle day. For the men in the boat, the sea was changed, the light dimmed back toward ordinary gray. The warmth left the water. With every stroke away from the island, they felt the soft, golden timelessness fall off them, and the old hard world begin to return. And as the world grew ordinary again, so did time. The slow golden clock of the island released them. They were back in the river of days now, the one that carries everything toward its end. They just did not yet understand how far down that river they had drifted. They rowed east for what felt like only a few days. Necton set the pace, tireless, his homesickness now a kind of fuel. He spoke of his mother, his brothers, the turf fire. The others smiled to hear it. Soon, they told him, soon. And then low and gray-green on the eastern horizon, land, real land, the unmistakable shape of the Irish coast. The men cried out, half laughing, half weeping. After all the worlds they had crossed, here at last was the only one that had ever been theirs. They drove the boat toward the shore, hearts pounding. Necton was nearly out of his skin with joy, and Bran felt it too, the wild gladness. But under it, faint and cold, the queen's warning stirred. Do not set foot on the land. As they came close, they saw people on the headland. Bran's heart leapt. His own folk come to greet him. He cupped his hands and called across the water, "I am Bran, son of Feeble. I have come home from the sea." A silence fell on the headland. The people looked at one another. And then one old man called back across the waves words that turned Bran's blood to cold water. "We do not know any living Bran," he said. "But there is a Bran in our oldest stories. A Bran, son of Feeble," the old man said, "who long ago rowed out to sea after a fairy woman and was never seen again. The bards still sing of him, but that was," and here the old man paused, "that was hundreds of years ago." "Hundreds of years," The single golden year on the island had been 3 or 4 lifetimes here. Everyone Bran had known was long dust. His fort was a grassy mound. His name had become a story old men half remembered. He had come home to a home that was gone. This is the moment the whole voyage was built toward, so let it land softly. Bran had not lost his home to an enemy or a fire or a war. He had lost it to time, to the simple, unstoppable passing of the years he had stepped out of. And in his grief, Bran almost forgot the boat held more than him. He almost forgot the warning. But there was one among them whose homesickness had been a fire for years, and who had just been told that everything he ached for was already centuries in the grave. For Nekton it was too much. The home he had crossed worlds to reach did not exist. The faces he had wept for were dust, and there it lay before him, the green Irish soil, close enough to touch. Some grief does not listen to any warning. Bran saw it in his face and lunged for him. Nekton, no, do not touch the land. Remember the warning. He caught at the young man's arm, but grief is stronger than any grip, and Nekton tore free. Nekton leapt from the boat. For one breath he was in the air over the shallows, young, whole, almost laughing with the joy of coming home, and then his foot came down on the green soil of Ireland, and the years he had outrun found him all at once. The moment he touched the land, the centuries crashed down on him. His copper hair went white. His skin sank to the bone. The young man aged 300 years between one heartbeat and the next, and crumbled gently into a small drift of gray ash on the green grass. Silence. The men in the boat could not move. The people on the headland drew back in fear. Where Nekton had leapt, joyful and young, there was only ash on the grass, and the wind already beginning to lift it. The warning had been true. It had always been true. For a long moment, no one in the boat breathed. The ash on the grass stirred in the wind, and the truth settled over the company like cold water. Nekton was gone, and the warning that had taken him bound every one of them now. The people on the headland were afraid. They had seen a young man leap from a strange boat and turn to dust before their eyes. They whispered and drew back, and some made signs against harm. To them, Bran's whole company were ghosts out of an old song. And Bran understood, in that cold moment, the full shape of what had happened to him. He could see his homeland. He could hear his people's voices, but he could never again set his foot upon it. The warning was not a punishment. It was simply the truth of his crossing. Here is the new grief, the one that comes after the first. Not that home was lost, but that it was right there, close enough to call to, and still forever out of reach. Sometimes the hardest distances are the smallest ones. His men looked to him, lost. What now? They could not land. They could not stay forever in a boat off a coast that thought them dead. And they could not go back. The land of women was 1 year and 100 years behind them. They belonged nowhere now. That is the new threat the story raises now. Not a monster, not a storm, despair. The quiet danger that a man who belongs nowhere might simply give up, might let the boat drift and stop caring where the sea took it, or whether it took him anywhere at all. And for a while Bran did sink into that. He sat at the stern with his face in his hands. Everyone he loved was gone. His home was a story. His youngest, brightest companion was ash on a hill. What was the voyage for, if it ended like this? But then, faint across the water, he heard the old man on the headland calling again. Not in fear now, in wonder. Stranger, the old man called. If you truly are Bran of the song, then tell us. Tell us what happened out there. We only have the half of it. And in that question, Bran found the thing that would save him from despair. The story. His people had kept his name alive for 300 years, but they only knew the beginning. A man who rode away after a fairy woman. They did not know the rest, and he did. Here is the part the old myths quietly understood. When a person has lost everything else, sometimes the one thing left to give is the telling of it, to make the loss into something that can be passed on, to turn grief into a story that outlives the griever. So Bran stood in the boat and steadied his voice and began to tell them everything. The music in the hall, the woman with the silver branch, the flowering sea where a god rode by, the laughing island, the thread and the bronze house, and the long golden year that ate 3 centuries. He told them of Nekton, too, of the eager boy who leapt first to come and ached longest to return, and could not bear the few feet of water between himself and home. He gave the ash on the hill a name, and a story, so it would not be only ash. The people listened the whole day through. They wept at the parts that asked for weeping, and wondered at the parts that asked for wonder. And as BRAN spoke, the despair that had nearly swallowed him loosened its grip, finger by finger. But BRAN knew that spoken words can be lost. The old man had carried his name 300 years, yes, but carried only the beginning, and even that worn thin. If the whole of it were to last, it needed to be set down in something harder than memory. So BRAN took up his knife, and a smooth length of wood, and he began to carve. Not letters as you and I would write them, but ogam, the old Irish script of straight notches cut along an edge, each cluster a sound, a line of strokes that could hold a name forever. Stroke by stroke, he cut the story into the wood, the branch, the song, the sea god, the islands, the thread, the golden year, and Nectan's name carved deepest of all, so that the boy who turned to ash would last in the grain of the wood long after the wind took his dust. When it was done, he held the carved stave up to the people on the shore. "Here is the whole of it," he called. "The voyage of BRAN, son of Feeble, beginning to end. Keep it, sing it true. Let it not wear down to half a song again." He could not bring the stave to land himself. His foot could never touch the shore, so he wrapped it carefully and set it on the water, and let the gentle tide carry it the last few feet that he could not cross. The story went home, even though he could not. A young woman waded into the shallows and lifted the stave from the water. She held it up so BRAN could see it was safe in her hands, and across the gap of water and centuries, the voyager and the girl looked at one another, and something passed between them that did not need words. His story was safe now. It would live on the shore he could not walk, in the mouths of a people he would never meet. And maybe that is a kind of homecoming after all. Not your feet on the soil, but your story taking root there and growing long after you are gone. But now BRAN faced the question the whole voyage had been carrying him toward. The story was home, he was not and never could be, so where, then, was a man to go who belonged to no shore in any world? He looked east at the land, he looked west at the open sea. His men waited on his answer. The ones who had chosen to come back with him had come back to nothing, to a home centuries dead, to a shore that would turn them to dust if they touched it. They too belonged to nowhere now, and they too looked to BRAN to say where they would go. And slowly, as BRAN stood there, a strange calm came over him. Maybe belonging nowhere was its own kind of freedom. The land was closed to him forever. But the sea, the wide, wondrous, deathless sea, that was still open. It had always been open. It was, he realized, the only true home he had left. Stay with that thought, because it is a gentle one to carry towards sleep, that when every door behind you has closed, there may still be one open way ahead, not the way you wanted, but a way, and yours, and wide enough to give your life back to. He turned to his men and told them gently what he had understood. We cannot land, we cannot stay. But the sea is not a prison, it is a country, and a wide one. If you will come, we will sail it, not back to the island, onward to whatever lies past the edge of the songs. One by one, the men nodded. There was nowhere else for them to go. It was true, but it was more than that. There was something in BRAN's quiet certainty that made the open sea sound less like exile and more like a calling, the same calling, perhaps, that had started it all. BRAN looked one last time at the green shore, at his people gathered there, at the young woman holding his story safe, at the small gray mark on the grass that had been Nectan. He raised his hand to them all in farewell, and many hands rose from the headland to answer him. Then he gave the order, and the oars dipped and the boat came around. The green Irish coast, home, and not home, and never home again, began to slip away behind them. And BRAN did not let himself look back a second time. Some farewells you can only make once. And so the second voyage began, not a journey out toward a promised island, but a journey on by a man with no shore to return to, carrying his grief and his wonder together across a sea that would not let him die and a land that would not let him land. Where would the sea take him now? What lay past the edge of every song his people knew? Even the bards did not know. From that day, the old tale says, the wanderings of BRAN were no longer counted among men, but we are not done. Tonight we follow a little further. So the boat sailed west, away from the land it could not touch, into waters no song had named. And a strange thing happened in the company. The grief did not vanish, but it grew quieter, the way a hard rain softens to a mist you can walk through. They no longer rowed toward something. They simply rowed and let the sea decide. And there is a peace in that. The old story knows. The peace of stopping the search for a moment and trusting the water to carry you somewhere you could not have steered toward yourself. For days they drifted and rowed by turns. The sea was kind. The weather held soft. And though they had no home to reach, they began, quietly, to make a kind of home of the boat itself, of each other, of the rhythm of the days, of the wide sky overhead. One dawn, an island rose ahead of them, small and silver and very still. A single great tree stood at its center, and on the tree hung apples that caught the morning light like lanterns. The men slowed the boat, remembering the islands that had cost them so much. On the shore stood a single figure, an old man alone mending a net by the waterline. He looked up at the boat without surprise, as though he had been expecting it for a very long time, and he raised one weathered hand in a slow, peaceful greeting. Bran called out, careful as ever, and asked who he was. And the old man laughed softly, not the mad laughter of the trapped island, but a warm, tired, human laugh. I am a voyager, he said. Like you, I rowed out long ago, looking for the blessed land, and I never found my way home. Bran felt a chill of recognition. Here was a man who had walked the same road, made the same choice, paid the same price. A voyager who could not go home, washed up on a quiet island at the edge of everything. He was looking, perhaps, at his own future. Are you sorry, Bran asked him, that you went? And the old voyager was quiet a while, looking out at the silver sea. No, he said at last. I lost my home. But I saw the flowering sea and the deathless isles and 100 wonders no one on land will ever know. I would not give those back. Maybe you know that kind of peace. The peace of a person who has lost a great deal and grieved it honestly, and come out the other side not bitter but quiet, not pretending the loss did not hurt, but holding the wonder beside it, and letting both be true. The old voyager offered them an apple from his glowing tree, one each, passed carefully boat to shore, never asking them to land. They were sweeter than anything on the land of women, and they did not bind, and they did not curse. They were simply a gift between travelers. They ate, and rested off the silver shore, and talked with the old man through the soft hours. He told them of seas they had not crossed, and islands he had passed, and the patterns the other world held for those who wandered it. Bran drank in every word. And before they left, Bran asked him one more thing. Is there an end to it? A place where a voyager like us can finally rest? The old man smiled and pointed west, into the brightening sea. There is, he said, but you will know it only when you stop running from it. You will know it only when you stop running from it. Bran turned that over and over as they rowed away from the Silver Island. He did not understand it yet, but he felt it was important, the kind of thing you are given before you are ready, so that it is waiting when you finally are. The sea carried them on, and now Bran rowed differently than before. On the first voyage, he had chased the deathless land out of longing. Now he moved through the wonders without grasping at them, looking, loving, and letting go. Loss, it seemed, had taught him how to hold things lightly. They came to an island where the streams ran with something brighter than water, and the very stones seemed warm, but the men did not land. They watched it pass with quiet pleasure. The way you might watch a beautiful thing you know is not yours to keep, and they rowed on, unhurt. This is the quiet turning of the second voyage. The islands had not changed. They were still beautiful, still full of traps for the grasping heart. But Bran had changed, and the same sea that had nearly swallowed him now simply carried him, because he had stopped trying to make it into a home it could never be. The men noticed it in him, and it steadied them. Where once they had looked to Bran for a destination, now they looked to him for his calm. He had no harbor to promise them, but he had something better, in the end, a way of being lost that did not feel like drowning. One evening, as the sun sank red into the western sea, Bran thought he heard, very faint and far off, a music. The same music, the slow, sweet song from the hall, the one that had started everything. He held still, hardly breathing, but the wind shifted, and it was gone. But it left a question burning in him. Was the woman with the silver branch still out there, somewhere west? Had she been waiting all this time, in the deathless land he had chosen to leave? And, this was the new thought, would she still welcome a man who had once turned away from her gift? He did not know. But for the first time since Nekton fell, Bran felt something other than grief pulling him forward. a small, warm thread of hope. Not the wild longing of the young man who first heard the song, a quieter hope, tempered by all he had lost, but hope all the same. The nights at sea grew long and full of stars. The men would lie back and watch them wheel and tell the stories of their lives to one another. Small, ordinary stories of homes long gone, of people 3 centuries dead. And in the telling, the dead were, for a moment, alive again. BRAN listened to them all, and he understood something he wanted to carry. That this, the telling, the remembering, the keeping of one another's stories, was the thing the deathless island had never offered. On the land of women, nothing was lost. So nothing had to be lovingly kept, and so nothing meant quite as much. That is a strange and tender truth to hold towards sleep, that the things we love mean so much partly because we can lose them. That a deathless world, where nothing ends, might also be a world where nothing is truly treasured. The clock that frightens us is also the thing that makes the hours precious. As the second voyage went on, the men aged gently, naturally, the way the deathless island had never let them. Their hair grayed at the temples, lines came to their faces, and strangely none of them feared it. After the island, growing older felt like proof that they were home again in the real river of time. BRAN aged too. The dark auburn went iron gray at his brow. The lines deepened around his sea-gray eyes, and he found he did not mind. Each gray hair was a day truly lived, truly counted, and after a year that swallowed 3 centuries unnoticed, every counted day was a small gift. They came upon islands still, now and then. An island where bells rang under the water. An island where the trees bowed in a wind no one could feel. They greeted each one and passed it by and carried its memory on. The sea was endless, but it was no longer empty. And all the while the faint music returned, a little clearer each time. On still evenings, BRAN would catch it on the western wind, that slow, sweet song, and his heart would turn toward it. The deathless land was out there, and it seemed somehow to be calling him back. But BRAN was wary of the calling now. He had answered a song once before, and it had cost him everything he loved. He would not be swept up so easily again. If the deathless land wanted him back, he would go to it with open eyes this time, knowing the price, and choosing anyway, or not at all. He gathered his men one evening and told them honestly what he felt. "The old song is calling me west again," he said. "I think it leads back to the deathless land, but I will not steer us there blind. We have paid enough to blindness. We will go slowly and watch, and choose with our eyes open." The men trusted him. They had no home to lose now, and the calling stirred something gentle in them too, a tiredness, a readiness, a sense that they had wandered long enough. They nodded, one by one, westward then, slowly, together, and the boat turned its prow fully toward the song. As they sailed toward the song, the sea began to change again, the way it had on the first voyage. The gray softened to gold, the swells grew long and warm, the light took on that honeyed glow they had felt once before, on the threshold of the Blessed Islands. The men felt the old timelessness brushing at them, soft and inviting, and this time it did not frighten them. They had made their peace with the river of years. They knew what the golden light could do, and they sailed into it anyway, clear-eyed, because this time they were not running from death. They were simply going home. And there, far ahead in the golden haze, a shape began to form on the sea. Not an island this time, a figure tall and bright, moving toward them across the water. The men shipped their oars and waited. BRAN rose slowly to his feet, his heart beating hard. He knew, somehow, who it was. The figure came nearer, and the golden haze thinned, and there she was. The woman from the hall, the one who had sung the silver branch into his hand a lifetime, and 3 centuries ago. She stood on the water as easily as on a floor, and in her hand she held the branch still, its silver bells faintly ringing. She looked at him, older now, gray, lined, marked by all his losses, and she did not seem disappointed that he had once turned away from her gift. She seemed, if anything, gentler, as though a man who had grieved his way back to her was dearer than one who had never left at all. "You went home," she said softly, "as I knew you would, and it broke your heart, as I knew it would." She was not cruel in saying it. She was simply naming the truth they both knew. And then she said the thing BRAN had crossed a second ocean to hear. "And now," she said, "you are ready." Now you're ready. BRAN understood at last what the old voyager had meant. You will know the place of rest only when you stop running from it. He had spent his first voyage running toward the deathless land out of fear of loss, and that fear had poisoned the gift. Now the fear was gone, now he could truly receive it. But Bran thought of his men. "I will not leave them," he said. "They followed me out, and home and out again," and the woman smiled. "They are weary too," she said. "The blessed land has room for all who are ready. None who came with you will be left behind," and the men, hearing it, wept with relief. "Then turn your boat," she said, "and follow. The way is open now and short," and she began to move back across the golden sea, the silver branch ringing softly, lighting a path on the water for the boat to follow. Bran took up his oar one more time, and the men took up theirs, and they followed her west. Let the boat follow that shining path a while, and let me tell you how the old Irish carried this strange idea of time. To them, the other world was not only a place, it was a different way of moving through the hours. There, time pooled and stilled. Here, it ran like a river, and the two did not keep the same count. The old stories are full of it. A man dances one night with the fairy folk and comes home to find 100 years gone. A woman steps into a green mound for an afternoon and returns when all her kin are dust. Bran's lost year was the same old truth, told large. Why did they tell it so often? Perhaps because they knew the feeling, even without the magic. That grief stops time and joy speeds it. That a hard year crawls and a happy one flies. The Irish simply made that ordinary truth into islands and mounds and a woman with a silver branch. And there is comfort in that. The comfort the old tellers meant to give. Your hard nights feel endless because they are slow, not because they are forever, and your sweetest hours fly because they are precious, not because they are stolen. Time is not your enemy, it is only keeping a different count, like the other world, just under the surface of your days. So when you watch Bran follow the silver branch into the deathless land, do not think of it only as magic. Think of it as a man finally moving at the pace his heart was always meant to keep, now back to the shining path, and the islands rising at its end. The shining path led them on through the golden sea, and the men rowed without weariness now. The water itself seemed to lift the boat forward, and ahead, low and bright, and ringed in white blossom, islands began to rise from the sea, many of them an archipelago of light. This was Emain Oblak at last, the island of apple trees the very first song had promised. Not one island, but a whole bright country of them, scattered across the western sea like petals on still water, the deathless land. And this time, Bran came to it not as a fugitive from death, but as a traveler come home. The woman led them into a calm, bright harbor among the islands, where the water was clear as air, and the blossom drifted down to rest on its surface without sinking. Other boats lay at peace there. Other travelers walked the shores. The blessed land was not empty. It was full of those who, like Bran, had finally found their way. And here is the gentle question the old story leaves for us. Is this a heaven? A death? A dream? The tellers never quite say. Perhaps it is all of them, and none. Perhaps it is simply the name the old Irish gave to the place a long-traveled soul finally lays its weariness down. Whatever it was, the men felt it as peace. A peace deeper than the land of women had ever given them, because that first island had been an escape, and this was an arrival. The difference is everything. To flee into comfort is one thing. To finally come to rest is another. For the first time since the music came to his hall, Bran felt no pull in any direction. No longing for a far place. No ache for a lost home. He stood on the blossom shore, an old gray traveler at the end of every road, and he was, simply and completely, at rest. The woman walked beside him through the blossoming hills, and they spoke quietly of all that had happened. She did not pretend his losses were small. She did not say the voyage had been worth Necton's life or his lost home. She only listened and let him grieve, here where grief was finally allowed to soften into something bearable. And maybe that is the truest gift the blessed land gives, not the absence of sorrow, but a place where sorrow can finally rest. Not a world where nothing is ever lost, but a shore where the things you lost can be carried gently instead of dragged. There is a difference. The whole voyage was learning it. His men found their own peace, too. They wandered the bright islands and met other travelers, voyagers from every age of Ireland, men and women who had heard their own music, answered their own calling, and come at last to the same blessed shore. The boat of Bran had joined a great long company of the brave and the lost. Among them, BRAN found the old voyager from the Silver Island, the one who had given him an apple and a riddle. The old man smiled to see him. "You stopped running," he said. "So you found it." And BRAN clasped his hand and understood that the riddle had been a map all along. BRAN asked him gently about Nectan. Was there any place in all the Blessed Isles for a boy who never reached them, who turned to ash on a green shore an ocean away? And the old voyager looked at him kindly and said something BRAN would hold forever. The boy reached the only home he truly wanted, the old man said. Not these islands, Ireland. He ached for the green land, and the green land took him into itself. His ash is part of that hill now. He is home, BRAN, just a different home than yours. And BRAN wept and was, somehow, comforted. Hold that, if you are still awake, that there may be more than one way home, that the boy who could not reach the Blessed Isles still reached the soil he loved and became part of it, that no longing is ever entirely wasted, even the ones that seem to end in ash. The days on the Blessed Islands were like the land of women's days in their gentleness, but different in their depth, for these were not days that erased you, they were days that healed you. Time still pooled and slowed here, but it no longer stole, it mended. And BRAN felt himself, slowly, becoming whole. He walked the apple orchards where blossom and fruit hung together. He drank from streams that tasted of every clear water he had ever loved. He rested under trees that did not die, in a light that did not fade, on a shore where the only sound was the soft ringing of a far silver branch. And the longing that had ruled his whole life, the longing for somewhere else, for something more, for the far bright thing across the water, at last fell silent in him, not because it was denied, because it was answered. He had nowhere left to long toward. He was already there. But BRAN had not forgotten the green shore and ocean behind him, or the people who had carried his name 300 years, or the young woman who had lifted his story from the water. He thought of them often with a tenderness that no longer hurt, and he wondered if there was one last thing he might do for them. He went to the woman with the branch and asked, "My story is on that far shore," he said, "carved in oakham, kept in the mouths of my people. But stories wear thin over centuries. I learned that the hard way. Is there a way to keep mine true, long after even this old voice is silent?" The woman smiled. "Your story will not wear thin," she said. "You carved it in ogham, and the ogham was copied onto skin, and the skin will be copied again and again down all the ages of Ireland. Monks will write it in their books. Children will hear it by the fire. Your voyage is already deathless, more deathless than these islands." More deathless than these islands. BRAN turned that over and felt the wonder of it. He had crossed 2 oceans seeking a place where nothing ends, and all the while, the truly deathless thing had been the story itself, passing hand to hand, voice to voice, long after every island and every voyager had faded. And that, perhaps, is the quietest comfort of all to carry into sleep, that nothing truly loved is entirely lost if it is remembered. That a story is a kind of deathless land you can carry in your own chest. That the people and the moments you keep alive by remembering them are, in their way, already living in the Blessed Isles. BRAN was content now. He had his rest, his men, his peace, and the knowledge that his story would carry on. He thought there could be no more to ask of any voyage. But the woman with the branch had one last thing to show him, the heart of the blessed land that he had not yet seen. She led him and his men up through orchards brighter than any they had seen, to the crown of the highest island. And from there, the whole blessed country opened below them, island after island of blossom and silver water, stretching west past sight, more beautiful than the first song had ever managed to say. And in the center of it all, where the brightest light gathered, BRAN saw a figure he knew. Tall, sea-gray, riding a white-maned horse over the still water between the islands. Manannán, son of Lear, the lord of the sea, come, it seemed, to welcome the voyager into his own country at last. Manannán rode up to the foot of the island and looked up at the gray old traveler he had passed, a young man, on the flowering sea so long ago. "You have come a long road since we met," the sea god said. "You crossed my country twice. Few mortals ever cross it once. You have earned your rest, son of Feeble." And BRAN bowed his gray head to the Sea Lord, and felt the last of his wandering fall away. He was not a king now, nor a fugitive, nor a man with no shore. He was simply a traveler who had come, by the longest possible road, exactly where he was always meant to arrive. Manannan spoke to him then of deep things, of how the worlds fit together, of the sea that joins them all, of the great turning of ages he had hinted at on the flowering plain so long ago. And this time BRAN understood, where once he had only listened. The road had taught him the language of the sea god's wisdom. "There is a turning coming," the sea god told him. "Ages from now, when a great change will come over the green land you loved. New stories will rise, old gods will fade, but the sea will remain, and these islands will remain, and the voyagers will keep coming, age after age, looking for the same bright shore. You will not be the last." You will not be the last. BRAN found a deep comfort in that. He was part of something far larger than his own grief, a long line of seekers, stretching back before him, and on past him, all of them reaching for the deathless shore. He had thought himself alone on the widest sea. He had never been alone at all. The sea god gave BRAN a gift before he left. Not a thing to hold, but a knowing. He laid his great weathered hand on BRAN's gray head, and in that touch BRAN felt every sorrow he carried turn gentle, every loss become a part of him he could bear, every grief soften into the quiet richness of a life fully lived. Then Manannan turned his white-maned horse and rode away across the still bright water, growing smaller among the islands until the light gathered him in, and BRAN stood watching, no longing in him now to follow. He had everywhere he needed to be, right here, beneath the blossoming trees. The days flowed on, gentle and bright. BRAN and his men made their home among the blessed islands, not the restless waiting of the land of women, but a true belonging. They had crossed the whole world, lost almost everything, and arrived at the very end at a peace that no one could ever take from them again. And on the quiet evenings, BRAN would walk to the western edge of the islands and look out at the endless bright sea and listen to the soft, far ringing of silver branches on the wind. He was not waiting for anything. He was not longing for anywhere. He was simply at last home and at peace to be exactly where he was. This is where the old tellers let his story rest. BRAN, son of Feeble, who heard a music in his hall and crossed 2 oceans and lost his home to time and grieved and wandered and came at last to the blessed shore, not as a man fleeing death, but as a traveler finally ready to lay his weariness down. And somewhere on a green Irish hill, far across the water, his story lived on, carved in ogham, copied onto skin, sung by the fire, passing down the long years toward a night, much later, when someone tired and far from home would hear it again. Someone, perhaps, a little like you. Let the islands glow softly a while, and let me tell you about these voyage tales, the Imrama, before we close. BRAN's was the first, but it was not the last. For centuries, the Irish told and retold stories of men who rode west, seeking the blessed land beyond the waves. There was the voyage of Mael Duin, who sailed past 30 wondrous islands seeking revenge and found forgiveness instead. There was the voyage of St. Brendan, a monk who, the old books say, sailed west and found a paradise that some later dreamers thought was a far new world across the ocean. They were never only adventure stories. The Irish understood the voyage as something deeper, a journey of the soul. The sea was a life, the islands were the trials and temptations and griefs we all pass. And the blessed shore at the end was whatever peace a soul might finally come to, if it sailed honestly enough. And that is why BRAN's voyage still touches us, all these centuries on, because we are all in our way on the water. All of us passing islands we cannot stay on. All of us longing for some far bright shore, and grieving the homes we leave behind and learning slowly, the hard way, how to hold it all without drowning. So as we come back to BRAN one last time, hold his voyage as your own a little. The music you have heard today, the far shore you long for, the home you grieve, the peace you are slowly, surely sailing toward. Now, back to the blessed islands, for the gentlest ending of all. The blessed islands turned slowly through their endless soft light, and BRAN lived among them in deep peace. His grief had not vanished. It had ripened, the way late fruit ripens into something sweet and full and gentle to carry. He had become at last the old voyager on the shore, calm, whole, unafraid. New boats came now and then across the bright sea, other voyagers, other tired travelers, finding their way to the blessed shore. And it was BRAN, often, who met them at the water's edge, who raised a hand in welcome, who told them gently that they had stopped running, and so they had found it. The man who had once been a lost king became a keeper of the shore, a gentle greeter of the weary, passing on the peace that the old voyager had once passed to him. The grief he had carried became the very thing that let him comfort others. Nothing he had suffered was wasted. It had all become kindness. That is a thought worth holding as your eyes grow heavy, that the hardest things you carry might, in the end, become the very gifts you give, that your griefs, fully grieved, can soften into a tenderness toward others that nothing easier could ever have taught you. Bran's losses became his welcome. Yours can become something too. The seasons that were not quite seasons turned over the islands. The blossom never fell, the streams never froze, the light never failed. And Bran, who had once been so frightened of a place where nothing changed, found that he no longer needed change. He had found the one stillness that did not erase him. He had found home. And on the softest evenings, the woman with the silver branch would walk beside him along the western shore, and neither of them would speak. There was nothing left to ask, nothing left to long for, just two figures on a blossom shore, in a light that did not fade, at the end of the longest road there is. The story of Bran does not end with a death. The old tellers were careful about that. They did not say he died. They said only that his wanderings were no longer counted among living men, that he passed out of our world and into the other. And there, as far as any mortal knows, he remains. So somewhere, the old story quietly promises, Bran is still there, still walking the blossom shore, still meeting the weary boats, still at peace beneath the trees that do not die. The voyage that began with a song in a hall has no ending, only a long, bright, gentle continuing, out past the edge of every map. And that is the whole of it, the voyage of Bran, son of Feeble, from a music in a firelit hall to a peace beyond the western sea. A story about longing and loss, and the long road home, and how home, in the end, was not a place he reached, but a peace he finally let himself receive. We have followed him a long way tonight, across 2 oceans, through laughing islands and golden years, past a god on a flowering sea, all the way to a shore where nothing ends. If your eyes have grown heavy along the way, that is good. That is exactly as it should be. The voyage was always meant to carry you here. There is only a little of the night left now, and it grows softer toward the end. So let the boat lie quiet at the blessed shore, and let Bran rest beneath his blossoming trees, and let yourself drift a little nearer to sleep as we come, gently to the last of the story. On the last and softest evening of the tale, Bran walked to the western edge of the Blessed Islands, where the bright sea stretched away past every horizon. The music was all around him now, the silver branches ringing soft on every tree, the song from the hall that had called him across 2 oceans come full circle at last. And there, on the still water before him, the woman with the silver branch waited one last time. She held out her hand, not a summons now and not a trap, just an invitation offered to a man at last ready to take it freely. "Come," she said softly. "The rest of the way is gentle," and Bran smiled and stepped toward her. He took her hand, and there was no fear in it and no grasping. The grief of his whole long life rose in him one last time and then settled, gently, into peace. Everything he had loved, everything he had lost, everything he had crossed the world for, gathered into a single quiet feeling that was, at last, enough. And then, together, they walked out across the bright still water toward the soft glow of the furthest islands, the ones past every map, where the light was gentlest of all. His men watched from the shore, unafraid, knowing they too would follow when their own evenings came, and the music rose around them all, sweet and slow and endless. The soft glow gathered them in, the way the sea had gathered the sea god, the way the green hill had gathered Nekton, the way the night is, very gently, gathering you now. The voyage of Bran was complete. He was home, and the only sound left in all the Blessed Islands was the soft, slow ringing of silver, fading into peace. So what does this old voyage hold for us, here in the quiet? Begin with the silver branch, the thing that started it all. A small gift, ringing with a music from somewhere else. The branch is longing itself, that sudden pull toward something more, something elsewhere. We have all held it, the faint music in an ordinary evening that says there is another life, just over the water. Then the flowering sea, the gift Manannan gave with a word. The same gray water Bran crossed so wearily was, from another place, a meadow full of flowers. That image is a quiet medicine. The tired road you are on tonight might be, from some gentler angle, a thing of beauty. Nothing is only what weary eyes can see. Then the laughing island, and the man it kept. a whole people lost inside one feeling, unable to step out of it long enough to answer a stranger. There is a warning in it, gentle but real. Any single feeling held forever can become a trap, even a happy one. The old story knew that no one note, played without end, stays sweet. Then the thread, and the land of women, a welcome so soft it could not be fought, a comfort so complete that time itself dissolved inside it. The golden year that ate 3 centuries is the heart of it, a perfect ease where nothing aches and nothing changes, can quietly take everything, because to lose all your pain, you must lose all your home. And then Nekton, the foot that touched home, the years that crashed down. The most heartbreaking truth in the tale, told softly. Some doors only open one way. Nekton is the part of us that aches so hard for what is gone that we forget the warning. His grief is human, and his fall is not a punishment. It is just the cost of loving a home that time has carried off. But the deepest meaning is in Bran's 2 voyages. The first, he chased the deathless land out of fear of loss, and the fear poisoned the gift. The second, he came to the same shore having grieved, having lost, having stopped running, and only then could he truly receive it. You will know the place of rest only when you stop fleeing toward it. That is the gift the whole voyage carries to you. Peace is not a place you can chase down. It comes quietly, when you stop chasing, when you let the things you love be held lightly instead of gripped. And there is the great gentle reversal at the center of it all. Bran was offered no death, no sorrow, no loss, and a part of him still chose the green island where all 3 were waiting, because it was his. That is the truest thing the story knows, that a life without loss might also be a life without meaning. That the clock we fear is the same clock that makes our hours precious. We treasure things because we can lose them. And the story carries one more comfort. Bran's losses, fully grieved, became his kindness. He became the keeper of the shore, welcoming the weary with the very peace his own grief had taught him. So the hardest thing you carry tonight may yet become a gift. A grief, fully felt, can soften into a tenderness toward others that nothing easier could ever teach. Nothing you suffer honestly is wasted. And last, the deathless thing was never the island. It was the story, carved in ogham, copied onto skin, sung by the fire, passing down the long years, all the way to you, tonight. Nothing truly loved is entirely lost, if it is remembered. A story is a deathless land you can carry in your own chest. The ones you keep alive by remembering them are already in their way on the blessed shore. Longing, comfort, loss, and the long way to peace. That is the voyage of Bran, and that, in some quiet way, is the voyage of every heart that ever heard a far music and wondered what lay across the water. The woman with the branch was right. Bran's story did not wear thin. It was carved and copied again, all the way down to us tonight. It was written down well over 1,000 years ago. The Imram Brain, the voyage of Bran, one of the oldest tales in all of Irish memory, set on skin by monks who loved the old stories enough to keep them. And the blessed land Bran sailed to never faded from the Irish heart. They kept telling of it under other names. Tir na Nog, the land of the young, where heroes sailed and time stood still. The hero Oisin would sail there too, centuries later in the telling, and live in its endless youth, and like Nekton, fall to sudden age the moment he touched Irish soil again. Bran's truth echoed on, over and over. And the Apple Islands sailed into other people's dreams as well. Avalon, where a wounded king was carried to be healed across the water, is the same old hope, the Isle of Apples beyond the Western Sea. Even St. Brendan's famous voyage carried Bran's shape, a westward sail toward a promised land, which later dreamers wondered might lie across the whole ocean, in a world not yet found. The flowering sea, Manannan's gift of seeing the waves as a meadow, became one of the most beloved images in all of Celtic story. Poets returned to it for centuries. They never quite let it go. And Manannan himself sailed on through the ages, the sea god who rode the waves, lending his name to the Isle of Man, watching over voyagers in story long after his temples were gone. Every tale of a land beyond the sea owes something to that first small boat, every dream of a deathless shore, every story of time lost in a fairy country sails in Bran's old wake. So the woman's promise held. Bran is more deathless than the islands he sailed to, and tonight, by hearing his voyage, you have kept him sailing on, one more time, across one more quiet sea. The story is told now. The boat is small on the silver water, and the music is fading, soft and slow, into the dark. There is nothing left to reach for tonight, no island to find, no shore to cross, just the gentle rocking of the water and the wide, quiet sky. And somewhere far ahead, past the edge of sleep, another story is already waiting, somewhere colder, older, a different kind of fire. But not tonight. Tonight you can let it all drift. The boat will keep itself. The sea will hold you gently while you rest. We'll be here, on the far shore, whenever you're ready. There is always another old story waiting. No hurry, no test. Let your breathing slow now the way the swells slow in, like the tide drawing back out, like the wave letting go. Everything you carried into tonight can rest here too. Set it gently on the water. Let the quiet sea carry it for a while. The far music is almost gone now, just a faint silver ringing somewhere over the water, softer, softer still. You are safe. You are warm. You are held by the same wide quiet that held every traveler who ever crossed this sea. Rest now. The voyage is done and the shore is near. Good night. Sleep gently. The old sea will carry you the rest of the way. How was your day? Maybe you were the one holding something steady today, quietly, without being thanked. The kind of work no one really sees from the outside. There's a young warrior in the old Irish stories who once held a whole country alone, not because no one else could hug, because no one else could come. If today felt a little like that, he'd understand. Settle in now. You can let the day go. The story is old, and the old stories know how to wait while you fall asleep. We'll start at the ford, where the water is shallow and the morning is cold. Cold air that fills the chest, the creak of leather, the smell of wet stone and bruised grass. A young man steps out onto the pale stones of the river alone and waits for an army to come. They come down through the trees on the far side. Hundreds, then thousands, banners on long spear shafts. The young man on the stones does not step back. He has been told he is the only one who can stand here. Why would a young man stand on a stone in a cold river and not step back? Not for glory. He has glory already. He stands there because every man in his country is, for a strange reason, unable to lift a spear. A curse, an old one. The men of Ulster have been put into the pains of a woman in childbirth, all at once, for 9 days and 9 nights. They cannot rise, and so a boy who is half a god stands on a stone instead. His name is CHULAINN, the Hound of Ulster. He's 17, maybe younger. The stories don't quite agree. What they agree on is the river, the stone, and the way he kept showing up day after day. This is what we do here. One old story, one night. Something that happened a long time ago, and still has something to say to a tired person on a Tuesday. Get comfortable now, adjust the pillow, pull the blanket up. If you fall asleep before the end, that's allowed. The old Irish gods were patient. They watched over sleeping people for a long time. This is only the beginning of his story. The famous parts, the ford, the friend, the standing stone, those are still ahead. But not tonight. Tonight, just this. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another old story, another night like this one. Now, back to his. Long before the ford, he was a small boy with a hurling stick. Not CHULAINN yet. His first name was Setanta. He lived by the grey sea with his mother and the sound of seabirds. His mother told him there were warriors at his uncle's fort, far inland, the Red Branch, the best of Ireland. He listened in the way a small boy listens, already deciding to go. One morning he set off alone, a small boy, a hurling stick, a leather ball, a road that ran inland through whitethorn hedges. He hit the ball ahead of him as he walked, then caught up to it, then again, for days. He came to Emain Macha, the great round fort of his uncle, King Conchobar. He walked in through a gate that should not have opened for him, and onto a green where 100 boys were already playing the same game. It is said that when he was angry as a boy, really angry, something happened to him that no other child in Ireland could do. His face would change, his body would change. The grown warriors stopped laughing the day they first saw it. But that's later. Tonight he is still only Setanta, walking onto a green among strangers, a hurling stick in his hand. The ford is still years away. The army is still a story no one has begun to tell. The boys on the green at Imen Macha did not stop their game for the small boy at the gate. He walked straight into the middle of them, lifted his hurling stick, and joined the play without asking. This is, by every account, the way he announced himself, not with a speech, not with a name, with the small body of a boy stepping into a game he was not invited into, and then, somehow, winning it. They turned on him for it. 100 boys, with hurling sticks. They thought they would teach him not to come uninvited. That was when his face changed for the first time, in front of grown men. King Conchobar saw it happen from a window in the hall. He came out very fast for a king. He put his own hand on the small shoulder and called the boys off and asked the boy's name. The boy gave it, Setanta, son of his own sister. He took the boy into the hall and gave him a place at the long benches with the others. Maybe you know that small relief, when someone in charge finally notices and decides you belong, and the room agrees. He grew there, not like the others, faster in some ways, slower in others. The boy troop learned not to test him after the first time. The grown men learned to watch where he was and to step easily around him. The old harpers at the hall told him stories at night. The Tuatha De Danann under the hills, the Morrigan who came as a crow, the cattle that were more than cattle, and the queens who wanted them. He learned in those nights what his country was, a green land, a gray sea, a people who loved single combat more than war, and a single brave word more than a long careful one. He grew taller, not by much. He would always be shorter than the men around him. But something in him stretched, the way certain things stretch in fire, until he was a different shape than the others, even sitting still. He learned weapons, he learned them too quickly. The arms master had to make him slower on purpose, so the other boys could keep up. There's a kindness in that when you think about it. Hold back so the others don't feel small. The waiting was not empty. The waiting was the work. He was building something in those years, slowly. The men of Ulster did not yet know they would one day need him to hold a river. One spring evening, a druid named Cathbad spoke a prophecy in the hall. Whoever takes up arms today, he said, will be a great warrior and short-lived. The boy heard it from the doorway. He stepped forward. He asked for arms. The king's spears broke in his hands. The king's chariots broke under his weight. They had to bring him the king's own spear and the king's own chariot before they held. He took them and walked out. He knew the prophecy, short-lived. He did not ask for it to be taken back. Some choices are like that. You know what they cost on the day you make them, and you make them anyway. Maybe you know that kind of choice. It was not the only prophecy he chose. There would be others. The old stories are full of moments when he could have stepped back and didn't. Maybe that's why the country kept telling his story long after he was gone. His charioteer was a young man called Laeg. They were almost the same age. They understood each other without needing to speak. If you've ever had a friend like that, you already know the shape of this part of the story. Lach drove, CHULAINN fought. That was how it worked. But on the long days between the famous moments, they sat by the same small fires and ate the same hard bread, and the country mostly didn't see them at all. Around the same year, he heard about a girl. He heard about her before he saw her. They said she had every gift a woman should have: wisdom, beauty, good sense, skilled hands, the 7 things, and she was at Dún Forgail, on a high green hill. Her name was Emer. Her father was a hard man called Forgal, who did not want a young warrior to come anywhere near her. Forgal had heard about CHULAINN too, and decided to put as many tests between them as he could. CHULAINN took Laeg in the chariot and drove up the long road to Dún Forgail anyway. He did not announce himself at the gate. He stopped on the grass below the wall, where Emer was working at her embroidery. They spoke in riddles. The old Irish liked their courtships that way. He spoke of where he had been. She answered with where she would not go. Each riddle was a small map of who they were. It was not love at first sight. It was something steadier than that. 2 people recognizing each other in the way 2 people sometimes do, and deciding without quite saying so that they would wait for each other. Before any of that, before Emer, before the king's chariot, before he took up arms, there was the night his name changed. He was still Setanta then. He was small. He was hungry. He was running late to a feast. King Conchobar had been invited to feast at the house of a smith named CHULAINN. The king asked the boy to come. The boy said yes, but I have to finish my game first. I'll follow after. The king nodded and rode on. At CHULAINN's house they were welcomed in and seated near the hearth. The doors were closed. The smith asked if anyone else was coming. The king had forgotten the boy. He said no. The smith loosed his great hound for the night. That hound was the size of a calf. People said 3 men could not hold it. It was meant to guard the forge after the doors were closed. Nothing was meant to come through the yard after dark. Nothing usually tried. But the boy was coming. He had finished his game. He was walking up the road in the dark, hurling stick over one shoulder, leather ball in his hand, humming something his mother had hummed when he was very small. The hound heard him. The hound rose from where it had lain in the yard. The hound came across the packed earth low and fast, all teeth and weight, a thing built to stop anyone the smith had not named. Inside the forge they heard it. The king stood up, white. "The boy is dead," he said. The smith dropped his ale and ran for the door. They opened it onto the yard, expecting the worst thing they had ever seen. They saw the boy standing. The hound lay still on the packed earth. He had used his hurling stick to drive the leather ball straight down the great hound's throat, and the dog had fallen at his feet without a sound. The smith looked at the boy and at the dog, and his face changed. That hound had been his guard for many years. He had no other. He did not speak for a long minute. The king watched and did not push him. The boy spoke first. He said something simple. He said, "I will be your hound. I will guard your forge. I will watch the road for you. Until you can train another, I will be the dog that lies in the yard." The smith looked at him a long time. The king nodded slowly. The druid Cathbad, who had been at the feast, spoke into the quiet. "From this night," he said, "your name is CHULAINN, the Hound of CHULAINN." That is how he got his second name. By killing a guard dog he had not been told about, and then offering to become one. That tells you, more than any battle, who he was at heart. He kept his word for the next year. While the smith trained a new hound, the boy slept curled in the doorway of the forge through the long nights. The neighbors got used to it. The road got used to it. He was where he was meant to be. The cave did not change her all at once. The yard did not change him all at once either. It gave him a name to grow into, and a doorway to keep, and the slow work of being trusted by someone he had hurt. He never lost the name. Long after the smith had a new hound and CHULAINN had grown into the body of a young warrior, men still called him by it, the hound, as if the offer at the doorway was the truest thing about him. That is one way you learn what kind of warrior someone is. Not by what they break, but by what they offer to mend after the breaking. The old stories knew this, and kept it quiet, and waited for us to notice. Years later, on the cold stone of the ford, when an army began to come through the trees, that was the name a warrior on the far bank shouted across the river, the hound, as if to remind himself why he should still be afraid. But that is still ahead. Tonight he is still small, still curled in the doorway of a forge, still a boy who killed a dog and then promised to be one. The country is still safe. The river is still only a river. Let that picture stay with you for a while. A boy in a doorway, a banked fire behind him, a road outside that nobody is coming down. He sleeps, the forge sleeps, the country sleeps, for now. These stories were not written down for a long time. They were told, by harpers, by mothers, by old men around the central fire. The Ulster cycle they came to be called. The cycle around CHULAINN. Some of them were finally set down on parchment by monks in stone cells, centuries after the events they describe. The monks did not always agree with the warriors in the stories. They kept the stories anyway. There is a kindness in that too. To copy down a story you do not entirely approve of because you know the country needs it. The monks who kept the Hound of Ulster did not need to like him. They only needed to remember him. That is how the story reached us. Through firesides, through monks, through mothers at bedsides, through a long, quiet chain of people who decided that a small boy in a yard with a hurling stick deserved to be carried forward. Maybe that is the part of the story you are part of now, lying in your bed far from any forge, the old name still passing through the dark. The hound, the boy, the doorway, the promise, carried again. Back to the courtship now. CHULAINN drove home from Dún Forgail that evening without a yes from Emer's father. But Emer herself, on the bench inside the gate, had answered him without anyone else noticing. Fergal did what worried fathers in old stories do. He invited the young warrior to a feast, served him strong ale, and tried to suggest that there was, somewhere overseas, a teacher who could turn a promising fighter into a perfect one. Her name, said Fergal, was Scathach, a warrior woman. She lived alone on a bleak island in a cold sea. Few who tried to reach her ever did. He hoped, very privately, that CHULAINN would never come back from the trip. CHULAINN heard the suggestion and the trap at the same time. He decided to take the suggestion. If learning more would let him come home worthy of Emmer, he would learn more. Sometimes a trap is a path you walk anyway. He went home to Merlin first. He walked into the small round stone house at Tuatha De Danann, where his mother sat at the loom, and told her where he was going. She did not try to stop him. She did slow him down enough to give him bread. Then he walked to Dunfermline again. He did not go to the gate this time. He stood at the foot of the long green slope below the wall, where Emer could see him from the watch platform, and he waited for her to come down. She came. She crossed the inner ground. She came through a small side gate. She walked down the long slope on her own. She wore the green overdress. She wore the bronze torque. She wore the calm she had been wearing since the day she met him. They spoke quietly at the foot of the hill. He told her about Scathach. He told her about the sea. He told her he would come back. She did not say be careful. She said, come back. And then she turned and walked up the hill again. That was the last he saw of her for a year, maybe more. The old stories are not careful about the exact number of months. They are careful about the weight of the year between two promises. Maybe you know that kind of waiting. Not dramatic. The quieter kind, the kind where nothing moves outside, but something inside you is changing anyway. The kind a thread of embroidery understands better than a person does. He went to the harbor. He found a small wooden ship and a small crew willing to take a young warrior across to the eastern shore. The voyage was rough. He did not speak much. He looked east a lot. He came at last to the place Fergal had named. A black cliff above a cold gray sea, a narrow stone causeway arching across a deep chasm, and halfway across, a small fire burning on the far headland that did not seem to be tended by anyone. They said the bridge would not hold those who were not worthy. They said it threw the unworthy off into the chasm before they reached the far side. They said Scathach watched from her doorway, who could and could not cross. He stepped onto the stones. The bridge did not throw him. He crossed it the way someone crosses a river that has decided to let them across. And when he reached the far side, Scathach was already standing in her doorway waiting for him. She did not greet him warmly. She did not greet him coldly. She looked at him the way a smith looks at a piece of iron, measuring how much heat it will take, how much hammering it will allow, how much it will sing. Stay with this for a moment. Stay with this image. A young warrior, finally where he was meant to be. On the edge of a hard year, being measured by the only teacher in the world who could finish him. There's a strange peace in that. The training was hard, harder than anything he had done in Ulster. Scathach made him run before dawn, and climb the cliffs barefoot, and stand in the cold sea up to the chest until the small bones of his hands forgot what warm meant. She made him learn weapons he had never seen. Twin short swords, like the ones she carried across her back. Throwing knives, the barbed bone-tipped spear that would one day be his, the gaibolg, that no one else in the world could throw. She showed him the spear throw with the foot. He did not understand at first. She showed him again. You drop the spear into the water, she said, and you guide it with the foot. He learned it slowly. Then well, then better than anyone alive. Other young warriors were on the island. They had come from many places. They sparred with him at dawn and ate the same dry bread at dusk. He did not become close to most of them. He became close to one. His name was Ferdia. He was older. He was taller. He was broad-shouldered where CHULAINN was wiry. His skin had a strange, faint ridging on the forearms like the grain of antler that no spear point could break. They learned from Scathach together. They sparred with each other every day. They learned each other's small habits, the way Ferdia guarded the left, the way CHULAINN dropped his shoulder before the second strike, the kind of knowing only friends learn. Scathach watched them spar. She did not always speak. When she did, she said only what was needed. Sometimes she said slower. Sometimes she said again. Sometimes, very rarely, she said yes. That word was worth more than a year. CHULAINN and Ferdia were called foster brothers by the end of that year. Not because they were born to the same family, because they had learned the same craft at the same hand. And that was a deeper kind of brotherhood in the old Irish world. Remember that, for later, the two of them on a stone bench at the edge of a cliff, sharing one small fire and one horn cup of water. Some friendships are quiet enough that you don't see, at the time, how much you'll need them. Scathach taught CHULAINN the gaibol glast. She did not teach Ferdia the same throw. She said only that not everyone on her island would carry that weapon. She did not say why. Maybe she already saw the river that was waiting. She let him keep the spear. She said it was his now. She said only one warrior in a generation could carry it, and only one warrior in a generation needed to. She did not say which generation he was meant to be. When the year ended, Scathach told him quietly that he was finished. She did not say goodbye in a long way. She said only, "You may go home, and then, more quietly, come back if you ever need to remember." He sailed home. Ferdia stayed a little longer on the island, then went back to his own people in Connacht, which was the country of Queen Medb. Neither of them at the time thought that mattered very much. Both of them were wrong. CHULAINN came back to Ireland a different shape, not bigger, the shape of someone who has been hammered and tempered for a year. He went straight to Doon Forgale. This time, he did not stop at the foot of the slope. Fergal saw him coming up the road. Fergal did not open the gate. Fergal locked it. The young warrior on the slope did not slow down. He had not waited a year on a cold island to be turned back at a wooden gate. We'll stay there, for now. We leave him on the slope for a while. The story turns south now, to a different hall, in a different country, to Connacht in the west, to a long bed in a great oak-walled bedchamber, where a king and a queen are talking about wealth. Her name was Medb. She was the queen of Connacht. Her husband was a kind enough man called Ailill. They were comparing what each of them had brought into the marriage. The old Irish thought of this as a real and reasonable conversation between equals. They counted cup for cup, cloak for cloak, sword for sword, horse for horse, cow for cow. They came out almost exactly equal. Almost Ailill, it turned out, had one white bull that Medb could not match. She had owned the bull's brother as a calf. The calf had decided, the way calves sometimes do, that it would rather belong to a king than a queen. It had walked itself out of her herd and into her husband's, that had stung. She heard that night of another bull, the brown bull of Cooley. It was said to be the only animal in Ireland that could match her husband's white one. It lived in Ulster. It belonged to a chieftain who would not sell. Maybe you can already see where this is going. She sent messengers north to Cooley. She offered cattle, gold, and the use of her own friendship for the loan of the bull. The chieftain agreed. He even welcomed the messengers to a feast at his house. That was where it went wrong. The messengers drank too much. One of them said, more loudly than was wise, if the chieftain had not agreed, the queen would have come and taken the bull anyway. The chieftain heard. The chieftain stopped smiling. The next morning he sent the messengers home empty. Medb heard the report. She did not shout. She did not throw a horn cup. She sat down by the central fire in her hall, looked into the flames for a while, and then said to her household, "Gather every warrior in Connacht. We will go and get the bull ourselves." The army that gathered in Connacht over the next weeks was not small. Allies came from Leinster and Munster. Warriors came from across the Western Sea. By the time it began to move north, it was the largest army the country had ever seen. They marched east, then north. They were slow. They had to be slow to feed an army that large. You bring most of a country with you. Cooks, wagons, druids, smiths, wives, children, a whole moving town. At the front of the army rode Medb herself, in a small wooden chariot, the long copper-red hair loose to the small of her back, the crimson gown bright across the moving plain. The story does not pretend she was an ordinary queen. It says outright that she led from the front. At CHULAINN, before the march began, the druids had spoken a quiet warning. They had seen in their reading a young man at a river, holding the way alone. They had not been able to see his face clearly. Medb had heard. Medb had decided to go anyway. News of the army reached Emain Macha in the same week. Messengers ran in. King Conchobar tried to rise from his bench. He could not. The pains of the curse of Matcha had taken him with the rest of the men. The hall was full of warriors who could not move. The boy troop on the green outside were too young to be touched by the curse. The very old were too old. CHULAINN, by some old half-explained reason, was outside the curse altogether. He was the only grown warrior in Ulster who could rise. He went to see his uncle in the hall. The king said little, he did not have the breath for a speech. He gave one instruction: slow them down, hold them at the border. We will come when we can rise. He did not waste time. He left the hall, he found Lag, he had the chariot prepared. He rode out from Emain Macha that same night, with 2 black horses in the traces and the gay bulg laid in the chariot beside him. He went south to the border alone. His mother lived close to the border. He stopped at Dundelgan for a few hours on the way. He did not say where he was going, he did not need to. She gave him bread. She gave him a clean, undyed linen tunic, and she let him go. Emer was, of course, by then his wife. He had won her back from her father's fort in the year after Skatak. We will tell that part later, more gently. For now, she was at the small round house at Dundelgan with his mother, and she was watching him go. She did not call after him. She did not run. She stood at the doorway, one hand on the worn oak frame, and she watched the chariot grow smaller along the dirt track toward the south. Maybe you know what that kind of standing costs. He drove south through the long green plain of Merthyr, his own country, the cattle of his own people scattered across the dry stone-walled fields, black and white, quiet, familiar. He looked at them the way you look at the things you intend to keep. They reached the southern edge of Merthyr by evening. He could see, far across the next valley, the first wisps of smoke from the campfires of the great army. There were hundreds of them. The smoke rose and joined into a single faint cloud over the southern plain. He drove down off the ridge and chose his ground. There was a shallow river in the valley below, a ford, pale flat stones, low banks of cropped grass, dark woods on the far side. It was the kind of place a single man could hold. He set his camp at the near bank. He spent the night at the bank. Leg unharnessed the horses. They ate cold bread and cold beef. CHULAINN sat with his back against a single tall standing stone at the bank, the gabolg across his knees, and watched the far woods until the sky lightened. He did not sleep. He did not need to yet. The night was quiet. The water moved over the stones with the small, endless sound water has. Somewhere, in the woods on the far side, an owl called twice and stopped. He watched until the cold became the gray of morning. At first light, the army on the far side began to move. The scouts came down through the trees first, light men in dark cloaks, careful. They saw the chariot. They saw the standing stone. They saw the young man at the far bank, alone, washing his face in the water. The scouts went back into the woods. They did not call out. They went and told the queen. The queen sent her best champion forward as a single combatant. The old Irish way. One man at a time at a marked ford, while the army waited behind. The champion came down through the woods alone, tall, bronze-rimmed shield, long spear. He stopped at the far bank. He called across the water, "By what right do you hold this ford?" The young man on the near side did not answer in words. He stepped onto the stones. The first single combat was brief. The Connacht champion was good. He was not good enough. The young man on the stones moved in a way the older warrior had not seen before. The spear went where it was meant to go. The body fell quietly into the shallow water. The scouts watching from the far woods went back to the queen. The queen sent another champion, then another, then a third. The young man at the ford did not leave the water. He stepped onto a different flat stone each time and waited. That was the bargain CHULAINN had set with the Connacht heralds in the first hour. One champion at a time. Single combat, by the old law. He would hold the ford. The army would wait. He bought Ulster days at a time, one warrior on the stones. The old Irish would have called this a great honor. Single combat at a marked ford. The whole story stopping to watch one man do one thing well. For a tired person on a hard day, it might also look like something else. A young man alone doing the work the army was supposed to do. He did not say so. He never said so. He took the horn cup of cold water from Leg, and he drank it, and he sat down by the small fire and ate hard bread, and he watched the campfires on the far side. Maybe you know that kind of evening. At the Queen's camp, the mood was changing. After the third champion, then the fourth, Then the fifth did not come back. The warriors began to whisper. The queen heard the whispers. She did not like them. She doubled the wine ration and made them louder. She sent a different kind of message in. She sent a young woman in a fine wool cloak to the standing stone at the ford with a quiet offer. Come over to our side. Marry me a daughter. Take land in Connacht. The young man on the stones listened politely. Then he sent the offer back. She came back. She had not made the offer well. The queen sent her own foster brother instead. He came across the ford alone in a small chariot at dawn with 2 horses and a quiet face. He did not draw a weapon. He spoke for 1 minute. The messenger said only every champion she sends will come. There is no end of champions. She has a country of them. The young man on the stones bowed slightly and said only then I will be here. The messenger nodded. He went back. The combats began again. The days began to stack. A champion at dawn, a champion at noon, sometimes a champion at dusk. CHULAINN took small wounds. He did not stop. Laig patched the wounds with linen and oil and quiet hands at the campfire by the standing stone. He slept very little. He stole sleep in pieces, a quarter of an hour at a time, against the standing stone, while Laig watched the far bank. When he slept, his face went softer than it ever was awake. Only Laig saw that. Around the queen's pavilion, the talk grew quieter. The number of champions was finite. The number of days the curse held on Ulster was finite too. Both sides were counting. Both sides were trying not to be the first to run out. One evening, in the long quiet between 2 combats, a tall, pale woman in a dark cloak came down to the riverbank on CHULAINN's side. He did not see her arrive. He looked up, and she was already standing on the stones, 3 paces away. She did not say her name. He recognized her anyway. The old harpers at Macha had described her well. She was one of the 3 faces of the Morrigan, the Queen of Crows, the goddess who walked beside warriors at certain bends of certain rivers. She offered to fight beside him. She said she could turn the Queen's army back across the river by morning. She said she only needed 1 word from him. The price was simple. Lie down with her at the bank. Become her favored one. The next stories would be hers as much as his. He said no. He said it without heat. He said something like, I'm here for my country. I'm here for 1 woman. I am not here to make myself larger by lying down with another. The old story is careful to say he was polite. He was also clear. She did not look angry. She looked for a long second, almost as if she had hoped he would say that. Then her face changed. She said only, then I will come against you, 3 times. I will be the eel, the wolf, and the heifer, tomorrow. She turned. She walked back across the stones. She did not look back. By the far bank she was no longer on the stones. By the dark woods she was not anywhere. A single crow lifted from the top of the standing stone and flew low across the water and was gone. He went back to his fire. He told Laig only that a woman had come and gone. He did not name her. Some names are heavier in the night than in the day. He ate his bread. He did not sleep that night. At dawn she came as an eel. She wound herself around his legs in the shallow water during the next combat. He stamped her into a stone and broke her grip. He did not look down to see what stepped on his foot. The combat went on. At noon she came as a wolf. She drove a small panicked herd of cattle across the ford toward him during the next combat. He turned the herd with the side of the gaebulg and the wolf with a single sharp blow to the eye, and the herd ran on past, leaving him standing. At dusk she came as a young red heifer at the head of a second small herd. He recognized her this time. He did not strike. He stepped back. He let the herd run past. He watched her go. She stopped at the far bank and looked back at him for a long moment. There is a custom in the old Irish stories that we should pause and notice. Single combat at a ford was not chosen for cruelty. It was chosen because in Ireland, the body of the land was understood to be a body, and the rivers were the joints, and a ford was a knee or an elbow. If 2 armies met and tore each other to pieces in a wide open field, that was not honorable. It tore the body of the land in a place that could not knit. But a ford was a small joint, and combat there was a small bruise, and the country could heal afterward. That is why a single warrior at a ford was not a strange thing. It was the country saying, let this hurt happen here, where I can mend it, rather than across the field, where I cannot. CHULAINN was, in the old understanding, the bandage as much as the wound. That is one of the small old reasons these stories are still useful. They were never only about glory. They were also about how to keep the country whole when fear came down a road. The young man at the ford was, in his quiet way, doing the work of mending. Maybe that is also a quiet thing to think about, on a Tuesday night, lying in bed. The small joints in your own life that you mend, quietly, again and again, so the country of your house can stay whole. The old story sees you doing it. Back to the ford. The days kept stacking. Combats at dawn, combats at noon, combats at dusk. The young man on the stones grew thin around the face. The wounds on his arms and shoulders began to overlap. One night, very late, the boy troop of Emain Macha slipped out from the green and walked the long road south to find him. They were too young to be touched by the curse. They wanted to help. They were children. They came anyway. They came to the ford at first light. They lined up along the near bank, behind the standing stone, behind CHULAINN, 20 of them. He saw them and his face changed. He sent Lag over to take them home. None of them moved. The queen on the far side saw the boys. She sent a small detachment across the upper ford that morning to scatter them. The boys did not scatter. They held the upper ford with their practice swords for almost an hour. They did not all come home. When the news of the boys reached CHULAINN at the lower ford, something in him went very still. Layeg saw it. Layeg had seen it before, when they were both younger, on the playing green. Layeg knew what was about to happen. It came on him slowly. He did not summon it. The old Irish word was riastrad, the warp spasm, the change. His body began to twist on itself in ways the human body should not twist. One eye sucked deep into the skull, the other rose huge on the cheek. A column of dark blood rose from the crown of his head like a mast. The lone lithe, the hero light, blazed above his brow as a tall flame of white gold. The men on the far bank stopped speaking. Even the queen's chariot stopped at the edge of the woods. He crossed the ford. The army began to come apart in front of him. He did not shout. He did not call out names. He went through the front rank in silence. The riastrad does not need a voice. That is the part of the old story that takes the breath away. He cleared the bank by evening. He cleared the woods by night. He went on through the army's outposts in the dark, finding them by the lone lithe above his brow, which the army had not learned to put out. The queen ordered her camp to fall back beyond the next ridge. By morning, the riastrad had passed. He came back to the ford alone. He stepped down into the shallow water at the bank and washed his face. The hero light above his brow went out. He was a young man again. He sat down on a flat stone and did not speak for a long hour. Layeg brought him bread and water. He ate without looking up. The boy troop from the upper ford that had survived came down through the woods and gathered behind the standing stone again. They did not speak either. The country had bought itself another day. Here's the part the myths never quite make obvious. The riastrad was not a gift. It was not glory. It was something that came on him because the only alternative was losing the boys and the country. It cost him. That is the part of the old story worth staying with. Some of the things people praise you for in your own quiet life, you would never have done if there had been another way. The praise does not always match the cost. The old stories know this. The Morrigan came back that evening, not as a god this time. She came as an old woman, leading a brown heifer, asking him only for a drink of water and a blessing on the milk. He recognized her. He recognized what she was offering. He gave her both. She drank. She thanked him. She rested her hand briefly on his bandaged shoulder. Where her hand touched, the bandage came off cleanly and the wound under it had closed. She turned and walked back into the woods with the heifer. He did not call after her. He did not need to. After that night, the wounds he took at the ford healed faster. He never spoke of why. Some kinds of help come to you when you have already said no to the wrong help. The right one walks up to your fire and asks for water. The days went on. The queen tried different champions. She tried trickery. She tried, once, a pair of warriors at the same time, sent against the law of single combat. CHULAINN refused to fight them together. He stood and waited until they sent only one. He held the old rule even when his enemy did not. That is one of the small things about him that the harpers love to tell. Not the riastrad, not the spear throw. The smaller, quieter thing, the way he kept his own law when no one was making him. At Emain Macha, The curse of Macha began very slowly to loosen. The youngest of the men were the first to be able to lift their hands, then the middle-aged, then the older warriors. The king himself was still the last, but the country was beginning to rise. Messengers slipped down to the ford to tell him. He nodded. He did not let himself rest. He knew what the queen would do next, even before she had decided to do it. The army on the far side had one more champion he had not yet fought, the one he hoped she would never send. That part of the story belongs to the next file. We will come to it in a little while. For now, stay with the picture of him at the standing stone, the boys behind him on the bank, the slow river moving over the pale flat stones. That night, around the turf fire, the boys asked him questions. Quietly, carefully, they asked him how he had stood there for so long alone. He said only, "I sleep against the standing stone." He did not say what else he had been doing. A boy asked him if he was afraid. He thought for a moment, then he said, "Every morning." He said it without dressing it up. The boys looked at each other. None of them spoke for a while. They understood, in the way children understand without explanation. A boy asked him why he kept doing it then. He thought again. Then he said, "Because the morning still asks." He did not try to make it bigger than that. The boys nodded as if he had said something already true. They slept after that. The boys curled in folded cloaks on the grass. Log slept against the side of the chariot. CHULAINN slept against the standing stone, the gabog across his knees, his face soft again the way only Log ever saw. That picture is one of the small ones the old stories keep going back to. A warrior asleep against a stone, a fire burning low, the country safe for the length of a night. The famous parts have not stopped yet, but the famous parts are not what carried him. In the morning, he sent the boy troop home. He sent 2 of the older boys to escort the younger. He said it gently. He did not let them argue. They went. They were a quieter group on the road back than they had been coming down. That afternoon, the queen sent a 14th champion, then a 15th. CHULAINN took both. He took a new wound at the side that Log had to fold very carefully into the bandage already there. The young warrior did not complain. He had stopped using words for that. That night, in the queen's pavilion across the ridge, a careful conversation happened. Medb sat with 3 of her advisors. They counted who they had left. They came to a name they had not wanted to come to. They argued, then they decided. They sent a runner south, out of the camp, away from the ford, along the back roads. The runner carried a folded message of soft pale linen. He carried it carefully. He was told to put it into one set of hands, and only those hands. We will not yet read the message. We will leave it folded for one more file. But you can probably guess whose hands the runner was running toward. You can probably guess what name the queen had finally said into the lamplight of her pavilion at deep night. Back at the ford, CHULAINN slept against the standing stone again. He did not yet know about the runner. He did not yet know about the message. He slept the kind of long, quiet sleep that comes only when you have stopped expecting anything to be easy. Leg watched the standing stone and his friend and the slow river. He thought, the way charioteers think, without much show. He saw the next day coming, and he did not want to. He kept that to himself. The warrior beside him went on sleeping. At dawn, another champion came down through the dark woods on the far side. CHULAINN rose. He stepped down to the bank. He stepped onto the stones. He met the champion at the center of the river. The combat was over by mid-morning. There would be more before noon. There were 3 combats that day. He took all 3. He took small wounds in 2 of them. Log patched him at the small turf fire each time. The country bought itself another day. Maybe you know what that kind of day costs the body. The old story knew. He fell asleep before he had finished eating. Lag eased the horn cup out of his hand. Lag laid him down on the folded green cloak by the standing stone. Lag covered him with a second cloak. Lag sat down across the fire and kept watch. There is a love in that the old story does not name. It does not need to. This is the first climax. Stay with it. Long days at the ford, a young warrior alone, a queen counting champions and running out of them. A country slowly rising at his back. A friend across the fire keeping watch. And, far to the south, a folded piece of pale linen passing from one weathered hand to another. A man old enough to know better. A man young enough to be loyal to 2 things at once, even when those 2 things are about to ask the impossible of him. He reads the letter. He sets it down. He does not speak. He stands up from the small turf fire. He turns toward the young man at the doorway. He says the name he has not used for a year. He says, "Ferdia, come and sit with me." The young man comes in. Ferdia listens. The queen has asked. The queen has offered everything: lands, gold, her own daughter. The queen is also threatened. If he will not go, she will have druids speak against him so that no one in Connacht will ever sit at table with him again. He sits down by the fire. He does not answer that night. He does not sleep either. By morning he has decided. He sends a runner of his own back to the queen with a single word folded in pale linen. Yes, we will leave them both there, by their small fires until the next file. At the ford the next morning, CHULAINN felt the air change. The combats came as before. He fought them as before, but something further down the road had moved. He could feel it in his shoulders, the way you feel weather coming before you see the cloud. At noon, instead of a champion, a herald came down through the dark woods on the far side. He stopped at the far bank. He did not call across the water. He stood there with both hands open. He was waiting for someone behind him to step out of the woods. The dark woods on the far side opened. A tall, broad-shouldered warrior stepped out into the light at the far bank. The faint, pale ridges of horn skin along his forearms caught the noon light. He carried a long, heavy spear. He did not yet raise it. He waited. He recognized him before he saw the face. The way you recognize a friend from across a market by his shoulders. The way you recognize the only person you ever sparred with so often that the pattern of his weight on his feet is more familiar than your brother's voice. Ferdia spoke first. He said only the name, CHULAINN. The young man at the center of the river answered with his Ferdia. The herald between them stepped quietly back into the dark woods. He did not need to be there anymore. They spoke for a long time across the slow, shallow river. Not loudly, not angrily. They talked about Scatach. They talked about the small fire at the edge of the headland. They talked about the practice spears crossed at chest height between them, year after year, until they could read each other in the dark. CHULAINN asked him to go back. He said it gently. He said, "Go back to her, Ferdia. Tell her you would not. Take whatever it costs you. Take all of it. I will not be the one to put a barb into your side." Ferdia listened. He shook his head once. It was not that Ferdia agreed with Medb. It was that he had given his word. In the old Irish world, a given word was as much of you as your skin. To break it was to cut the skin and walk out of it. He could not. He would not. He had come. They agreed on the small things. They would fight in the old way, from dawn to dusk. The same weapons, the same number of strokes. They would rest at night. They would have their wounds tended at the same fire. They would not insult each other. They were not strangers. On the first day, they fought with short throwing spears from the far edges of the bank. They threw, and they caught, and they threw again. The spears flew low across the slow, shallow river all morning. Neither of them took a wound. The river was the same color at evening as it had been at dawn. That night, they sat at the same small turf fire on the near bank. Lug brought them both bread. They ate without saying much. They spoke once about a song they had liked on Scatach's island. They did not speak about the queen. They did not speak about the next morning. They slept on the same bank. Ferdia went over to a folded cloak Leg had laid out for him, near but not too near. CHULAINN slept against the standing stone. Both of them slept lightly. Both of them woke before dawn. On the second day they fought with longer spears at the center of the river. They each took 2 small wounds, one to the forearm, one to the thigh. They stopped at dusk. Lag patched both of them at the same small turf fire. They ate. They did not say much. On the third day they fought with shorter swords in close work in the shallow water. The cuts were small. They were also more. The blood in the river made it harder to see. They stopped earlier than usual. Both of them were tired. Both of them looked it. That third night, neither of them slept much. CHULAINN lay against the standing stone and watched the smoke from the small turf fire drift up into the dark. Ferdia lay on his folded cloak and looked at the high stars. Both of them, in their separate ways, knew what the morning would bring. On the fourth day, Ferdia put on his full hardened leather corselet. His horn skin would turn most blades. CHULAINN picked up the gabolg. He had not used it once in the 3 days of fighting. He had hoped not to. He kept hoping. He picked it up anyway. They fought through the morning at close work. The horn skin turned the smaller spear strikes. It turned the sword cuts. By midday, Ferdia was unmarked, and CHULAINN was tired. By mid-afternoon, CHULAINN was bleeding from 3 small wounds at the side. Ferdia still had no wound at all. Laeg saw it. Laeg had been counting since the first day. Laeg knew his friend better than his friend knew himself, in the way charioteers know their warriors. He came to the bank. He called across the slow water. He said only one word. He said the name of the spear throw with the foot. CHULAINN heard him. He looked at Ferdia. He did not say anything. He stepped back into the deeper water at the center of the river. He lowered the gaibolg toward the slow current. He turned his right foot inward. He guided the spear into the water with the side of his foot. The spear throw with the foot. The gaibolg, the one weapon Scathach had only ever taught one student. The barbed bone tip came up out of the dark water at an angle no other spear could have followed. It went under the hornskin from below. Ferdia could not stop it. Ferdia fell to one knee. The hornskin held everywhere except where the spear had come from below. He did not cry out. He looked across the water at CHULAINN. He did not look angry. He looked somehow almost grateful. Then he fell sideways into the shallow river. CHULAINN waded across the river. He knelt down in the shallow water. He lifted Ferdia gently. He brought him to the near bank. He laid him on the cropped grass at the foot of the standing stone. He sat down beside him. He did not speak. Laeg came over. Laeg knelt down on the other side. He did not say anything either. Ferdia opened his eyes once more. He looked at CHULAINN. He smiled, very small. He said, "Well thrown, brother." He closed his eyes. He did not open them again. CHULAINN sat there for a long time. He did not cry. The old story is careful about that too. It does not say he wept. It says only that he sat, that he laid his hand flat on his friend's chest and did not move it for an hour, that the slow river kept moving past as if nothing had changed. Across the woods on the far side, the herald who had brought him crept back through the trees. The herald told the queen. The queen in her tall crimson pavilion did not celebrate. She sat for a long time looking at the lamp. Then she gave the order, "Strike camp, begin the slow turn home." She did not pretend the war was won. She did not pretend it was lost. She had taken the brown bull of Cooley by other means while the fort had held CHULAINN. She was going home with the bull. She was going home with one warrior fewer than she had begun with. That was the count. At the near bank of the ford, CHULAINN finally rose. He let Laeg take Ferdia's body. He helped Laeg lay it carefully across the small wooden chariot. He walked beside the chariot all the way back to a low rise at the edge of the dark woods on the far side. He left his friend there with the spear laid across the chest. He came back across the ford in the chariot beside Laeg. He did not look back. Neither of them spoke until they had reached the standing stone at the near bank. There Laeg put one hand briefly on CHULAINN's shoulder. CHULAINN lowered his head, only a little. They went on home. At Emain Macha, the curse of Macha lifted that same evening. The men of Ulster sat up on their long benches. They stood. They reached for their swords. They went out to the gate and looked south, expecting an army. They saw only one small chariot coming up the long road, slowly, with two tired young men in it. That is the end of this part. The army turned home. The boy at the ford did his work. The country was held. The friend who could not be turned aside was buried at the edge of the dark woods on the far side. The Hound of Ulster came home older than he had left. That is where we will leave him for tonight, for a while. He healed slowly. The wounds he had collected at the ford were not all small. Emer washed them at the small round house at Dún Delgan. She did not ask about Ferdia. She had heard. She let him decide when to say his name. He said his name finally, one night, after a small meal, Ferdia. He said it the way you say the name of someone you owe a debt you cannot pay. He did not say more. Emer rested one hand on his and did not move it for a long minute. The fire moved low between them. He slept long that first week home. He slept in his own bed. He slept in his own house. He woke in the night sometimes and went out to the doorway and stood there looking at the low rise where his cattle grazed. Then he came back in. He never went far. King Conchobar came to see him in person, riding down from Emain Macha with a small honor guard. He thanked him at the door. He did not make a speech. He laid one heavy hand briefly on the younger warrior's shoulder, the way he had laid it on a small boy in a forge yard years before. The Red Branch warriors came too. One at a time, they did not stay long. They left small gifts at the door, a bronze cup, a folded cloak, a sealed jar of mead, a thin gold ring. They did not knock. They did not want him to feel watched. Emer brought the gifts inside and stacked them quietly in a corner. The boy troop came, the ones who had survived the upper ford. They came together, a smaller group than before. They stood in the yard. They did not ask to be invited in. He came out and sat with them on the stone bench by the door for an hour. He listened more than he spoke. One of the boys asked, very quietly, was it worth it? The young warrior did not answer right away. He looked at the low rise where his cattle grazed. He looked at the door of his own house. He said only, for this, he did not need to say more. The boy nodded. Time passed in a way the old story does not measure carefully. A summer, a winter, another summer. He healed. He grew a little quieter. He worked his own small herd. He sat at his own small fire. He kept the warrior's craft but did not push it. The famous parts of his life seemed for a while to settle behind him. He and Emer made a kind of life there in the small round stone house at Dún Delgan. They did not have a child. The old story tells of a son he had had once, far across the eastern sea, before he came back to Emer. That son had come to find him, and they had not known each other, and the meeting had ended in grief. He did not speak about that son to Emer often. When he did, she listened without trying to make it smaller. She let it sit on the table between them, the way a heavy thing sits until he could pick it up again himself. Some grief is kept by being acknowledged. The old story knew that too. He went up to Iman Makkah now and then for feasts. Sometimes he sat at the king's right hand. Sometimes he sat further down the long bench by the boy troop where they could see him without it being a ceremony. He preferred the second seat. He did not always get to choose. One winter, there was a great gathering at the hall of a troublemaker called Brickrew. Brickrew liked to make heroes argue. He liked to set them against each other for the high seat. CHULAINN went. He did not want the high seat. He went because Conchobar asked him to. 3 warriors stood up to claim the high seat that night. Each of them had a strong claim. Brickrew watched, pleased. The hall watched, less pleased. The king watched, very tired. A test was set, a beheading game, of all things. CHULAINN took the test. The terms of the test were old and strange. The stranger offered to let any warrior strike his head off with the axe, on the condition that the warrior come back the next night and let the stranger strike his head off in return. The first 2 warriors took the axe. They did not come back the next night. CHULAINN came back the next night. He laid his head down on a low oak block. He told the stranger to take his stroke. The stranger raised the axe. He held it. He brought it down with the flat side, not the edge. He set it down on the wood. He said, "You have won the high seat." The stranger was not what he had seemed. He was an old shape that walked in the old stories, testing warriors quietly for the qualities the harpers thought hardest to teach. CHULAINN had passed the test by doing the simplest possible thing. He had kept his word even at the price of his neck. He took the high seat that night without ceremony. He did not make a speech. He did not crow. He sat down. He ate his meat. He let the hall move on without him. Brickrew sulked in a corner. Conchobar smiled, very small, into his horn cup. The story closed quietly. He went home to Emer the next morning. He told her about it. She laughed once, quietly, into her embroidery hoop. She did not say a word. She did not need to. The story added one quiet line to her opinion of him, and that was the only line that mattered. Years passed like that. He went up to feasts. He came home to Emer. He held the small joints of his country quietly when small troubles came up. He did not become famous beyond what he was. He did not become small either. He stayed about the size of the man Scathach had finished, and he carried that size with care. Sometimes in those quieter years, Lag came up from the south to visit. They sat on the long stone bench by the door, Lag with a horn cup of milk, CHULAINN with a horn cup of water. They did not always talk. They watched the cattle. They watched the long whitethorn hedge. Lag never asked him about the ford. Leg had been there. Leg knew what the ford had cost. Some friends keep the old wound by not opening it. Some keep it by sitting beside it. Leg was the second kind, so was CHULAINN by then. Emer warmed to Leg early. She did not warm to many people, but she warmed to him. She gave him bread without measuring. She mended his cloak when it tore. She did not call him by any title. She called him by his name. He always seemed grateful to be called only that. Sometimes the Morrigan came past. not in the dark cloak, not as a god. She came as an old woman with a bundle of mugwort, or as a young woman with a bowl of milk for sale at the edge of the road. She did not ever stay long. She would catch his eye, nod, and walk on. He let her come and go. He did not ask her what she was watching for. He did not ask her why she came past Dún Dealgan more often than most quiet roads should be walked. Maybe he already guessed. Maybe he had decided that the answer did not change how he wanted to live in the meantime. He did not return to the fort itself for a long time. There was no need. The slow, shallow river still ran. The pale, flat stepping stones were still there. The standing stones still stood. He could see the place in his mind whenever he closed his eyes. He did not need to walk back to look at it. At Connacht, in those same years, Medb did not forget him either. She had taken her bull. She had lost too many champions. She had had to bury her foster brother. The brown bull and the white bull, when she had brought them together, had killed each other. The story did not turn out the way she had imagined it in the bedchamber. That did not stop her wanting. The old stories are honest about that. She could have let the matter rest. She did not. She nursed a slow, patient grudge. The way some people nurse a slow, patient grudge. Not loudly, not visibly, but for years. She waited. She listened. She gathered. There was a sorcerer named CHULAINN in the south of Connacht. He had been killed by CHULAINN during the cattle raid years before. CHULAINN had left 3 daughters and 3 sons behind. Medb sent for them. She asked them what they wanted. They said only one name. They said his. Medb sent them away to learn. She sent them to old shapes in old places. She sent them to teachers who would not have spoken with her. They came back, 10 years later, with old kinds of skill that the open country had mostly forgotten. They came back ready. The old stories make the children of CHULAINN more sinister than they really were. They were grief-shaped, they were grudge-shaped, they were also, if you read it gently, only 6 children who had lost their father in the same war that took Ferdia from CHULAINN. The country had broken many small families. They were one. They came north slowly. They did not march. They drifted. They appeared at fairs. They appeared at well springs. They spoke softly. They left small, careful illusions in fields, armies that were not there, shouts in the night that no one had made, smoke from camps that had nothing under them. The country grew uneasy. Word reached CHULAINN at Dún Dealgan. He listened. He did not panic. He sent Leg to look at one of the fields where false smoke had been seen. Lag came back nodding slowly. There had been no camp. There was no track in the grass. The illusion was good. The illusion was old work. He sent word to Eamon Macsha. The king sent word back. Stay home. Do not leave Dún Dealgan. Do not chase phantoms. The Red Branch warriors will come south. Cathbad the druid will come with them. Stay where you are. CHULAINN read the letter. He folded it. He put it on a shelf. He stayed. The illusions came closer. False armies on the next ridge. False battle shouts before dawn. False columns of smoke at the edge of his own pasture. He still did not move. Emer watched him. She watched his face. She watched the small private struggle of someone choosing not to ride out. There was a small set of vows on him from a young age. The old Irish called them gesa, singular, geis, things he could never do. He must never refuse food offered by a woman at a low fire. He must never eat the flesh of the dog whose name he carried. The gesa were old. They were not optional. The children of CHULAINN knew the gesa. They had learned them in the old places. They began very carefully to set the kind of small situations that would force a kept vow against another, to make him break one geist to honor another. It was not a fast trap. It was a patient one. That part of the story has too many moving pieces for one quiet night. The short version is this. They wore him down by small tricks for many days. They tightened the snare around him slowly. They drew him out of Dún Dealgan a few hours at a time. They did it in a way that even Cathbad, who was riding south, could not quite warn him in time. At last, on a morning he had not expected, 3 old women appeared at a small turf fire by the side of the road at the high pass of Sliab Fuait. They were cooking dog meat on a low spit. He knew the geis. He knew the moment. They smiled at him. They offered him a bite. He could not refuse food from a woman at a low fire. He took the bite. That bite cost him more than any wound at the ford. The story is clear that something inside him went thin in that moment. He thanked the old women politely. He got back into his chariot. He drove on. He did not say what had happened. He did not need to. The road already knew. It is worth pausing here, on the high ridge in the wind. The old story has been carried across centuries to reach you. Monks copied it on vellum by candlelight. Mothers told it to children at the bedside. Harpers sang it at firesides in halls that are gone now. Each generation kept what they needed and let the rest soften. The monks kept the geis and the rheostrad. The mothers kept the doorway of the forge. The harpers kept the small fire by the standing stone. None of them kept all of it. Together they kept enough. That is the small way old stories survive, not by being written once and stored in a chest, by being told, by being half forgotten and then remembered, and forgotten again, and remembered again, until enough of them are awake at the same time to keep the old shape upright. You are part of that chain tonight. Whatever piece of the story stays with you in the morning will become the piece you carry. You do not need to remember all of it. The old story only needs you to remember the bit your own life can hold. Maybe that piece is the boy in the doorway. Maybe it is the friend across the river. Maybe it is the small turf fire at the standing stone. Maybe it is something quieter than any of those. Whatever it is, let it be enough. We can go back to him at the high pass now. He drove on. He could feel something thinning in the air around him after the bite he had taken. The hero light at his brow was less steady. The wounds he had taken at the ford years before, the ones that had healed, began to ache, slow and small. He did not turn back. At a low river crossing further on, Laig pointed at the bank. There was a young woman kneeling there, washing a dark linen tunic in the cold water. She was alone. She did not look up when they passed. Laig's hand on the reins tightened. CHULAINN looked at the tunic. He recognized it. It was his own tunic, the one he had worn since the morning. He looked down at himself. He was wearing it. He looked back at the woman. She was still washing it in the cold water. That was an omen the old Irish knew well. The washer at the ford only washed the tunics of warriors who would not come home. He did not call out to her. He did not stop. He told Laig to drive on. Laig drove on. The reins were tight in his hands. The Hound of Ulster sat back in the small wooden chariot. He breathed out very slowly. He did not look back at the river. He had been told what he needed to know. He told Laig then that he wanted to go on toward the south, toward the next pass, where messengers from Iman Macha said an army of the children of CHULAINN was gathering. He did not say anything about the river Laig had seen. Laig knew. They drove on south. They came down into the low pass before evening. The children of CHULAINN were waiting. They had laid the ground carefully. They had set spells over the cropped grass that they had stripped of footprints. They had 3 throwing spears between them, each of which had been made with a small careful curse that no shield would turn. They came down out of the chariot in the green pass. He sent Laig back with the horses to keep them out of reach. He walked into the pass alone. He did not run. He carried the gaybolg in his right hand. He carried the round bronze-rimmed shield on his left arm. He carried what he had carried for years. They threw the first spear. It went past him. It missed by an inch. The story says it killed Laig, far back on the road with the horses. CHULAINN felt the loss before he saw it. The hero light at his brow guttered. He kept walking down into the pass. They threw the second spear. It struck him below the ribs. He did not stop. He pulled it out. He kept walking. They threw the third spear. It struck him deeper. He did not stop. He pulled it out as well. He kept walking. He was still on his feet. He did not run. He reached the half circle. He did not raise the gaybolg. He did something else. He said, very quietly, "Let me go to that stone." He pointed at a tall lichen-marked standing stone on a low rise at the edge of the pass. They looked at each other. They nodded. The old courtesies still held, even for them. He walked over to the standing stone. He did not run. He carried the gaybolg in his right hand and the round shield on his left arm, and his cloak still pinned at the shoulder. He sat down briefly at the foot of the stone. He looked at the western sky. He decided what he was going to do. He took the belt from his waist. He stood up. He laid his back flat against the standing stone. He passed the belt around his own chest and around the stone. He tightened it. He fastened it. He bound himself to the stone so that he would not fall when his legs gave out. That was the choice. He could lie down. He could not. He had been the boy at the doorway of the forge. He had been the young man at the ford. He had stood there for years quietly while the country slept. He would stand here too. He would die on his feet. The children of CHULAINN stood at a careful distance. They did not come close. They did not yet take the killing stroke. They were not sure he was finished. The old story is honest about this. He just was not letting his body show it. They waited. A small thing happened then that the old story always keeps. An otter came out of the small river at the far edge of the pass. A river otter. Brown, wet, curious. It crossed the cropped grass at the base of the standing stone. It lapped, very small, at a thin trickle running off his side. Then it slipped back to the water. The Hound of Ulster looked down at the otter. He smiled, very small. He did not laugh. He said something the old harpers always kept. He said, "The small things finished me." The otter slipped back across the grass into the slow water of the river beyond the rise. The light was going. He stayed at the stone through the slow last light. The hero light at his brow finally went out. The shield on his left arm lowered, slowly. The gay bulg in his right hand pointed downward. He stayed upright. The leather belt around the chest of a young warrior and the lichen of an old stone held him standing. The children of CHULAINN still did not come close. They could see him at the stone. They could not tell if he was alive. They waited the way you wait when you are uncertain about a wolf in a snare. They waited for a sign. The sign came in a way they did not expect. A single large black crow lifted from a low blackthorn tree on the south side of the rise. It flew low across the cropped grass. It landed on the lichen of the standing stone, just above the warrior's bound shoulder. It looked down at him. It did not move for a long moment. Then it settled. That was the sign. The crow on the shoulder. The Morrigan had come back. She had not come to fight. She had not come to help. She had come to be the one who confirmed it. The Hound of Ulster was finished. She settled on his stone. She did not move again. The children of CHULAINN came forward then. They came carefully. They did not look at him. They looked at the crow on the stone above his shoulder. The eldest of the daughters stepped up to the standing stone. She did not look at his face. She did the work that needed doing. She did it quickly. They did not stay. They were not the kind of enemies who lingered. They had done what they had come for. They left. They walked back across the cropped grass. They went south. They did not look back. The crow on the stone watched them go. The crow did not move from the stone. The Red Branch warriors came to the pass the next morning. Cathbad the Druid was with them. They found him at the stone. They did not need to ask whether he was gone. The crow was still there. The crow was the answer. They lowered their heads. They did not cry out. They had been warriors a long time. Cathbad walked up the rise alone. He stopped a few paces from the standing stone. He did not loosen the belt. He did not move the body. He bowed once, slowly. He said something none of the warriors below quite heard. The crow lifted from the lichen, finally, and circled once above his head and went south. They lifted him from the standing stone with great care. They loosened the belt. They laid him down on a folded dark cloak on the cropped grass. They did not change his expression. The small silver gleam of hero light at the brow was gone. He looked, the old story says, less like a famous warrior and more like a young man asleep. They carried him north. The road back to Dundelgan was long. They took it slowly. The boy troop met them at the high pass of Sliab Fuait. The boys had heard. The boys walked the rest of the way home beside the cart, on either side, all the way down through the green plains to the small round stone house at Dundelgan. Emer was waiting in the doorway when they came up the dirt road. She had heard from a runner an hour before. She had not collapsed. She had not cried. She had washed her face with cold water at the small pale stone bowl by the door, and put on the green overdress and the bronze torque he had given her, and stood very still in the threshold. The cart came up the slope of the small yard. They lowered the folded dark cloak from the cart. They carried him into the round stone house. They laid him on the low oak bench by the fire. Emer did not speak. She knelt down beside him. She rested one hand flat on his chest. She did not move it for a long time. They left her there alone with him after a while. The warriors went outside. The king sat down on the long stone bench by the door and looked at the cattle. The boy troop sat on the cropped grass below the yard. The story does not say what Emer said to him inside the small round stone house. The story is right not to. The next morning they made the small, careful grave. They dug it on a low rise at the edge of the long whitethorn hedge, where the cattle would still pass it, where the wind would still cross it from the gray sea. They lowered him into it themselves. They covered him with the dark green cloak. They closed the earth. They did not raise a big mound over him. They raised a small low one, planted with grass. They set a single low standing stone at the head of it. They did not carve his name on it. The old Irish knew that the people who needed to know whose grave it was would know without a name. They were right. Emer stayed at the small round stone house at Dundelgan. She did not remarry. She did not return to her father's fort. She kept the small herd. She mended the small gate when it broke. She walked out to the low grave mound at the whitethorn hedge most mornings and sat with him for a quarter of an hour and then walked home. She did not live a long life after him. The old story is honest about that too. She lived another year, maybe two. She died, the Harpers say, at the same small low grave at the whitethorn hedge, one quiet morning, sitting upright on the cropped grass, with one hand laid open on the dark green of the cloak under the earth. They buried her beside him. They raised a second small low grass-covered mound right next to the first. They did not need a stone for hers either. The people who needed to know whose grave it was already knew. The Harpers carried both names south and east and west for centuries afterward. That is the end of the long part of the story. The famous parts are over. The Riastrad, the ford, the friend across the river, the standing stone, the crow on the lichen, all of it has happened. The Hound of Ulster has been laid in the green field where his cattle still graze. It is worth pausing again before we go to the meanings. The omens before his last ride did not arrive all at once. They arrived in threes: the washer at the ford, the old women at the small turf fire, the crow on the lichen. The old Irish knew that warnings always came in threes. The threes were not magic numbers. They were a way of saying, the world has spoken about this once, twice, 3 times, and the speaking is not the same as the deciding. You can read 3 warnings and still walk into the pass. Most of us do sometimes. That is one of the small reasons the old story still meets people now. Most of us in our smaller lives get our threes too. A small ache, a bad feeling in a meeting, a friend's careful word. We hear 2 of the 3. We decide we have to keep walking anyway. The old story sees us. The Hound of Ulster did not have a way to stop walking. The Geis were old. The promise to Conchobar was older. The country was, in his understanding, what he was for. Most of us have smaller versions of that too. The old story does not blame him. The old story is honest about what comes after. That is one of the small old lessons the country has been carrying alongside the spear throw and the Riastrad. The hero is not only the one who fell on his feet. The hero is also the one who stayed in the doorway after, and kept the cattle, and went on quietly for a year. There are 2 heroes in this story, not one. From here, the rest of the long telling will be shorter. We are coming down off the high ridge. The famous parts are behind us. The slow understanding parts are ahead. We will sit at the fire for a while longer. We will let the meaning settle. We will not raise our voices. The Red Branch warriors kept his memory carefully. They told his story at the same long benches he had sat on. They did not always agree with each other about which part mattered most. Some held the Riastrad, some held the ford, some held the doorway of the forge. Each kept what they could carry. At Connacht, the Queen lived a long time after him. She did not raise an army against Ulster again. She did not pretend she had won. She did not pretend she had lost. She kept her green plain. She kept her great hall. She kept the careful quiet a person keeps, after they have seen the cost of their own want too clearly. The old druid Cathbad lived long enough to see his prophecy come fully true. The boy who took up arms that evening at Emain Macha became a great warrior. The boy was short-lived. Both halves of the prophecy were honored. Cathbad did not seem proud of the prophecy. He had only ever said what he had seen. The boy troop grew up. The ones who had stood at the upper ford as children grew into men who told their grandchildren about the morning their hurling sticks had held a small ford for an hour. They did not boast about it. They mostly told the part about the small turf fire at the Standing Stone the night before. The Morrigan walked on through other stories. She did not come back to Dundelgan after the crow on the lichen. She had no need. She was in her own way, satisfied with that one. She had asked him once on a stone in a river. He had said no. She had told him she would come 3 times. She had come 3 times. Scathach is said to have lived on for a very long time on her bleak rocky island. She did not come over the sea for any of it. She did not need to. The young warrior had carried her teaching home with him. The teaching had done what it was made to do. She watched the small fire on her headland and let the smoke drift west. The Hound of CHULAINN, the original guard dog, was long gone too. The smith CHULAINN was long gone. The forge was long gone, but the road past the forge was still walked. People who walked it would sometimes stop at the place where the building had been. They would not know quite why they had stopped. The standing stone at the pass where he had died began to be marked, very quietly, by people who walked past. Small offerings, pale flat stones balanced one on top of another. A small bundle of mugwort tied with red cord. The kind of small markers people leave at places where the country has been touched. That is the small way countries carry their old stories. Not by statues, not by speeches. By small cairns of 3 stones at the foot of a tall standing stone on a hill above a low pass, where a young man once chose to die standing rather than sitting. Most of those cairns have fallen since. Some have been rebuilt. We will end this long file at the cairn. 3 flat gray stones at the foot of the standing stone, half sunk in green grass. The warm amber light catching the worn surfaces. The country quiet. Whatever piece of his story you carry into sleep tonight, let it rest at the foot of that cairn for a while. The cairn will hold it. This is the final climax. Stay with it. A young man bound to a stone, a friend dead on the road, a crow on the lichen, a king walking up a rise in the white wolf skin cloak, a grave by a whitethorn hedge, a wife in the doorway who did not run. He did not die for the high seat. He did not die for the spear throw. He did not die for the riestrad. He died on a low rise above a small pass, in his own country, bound upright to an old stone, because he could not lie down. The old story is careful to keep that part exactly true. The choice mattered more than the wound. The choice mattered more than the spear. The choice mattered more than the army at the river years before. He had decided, in the small space left in his own body, to keep his weight on his own feet for the last quarter of an hour. He had succeeded. That is what the country kept, not the throw of the Gabolg, not the riestrad, not the high seat at Brickroos. The country kept the small, steady choice of weight on his own feet. The country has been telling that part of the story to tired people for over 2,000 years. We will end here for the file. He is at the stone. His friend is on the road. His wife is in the doorway. His country is going on. His story has settled into the green grass at the edge of the long whitethorn hedge. The cairn is still there at the rise. The next file will begin to lift the meaning out of the green. So what is this story actually about? Not the spear throw, not the riestrad, the thing underneath the famous parts, the thing the country has been carrying for 2,000 years. It is about holding the line for others when no one is coming. The river at the ford, the boys behind the standing stone, the country sleeping at his back, a single young body keeping a small wide space open. That kind of holding is rarely loud. It rarely gets clapped for. It is the thing you do in your own life that nobody quite notices. The old story names it for you. The old story does not pretend it costs nothing. It is also about what happens when the work crosses into someone you love. Ferdia at the far bank, the friend you cannot turn away. The hardest line in the story is not the army. The hardest line is your own friend walking out of the trees. The story does not pretend it is fair. It does not say Ferdia should have refused. It does not say CHULAINN should have walked away. It only shows both of them doing the next right thing inside the wrong situation. The cost is real. The choice is still right. Both at once. It is also about the small, steady choice of how, not whether. He could not avoid the death the Geis had brought down on him. He could choose where to stand. He could choose the stone. He could choose the belt. He could choose to die on his feet. The dignity is in the how, not the whether. That is one of the small old lessons the country has been carrying for a long time. Most of us cannot choose whether something happens to us. We can choose how we meet it. The old story is honest that this is not the same as winning. It is the same as keeping ourselves upright while losing. It is also about the second hero, Emer, the one who stayed in the doorway, the one who did not run, the one who washed her face with cold water and put on the green overdress and the bronze torque, and stood very still to receive the cart coming up the long road. The country kept her too. The harpers sang her name beside his. They did not always do that, with old warriors' wives. They did with Emer. She had not waited at home in the soft way old songs sometimes describe. She had waited in a harder, quieter way that the old country recognized. That is the other small lesson the country quietly kept. There are 2 heroes in this story, the one at the river and the one in the doorway. Both held a small space open against bigger things. Neither got to do it the easy way. Both did it because the country needed it done. There is one more small lesson worth saying out loud. The Riastrad did not come on him for himself. It came on him when the boys behind the standing stone were in danger. The hero light at his brow only rose when other people, smaller than him, needed the line held. That is one of the strange small old facts of this story. The most extreme version of himself only ever appeared on behalf of others. Never for the high seat, never for himself. The country noticed. The country kept that fact under everything else for a long time. That might be the part of the old story that meets a tired person now most clearly. The version of yourself you are most afraid of, the version that snaps at the edge, does not usually arrive for your own benefit. It usually arrives the day someone smaller than you, in your own house, finally needs it. There is also the small old lesson about omens. 3, always 3. The washer at the ford, the old women at the fire, the crow on the lichen. You will get your own 3. Sometimes, you will read 2 of them. You will keep walking. The old story does not blame you. The gaze is the other small old lesson, the vow you carry, the thing you cannot do. Sometimes the world arranges itself so that 2 vows you carry contradict each other. The old story is honest that this is not your fault. You will lose something either way. The old story honors you for noticing. There is the smaller old lesson about the doorway of the forge. He killed a guard dog. He offered to be the guard dog. The old story keeps that part more than the spear throw. Make amends in the same shape as the harm. Do the work of the thing you broke until the thing you broke has a replacement. The forge is one of the small old reasons the country still trusts him. Not the Riastrad. The doorway. Most countries trust people who, after breaking something, try in their own person to be the thing that was broken. He did that as a child. He kept doing it as a man. The small last lesson is about the otter. The small wet brown river otter at the foot of the standing stone. The small thing that came up out of the slow water and lapped at a thin trickle and slipped back. The thing the dying warrior smiled at. The small things finished him, he said, not the army, not the queen, not the children of CHULAINN, the small things. That is what the country quietly noticed too. The small things finish us, not the great planned griefs, the small one we did not plan for. A bite of bread at a fire we should not have stopped at, a glance at a tunic in the water, a small otter at the foot of an old stone. The story is honest about that. That is enough meaning for tonight. Hold whichever one feels close. The ford, the doorway of the forge, the friend across the river, the standing stone, the doorway of the small round stone house, the otter, the small low grave mound by the long whitethorn hedge. The country still going on past all of it. His name did not stay in the old country. It traveled. Monks copied it onto vellum. Harpers carried it across the sea. By the time Ireland began to write itself down in modern letters, he was already one of the small old shapes the country kept reaching for. In the late 1900s, Lady Augusta Gregory and W.B. Yeats reached back into the old vellum and brought him forward into modern Irish writing. Lady Gregory's CHULAINN of MORDRED sat on many bedside tables for the first time then. Yeats made him into a quiet figure at the edge of new poems. He appears in their work the way old shapes appear in old work. Quietly, more present than named. He stands in the corners of poems about quiet courage and small steady griefs. He is rarely the loud subject. He is more often the figure the line is leaning on. In 1916, after the Easter Rising in Dublin, the new Irish Republic looked for a small old shape to carry the cost of its sacrifice. It chose him. A bronze statue was cast. A dying warrior bound to a stone, head bowed, a small raven settled on the shoulder. It still stands in the General Post Office. The country has used him in many small ways since, as a quiet symbol of resistance against larger forces, as a quiet symbol of the cost that resistance carries, as a quiet symbol of the small steady choice of how, not whether. Different parts of the country have used different parts of him. He has carried them all. His name is also still in the country itself. The plain of Morthemne is still there. The small ford on the River Dee is still there. The high crossroads of Sliab Fuait is still there. The standing stones along the old roads are still there. None of them have his name carved on them. The country has not needed his name to remember. He appears now in songs, in novels, in folk plays, in small paintings on the walls of small pubs, in the names of streets, in the small careful drawings on the labels of bottles. He has spread quietly into the country's ordinary life without ever quite becoming a brand. The old story has been kind that way. He still meets people in their own quiet lives, the person at work holding the line for a smaller team, the parent at the bedside holding the line for a smaller child, the friend in the hospital corridor holding the line for someone they love. The old story does not announce itself in any of those rooms. It only sits quietly in the back of the room. Maybe that is the small modern legacy. Not the bronze statue, not the songs, not the streets. The small old shape sitting quietly in the back of any room where someone is holding the line for someone smaller. That is what he has become. That is what the country quietly let him become. If today felt a little like that, like holding the line for someone smaller, in a quiet small room with no one quite noticing, then the old story already knows. The bronze statue in Dublin knows. The standing stone above the green pass knows. The small low grave mound at the long white thorn hedge knows. You are not alone in it. It is late now. The story has settled. Let the room settle with it. The standing stone is still upright. The river still moves. The whitethorn hedge is still in blossom somewhere. Next time, somewhere colder, older, a different kind of fire. Something is already waiting. You can almost hear it. We'll be here when you're ready. Another old story, another quiet night. Soften your shoulders now. Let them down. The story is finished. Your day is over. Let it lay down. Your line is held. Breath in, breath out. The country sleeps. He sleeps. She sleeps. The boys sleep. The cattle sleep.
Good night. Sleep well. The old story has you.
How was your day? Maybe you were the one everyone leaned on again, the one who kept the food coming, kept the peace, and never once got asked how you were holding up. There's a God in the old Irish stories who carried everyone. He fed armies. He buried his own son. They called him the good God, not because he was gentle, but because he was good at holding the whole world up. His name was the Dagda. So let your shoulders down for a while. The air here is cool and green. There's a river moving slow in the dark, and a fire somewhere ahead. Come this way. Something has already begun. Picture a cold black shore. Sea giants laughing around a pit. In that pit, a cauldron the size of a house. 80 gallons of milk, whole sheep, whole pigs, oats by the sackful. And one rule: eat it all, or be killed for the insult. The strongest god of the old world knelt down at that pit. He did not lift his club. He picked up a ladle, and he began, slowly, to eat. Here is the part the stories never make obvious. He could have fought. He was the one god the giants truly feared. Instead, he chose to look ridiculous. A great belly, a ladle, a dare. Why? Because a war was coming that no club could win alone. And he understood something the others didn't yet. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is endure the joke and buy your people one more day. Maybe you know that kind of patience. The kind that looks like weakness from the outside. The kind that is really the hardest strength there is. The old stories knew it too. This is what we do here. One old story, every week. One quiet night. Something that happened 3,000 years ago and still somehow knows about tonight. So get comfortable now. Find your warmth, your pillow, the soft edge of the dark. If you drift off before the end, the old gods won't mind. They have watched over sleeping people for a very long time. This is only the beginning of his story. The cauldron, the harp, the war, the grief, most of that is still ahead, but not tonight. Tonight, just this much. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another story, another night like this one. Now back to ours. To know why he ate that cauldron, we have to go back, before the war, to a green mound above a slow river, where the good God kept 3 impossible things, and the door to the other world stood half open. The first thing was a cauldron, the choir ansic, the cauldron of plenty. No company ever left it unsatisfied. However many came hungry, the bottom never showed. The second thing was the club. So heavy it rode on wheels and tore a road in the ground. One end took 9 lives with a single blow. The other end gave them back. Both ends were his to choose. The third thing was a harp of carved oak. With it he could call the cold and the green, the laugh and the tears and the long sleep. Music that moved the whole turning year. Remember the harp, it matters before the end. A God who could feed any hunger, end any life, or return it. Turn the seasons with his hands. And yet the story that survives is not about his power, it's about what he was willing to carry. Because far to the north, across a cold gray sea, the Fomorians were stirring, and the green land the good God loved was about to ask everything of him. We'll start there. Slowly. Stay close. The people of the Green Mounds were called the Tuatha De Danann, the folk of the goddess Danu. They came to Ireland in a mist, the old tellers say, and they were beautiful and skilled and proud. Among them, one was not beautiful in the way the others were. He was huge, rough. His tunic never quite fit. And yet when trouble came, every one of them turned to look for him first. You may already know a person like that. Not the polished one, the one who simply does not break, the one you lean on without thinking and forget to thank. That was the Dagda. Let me show you the 3 things he carried, because in the old stories a god is what he holds, and what the Dagda held tells you everything about the kind of god he chose to be. First, the cauldron. Other gods carried spears that could not miss, swords that could not be turned. The Dagda carried a pot that meant no one in his hall ever went to sleep hungry. Think about what that says. Of all the powers a god could choose, he chose the one that fills an empty stomach, the one that turns strangers into a company, the plainest miracle there is. They said the cauldron came from a far city of the Tuatha De, one of 4 treasures brought across the sea, but to the people who ate from it, it was simpler than that. It was the reason they trusted him. The second thing was the club, the Lorg Mor, so vast it could not be lifted, only rolled, and where its wheels passed they left a track in the earth like the boundary of a kingdom. One end of the club was death. A single swing could take 9 men at once. But turn it around, and the other end was gentler than any healer. It could touch the fallen and call them back to breath. 2 ends, the same wood. That is the truest picture of power the old stories ever made. The hand that can end a thing is the same hand that can mend it. The Dagda held both, and had to choose, every time. The third thing he carried made no wound and filled no belly. It was a harp, carved oak, strung and waiting, and silent until his hands were on it. They named it Uaithni, and it could move the year itself. With one strain he could pull the cold down over the world, and the trees would let go their leaves. With another, the green would rush back, and the lambs would come. The seasons answered his fingers. A god who feeds, a god who ends and mends, a god who turns the year. You might expect such a one to be cold and far away. He was the opposite. He was the warmest of them all, and the most easily laughed at. Here's the part that stays with people. The greatest of them was the one who didn't mind looking foolish. He would drag his club through the mud, eat too much, sleep where he fell, and still hold them all together. But a god is not only what he carries, he is also who he loves. And the Dagda loved and loved again, the way the old stories say all the great ones do. There was a goddess of the water named Boann. Her hair was the color of river copper, and her gown moved like a current even on dry land. She was wife to another, and the Dagda loved her anyway. This is the kind of trouble the old gods made, and the old stories never pretend otherwise. They wanted each other, and wanting, in a story this old, is never a small or simple thing. So the Dagda did a strange and godlike thing. To hide their meeting, he took hold of the sun. He held a single day still in the sky, so that 9 months of love passed inside the space of one long afternoon. A whole season pressed into one held breath of daylight. When at last he let the sun move on, the evening came as if nothing had passed, but something had. A child was already on the way. The child was Angus, a god of young love, with 4 white birds that circled his head like kisses turned to wings. He would grow up bright and dreaming, and the Dagda would carry him in his heart for the rest of the tale. But before Angus, there was Boann herself, and a darker turn. Because Boann had her own great deed, and her own great cost, and the river you have been watching all this while is really her. There was a well, the old tellers say, a sacred well of knowledge ringed by 9 hazel trees. Whoever walked around it the wrong way would wake its anger. It was forbidden. Of course it was forbidden. Remember that. Boann walked to the well to prove she was not afraid of it. She circled it against the forbidden way once, and the water did not forgive her. It rose. It broke its ring. It chased her across the land. She ran toward the sea, and the water ran with her, and it would not let her go. Where she ran, a river was born. And when at last the water took her, it kept her name, the Boyne, Boan's River. So when the Dagda stood at the river in his grief and his longing, he was standing beside someone he had loved, who had become the water itself. That is what the old stories do. They turn loss into landscape. Maybe you know how that feels, to pass a place, a song, a doorway, and have it hold someone you lost. The old people felt it too. They just gave the feeling a riverbed and a name and let it run to the sea. Now we come to the one the Dagda met at a ford. Not a lover of the gentle kind, a goddess of war and fate who could wear the body of a woman or the wings of a crow, and who knew the end of things before they began. They called her the MORDRED, the Phantom Queen. Where she appeared, a battle was never far behind, and she came to the Dagda at the ford of the Unius, the year the Great War began to gather its weight. She was washing at the ford when he found her, 1 foot on either bank of the river, the way the old goddesses stood. And what she washed, the tellers say, was not cloth. It was a sign of who would fall. The Dagda did not turn away from her. That was his way. He met the war goddess at the water, and instead of fear, there was something older between them. They came together at the ford, and she made him a promise. She would not fight beside him with a spear. She would do something stranger and greater. When the day of battle came, she would take the heart out of the enemy's chief. She would pour out his courage like water. Remember that promise. So now you know the shape of him. A god who fed his people, loved a woman who became a river, fathered a god of love, and stood unafraid at the ford with the Queen of Crows, the strongest of them and the gentlest. Both were true. But the green land was not at peace. Far across the cold sea lived a people the Tuatha De feared. The Fomorians, sea giants twisted and strong, who took tribute from the land and gave nothing kind in return. Once the two peoples had even been bound by marriage, hoping to hold the peace. The Tuatha De took a half-Fomorian prince and made him their king. His name was Brez, and he was beautiful. That was the whole trouble. Brez looked like a king, but a king is not a face. A king is a cauldron that stays full for his people. And under Brez, the cauldrons of the Tuatha De began, slowly, to run dry. He let the Fomorians tax the land until the smoke of every house had a price. He set the greatest of the gods to common labor, and this is the part that mattered. He was stingy. A Celtic king who did not feed his guests had already lost the right to rule. Picture the Dagda then, the god of the cauldron, the one whose whole nature was to feed, made to dig ditches by a king too mean to fill a bowl. There is no insult in any story quite like it, and he bore it. For a long time he simply bore it, because the king was lawful, and the peace was fragile, and the Dagda was the kind who carries a thing as long as carrying it keeps others safe. But carrying has a limit even for him. There was a satirist among the gods, a poet whose words could raise blisters on a face, and when he came hungry to the king and was sent away with nothing, he made a poem against Brez. It was the first satire ever made in Ireland, the tellers say, and it broke the king. A face that had ruled by its beauty could not rule once it was blemished. Brez was pulled down from the throne, and he went north to the Fomorians for help. He asked the sea giants for an army to take back what he had lost, and the Fomorians, who had wanted the green land all along, said yes. So the war the Morrigan had washed for at the ford began to take its shape. But first, let me tell you why they called him good. The Irish word in his name does not mean kind. The good God did not mean the gentle God. It meant the God who was good at things, good at all of them. Tell him a craft, and he already knew it. When the gods divided up the world, each took a power. One took poetry, one took healing, one took smithcraft. And the Dagda, the old tellers say, took a little of everything. The broad shoulders under the whole pantheon. That is a quieter kind of greatness than a shining spear. To be the one who can do the plain work no one else wants. To be reliable. The old people honored that. They built a whole god out of it. And maybe that is why his story is good for a tired night. He is not the god of glory. He is the god of getting through. Of feeding the others. Of carrying the weight. And still finding room to laugh at himself. So hold that in mind as the war comes near. Not a god of thunderbolts. A god of plenty and patience, and a club with two ends. Now, The green land calls its people together, and they will need every one of them. At the head of them stood a king again, not Bress now, but the one Brez had replaced, Tuatha. A great and rightful king who had a wound that had once cost him his crown and a silver arm that had won it back. Long before Tuatha had lost his hand in an older battle, and a king of the Tuatha De could not have a blemish, the same hard law that later broke Bress. So Tuatha had stepped down. That was how Bress had come to rule it all. But the healers of the Tuatha De were the finest in any story. They made him a hand of living silver that moved like flesh, and later a hand of true flesh grew beneath it. So Tuatha was whole again, and a king again in time for the worst of it. A king with a silver hand, a god with a cauldron, a goddess of crows who had promised to drain the enemy's heart. It was a strong host, but across the sea waited a thing that strength alone could not answer. They all knew its name and feared it. His name was Balor, a Fomorian, vast even among giants, with one great eye in the center of his brow. An eye kept shut beneath a heavy lid, because what it looked upon, it destroyed. It took 4 men with hooked poles to drag the lid open, the tellers say, and when it opened on a battlefield, whole companies fell where they stood, like grass under a scythe. No club, no spear, could stand against that gaze. Remember the eye. It waits at the end. That was the thing the green land had to face, not just an army, a weapon that could unmake a host with a single look, and against it, the Tuatha De had a cauldron, a harp, a silver hand, and not yet the one who could answer it. But the answer was already coming. Down the green roads of Ireland, toward the gathering host, walked a young man who shone, and the gatekeepers would ask him his craft, and he would have a strange and perfect reply. At the gate they told him the king's hall had no need of him. "We have a smith already," they said. "We have a poet, a healer, a harper, a warrior. What one craft do you bring that we do not have?" And the young man smiled. "Ask them," he said, "if they have one man who is master of all of those at once," and they had no such man. So they let him in. His name was Lug, the many-skilled, and in him the host had found its hope. Now think who Lug was, for the old stories make a circle here. He was the grandson of Balor himself. A prophecy had said Balor would die by his own grandson's hand. The giant had tried to prevent it. He had failed. The end was already walking toward him. The king saw it too. He gave Lug his own high seat for 13 days, and let the many-skilled one plan the war. And among the first he called to council was the broad, weathered, dependable shape of the Dagda. "What can you do?" the young king asked each of them when the day comes. The smith spoke of weapons, the healer spoke of mending the wounded, and then they turned to the Dagda and waited to hear what plenty could do in a war. "I will do the work of all of you," the Dagda said, as he always did. "I will fight, and I will feed, and I will mend, and I will hold the line where it bends." They laughed a little, and they were right to trust him. But there was a task no one wanted, and it fell to him alone. Someone had to go to the Fomorian camp, to buy the host time to ready itself, to walk into the enemy's hands under a truce and come back alive. Why him? Because he was the one who could endure it, the one who could take an insult and turn it into time. They needed days, and the Dagda could buy days with the one thing the Fomorians did not expect, his patience and his enormous appetite. So he went, alone, across the cold land, down to the black shore where the sea giants kept their camp, and they saw the great shape of him coming, and they decided to make sport of the god of plenty. "You like food, god of the cauldron," they said? "Then we will feed you." They knew his nature. They thought to turn his own gift against him, and shame him, and send him home crawling, so they dug a pit, and they filled it. 80 gallons of fresh milk, the old telling says, and meal, and fat, and whole pigs, whole goats, whole sheep, tipped in together. They boiled it into a porridge no army could finish, and they poured it into the pit, and turned to him. "Eat it," they said, "all of it. It is rude among the Fomorians to leave food, and ruder still to refuse it. Eat every drop, or we will take your refusal as an insult, and kill you for it." They were sure they had him. Now here's the thing the giants did not understand. They thought they were setting a trap. He understood he was being given exactly what he came for. Every spoonful was an hour his people did not have to fight. So he found a ladle, and he sat down. The ladle was so large, the tellers say, that a man and a woman could have lain down in its bowl. He filled it and lifted it and ate, and filled it and ate, and the giants laughed at first. Stay with this. It is easy to miss, and it changes everything. He was not gluttonous. He was patient. He ate the way a river wears a stone, slowly, steadily, without stopping, until the impossible was simply gone. The level dropped. Hour by hour, the pit emptied. The laughter on the black shore went quiet. The giants had meant to break him with abundance. And abundance was the one thing the god of the cauldron could never be broken by. At last he scraped the bottom. He ran his great hand around the curve of the pit to gather the very last of it, and ate that too, the way a child cleans a bowl. The trap was empty. He had won it simply by not stopping. But you cannot eat 80 gallons and stand up lightly. When he finally rose, his belly was a great round drum, and he could barely move. He waddled from the pit, slow and ungainly, and the giants found a last thing to laugh at. Look at the god of plenty now. They jeered, fat and slow and shamed. They thought they had won the smaller battle, even as they lost the larger one. They did not understand that the time he had spent eating was time their war could not get back. And on his slow way home, heavy as he was, something happened that the old stories tell with a strange tenderness. A Fomorian girl came down to the shore, the giant's own daughter, and she laughed at the great waddling god, and then she did not. She agreed to help him, the tellers say, and to lend her own strength to his people in the battle to come. Even in the enemy's house, the Dagda made an ally. That was his other gift, not only feeding hunger, but turning a mocker into a friend. So he came home at last, heavy, mocked, triumphant in a way no one could see yet. He had bought his people their days. The host was ready, and now the two worlds would meet on the plain of standing stones the Irish called Mag Tired. We will go to that field together, slowly, when the time comes. For now the host sleeps in its camp. The cauldron is warm, and the great heavy god rests his eyes at last. So can you. The story will wait for us right here. Morning came gray to the plain of Mag Tired. Two hosts stood across a field of standing stones, the bright folk of the green mounds on one side, the sea giants on the other, and between them only cold wind and pale grass. The Dagda stood near the king, his belly still heavy from the giant's pit, his great club resting on its wheels at his side. He did not look like the hope of an army. He looked like a tired farmer. That was the trick of him. The young King Louv moved along the ranks, and where he passed, courage straightened the spines of the host. He gave each god his task, and to the Dagda he said only hold them. Wherever the line breaks, be there. And the great god nodded. But the Tuatha De had two secrets the giants did not know. The first was a smith who could forge a new spear in 3 strokes of the hammer, faster than any wound could be dealt. Through every night of the war, his forge would burn. The second secret was a well. The healer of the gods had filled it with herbs and song. Carry a slain warrior of the Tuatha De to that water, lower him in, and by morning he would rise whole again, though he could not speak of what he had seen. Think of what that meant. The Tuatha De could lose men and have them back by dawn. The Fomorians could not. It should have been enough to win the war by itself, but the giants would find out, and they would come for the well. They always do. The first day of the battle was not the whole battle. The old kings did not throw their full strength at once. They sent small bands first, to test the line, to take the measure of the enemy. So the war opened in skirmishes across the pale grass. And wherever a Tuatha De bond gave ground, there was the Dagda. Heavy, slow to start, impossible to stop. The wheeled club came round in a long swing, and the line that had bent straightened again behind him. He fought the way he ate, without hurry, without anger even. Just the steady, unrelenting work of a man closing a gate the wind keeps blowing open. The giants threw bands at him, and the bands did not come back. When the first day's light failed, both hosts drew back to their fires, and in the night the smith's forge rang, and the healing well glowed, and the slain Tuatha De rose whole. The giants counted their dead and found the count made no sense. How do you kill an army that wakes again each morning? The Fomorian chiefs sat by their cold fires and asked it, and one of them said, there is a spy we can send. Someone the Tuatha De will not suspect, someone they once called king. They sent watchers to find the secret, and the watchers found the well. They found the place where the dead came back. And they understood that if they could foul that water, the Tuatha De would bleed like anyone else. But that reckoning was still some nights away. For now the war settled into its terrible rhythm. Skirmish by day, forge and well by night. And in the heart of the host, the Dagda did the work of 10 gods and asked for nothing. Maybe you have been that person in a hard season. The one who fights all day and carries the others all night and never says they are tired. The old stories saw you, and they made you a god, and they called him good. There was one more thing he did in the deep of those nights that no one asked of him. When the fear in the camp grew too sharp to sleep through, he would take up his harp, and he would play the host into rest. The harp had 3 musics in it, the old tellers say, the music of weeping, that could draw the grief out of any heart, the music of laughter that could lift it, and the music of sleep that could lay a whole camp down into dreams. On the nights before battle, he played the music of sleep, and the fear let go its grip, and men who would face giants at dawn slept like children for a few hours, because the great heavy god sat among them and played them down into the dark. That harp will matter very much before the end. The Fomorians knew its power too, and when they finally broke and ran from the field, they would take one thing with them that did not belong to them, but that is far ahead. Stay with the quiet for now. Days passed this way. The forge rang, the well glowed, the harp sang, and the line held. And slowly the Fomorians grew afraid, not of the host's strength, but of its endurance. They had met an enemy that simply would not wear down. This is the part the myths never make obvious. The great battle was not won by the brightest blow. It was won, day after day, by the ones who refused to break, and no one refused to break like the Dagda. But endurance has a cost, and the story does not hide it. Among the Tuatha De who fell in those gray days, one was carried back who would not rise again from the well. And the Dagda knew him. He was the Dagda's own son. Not Aengus. Aengus was safe in the green mounds. This was another son, a fighter, fallen where the line was thinnest, and the well that gave so many back could not give him. Some losses even a god of mending cannot mend. Here was the god whose club could call the dead back to breath. And he held his own son, and the gift would not come. The old stories do this on purpose. They give a god every power, but the one he needs most, just this once. He did not roar, he did not raise his club against the sky. He sat in the grass with his son in the failing light, and he let the grief come the way the river had once come for BRAN, and then, because he was who he was, he rose and went back to the line. Maybe you know that too. The kind of grief you're not allowed to stop for. The kind where you bury something in the dark and stand up and keep the others safe. Because that is what is asked of you. The old stories knew that grief. They gave it to their kindest god. The Morrigan came to him that night. Not as a lover now, but as the goddess of the slain. She did not soften his grief. She gave it a use. There will be a day soon, she told him, when this loss becomes a reason. Hold it until then. And she told him what she had seen of the days ahead. That the war would turn on a single moment, that the enemy's worst weapon would be its undoing, and that the Dagda's part was not to win it, but to keep the host alive long enough for the one who could. Keep them alive. That was his whole task, and it suited him, not the glory of the killing blow. The long, unglamorous work of making sure there was still a host left standing when the moment came. He had spent his whole life at exactly that. The next morning the Fomorians changed their plan. They had learned the line could not be broken in small bands. So they massed, they came in one great gray wave across the plain to crush the Tuatha De by sheer weight and end the war in a day. Lug set his ranks. The smith's new spears were passed down the line, and at the place where the wave would strike hardest, the king put the one god he trusted to hold against anything. He put the Dagda. The wave hit, the whole plain shook. Standing stones older than memory trembled in the ground, and where it hit hardest, it broke, not because the Dagda was angry, but because he simply did not move, and the wave had nowhere to go but back. All that long day the center held because he held it. The wings bent, the wings rallied, but the center was a stone in a flood, and the Fomorians, who had come to end it in one blow, learned again the lesson they could not learn, that he would not break. When the wave drew back at last, a ragged cheer went down the Tuatha De line. They had survived the worst the giants could throw, and at the center of it stood the great weary god, leaning on his club, too tired even to smile. But it was not over. because while the great wave broke against the Dagda's center, the Fomorian spies had not been idle. They had gone, in the noise and dust, to the one place that could lose the Tuatha De the war. They had gone to the healing well. They could not destroy the water, but they could bury it. One by one, the giants dropped great stones into the well, filling it, choking it, until the pale light went out under the rubble and the magic of the place was gone. When the Tuatha De carried their day's wounded to the well that night, they found only a heap of stones and a last dying gleam. The dead would stay dead now. From here, every loss was final. The war had just become far more dangerous, and they knew it. The Dagda heard the news leaning on his club, still catching his breath from the day, and of all of them, he understood best what it meant. No more second mornings, no more bringing the fallen back. From now, the host had only what it could keep alive, and it made his task heavier than ever. Keep them alive. The Morrigan's words. Only now there was no well to undo his failures. Every warrior he could not protect was gone for good. The whole survival of the green folk rested, more than before, on the broad shoulders of one tired god. There is something here worth holding on to before sleep. He was not given an easier task when things got harder. He was given a heavier one. And he did not put it down, he simply set his feet and carried more. That is the whole shape of him. The days that followed were the hardest of the war. Without the well, the Tuatha De fought carefully, fiercely, knowing each fall was forever. The forge still rang, they had spears enough, but they could not make more of themselves. So they leaned, all of them, on the ones who would not fall. And still, each night when the fighting stopped, the Dagda played them to sleep. It was the kindest thing in all that gray time. A camp full of grief and fear, and a great tired god laying down his club and taking up his harp so that the others could rest. Who played him to sleep? No one. That is the quiet sorrow in his story and maybe in yours. The one who soothes everyone else often lies awake last. He would set the harp down and look at the stars and wait for a rest that came slow. But the Fomorians had not yet shown their worst. They had a weapon they had held back, too terrible to waste on skirmishes. They were saving it for the day of the final, full battle. The day they meant to end everything, and its name was Balor. The giants spoke his name softly, even among themselves. Balor of the destroying eye. They kept him back from the small fighting. He was not a soldier, he was a doom held in reserve. And the Fomorian chiefs agreed, when the Tuatha De were gathered for the last battle, they would open his eye and end them all at once. So the war had a clock in it now. Each day the Tuatha De held was a day closer to the moment the giants would unleash the eye, and against that single look, the Dagda's club was no use, and his cauldron was no use, and even his harp could not help. Only one thing could. The prophecy knew it, we will get there. But before that day, the Dagda had one more errand the prophecy set him. The Morrigan came again, in the gray hour before dawn, and told him to go once more to the enemy's edge, not to fight, to meet someone, to gather one more thread the war would need. She would not say more than that. The old goddesses never do. They give you the next step and keep the rest. So the Dagda took up his club in the cold dark and went out alone toward the enemy's country once more, trusting a path he could not see. Trusting a path you cannot see. Maybe that is the bravest thing he ever did. Braver than the club, braver than the cauldron. To keep walking toward the danger because someone he trusted said the way through lay on the far side of it. Stay with him. He is nearly at the river. He came down to a ford as the sun cleared the hills. And there, waiting at the water as she had been once before, was the Morrigan, but in her great aspect now, the queen of the slain, ready to give him what the war would turn upon. We'll listen to her in a moment. First, rest your eyes. Let me stay a moment with that harp of his, because the old Irish loved it more than almost anything else about him. To them, a harp was not only music, it was the sound of a people gathered safe by a fire when the dark outside was very large. The Irish said every true harp held three strains, the goltraí, the cry that made you weep, the yantraí, the laugh that made you glad, and the swantraí, the sleep strain, the lullaby that laid you gently down into rest. The Dagda's harp held all three at once. Think how complete that is. A whole life in three songs. The thing you grieve, the thing you laugh at, and the rest you finally lay down into. The old people believed a single instrument could hold the entire round of a human heart, and they gave it to their kindest god. That is why, 3,000 years later, the harp is still the sign of Ireland, on its coins, on its flags, on the side of every glass poured in its name. The Dagda's instrument outlived the Dagda's worship. The music stayed when the gods grew quiet. So when the Fomorians take that harp, and they will, when they flee the field, understand that they are stealing more than an instrument. They are stealing the sound of the green land's whole heart, and the Dagda will go into the enemy's hall to get it back. But first, the ford, and the goddess, and the words that turn the war. Back at the ford, the Morrigans stood in the bright water and gave the Dagda her gift. Not a weapon, a promise made certain. On the day of the last battle, she told him, "I will go among the Fomorians, and I will take Balor's strength before he can use his eye. I will pour out the heart of the enemy's host," she said. "I will take 2 handfuls of the blood of their courage and scatter it on the wind. Your part is to keep your people whole until I do. Then the way will open for the one who can close the eye." The Dagda bowed his great head to her. Between them now lay a grief, a love, and a war, and a plan that depended on each of them doing the unglorious part and trusting the other to do theirs. He turned for home with the promise like a coal in his chest. He came back to a host that needed him to be certain. So he was certain, out loud for them, whatever he carried underneath. He told them the goddess had promised, and the way would open, and all they had to do was hold until it did. And because it was the Dagda who said it, they believed. That is a power the stories rarely name, but the Dagda had it most of all. The power to be the steady one, to carry your own doubt silently so that others can put theirs down. The host slept better that night for the certainty in his voice, true or not. The Fomorians, too, made ready for the end. They sharpened their rusted iron, they counted their giants. And they made certain of Balor, feeding him, guarding him, keeping the great lid shut, saving the one look that could win it all in a moment. And on the Tuatha De side, in those last quiet days, the young King Lugh made his own secret preparation. He took up a sling, a simple shepherd's sling, of all things, and he practiced, alone, hour after hour, at a single distant mark. No one understood why. He did. The prophecy, remember, said Balor would fall to his own grandson, and Lugh was that grandson. He did not yet know exactly how, but he was making himself ready for a single throw, at a single target, on the one day it would matter. Remember the sling. It matters most of all. So the pieces were all on the board now. The patient god who held the line, the goddess who would drain the enemy's heart, the shining grandson with his sling, and the doom-eyed giant who could end it all with one look. The old story had set its trap with great care. It only needed the day. But the final battle is for a later night. There is a smaller turning first, one the old tellers loved, where the Dagda's 2 natures, the warrior and the feeder, were tested on the same gray afternoon. Let me show you. It is one of the truest pictures of him. A band of Fomorians broke through on the far wing one afternoon, where the Tuatha De were thin and weary, and had not eaten since dawn. The line there was about to fail, not from wounds but from plain exhaustion and empty bellies. The Dagda saw it from the center, and he did the thing only he would think of. He did not send more spears, he sent the cauldron. He had it carried to the failing wing, full and steaming, and the men ate where they stood, between blows. And it turned the wing, not the club, the cauldron. Fed, the weary men found their feet again, and the line that was about to break held. The Dagda had won a part of the great battle with a hot meal. The old tellers grinned every time they told it. There it is, the whole of him in one afternoon. Other gods would have answered exhaustion with a speech or a blade. He answered it with food. Because he understood the unglamorous truth that an army like a heart runs on being filled, not on being told to be brave. Maybe that lands somewhere tonight. The people who hold our lives together are rarely the loud ones. They are the ones who notice you have not eaten, who carry the pot to the failing wing. The old stories knew which kind of strength lasts. They built their kindest god around it. The Fomorians, watching their pushes fail one after another, grew desperate. They had thrown waves, they had buried the well, and still the green folk stood. Their chiefs decided the time had come. The next dawn they would gather everything, and they would bring Balor to the field. Word reached the Tuatha De before dawn. The giants were coming in full, and the doom-eyed one with them. This was the day the prophecy had pointed at all along, the day the war would be decided, and the host turned, as it always did, to the steady God to ready them for it. He did not give a great speech. That was not his way. He walked the lines as the host armed, and he met each frightened eye, and he said small plain things. Eat first, tie that strap, stand by me where it bends, and the camp steadied around his calm like water around a stone. Lug moved among them too, bright and certain, his sling coiled at his belt where no one thought to ask about it. The king and the great god, the shining one and the steady one, made the host ready between them, and then they led it out onto the plain to meet the end. The two hosts faced each other across the standing stones one last time. Everything that had happened, the cauldron, the well, the harp, the buried sun had led to this gray morning, and before the lines could close, a single figure walked out alone into the space between them. It was the Dagda. Why walk out alone before such a battle? Because the old custom allowed a champion to speak, or to fight a single duel before the hosts joined, and the Dagda meant to do what he always did, to buy his people a little more time, and to take the first weight onto himself. The Fomorians sent their greatest champions against him, one after another, while their host finished massing behind. And one after another, the Dagda met them in the space between the armies, and the Wield Club came round, and the Greenland's first blows were struck by its steadiest hand. Champion after champion, he held the center alone, buying the minutes the host needed to set itself. He was tired before he began, and far more tired now, but every moment he stood there was a moment Lug used to place his ranks and ready his sling for the throw that would matter. Stay with this, it matters before the end. The Dagda was not winning the battle out there in the center. He was buying it, trading his own strength blow by blow for the time his people needed. The most important fighting in the whole war was the slowest and the least glorious. At last, the Fomorian patience ran out. They would not lose champion after champion to one stubborn god. Their whole host gave a great shout and surged forward all at once, and the Dagda in the center found the entire gray sea of them rushing down on him alone. He could have stepped back into his lines, any sensible champion would have. Instead, he set his feet in the center of the field, raised the great club over his head, and decided to hold the whole charge himself for as long as one god could, so the host behind him could brace. The charge broke over him like surf on a headland. The club came down, and came round, and came down again, and the front of the Fomorian rush shattered against the one god who would not give ground. The whole battle, for a few thunderous breaths, was him. And while he held them there, in the center, the rest of the Tuatha De host crashed in around the giant's flanks. The Dagda had been the anvil. Now the hammer fell. The whole field became a single roaring struggle, and for the first time the Fomorians felt the ground move under them. It was the first real turning of the war. The giants who had pushed and never been pushed back were suddenly the ones giving ground. And it had begun with one tired god deciding to stand in the center and be the thing the whole battle turned around. But the giants had not yet brought their doom to bear. As the Tuatha De pressed forward, a stir went through the back of the Fomorian host. Attendants moved. Hooked poles were raised. The great hunched shape that had waited all war began, slowly, to lift its head. A cry of warning went up along the Tuatha De line. They knew that shape. They knew what the raising of those poles meant. The thing they had feared since before the first blow was about to open its eye on the whole crowded field at once. This was the moment the Morrigan had promised to meet, and true to her word, a great storm of crows rose suddenly from nowhere and fell upon the rear of the Fomorian host, tearing at their courage, scattering their order, just as the poles reached for Balor's lid. The crows bought a few wild moments of confusion. The Fomorian host wavered, its heart draining just as she had vowed. But the attendants reached Balor anyway. The hooked poles bit into the heavy lid, and inch by inch against the storm, the great eye began to open. On the field, the Dagda saw the green light beginning to leak and knew the host had only seconds. He did the only thing his nature allowed. He turned, and he put his own great body between the opening eye and the press of his people, and he braced. He could not stop the eye. Nothing could, once open, but he could be the thing it struck first. He could take the doom meant for 100 onto one set of shoulders, and buy, even now, with his own body, one last handful of seconds for the one who had been practicing all along. This is the first great turning of the tale, and where we will rest for tonight. The eye is opening, the Dagda stands in its path to shield his people. The Morrigan's crows are tearing at the giants, and on a far rise, Lug begins to swing his sling. Hold all of it in the dark a moment. The eye came full open. A blast of sickly green-white light tore across the plain, and the Dagda took it on his shoulders, staggering, holding. So the warriors behind him lived through a moment that should have killed them all. And in that bought moment, the moment the great god had paid for with his own body, Lug's sling came round one last time. The stone left it faster than sight. It flew the length of the field, straight and certain, toward the one open eye. The stone struck the great eye and drove it clean through the giant's skull, so that the destroying gaze turned backward into the Fomorian host itself. The doom they had saved for the Green Land fell instead upon their own ranks. The prophecy had come true to the letter. A great cry went up from the Tuatha De. The doom-eyed giant was falling. The thing they had feared since before the first blow had been undone by a shepherd's stone and a grandson's hand, and by a tired god who had stood in the light long enough for the throw to be made. It felt for one bright breath like the end of the war. The giant's great weapon was gone, but the battle was not over, for the Fomorians, robbed of their doom, gathered in fury for a last, desperate push, and in the chaos a careless hand would steal the one thing the Dagda could not let go. We will follow it there. Rest now. Balor was down for a moment. The whole plain seemed to hold its breath. The green light was gone, the great eye was closed forever, and a ragged cheer rolled across the Tuatha De line like a wave finding the shore. But a cornered enemy is the most dangerous kind. The Fomorians, robbed of the doom they had counted on, did not break and run all at once. They gathered into a furious knot and threw themselves at the Tuatha De in a last reckless rage, with nothing left to lose. So the hardest fighting of the whole war came after its turning point, not before. That is true of many battles and many troubles. The most dangerous hour is often the one just after you think the worst is past. The Dagda knew it and called the host to hold. The two hosts ground together one last time among the standing stones, and in the smoke and the press, no one noticed a single Fomorian slip away from the camp's edge, and no one noticed what he carried under his arm as he ran. But the Dagda would notice soon, and the noticing would break his heart a little. The last charge spent itself against the Tuatha De line. The Fomorians who could still run turned and ran, back toward their ships in the cold sea. The great battle of Mag Tired was over, the Green Land had held, and the plain fell suddenly, strangely quiet. The quiet after a battle is its own strange thing. Not joy, not yet. Just a vast emptiness where the noise had been, and the slow dawning of who was still standing and who was not. The Dagda walked out into that quiet, leaning on his club, and began to count his people. Many had lived. The shield lines had held. The great gods stood. But many had not, and there was no well now to call them back. The Dagda knelt by each of his fallen in turn, and named them, and closed their eyes, because someone had to, and it was the kind of thing he would not leave to another. Maybe you know that there is a kind of work that comes after every hard victory. The quiet, unwitnessed work of tending what the struggle cost. It is never the part the songs are about, but it is the part that lets the living go on. The Dagda did that work first, before he rested. When the tending was done, the survivors gathered, and the young King Lug thanked them, the smith, the healer, the goddess of crows, and the great steady god who had stood in the eye's path. And the Dagda only nodded, the way he always did, and asked who needed feeding. Here's the part the myths never make obvious. The greatest deed the Dagda did that day was not the shielding, brave as it was. It was that, the moment the danger passed, his first thought was the cauldron, even in victory, even in grief. Feed them. That was always the deepest thing in him. So the host ate and warmed, and began to believe it had truly survived, and it was only then, with the cauldron steaming and his people fed, that the Dagda went to take up his harp, to play them the slow strain of rest they had all earned, and his hand closed on empty air. The harp was gone. In the chaos of the last charge, a fleeing Fomorian had taken it. Of all they had lost and all they had kept, this was the loss that stopped the great god where he stood. Not a weapon, not gold, the instrument that held the three musics of the heart. Why did that one loss strike so deep? Because everything else he carried was for others. The cauldron fed them, the club guarded them, but the harp was the one thing that was also for him. The place where his own grief and laughter and rest could go, and now it was in the enemy's hands. He could have let it go. He had won the war. He had his people. He had so much still. A wiser, colder god might have called the harp a small price. But the Dagda was not cold. He rose, and he set his jaw, and he decided to go into the enemy's own hall and bring it home. Lug would not let him go alone. The young king came with him, and so did one other. Ogma, the champion of eloquence and strength, the Dagda's own brother. 3 of them set out together into the enemy's fleeing country, to take back a stolen song. They followed the fleeing host to a great hall where the Fomorian survivors had gathered to lick their wounds. Brez was there, the fallen king and his father, and the chiefs who had escaped the field, and on the wall, high on a smoke-darkened beam, hung the Dagda's harp. They could not fight their way through a hall full of giants to reach it, so the Dagda did something stranger and far more like him. He stood in the doorway, in the firelight, and he simply called to his harp, by name, and he commanded it to come to his hand. For the harp had 2 secret names. The old tellers say that only its true master knew. And when the Dagda spoke them into the smoky hall, the harp answered. It tore itself off the wall and flew the length of the room to his hand, and on its way it killed 9 of the Fomorians who stood in its path. The harp landed in his hands, and the hall erupted in fury and fear. Giants surged toward the 3 intruders, and so the Dagda did the last thing the Fomorians expected. With his stolen harp safe against his shoulder, he began, in the heart of the enemy's hall, to play. He played the first strain, the Goltrii, the music of weeping. And every giant in the hall, mid-charge, was seized by such grief that they sank down where they stood, sobbing, their weapons forgotten, unable to do anything but weep. Then he changed the strain to the Gantrai, the music of laughter, and the weeping giants began helplessly to laugh. They rolled and roared with it, clutching their sides, still unable to lift a hand against the 3 who watched them from the door. And then, last, he played the Swantrai, the music of sleep, the lullaby. And the laughter softened into yawns, and the yawns into stillness, and one by one the great Fomorians lay down on the floor of their own hall and fell into a deep and helpless sleep. And in that sleep the 3 of them simply walked out, no more blood than the 9 the harp had taken on its flight. The Dagda had gone into the enemy's own hall and taken back his song, and he had done it not with the killing end of his club, but with the gentlest power he owned. There is the whole man, one more time. He could end 9 lives with a flick of the harp's flight. But given a hall full of enemies at his mercy, he chose to make them weep and laugh and sleep, and then he left them living. The kindest God, even with his foot on the enemy's neck. But do not think the danger was over. The Fomorians had been beaten, not destroyed. They would wake in their hall and remember the shame, and there were still those of them on the cold sea who had never come to the battle at all. The threat had changed its shape, but it had not gone. And there was a deeper threat too, one no club or harp could ever close. The Morrigan had given her victory prophecy at the battle's end, and it was not all triumph. She had seen, far down the years, a wearing away, a time when the green folk would fade and the world would forget them. Remember that. It waits at the very end of the tale. But that fading was for the far future. For now there was a war won, a song recovered, a land to mend, and a people to feed. And the one they all turned to for the long, slow work of rebuilding was, of course, the same broad, weathered, dependable God it had always been. He hung the harp back in its place. He set the cauldron over a new fire. He took up the work of plenty again, as if the war had been an interruption of his real task, which was simply to keep his people fed and warm and held together. And in a way, that was exactly true. We will follow him into that long work. The rebuilding, the seasons turned by the harp, the quiet years, and at last the slow fading the Morrigan foresaw. There is a great deal of gentleness still ahead, and one more grief, and a kind of ending that is also a rest. But all of that is for the nights to come. For now the war is won, the harp is home, the cauldron is warm, and the great tired God can finally, for the first time in a long while, sit down by his own fire. So can you. Rest here, the story will keep. After a great war comes something the songs rarely sing, the long, quiet work of peace. The Dagda became in those years exactly what he had always been underneath the battle. A farmer of a whole people, a keeper of seasons, the one who made sure the land was fed. Each turning of the year, he took up his harp and played the seasons round, the cold strain to lay the land to sleep, the green strain to wake it. The whole great wheel of winter and spring answered the hands of one weathered God, and the people lived inside that rhythm. His son Angus grew into his full brightness in those years, the god of young love with his 4 white birds, living in the green mounds his father kept. And the Dagda loved him with the quiet, fierce love of a father who has already buried one son and knows what it costs to lose. And the old tellers loved one story from those peaceful years more than almost any other. It is the story of how the Dagda, the great keeper of the green mound of the Boyne, came to lose that mound, to his own bright, clever son. When the Dagda shared out the great mounds among his children, he kept the finest one, the brew of the Boyne, for himself. But Angus had been away when the sharing was done, and came home to find there was no mound left for him. And he wanted his father's. So Angus asked a clever thing. "Let me stay in the brew," he said, "for a day and a night." Just that. And the Dagda, who could refuse his bright son nothing, smiled and agreed. A day and a night. What harm in a day and a night? But Angus was the god of love, and love is full of clever turns. When the day and the night had passed, and the Dagda asked for his home back, Angus said, "But you gave it to me for day and night, and it is of days and nights that all of time is made, so the brew is mine forever." And the Dagda, who could have refused, who could have thundered, looked at his clever bright son standing in the doorway of the home he loved, and he laughed. And he let it go. He gave the brew to Angus, and went to make a home elsewhere, because love asks that of a father sometimes. Maybe there is something in that for a tired night. The strongest among us are often the ones who know when to let a thing go. He had held a war on his shoulders. He could surely have held one green hill, but he chose instead to let his son win. That too is a kind of strength. So the years turned, gentle and green, the harp played the seasons. The cauldron fed all comers, and the Dagda grew slowly old in the way the old gods do. Not weak, but weathered. Like a great oak that has stood through so many winters, it has half become the hill it grows on. But there was an old wound in him that never fully healed. Back at the great battle, in one of those duels in the center, a Fomorian woman had struck him a blow that went deep. He had stood through it, fed his people, played his harp, but the wound stayed, and slowly, over long years, it did its quiet work. He did not speak of it. Of course he did not. The one who carries everyone rarely mentions his own hurt. He simply went on feeding and tending and turning the seasons, with the old wound aching under his ribs, year after quiet year, and the people, fed and warm, never knew. This is the part of him that stays with people the longest, I think. Not the war, the way he carried his own wound silently so that no one else had to feel it. If you have ever done that, and so many have, then the old story is, quietly, about you. But the green years could not last forever. The Morrigan's old prophecy had spoken of a fading, and the fading began as all great changes do, small, on the horizon, easy to miss at first. New ships appeared on the southern sea, not Fomorians, something the Tuatha De had never faced, men. They were the sons of Meal, the Milesians, the ancestors of the mortal Irish. They came not as monsters but as people, with their own gods and poets and kings, looking for a green land to make their home, and the land they had chosen was the one the Tuatha De already loved. The Tuatha De met them, and there was a contest not only of arms but of poetry and judgment and right, and the Milesians, the old tellers say, won the land by a fair claim and a clever bargain. The age of the gods on the green earth was ending, the age of mortals was beginning. Now here is where the Dagda's last great wisdom shows. He did not call for another war. He had buried too many in the last one. He looked at these mortal people, and he saw not enemies but inheritors. And he asked the question that mattered, not how do we drive them out, but how do we share the world. The mortals would have the surface of Ireland, the green fields, the rivers, the open sun, and the Tuatha De would have the other half, not above the ground, but within it. The hollow hills, the green mounds, the other world beneath, they would step out of the daylight and let the mortals have it. Think how strange and how gentle that is. A people of gods who could have fought, choosing instead to step quietly aside, to become the hidden folk of the hills so that a younger people could have the sun. Few myths anywhere end with the old gods simply, kindly, making room. But someone had to do the dividing. Someone had to share out the hollow hills among all the gods fairly, so that each had a home in the other world below. And of course it was the Dagda. As king of the Tuatha De now, the task of the great sharing fell to him. He gave the finest mounds to his children and his companions, to each god a cide, a fairy hill, a doorway into the endless green country beneath. And because he was the Dagda, he gave away the best of them and thought of his own portion last, as he had thought of his own hunger last all his life. He had already given the brew of the Boyne, the finest of all, to his son Angus. So when the sharing was done, the great king of the gods found he had given so much away that there was, the old tellers say, no great mound left for himself. The keeper of plenty had once again kept the least. There is the whole of him, one last time, in that simple fact. He shared out an entire otherworld and kept nothing grand for himself. Not from foolishness, from the deep settled habit of a lifetime. Feed the others first, and trust that there will be enough left over for you. So the Tuatha De stepped out of the daylight and into the green hills. They drew a kind of mist around themselves, the faith fiada, the veil that made them unseen, and they became the people of the mounds, the hidden ones, who the Irish would later call the Sidhe, the fairy folk. They did not die. That is the gentle heart of it. They simply withdrew into a country beneath the green hills where time runs strange, and the cauldron is always full, and no one ever ages or goes hungry. A land of endless feast and music, the very things the Dagda had always stood for. Stay with that for a moment, because it is a beautiful thought to carry towards sleep. The old gods did not vanish. They went down into the green hills, into a place of warmth and plenty and rest, and the door between that place and ours was never fully closed. On some nights, the old people said, you can still feel it stand open. But the Dagda's own story still had one quiet turning left. The old wound from Mag Twyard, the one he had carried in silence all those years, was doing its slow work, and even in the timeless country beneath the hills, the great god knew his own long evening was coming on. He had ruled the Tuatha De for a great span of years after the battle, 80 years, the old reckoning says, 80 years of feeding and tending and turning the seasons, with the wound aching the whole while, and at the end of them the great god grew quiet, and made ready to lay his burden down. But before that evening fully came, the Dagda made sure of one last thing, that the work would go on without him. He passed the kingship to another. He saw the cauldron and the harp and the green mounds safe in good hands. He tidied the world, the way a careful host banks the fire before he sleeps. That is so like him, that even his ending was an act of care. He did not rage against his evening. He used his last strength to make sure his people would be warm and fed and held together when he was gone. He had spent his whole long life doing exactly that. Why would the end be any different? We will follow him to that last gentle evening soon, but the night is deep now, and the story is warm, and there is no hurry. Let us rest a while here, in the green country beneath the hills, where the cauldron is full and no one is ever turned away. Stay in that warmth. While we rest, let me tell you how this story even reached us, because that is part of the wonder of it. The Dagda's tale was old before anyone wrote it down. For long ages it lived only in voices, by firesides, told from one generation to the next across the green land. The poets of old Ireland, the Fili, held these stories in memory as a sacred trust. They trained for years to carry them word perfect, the gods, the battles, the names of every mound. The Dagda lived in their memory long before he lived on any page. Then, long after, Irish monks began to write them down. They were Christians now, and the old gods were no longer worshipped, but the monks loved the tales too much to let them die. So they set them on vellum, carefully, by candlelight, and that is how the Dagda survived into our own time. Think of that chain of care. Voice to voice for 1,000 years, then hand to hand on vellum for 1,000 more, all so that the story of a generous giant could reach you, here, tonight, in the dark as you drift towards sleep. The Dagda was carried to you by people who simply would not let him go. And the green land itself remembers him, even now. The great mound of the Boyne, the brew he gave to Aengus, still stands. We call it Newgrange today. It is older than the pyramids, and once a year, on the midwinter dawn, the sun still finds its way into the dark heart of it. For a few minutes each midwinter, a finger of gold sunrise reaches down the long stone passage and touches the very back wall, where the triple spiral is carved. The people who built it 5,000 years ago aimed it at that one dawn, and in the old stories it was the Dagda's house. That triple spiral, 3 coils wound into one unbroken line, is everywhere in his story. 3 musics in the harp, 3 faces in the morrigan. The endless turning of the seasons. The old people carved it into the heart of the mound, and we still do not fully know all it meant to them. So when you picture the Dagda's home, you do not have to imagine it. You can go and stand at its door. It is still there, above the slow green river, holding its one shaft of midwinter light. The kindest God's house outlasted his worship by 5,000 years, now back to his last gentle evening. Let me pause here in the quiet and tell you how the Irish themselves held this god in their hearts, because it is not the way you might expect a people to hold their mightiest deity. They did not hold him in fear. They held him in something much closer to love. Most peoples gave their chief god a face of terror, a thunderer, a judge, a king on a high throne. The Irish gave theirs a big belly and a club on wheels and a tunic that never fit. They laughed at him gently, and they trusted him completely. That is a rare and tender thing to do to a god. Why love rather than fear? Because the things he stood for were the things ordinary people most needed. Not conquest, not judgment, a full pot, a warm fire, a song at night, healing in the morning, the plain daily mercies that make a hard life bearable. He was the god of those. And so the Irish kept him close long after they stopped worshipping any god but one. He slipped into their folklore as the genial giant, the generous old man of the hills, the unseen host who might leave plenty at your door if you were kind. The worship faded, the fondness never quite did. There is a lesson in that if a tired knight wants one. The gods we fear, we eventually outgrow. But the ones we love, the ones who fed us and kept us warm, those we carry with us forever, in stories, in fondness, in the quiet glow at the door. Now, gently, back to him. His evening has come. The Dagda's last years in the green country beneath the hills were quiet ones. The wars were behind him. His children were settled in their mounds. The mortals above lived and farmed and told stories of the hidden folk, and the great god grew slowly tired, in the way even the strongest finally do. The old wound from Mag Tuatha ached more those last years. He did not complain of it. He still took up the harp on the long evenings and played the others into rest. He still ladled the cauldron full for any who came, but those who knew him well could see the weariness gathering, soft as dusk. His son Angus came often to sit with him in those evenings, the bright son who had cleverly won the brew from him long ago. There was no grievance between them. The Dagda had given gladly, and now the son sat with the father at the close of things, and that was its own quiet gift. Maybe you know how much that matters. Not grand words at the end, just someone sitting beside you in the quiet. The Dagda had spent his life making sure others were not alone at their hardest hours, and at his own long evening, his bright son made sure he was not alone at his. But there was still one shadow on those last years, the one the Morrigan had named at the battle's end. The old enemy was not wholly gone. Across the timeless veil, the spirit of the Fomorian doom still lingered. The cold, the blight, the hunger that gnaws at the edge of every green and plentiful thing. For the deepest battle the Dagda fought was never really against giants. It was against hunger itself. Against cold and want and the dark that comes when the pot is empty and the fire is low. Those enemies are never finally defeated. They only ever held back, one full bowl at a time. And so the Dagda's true legacy was not a single victory but a habit, passed down, the habit of feeding the hungry, warming the cold, and singing the frightened to sleep. As long as anyone, anywhere does those plain kind things, the old tellers would say, the good God has not truly died. But before his evening fully closed, the old tellers give him one last meeting, and it is, fittingly, with the Morrigan. The goddess who had loved him at the ford, who had drained the enemy's heart in battle, came to him one final time, at the close of all his years. She did not come this time with a prophecy of war. She came with something gentler, a prophecy of peace. She spoke, the old tellers say, of long green years to come for the land, of seasons of plenty, of a quiet that would last. The goddess of battles, at the end, sang of rest. And then she spoke too of the far end of things, the long fading, when even the green years would wane and the world would grow old. But she did not say it in fear. She said it the way you might speak of evening coming on after a long good day, as something natural, as rest finally earned. The Dagda listened to all of it, the peace and the fading both, and he was content. He had done his work, he had fed his people, won their war, kept their songs, and made room for the ones who came after. There was nothing left undone, and a life with nothing left undone is a life that can rest. There is a kind of peace in that worth carrying into sleep. Not the peace of having had an easy life, his was anything but. The peace of having spent yourself well, of knowing the people you carried are warm and fed and safe, and that you can finally put the weight down. But the story does not rush to his ending, and neither will we. There were still gentle days in the green country, days of feasting and harp song and the laughter of his children's children. The Dagda spent them simply, the way he had spent everything among his people, with a full pot and an easy heart. He watched the mortal world too, through the veil with a grandfather's fondness. He saw the sons of Mil build their farms and raise their children on the green land he had loved, and it pleased him. He had not lost the land. He had handed it on. There was a great difference between the two. Handed on, not lost. That was the shape of his whole long life. He gave away the brew and kept his son's love. He gave away the mounds and kept his people's safety. He gave away the daylight world and kept the gentle country beneath. Everywhere he let go, he gained something quieter and truer. Maybe that is the gift this old god has for a tired modern knight. We are taught to hold on, to keep, to win. He shows another way, that there is a deep strength in giving, in feeding, in letting the bright young ones win, in handing the world on gently when your part is done. The seasons still turned, even in the timeless country, in their gentler otherworld way. And one soft evening, the Dagda took up his harp for what he somehow knew would be near the last time, and played all three of its musics, slowly, one into the next, for everyone he loved. He played the weeping strain, and they wept for all that had been lost, the fallen sun, the green daylight, the long, hard years. He played the laughing strain, and they laughed for all the warmth and plenty and love that had filled the days between. And then he began the third strain, the sleep song, the lullaby. And this time, as the lullaby filled the soft green country, the Dagda did something he had never once done in all his long life. He let the sleep song take him too. He had played 1,000 others into rest. Now at last, he let the music lay him down as well. His hands slowed on the strings. The last note hung in the soft air, and did not quite end. It only grew quieter and quieter, the way the very best music does, until you cannot say exactly when it stopped. And the great god rested, with his harp against his shoulder, among everyone he loved. That is how the old tellers loved to imagine it, not a death, but a sleep. The god of the sleep song, finally singing himself to rest. And because he was the Dagda, even his ending was a gift to others. He had given them tears and laughter and rest, all in one last quiet song. But this is not quite the end of him, and that is the most comforting part of all, for the Dagda did not vanish when he slept. The green country he had made room for is still there, beneath the hills. The cauldron is still full, and the door on certain nights still stands a little open. The old people believed that on the great turning nights of the year, the veil thinned and the hidden country pressed close to ours. And if you were kind and quiet, and left a little plenty at your door, the unseen host might pass by, and bless your home, and be gone before dawn. So the Dagda became, in the long memory of Ireland, less a god to be worshipped, and more a kindness in the dark, a warmth at the threshold, a fullness in the pot you did not quite expect, the generous unseen presence of an old, good thing that never entirely leaves. We are near the end of his long story now. The harp has played its last strain. The great god sleeps in the green country he made. But there is a little more to say about what he leaves behind, and about why, of all the gods, this big-bellied generous giant is the one worth carrying into your own dreams. Think back over everything he did. He won a war by eating porridge. He recovered a song by making his enemies weep and laugh and sleep. He held a battle on his own shoulders. He gave away his home, his mounds, the very daylight, and called it good. Not one of those is the deed of an ordinary god. And through every one of them runs the same plain thread. He used his enormous power again and again, not to take, but to give, not to rule, but to feed, not to be feared, but to keep his people warm. That is what made him, to the Irish, the very best of all their gods. And maybe that is why his story still reaches us. We have plenty of tales of gods who conquered, who punished, who demanded. We have far fewer of a god whose whole greatness was that he fed people and mended them and sang them to sleep. The Dagda is rare. Hold on to him. The land still remembers him, as we said. Newgrange still holds its midwinter light. The harp still stands for Ireland. The slow green Boyne still runs to the sea, carrying Boyne's name. Everywhere in that country, the old generous god is folded quietly into the ground and the water and the light. And the music he loved most outlived everything else. Walk into any room in Ireland where someone is playing a harp or a fiddle, or singing low by a fire, and you're standing inside the Dagda's oldest gift. The three strains, the cry, the laugh, the sleep, still move through every good song ever played. So he is not really gone. Not while there is a full pot, or a warm fire, or a song that makes you weep, or laugh, or finally close your eyes. In all of those plain and daily mercies, the old generous giant is quietly, gently present. He always will be. That is what the Irish believed, and it is a good thing to believe tonight. We have come a long way with him tonight. From the cold shore and the cauldron of porridge, through the great battle, the stolen harp, the gentle years, the giving away of a whole world, and at last the soft sleep song that laid him down. It is nearly time for us to rest, too. But let us linger one more moment in the green country beneath the hills, where he sleeps. It is warm there, the cauldron steams softly, the harp leans in its place, and everyone the great God loved is gathered close and at rest, in a land where no one is ever cold or hungry or alone. That is the place the Dagda spent his whole life building, blow by blow and bowl by bowl, a place where everyone is fed and warm and held. He could not quite finish it in the daylight world, so he made it beneath the hills and left the door open so that some of its warmth could always leak back out to us. Maybe on the warmest and safest nights of your life, you have felt a little of that leaking warmth and not known its name. The old people had a name for it. They called it the good God, and they were not wrong. Now the very last turning of his tail. Stay soft. Before the last word, let me leave you with the harp once more, because it is the part of him that touches your life most directly, even now. Those three strains the Dagda played are not only a myth, they are, the old people believed, the three things every true piece of music can do. Music that makes you weep, to let the grief move through and out. Music that makes you laugh, to lift the weight for a while. And music that lays you down to sleep, to give you back to rest. The old Irish believed every good song held all three. The Dagda was simply the god who played them on purpose. And the harp itself became the soul of a whole country. It is the only national symbol in the world that is a musical instrument. Look at an Irish coin, a passport, a pint of stout, and there is the Dagda's harp, 3,000 years after the great god first laid his hands upon the strings. So the next time you hear a harp at a wedding, in a film, drifting from a doorway in some old town, you might remember that you are hearing the oldest gift of a generous giant, a god who believed that the right music at the right moment could heal almost anything. He was probably right. That is the Dagda's longest legacy, not the war, not the club, but the gentle belief that feeding people and singing to them is a kind of holy work, a belief the Irish never quite let go of, a belief worth keeping yourself, especially on the nights the day has been heavy. Now, the very last of his tale. We return at the very last to the green mound above the slow river, to Newgrange, his old home still standing in the mortal world. For the old tellers say that though the Dagda sleeps beneath the hills, his presence never quite left that one bright place. Once a year, on the darkest morning of the winter, the people still gather there in the cold dark of the chamber and wait. And as they wait, the first gold of the midwinter sun creeps down the long stone passage exactly as it has for 5,000 years, and the dark heart of the mound fills with light. Think of what that means. The people who built that mound 5,000 years ago aimed it so that the longest night would always end in light. They built, in stone, the deepest promise the Dagda ever stood for, that the cold and the dark do not last. That warmth always finds its way back in. That is the Dagda's promise, carved into the oldest building in the land. However long the dark, however empty the pot, however heavy the year, the light comes back, the green returns, the cauldron fills again. Hold that promise close as you drift now. It is 5,000 years old, and it has never once failed. And so we leave the great God where he would most want to be left, not in a tomb, but in a promise of returning light. Not gone, but resting. Not lost, but folded gently into the land and the music and the warmth of every full and quiet night. There is just a little more to say on the quietest nights ahead about what his whole long story might mean for us and how to carry it. But the hard part of the tale is done. The war is won, the song recovered, the world handed on, the great God at his rest. From here it is all gentle. So let your breathing slow. There is nothing left in the story that needs you to be awake for it. The great God has done his work and laid it down, and you can lay yours down too, just for tonight. The cauldron is full, the fire is banked, the door is warm. If you have carried something heavy lately, and so many of us have, then maybe the Dagda is a good god to fall asleep beside. He knew about heavy things, he carried more than anyone, and he still found his rest in the end among the people he loved, with a song still warm in the air. He would want that for you, I think. The God whose whole nature was to feed and warm and comfort would want you, right now, to feel fed and warm and comforted, to put the day's weight down, to let the sleep strain take you, the way it finally took him. The last of the harp's 3 strains is the lullaby, the sleep song, the one the Dagda played for 1,000 frightened hearts, and at the very end for himself. Let it be playing now, somewhere just beneath your hearing, soft and warm and slow, as the green country settles into its long quiet. We have only the gentlest part of the tale left now. A few quiet thoughts on what it all means, and a soft good night. There is no more struggle ahead, only meaning and rest and the warm dark. Stay with me a little longer, or drift now if you're ready. Either way, you are held. And so, in the deepest quiet of the green country, the last note of the Dagda's harp finally let go of the air. It did not break, it did not stop. It simply faded, gently and completely, into the warm dark and became part of the silence it had been holding all along. In that silence, everything he had built held steady. The cauldron stayed full, the fire stayed warm, the door stayed open, the green country stayed gentle. He had spent his whole vast strength making a place that could hold itself together without him, and now, finally, it did. That is the truest victory in his whole long story. Greater than the porridge, greater than the battle, greater than the harp. Not a thing he conquered, a thing he built, so well and so generously, that it kept everyone warm, even after he laid his great head down to rest. And on the great turning nights, when the veil thins and the warmth leaks softly back into our world, that is what reaches us. Not a God demanding worship. A warmth that was built to outlast its builder, a kindness that keeps on keeping us, long after the hand that started it has gone to rest. So rest now in that warmth. The great good God is sleeping, and his country is keeping us, and the door is softly open, and the light always comes back. There is nothing left to carry tonight. We will gather in the quiet nights ahead to gently close his story. For now, just rest. You are held. Let us sit a while with what the old story means now that the night is deep. The Dagda carried 3 things, and each one, it turns out, is really about you. First, the cauldron that never emptied. It is the oldest dream there is, that there might always be enough food, enough warmth, enough love, that no one you cared for would ever have to go without. The old people knew hunger in a way we mostly do not, so they dreamed a pot that could never run dry and gave it to their kindest god. The cauldron is hope in the shape of a meal. Then the club, with its 2 ends, one that ended life, one that gave it back. It is the plainest picture ever made of power. The same hand that can harm is the hand that can heal. We all carry a club like that in our own small way, the power to wound or to mend with a word, a glance, a choice. The Dagda's whole greatness was which end he reached for, almost always the gentle one. And then the harp, with its 3 strains, weeping, laughter, and sleep. That is a whole human heart, in one instrument, the things we grieve, the things we laugh at, and the rest we finally lay down into. The old people believe that to be whole, a person needs all 3. You cannot only laugh, you cannot only weep, and you cannot go without rest. A full life moves gently between them, the way the harp does. So the Dagda's 3 treasures are really 3 plain human needs: to be fed, to be protected and gently mended, and to feel the whole round of the heart, its grief, its joy, its rest. He was the God of the things we most need. And his name, the good God, never meant the gentle one, remember? It meant the one who was good at everything, the reliable one, the one you could always turn to. There is deep comfort in a God whose whole holiness was simply being dependable. We tend to honor the brilliant and the beautiful. The Irish honored the dependable. They made their greatest God the one who showed up, did the work, carried the weight, and never let his people down. That is a quietly radical thing to worship. And he was easy to laugh at. The big belly, the wheeled club, the tunic too short, that was on purpose too. The old people understood that the truly strong can afford to look foolish. Only the insecure need to look grand. He ate the giant's porridge instead of fighting them. He could afford the joke. He knew who he was, and in that, the old story says something gentle and true, that real strength has nothing to prove and can take its time. And he gave everything away. In the end, the brew, the mounds, the daylight world. He kept almost nothing for himself. The story quietly insists that there is more strength in giving than in holding, and that the one who gives is rarely the one who ends up empty. There's a reason a story like this lasts 3,000 years. It is not about gods, really. It is about the people who hold our lives together, the ones who feed us, carry us, and ask for nothing. We have all known one. Some of us have been one. If you have been the dependable one, the one who feeds, who carries, who never quite gets asked how they are, then the old story has a gift for you tonight. It says that what you do is the work of a god, the oldest, kindest god there was. And it offers something else, just as gently. It says that even the one who carries everyone is allowed, at last, to rest. The Dagda played 1,000 others to sleep, and then he let the sleep song take him too. Your turn will come. It is coming now. That is the deepest meaning in the whole tale. Maybe. Not the war, not the treasures. Just this, that there is a time to carry, and a time to set the weight down, and that setting it down, when your work is done, is not a defeat. It is a gift you have earned. The Irish carved their deepest promise into a mound of stone, that after the longest night the light always returns. The Dagda is the god of that promise, of plenty after want, of warmth after cold, of morning after the dark. So whatever this day asked of you, however empty the pot felt or how heavy the carrying, the old god's promise holds. The light comes back, the green returns, the cauldron fills again. It always has, it always will. Hold that close as the night deepens, a full pot, a gentle hand, a song with all three strains, and the certain promise that the light returns. That is the whole of the good God given to you. There is just a little more about how he lives on, and a soft good night. The Dagda never quite left Ireland. When the worship of the old gods faded, he simply changed his shape into the genial giant of folktale, the generous old man of the hills who blesses a kind house. His harp became the soul of a nation. It is the emblem of Ireland to this day, on the coins, on the passports, on every glass poured in the country's name, the only nation on earth whose symbol is a song. His home still stands above the slow green river. We call it Newgrange now. It is older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge, and once a year, the midwinter sun still finds the heart of it, exactly as it was built to. And the river still carries Boan's name, the Boyne running quietly to the sea, the way it has since the day the well chased her down. The old story is folded into the very map of the land. You will find the Tuatha De everywhere in Irish places. If you look, in the fairy mounds farmers still leave undisturbed. In the hawthorn trees no one will cut. The old gods became the hidden folk, and the land still keeps a quiet space for them. And the harp's three strains live on in every good tune. The cry that makes you weep, the lift that makes you laugh, the lullaby that lays you down. Walk into any room where music is played with love, and the Dagda's oldest gift is still in the air. He lives too in a particular kind of Irish warmth, the welcome at the door, the insistence that you eat, the sense that a guest must never leave hungry. That old hospitality is the Dagda's cauldron, still full, still passed around, 3,000 years on. Most of all, he lives wherever someone does the plain kind work he stood for, feeds the hungry, warms the cold, sits with the frightened until they sleep. The old tellers said it best, while anyone does those things, the good God has not truly died. So he is not a god of dusty pages. He is in the harp on the coin, the sun in the old mound, the river's name, the welcome at the door, and the kindness in your own hands. He is woven quietly into a whole living world. And now his story is folded into your night too, one more hand carrying it gently forward. The cauldron is full, the harp is at rest. The light will return. It is time now for the softest part, time to say goodnight. The green country is quiet now. The cauldron is banked low. The harp leans in its place, its three songs all played out and resting. Above the slow river, the great mound sleeps under the stars. The door stands a little open. The warmth inside keeps watch over the dark. There is another story waiting beyond tonight. It starts somewhere far away, across colder water, under different stars. But that is for another night. You can almost feel it out there, patient in the dark. Not yet. Not yet. Tonight, just rest. The great good God has laid his weight down, and so can you. Nothing left to carry. If this old quiet felt good tonight, we will be here, when you're ready. Another story, another night like this one. No hurry, no test, just somewhere quiet to land, on the nights the day has asked too much. The light always comes back. The longest night ends, the cauldron fills again, it always has. So let your breathing slow now. The door is warm, the mound is quiet, you are held. Sleep now. The good God keeps the fire. Good night. How was your day? Maybe you walked into a place that already belonged to other people, and some quiet part of you wondered if there was any room left for you here. There was once a whole people who felt that way. They came to a green island already full, carrying everything they owned. Their king was called Tuatha. If today felt a little like that, he would understand. So let your shoulders go soft. You don't have to find room tonight. Just come down to the water with me. Salt on the air, fog on the sea. This is where the old story begins. But first, picture a battlefield years from now. A young man whirls a sling above his head. A single stone leaves his hand and flies toward a giant's closing eye. The giant is Balor. His one great eye can wither armies. The young man is his own grandson, and no one watching yet knows that this is how it was always going to end. Hold that picture for later. Now let it go. Before the battle, before the hero, there was only a tired people on a cold sea, looking for somewhere to belong. They were called the Tuatha De Danann, the people of the goddess Danu. They had learned magic in 4 far cities, and they brought 4 strange treasures with them. A stone that cried out for the true king, a spear that never missed, a sword none escaped, a cauldron that fed everyone. And still they had no land of their own. This is what we do here. Every week, one old story, one quiet night. Something that happened long ago, and still seems to know something about now.
So get comfortable now. Soften the pillow, find your warmth. If you drift off before the end, the old people of Danu won't mind. They have watched over sleeping mortals before.
This is only the beginning of the story. The battles, the silver arm, the closing of the deadly eye, all of that is still ahead. But not tonight. Tonight, just this. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another story, another night like this. Now back to the fog and the people stepping ashore. They had come in a great fog, and behind them their ships were burning. Some say they burned them on purpose so no one could ever turn back. Think about that. To choose a place so completely that going back is no longer a question. Tuatha watched the smoke and said nothing. The decision was already made. The fog was their own. They had pulled it over the island like a gray blanket, so that for 3 days no one could see them arrive. A whole people hidden in mist. Among them walked the Dagda, huge, red-bearded, dragging a club so heavy it left a furrow in the road. And beside the host rolled his great black cauldron, the one that fed everyone. They climbed from the shore into a country of oak and water and green hills. It was beautiful. It was also, every step of the way, already someone else's home. Somewhere across those hills, another people saw the smoke and wondered who had come, and the question that would shape everything was already forming. How do you ask for a home that isn't yours? Let me show you the people who came out of that fog, not as a list of names to remember, as shapes you might already know, the kinds of people who turn up in every life. First the king, Tuatha, the one everyone leaned on. He walked at the front not because he wanted to, but because the others needed someone to walk there. You may know that kind of person. The one who looks calm so that everyone else can be. The crown was not heavy because it was gold. It was heavy because everyone leaned on it. Beside him came the Dagda, enormous, loud, kind in a rough way. He carried a club so large that one end killed and the other end could bring back the breath of life. They called him the good God. Not because he was gentle, because he was good at everything, fighting, building, music, and most of all, feeding people who were afraid. That cauldron is worth holding on to. From it, no company ever went away hungry. Whatever you needed, it gave. Remember that for later. A pot that is always enough. Then there was Bridget. Where she stood, a small flame always burned in her open hands. She kept the fires of the smith, the poet, and the healer. 3 fires, 1 warmth. When something hurt in the world, Bridget was the one who tended it. Not by making it not hurt, by staying with it, the way you stay beside someone who cannot sleep. And there was the healer, Sect. Lean, careful, always watching for the small change that meant someone might live. His hands were the steadiest among them. Remember him too. Because a wound is coming that no ordinary medicine can mend, and what Sect does about it will change what it even means to be whole. Ogma walked among the warriors, the tallest of them with a single thick plait and arms ringed in bronze. He carried strength, but also the letters. He gave the people their writing. And at the edge of the host, where the firelight thinned, stood the Morrigan, still as a post, a black crow on the ground beside her. She watched the way no one else could bear to watch. She was not cruel. She simply saw what was coming and did not look away. Battles, endings, who would fall and who would rise. The others feared her a little. She let them. So that was the shape of them. A leaned-on king, a great rough provider, a keeper of fires, a steady healer, a giver of letters, and a watcher who saw the end before it came. They were called gods. But that night on the hill, they looked like what they were, a frightened family far from home, deciding what to do next. Now picture the 4 treasures laid out before them, brought from the 4 cities of the north. Each one was a gift. Each one was also a kind of promise they would have to keep. From the city of Phaleus came the Leah Fall, the stone of destiny, set a false king upon it, and it stayed silent, set the true king there, and it cried out under his feet. Think how frightening that is, a stone that knows the truth about you, that cannot be flattered or fooled. Stay with that image. It will matter when the wrong man takes the throne. From the city of Gorius came the spear of Lug. They said no battle could be held against the one who carried it, a spear that never missed and could hardly be kept still. From the city of Findius came the sword of Nuada. Once it was drawn from its sheath, no one escaped it, a blade that finished what it began, the king's own sword. And from the city of Murius came the cauldron of the Dagda, the one we already met, the one that fed everyone. Of all 4 treasures, it was the kindest, and the one they would need most. A stone for truth, a spear for war, a sword for endings, a cauldron for plenty, 4 gifts, and the deepest question of all still unanswered: where would they live? Because the island was not empty. Across those green hills lived the Furbolg, a strong, settled people who had cleared the land and built their halls and buried their dead in it. This is the hard part the stories tell honestly. The land the people of Danu wanted was already loved by someone else. Both sides were right. That is what made it so heavy. Nuada knew what most leaders forget, that the first move decides everything. So he did not raise the spear. He sent messengers. He asked. He offered to share half the island. Half the island, freely shared, for a people who had nowhere else to go. It was a fair offer. It was also, to the Furbolg, an unthinkable one. Why give away half of your home? The Furbolg talked through the night. To say yes was to admit they could no longer hold the whole land alone. To say no was to choose a war they might lose. Neither was easy. In the end, they refused, not out of cruelty, out of love for the ground their parents were buried in, and so the matter passed from words to the plain of Magtired. But before the spears, the 2 peoples did something the stories love. They sent their finest warriors to compare weapons, to measure each other honestly before deciding to fight at all. There is an old mercy in that, to look your enemy in the eye and learn his name before you raise a blade. Both sides knew that whatever came next, it would be paid for. They even agreed on the rules, how many would fight, when they would rest, that the wounded would be carried off and tended. War, in the old world, still tried to keep a few promises. Nuada looked across the plain at the people he was about to fight. He felt no triumph. Only the old, tired weight again he would lead. He would not enjoy it. That was the difference. Behind him, the Dagda checked the cauldron one last time. Men fight better when they are fed. He had learned that long ago. Tonight, whatever happened, None of them would be hungry. Brigid moved among the resting warriors, her small flame low in her hands. She did not promise them they would live. She only made the dark a little less cold while they waited. And at the far edge, the Morrigan stood facing the enemy line. She began very softly to chant. Not a war cry, something older, a naming of what the morning would take. Here's the part the stories never quite make obvious. The people of Danu were gods, and still, that night, not one of them was certain they would win. That uncertainty is what made them brave. Think about your own brave nights, the ones where you went forward without knowing how it would end. You've been there, so had they. That is why this story has lasted. Tuatha raised his sword, the blade that none escaped. Down the line, every warrior felt it lift. The waiting was over, and the long quiet before a storm broke open. We will not rush the battle. It is told softly here. What matters is not the blows. What matters is the price, and who paid it. And one of them was the king himself. The Furbolg fought like people defending a grave, which is what they were. They did not break easily. They did not break for 3 long days. And the people of Danu paid for every step. On the 4th day, their champion, a great warrior named Sreng, met Tuatha himself in the press. And what happened next would mark the king for the rest of his story. Let me step back from the battle for a moment, because there's a question hiding under all of this. Why would an old people imagine gods who could be wounded? Gods who could lose? The old Irish did not want gods who never bled. They lived close to weather and loss. They wanted gods who knew what it was to fight for a home and not always win cleanly. So they told of gods who arrived as refugees, who asked before they took, who could lose an arm and a crown. Gods, in other words, who carried the same weights that the people did. That is why their stories last. A God who cannot fail teaches you nothing. A God who fails and keeps going, that one can sit beside you on a hard night. So keep that close as we go on. These are not gods looking down on you. They are gods who would understand the kind of day you had. Now back to Tuatha and the blow that is falling. On the misty plain, Sreng's great sword came down. Tuatha raised his shield to meet it. The blow was so heavy that shield and arm could not hold, and in one stroke the king was changed. His sword arm was struck from his body. The shock of it silenced the field around them. The king of the people of Danu stood swaying, and his own warriors rushed in to pull him back. They carried him from the field. The insect came running, hands already moving. The wound was stopped. The king would live, but something quieter than his arm had been taken from him too. Because the people of Danu had one hard old law. Their king had to be whole. A king with a flaw could not hold the land, for the land would share his wound, and now Tuatha was not whole. Sit with how cruel that is. He had not failed. He had been brave. He had given his arm, leading them to the very land they wanted. And the law thanked him by taking his crown. Maybe you know a version of that. Doing everything right, and still being told you no longer fit. Tuatha said nothing. He set the circlet down. He understood the law. That was the worst part. The people had won the land at Mag Tuired. The Furbolg, beaten but honored, were given a province of their own to keep. The war was over, and yet the people of Danu had no king. A people without a king is a people holding its breath. They needed someone to sit upon the stone of destiny and be named, and the choice they made would nearly undo them. There was a young man among them, beautiful to look at, half of their own people and half of the Fomorians, those old powers of the sea and the dark. His name was Bress. They chose him because he was lovely, and because his Fomorian blood might keep the peace with that fearsome people. Both were good reasons. Both, it turned out, were wrong. Here's the thing about Bress. He looked like a king. He carried himself like a king. But inside, where it mattered, he had the one flaw the stone could not feel. He was not generous. And generosity for a king of the people of Danu was not a nicety. It was the whole job. A king was the cauldron of his people. What he held, he was meant to pour out. But Bress held everything and poured out nothing. The fires in the hall burned low, the poets went unrewarded, the ale ran thin, and slowly the warmth went out of the people of Danu. Even the Dagda, the great provider himself, was set to building forts and digging ditches. Hungry, his cauldron put away. When the one who feeds everyone is made to starve, something is deeply wrong. This is the quiet horror of a stingy king. Nothing dramatic breaks. It just gets colder and thinner and smaller until a great people forget that they were ever warm. And here's the part most tellings hurry past. The thing that finally broke Brez's reign was not a sword. It was a poem, the first satire ever made in Ireland. A poet named Kerber came to Brez's hall and was given a cold, dark little room, dry bread, and no fire. So he left at dawn, and on the road he made a poem about it. It was the first satire, and it bit. The people heard it and laughed, and once they laughed, the fear was gone. A king who is laughed at cannot rule. Words did what no blade had. Remember Ogma, who gave the people their letters? This is why letters mattered. A people who can name a thing truly can never quite be ruled by a lie again. So the people of Danu turned to Brez and asked him to step down. And here, at last, the story turns back toward the man it began with, toward Tuatha, toward the king who had been set aside. But Tuatha still had only one arm. The law still said a flawed king could not rule, and so the people had no good answer, until a quiet man stepped forward with a strange idea. Dian Sect the healer said, "If the law needs a whole king, then let us make the king whole, not with flesh, with silver." He would build Tuatha a new arm of shining metal that moved. It took skill no one had tried before. Dian Sect worked with his son and daughter, naming each joint, each sinew of silver, until the metal could bend like a living hand. Stay with this image for a moment. A wound that could not be undone, answered not by pretending it never happened, but by making something new where the loss had been. That is a different kind of healing than we usually imagine. Not going back to who you were, becoming someone whole in a new shape. The old stories knew that some wounds are doorways. While the silver arm was being made, the deposed Brez slipped away from Tara. He went west, toward the sea, toward the dark people of his father, toward the Fomorians, toward Balor. He went to ask for an army, to take back by force the crown the people had laughed out of his hands. And the Fomorians, who had long wanted Ireland, were glad to listen. And in his black sea tower, the giant Balor heard that Ireland might be his. He kept his great eye closed under its iron-bound lid. But somewhere in the dark that eye stirred. We will meet Balor truly soon. For now, know only this. He feared one thing in all the world, a prophecy, that he would be killed by his own grandson, and he had tried to make that impossible. So as the silver arm was finished in the east, two storms were gathering, a new king about to rise, and across the western sea, an old terror about to wake. They were going to meet. But tonight, let the storms stay far off. Hold instead the smaller picture. A king restored, a people ready to be warm again. We will cross to the battle when you wake. For now, rest here. When you woke, the silver arm was finished. They fitted it to Tuatha in the great hall, and the whole people held their breath to see whether the metal would truly move. Slowly the silver fingers curled, then opened, then closed around the hilt of a sword. The hall let out its breath at once. The king could hold a blade again. The king was whole. They gave him a new name that night, Tuatha Ergetlam, Tuatha of the silver arm. He lifted the bright hand, and the firelight ran along it, and for a moment the cold loss looked almost like a gift. But here's the part the stories tell quietly. When the celebration was over and the hall was dark, Tuatha sat alone and touched the silver with his living hand, and it was cold. It moved. It worked. It made him a king again. But it would never feel the warmth of a fire or the weight of a child's hand, whole on the outside, still missing something underneath. Maybe you know that too. The way you can be put back together on the surface and still carry the cold of what happened underneath. Tuatha carried it. He did not complain. He simply knew. Now, Dian Sect, the healer, had a son, a young man named Miak. And Miak had something his father did not more skill exactly, but more daring. He thought the silver arm was not good enough. Miak came to Tuatha and asked to see the arm. He laid his hands upon the place where silver met flesh, and he said something strange. He said the true arm is not lost, it only sleeps. For 3 days and 3 nights Miak sang over the arm. The old healing chant, joint to joint, sinew to sinew, vein to vein, calling the king's own flesh to remember its shape. And the flesh remembered. Living skin grew slowly over the silver, and then beneath it the bone and blood returned, until the king had a true arm again, warm and his own, and able to feel. Imagine Nuada's face, to feel warmth in that hand again, to touch a fire and have it mean something. The silver had made him a king. Miak had given him back himself. It should have been the happiest moment in the hall, and it was for everyone but one man, because watching from the doorway stood Dian Sect, the father, the one who had made the silver arm. This is the hard human part. Dian Sect had given everything to make that silver arm. It was the finest thing he had ever made, and his own son had just made it worthless. We would like the story to make him proud. Fathers should be proud, but the old tellers were honest about a darker thing. How love and pride can twist together when a child outshines you. And so Dian Sect did a terrible thing. The story does not soften it. In a flash of jealousy he struck his son, and the blow was mortal. Miak, who had given the king his warmth, fell. There is no excusing it. The story does not try. It only shows us what jealousy can do, even to a good and gentle man, even to a healer whose whole life was mending what was broken. They buried Miak in the green earth, and here the story turns from horror back toward wonder, the way the old tales so often do, because from the grave of the healer, something began to grow. From Miak's grave grew herbs, not a few, 365 of them, one for every joint and sinew of the body. Each plant held the cure for the part of him it grew above. Miak's sister was named Ermed. She was a healer too. She came to her brother's grave, and she wept, and then she did something patient and loving with her grief. She began to gather. Ermed gathered every herb and laid them on her cloak, sorting them by what they could heal, joint by joint, the way her brother had sung. She was saving all the medicine in the world. But Dian Sect came to the grave, and whether from grief or shame or that same old jealousy he could not master, he overturned the cloak and scattered the sordid herbs to the four winds. And so, the story says, the full knowledge of healing was lost to the world. We still have herbs, we still have medicine, but never again all of it, in perfect order the way Ermed had it for one evening. That is why the old people said, no healer can cure everything. Somewhere in the long grass, scattered by an old man's grief, lie the cures we have never quite found again. It is a sad story tucked inside a triumphant one. The king got his warm arm back, and the cost was a son and a sister's grief, and a knowledge the world would never hold whole again. The old stories never let a gain come without a price. Maybe that is why they feel true. Nothing in them is ever only good or only lost. Everything is both, like most real things. With his true arm restored, Nuada was whole by every law and every measure. There was no reason now he could not be king again, and the people, cold and hungry under Bress, longed for him to be. So they brought him once more to the hill of Terra, to the stone of destiny, the Leah Fall, the one that stays silent under a false king, the one that cries out under the true. We will let that scene wait a little, because something is happening in the west that you should know about first. The Fomorians have heard that the people of Danu mean to set a strong king over themselves again. For years, even under their own king, the people of Danu had been paying tribute to the Fomorians, a tax of grain, of milk, of their own children's labor, the price of being left alone. Here's the part the stories never make obvious. A people can win their land in battle, and still spend years quietly handing pieces of it away, just to keep the peace. That is its own kind of war. The tribute was cruel by design. The Fomorians did not only want grain, they wanted the people of Danu to feel small, to be reminded each harvest who truly held power over them. And the cruelest tax of all, if a household could not pay, the collectors took a measure of blood, or cut the nose from the one who failed. Fear made into law. This was the shadow over every harvest. So when the people brought Nuada back to the Stone of Destiny, they were not only choosing a king, they were quietly asking him an enormous thing. Could he be the one to end the tribute, to stand up to Balor? And Nuada knew, even as he stepped toward the stone, that he might not be enough. He was a good king, a whole king, now. But Balor's eye could wither an army. What good is a sword against that? But a people need a king even for the battles he cannot yet win. So Nuada climbed onto the Stone of Destiny. He stood upon it, and the whole hill of Terra fell silent, waiting to hear whether the stone would speak. For a long moment, nothing. The people held still, and then from under his feet, from deep in the ancient stone, a sound rose. a long, ringing cry, like the land itself recognizing its true king. The Leah Fall had cried out. The true king stood upon it, and the people of Danu let out a great glad sound of their own, because for the first time in years, the warmth came rushing back. That night the fires of Tara burned high again. The Dagda set his cauldron back on the flames. The poets were rewarded. The ale ran free. The people remembered what it was to be warm. Bridget walked among them with her flame lifted high, and for once she did not need to comfort anyone. She just tended the joy, the fires of the smith, the poet, the healer, all burning bright at once. Even the Morrigan, at the dark edge of the feast, was quiet. No chant tonight. She watched the warmth and let it be. But her stillness held a question no one wanted to ask aloud. Because the warmth was real. But so was the tribute. So was Balor, across the western sea, with his deadly eye. A people can feast all night and still owe a debt that no feast can pay. Nuada knew it best of all. He sat at the head of the warm hall, both arms whole, his people glad around him, and he looked west, into the dark, and thought, this is not the end. This is only the breath before. He was right, but that is for a later night. For now, let the people have their feast, let the fires burn high. Let yourself rest in the warmth of a hall that has been cold too long and is finally bright again. Years passed under Nuada's second reign. Good years, mostly. The land was kind. The harvests came, but the tribute never stopped, and the shadow of the Fomorians never fully lifted from the people's hearts. And each year, when the Fomorian collectors came, Nuada paid, a king who could cry out from the stone of destiny, bowing his head and handing over his people's grain. It shamed him. He did it anyway. Sometimes the bravest thing a leader does is the thing that looks like weakness. Nuada paid the tribute to keep his people alive, and swallowed the shame and waited. He did not yet have what he needed to fight. What did he need? He did not know yet. Something the people of Danu did not have. Some skill, some person, some spark that could stand against an eye that withered armies. He waited for it without a name. And far away, that spark was already alive. A child was growing up who would one day walk to the gate of Tara and change everything. But Nuada did not know him yet. No one did, not even Balor. Before we meet him, stay with me a moment longer. Let me show you those 4 treasures again, really show you, because each one was about to matter more than the people knew. The Stone of Destiny first. Think about what it really is. Not a weapon, not power. It is a thing that simply tells the truth about who you are and whether you belong where you stand. Maybe that is the treasure we secretly want most. Not a sword, something that knows the truth of us and names us rightly and lets us belong. The people of Danu carried it across the sea for a reason. The spear and the sword next, the two that never miss, that none escape. We fear those. But notice, they were not the treasures the people cherished. Power was never what these stories love most. It was the cauldron they loved, the one that fed everyone, the treasure that did not take but gave. Of all the powers a people could carry, the one they cherished most was the power to make sure no one went hungry. Truth, force, and plenty. A people are known by which of their treasures they love best. The people of Danu loved the cauldron. Remember that, when we ask later what kind of people they really were. Now back to the gate of Tara. It was a feast day at Tara. The hall was full, the fires high, the king at the head of the table. And the gate was shut, as it always was during a feast, with a doorkeeper to keep it. And into the dusk before that gate walked a young man, bright-haired, calm, carrying a spear and a sling. There was a warmth about him, like low sunlight clinging to his shoulders. He asked to be let in. The doorkeeper did his duty. No one entered the king's feast without a skill to offer. So he asked the young man, "What are you good at? What can you bring to the king's hall that we do not already have?" The young man said, "I am a builder." The doorkeeper answered, "We already have a builder." "Then I am a smith," said the young man. "We have a smith," said the doorkeeper. And so it went, skill after skill. A warrior, we have warriors. A poet, we have poets. A harper, a healer, a champion, a cupbearer, a smith of bronze. For every art the young man named, the people of Danu already had a master. And then the young man smiled, just a little, and he asked the doorkeeper one quiet question that changed everything. He said, "But do you have one man who can do all of these things at once?" The doorkeeper had no answer. because they did not. They had a master of every single art, but no one who was master of them all. And here stood a young man claiming to be exactly that. They sent word to the king. A young man at the gate, the doorkeeper said, who is master of every art at once. He calls himself Samildanak, the one skilled in all things together. Nuada said, let him be tested. His name was Lu, and though no one in that hall knew it yet, he was the spark Nuada had been waiting for, without a name, all those long years on the ramparts. He had finally come. But who was he, this Lug? Where had he come from, that no one knew him? The answer reaches back to the very thing Balor feared most, because Lug was Balor's own grandson. Remember the prophecy that Balor feared, that he would die by his own grandson's hand. Years before, Balor had tried to make that impossible. This is how the awaited one came to be. Balor had one daughter, named Eithne, and a druid had told him, your daughter's son will kill you. So Balor did a fearful thing. He shut Eithne away in his sea tower, where no man could ever reach her. But the old stories teach the same thing again and again. You cannot lock a door against what is meant to be. A young man of the people of Danu, named Cian, found his way to that tower across the sea. Cian and Eithne met and loved in the shadow of the very tower meant to keep them apart, and from that love came a child, the child the prophecy had promised, the grandson Balor had tried to prevent. When the child was born, Balor learned of it, and his old fear woke roaring. He ordered the baby cast into the sea, to drown the prophecy before it could grow teeth. But the child did not drown. The child was saved and carried away, and raised in secret far from Balor's tower. He grew up bright and strong and skilled in every art, and he was given a name, Lu, the very young man now standing in Nuada's hall. So the one person who could stand against Balor was Balor's own blood. The thing the giant most feared had been growing up, unseen, all these years, and now he had walked smiling through the king's gate. But Nuada did not know any of that yet. He knew only that a young man claimed to be master of all arts, and in a hall under the shadow of Balor. That was a claim worth testing, so they tested him. First they set him at the chessboard, the game of kings, of strategy and patience, and Lug played and won. Then he won again. Then he invented a new move no master had seen. The hall went quiet. Then they brought out a great flagstone that fourscore oxen could barely move, a stone the Dagda's strength had set in the hall floor. They asked, half mocking, can the master of all arts lift this? Lug bent, set his hands beneath the great stone and lifted it, and threw it out through the wall of the hall, back to where the Dagda had first torn it from. The crowd cried out in astonishment. Then he took a harp and played, and his music did three things, as a master harper's must. It made the hall weep. Then it made them laugh, and then it laid every one of them down into a gentle sleep. Imagine being in that hall. The weeping, then the laughter, then the slow, sweet pull toward sleep. The same three gifts a good story gives you. Maybe you can feel the third one already, a little, tonight. By now, Nuada had seen enough. Strategy, strength, music, and the doorkeeper's report of every other art besides. Here, truly, was the master of all things together. Here, perhaps, was the answer he had waited years for. And Nuada did something no king does lightly. He rose and he offered the young stranger his own high seat. For 13 days, he said, you shall sit in the king's place and we will listen to your counsel. The whole hall stared. That is a rare thing in a leader, to meet someone better than yourself at the very thing you are meant to be best at, and to feel relief instead of fear. Nuada did not cling to his seat. He gave it, because Nuada understood the thing the stingy Brez never could. A leader is not the one who holds the most. A leader is the one who knows when to hand the right thing to the right hands, even the crown's own seat. For those 13 days Lu gave counsel, and the people of Danu listened, and slowly, something began to change in them. A people who had paid tribute for years, heads bowed, began to wonder, what if we did not have to? Hope is a dangerous, wonderful thing. It is hard to pay tribute with a bowed head once you have started to imagine standing up straight. Lug did not give them a plan yet. He gave them something more dangerous. He gave them the idea. And then, as if to test that new hope, the Fomorian collectors came again, riding up to Tara as they did every year, expecting the grain, the milk, the bowed heads, expecting the same fear as always. But this year the people did not bow. with Lug among them, and Nuada's blessing, the host of Danu rose up. The years of tribute ended not with a long debate, but in a single sharp morning. The collectors did not return. It was a small victory, a morning's work, but it was also a declaration. Word of it would race across the western sea to Balor's tower. The people of Danu had stopped paying. The people of Danu had chosen war. And in his black tower, Balor heard it. The tribute stopped. A new champion risen among the people of Danu, master of all arts, glowing like low sunlight. And somewhere under his great iron-bound lid, the old fear stirred awake. A master of all arts, glowing like sunlight, risen among his enemies. Balor did not know it was his grandson, but somewhere deep beneath the fear, the prophecy he had spent a lifetime fleeing began, at last, to come true. Balor gathered his Fomorians, the old powers of blight and sea and dark. He would not wait to be attacked. He would carry the war to Ireland himself, and wither the people of Danu before this new champion could grow. So now both storms were moving toward each other at last, the people of Danu with their bright new champion, and the Fomorians with their deadly-eyed king. They would meet again on the plain of Magtired, and this time everything would be decided. But before the great battle, there came a single bright morning that the people would remember forever. Nuada stood before the whole gathered host with Lug beside him, and did the thing a true king knows when to do. He gave Lug command of the war. The king himself stepped back and put the host into the hands of the young master of all arts. Not from weakness, from wisdom. The right thing handed to the right hands. And the host of Danu roared their approval. For years they had bowed their heads. Now they had a king who knew himself, and a champion who glowed like sunrise, and a reason to lift their faces at last. It felt, that morning, like the victory was already won, like the long cold years were finally over. The host was ready, the champion had come, the king had chosen well. For one bright hour, everything seemed possible. But the Morrigan, watching from the dark edge, did not cheer. She looked west, where a deadly eye was coming, and she knew what the bright host did not. The hardest part was not behind them. It was just ahead. We will face it when you wake. When you woke, the bright morning had cooled into something graver. The host of Danu had marched west, and now they camped within a day of the Fomorians. And the nearness of that dark host changed the air. Lug, now in command, did what a master of all arts does. He did not rush to the spears. He gathered the people of Danu and asked each of them, one by one, the same quiet question: what can you bring? The smith said, I will make spears that always strike true. The healer Dian Sect said, I will keep a well, and any warrior cast into it, even near death, will rise the next morning whole. The Dagda said, I will fight with my club, and feed the host with my cauldron, and shake the earth with my harp. Ogma said, I will break their champions. One by one each named the gift they would bring to the morning. And the Morrigan said only, I will pursue what I see, and crush what I find, and I will pour fear into the enemy like water. The fire did not warm her words, but the council was glad she was on their side. Each gift was small against an eye that could wither an army, but Lug gathered them all together, the smith and the healer and the harper and the watcher, and made of the small gifts one great readiness. That is the secret the master of all arts truly carried, not that he could do everything alone, that he could see the worth in what each other person brought and fit them together. The whole was greater than the eye they feared. But there was something Lug needed to know before the battle, the strength of the enemy, their numbers, their mood. So the people of Danu sent the Dagda himself into the Fomorian camp, under the old truce, to spy and to delay. The Fomorians knew the Dagda's weakness, his great love of food. So they played a cruel joke. They made him an enormous porridge in a king-sized pit and told him, eat all of it or we will kill you. Here's the part the old tellers grinned at. The Dagda did not flinch. He took a ladle the size of a boat and he ate and ate and ate until the great pit was scraped clean and the Fomorians stared. He even scraped the bottom of the pit with his finger to get the last of it. The Fomorians had tried to humiliate him. Instead, he had turned their cruelty into a kind of joke he was winning. There is something the old people loved about that. Even at the edge of a terrible war, with a deadly-eyed king across the field, they made room for a moment of plain, stubborn, ridiculous life. The Dagda ate the joke and walked home. But he carried home more than a full belly. He had seen the Fomorian host. He had counted their numbers, learned their mood. And what he had seen, he told Lugh quietly by the fire. It was not good news. The Fomorians were many, more than the people of Danu, and at their heart stood Balor, with a great eye that no spear had ever touched. It would take more than numbers to win this. It would take everything they had. That night, the camp of Danu was quiet, not the easy quiet of the feast. The other kind, the held breath quiet before a thing you cannot undo. Each of them, in their own way, made their peace with the morning. Maybe you know that kind of night too, when something large is coming and there is nothing left to do but wait for it. When you lie in the dark and listen to your own breathing and hope you are ready. The Dagda kept his cauldron full all night, so that anyone who could not sleep could come and sit by it and eat something warm. No grand speeches, just a warm pot and company in the dark. Bridget moved among the sleepless with her small flame, as she always had. She did not tell them they would live. She had never lied to them. She only made the dark a little less cold while they waited for the light. And Lugh did not sleep at all. He walked the edges of the camp through the whole night, looking west, where Balor was, carrying the weight Tuatha had carried for so long, the weight of being the one everyone leans on. He thought perhaps of the prophecy he had been told, that he would face Balor, that the giant who had tried to drown him as a baby was his own grandfather, and that one of them would not see another nightfall. It is a strange and heavy thing, to be born to face your own blood. Lugh did not hate Balor. He had never met him. But the prophecy bound them, grandfather and grandson, the way old stories bind those who must meet. The Morrigan came to him in the dark. She did not comfort him the way Bridget would. She simply told him what she had seen, that the battle would be terrible, that many would fall, and that the eye would open. But she told him one thing more, that she would pour fear into the Fomorian host like cold water, so that even their giants would tremble, and that the people of Danu, however few, would not break. It was not comfort, but it was enough. And so the longest night of the story wore on toward dawn. The people of Danu in their camp, small and afraid and ready, the Fomorians in theirs, many and cruel and certain. And between them, the misty plain of Mag Twyred, waiting. Stay with that quiet a little longer. Because once the dawn comes, the story will move faster than it has all night. The battle is coming. The eye will open, the sling will whirl. But not yet, not while you are resting. Tuatha, who had been king through all of it, who had lost an arm and a crown and won them both back, slept a little before the dawn. He had handed the war to Lugh. His part now was to fight beside his people, as one of them. There is a grace in that too. To have led for so long, and then to step into the line beside everyone else when the time comes. Tuatha did not need to be the hero of the morning. He only needed to be there. He would be. The first gray light came at last to Mag Twyred. The mist lay low on the heather. The standing stones grew out of the dark, and on either side of the wide plain, two hosts began, quietly, to take their places. Lugh rode along the front of his host in the pale dawn, and he did not give a speech about glory. He reminded them of something simpler, of the cold years of tribute, of the fires that had gone out, of why they would not bow again. And then, across the misty plain, the dark Fomorian host began to move, and at its heart, slow and terrible, came the giant Balor, with his great eyes still closed under its iron-bound lid. The last battle of Mag Twyred had begun. We will face it together, when you wake. When you woke, the two hosts had met. We will not linger on the blows. The old tellers never did. What they kept was the shape of it, the small acts of courage that made the difference, one by one. First, the spears. Remember the smith who promised weapons that always struck true. All through the battle behind the line, he worked his forge. Every spear that broke he made again before the warrior had crossed back to him. And remember the healer's well? Dion Sect and his family stood over it, singing the old healing chant. And any warrior of Danu carried to that well, even at the edge of death, rose the next morning whole. So the Fomorians faced a strange and frightening thing. They struck down the people of Danu, and the next day those same warriors stood again in the line, healed, with fresh true-striking spears, an army that would not stay beaten. The Fomorians sent spies and learned the secret of the well. So they did a hard, clever thing. They filled it with stones, one by one, until the healing water was buried and gone, and the people of Danu began, truly to fall. That is the cruelty of a long war. Every gift the people brought, the enemy found a way to bury. The well was gone. The healed would not rise again, and now each warrior who fell for good. The cost grew heavy. And it was then, with the well lost and the host hard-pressed, that Balor himself came forward into the battle. The dark heart of the Fomorian host, the one with the eye that no one had ever stood before and lived. Here's the part the old tellers slowed for. Balor's great eye was so heavy and so terrible that it took 4 men with a polished hook to lift the iron-bound lid. He could not open it himself. That was its mercy and its horror. Because when that lid was lifted, the eye looked out, and whatever it looked upon withered. A field of grain, a herd of cattle, an army of warriors. Whatever the eye saw died, and the attendants set the hook to the lid. And the eye opened. A column of pale, killing light poured out across the plain of Mag Tuired, and where it swept, the ranks of Danu fell like grass before a scythe. Even the bravest could not stand before it. And here came the blow the people would mourn for an age. For the eye swept toward the king, toward Nuada of the silver arm, who had lost so much and won it back. The light found him where he stood in the line with his people. And Nuada fell. The king who had carried them across the sea, who had given his arm at the first battle, who had stepped aside for Lugh with such grace, the eye took him. The people of Danu lost their king. Sit a moment with that loss. He had done everything right. He had been brave and humble and good. And the story did not spare him. The old tellers knew, sometimes the best of us fall, and it is not deserved and it is not fair. The host of Danu wavered. Their king was gone, the eye still burned. The well was buried. For one terrible moment, it looked as though the people of the goddess might break and scatter and lose everything they had crossed the sea to find. And it was then that the Morrigan kept her promise. She rose over the battlefield and she began to chant, a great war chant that poured courage into the people of Danu and fear into the Fomorians like cold water down the back. Her words steadied them. The line that had bent did not break. The warriors who had begun to turn turned back, and the Fomorians, for all their numbers and their deadly eye, felt for the first time a cold thread of fear. And into that steadied line came Lugh. He had been kept back from the front. The people would not risk their only hope too soon. But now their king was dead, and the eye was open, and Lugh would be held back no longer. He broke free of his guards and ran to the front of the host, and as he ran, he raised a great cry, circling the army on one foot, with one eye closed, in the old battle magic that drew every gaze to him. And from across the misty plain, the giant Balor saw him, a glowing young champion, lit like low sunlight, rallying the people of Danu. And Balor felt, beneath his great open eye, the cold of an old fear waking fully at last. "Who is that," Balor asked, "that shines so among my enemies?" And an old Fomorian who had once heard the prophecy looked, and went pale, and would not answer, because he saw, in the glowing young man, the shape of the giant's own doom. But we are racing ahead, and the night is for resting. Let the two of them stand a moment, far apart across the plain, the giant and the grandson, the deadly eye and the bright sling. They are not ready to meet yet, neither are you. While they stand apart, let me tell you of the Dagda, and what he did in the thick of that battle, because his part is one the old people loved, and it is gentler than swords. The Fomorians in the fighting had stolen the Dagda's harp, his great carved harp that could call the seasons and move the hearts of all who heard it. They carried it off to their own hall, thinking it only plunder. So the Dagda, with Lugh and Ogma beside him, went quietly into the Fomorian hall to take it back. And the harp hung on the wall, silent, waiting, and the Dagda did not reach for it. He called to it, by name. For the harp had 2 names, and when the Dagda spoke them, the harp leapt from the wall and flew across the hall into his hands, killing 9 Fomorians as it came, but coming, always, home to the one it belonged to. And then the Dagda played 3 strains, the way a master harper must. First the strain of weeping, and every Fomorian in the hall wept. Then the strain of laughter, and they laughed against their will. And then the 3rd strain, the strain of sleep, and every Fomorian in that hall, giants, warriors, guards, sank slowly down into a deep and helpless sleep, while the Dagda and Lug and Ogma walked out unharmed, the harp in hand. Maybe you can feel that third strain a little yourself tonight. The strain of sleep, drifting out of an old harp, settling over a hall, over a field, over a room very like the one you're resting in now. So the harp came home, and the music did its old gentle work. But out on the plain, the battle still raged, and the eye of Balor still burned, and the king of Danu still lay fallen. The gentleness and the grief, side by side, as always. The people of Danu fought on without their king, and they did not fight for glory or for conquest. They fought for the simple thing they had crossed the sea for, a home, the right to light their own fires and not be afraid. Ogma, the great champion who had given the people their letters, met the strongest of the Fomorian warriors in the press. The two of them fought long, the way two giants fight, and the ground shook under them. We will not dwell on who fell and who stood. What matters is that the people of Danu, for all their losses, would not break. The Morrigan's chant held them. The smith's spears armed them, and Lug moved through them like sunrise through fog. And slowly, so slowly you could barely see it, the battle began to turn. The Fomorians, who had been certain, began to feel the cold thread of the Morrigan's fear pull tight. The people who would not stay beaten began, at last, to press forward. But the eye still burned. As long as Balor lived and his great eye opened, no victory could hold. Every gain the people made, the eye could wither in a single sweep. There was only one thing left that could end it. One person. And Lug knew it was him. He had always known. The prophecy had told it before he was born. He set down the matters of command. He took up his sling, and he began to make his way across the plain, toward his grandfather, toward the eye. But let us not cross the plain yet. It is a long way, and the night is for resting. Let Lug walk slowly toward his fate, while you lie still and warm. We will be there for the meeting. There is time. As he walked, the battle parted around him. The Fomorians who saw him coming felt the Morrigan's fear and gave way. The people of Danu who saw him pass felt hope and pressed harder. He moved through the chaos like a thread being pulled tight. And ahead of him, Balor's attendants were already heaving up the great iron lid again for another sweep of the eye. The pale light was beginning to leak out once more across the plain. Lug quickened his pace. There was not much time. He fitted a stone to his sling as he came. Some say it was a great stone. Some say it was a small one, no bigger than an apple. The old tellers disagree, but all of them agree on what it did, so hold the stone in your mind a moment, and rest. Let me pause here, while the stone waits in the sling, and tell you how this story even reached you, because no one wrote it down for a very long time. It lived, instead, in voices. For hundreds of years, the people of Ireland kept these tales by heart. A class of poets and tellers trained for half a lifetime to hold the stories whole, word for word, and pass them on. No books, only memory, and voice and fire. And then, much later, monks with quills wrote them onto calfskin pages, in great books that survived the centuries. They did not always understand the old gods, but they loved the stories enough to keep them, and so the tales were saved. So when you hear this tonight, you are the newest in a line that goes back thousands of years. Fire to fire, voice to voice, page to page, and now to you, in the dark, drifting towards sleep. You are keeping it too, just by listening. That is a quiet kind of immortality. Not statues, not gold, just a story told gently, again and again, until it reaches a stranger in another age who needed exactly this on a hard night. Now, back to the plain, back to the stone in the sling. Lug had crossed most of the plain now. Balor saw him clearly at last, the glowing young champion, close enough to make out his face, and in that face the giant saw, impossibly, something of his own daughter, Aithne. And he understood. This was the grandson, the child he had cast into the sea, the doom he had spent a lifetime trying to drown. It had grown up bright and strong and was walking across the plain toward him with a sling in its hand. And Balor, who had drowned a baby and locked away his daughter and buried a healing well and withered a king, Balor, the great terror of the Western Sea, felt for the first time in his long life, truly afraid. He turned the great eye toward Lug. The attendants strained at the lid. The pale killing light began to swing toward the young champion. If it found him, the prophecy would die, and the eye would win, and the people of Danu would be lost. But Lugh was the master of all arts, and the art he reached for now was the one he had carried since he first came to the gate of Tara. The sling. He set his feet, he fitted the stone, he began to whirl it above his head. This is the darkest, sharpest point of the whole long tale. The king dead, the eye open, the light sweeping toward the one hope of the people. Everything the people of Danu had crossed the sea for, balanced on a single whirling stone. Hold it there, and rest. We will let the stone hang there a moment, whirling, while I remind you of something gentle. You do not have to stay awake for the throw. The story knows how it ends. If sleep takes you now, it takes you kindly. The stone will fly whether you watch or not. But for those still with me, the throw is coming. Let the host of Danu fade to a soft blur around the two of them. Let the noise drop away. There's only the giant, and the grandson, and the stone, and the open eye, and the breath before. We will not throw it tonight, not yet. The throw deserves its own clear moment, and that moment is close, but the night is for slowing down, so leave them there, poised, the stone whirling, the eye open, and turn, with me, to something quieter. Let me tell you what the people of Danu were truly fighting for, in the quiet of their own hearts. Not the eye, not Balor, not even the land, exactly. They were fighting for the chance to be, at last, a people who belonged somewhere. Remember how they began, a homeless people in a fog, with burning ships behind them and a full island before them. Everything since, the battles, the silver arm, the cold years, the deadly eye, all of it was that one old wish, to have a home. Maybe that is why this old story reaches across all those centuries to a stranger in another age, because the wish underneath it is one we all know. To belong somewhere, to light our own fire, to not be afraid in the dark. You have felt that wish. On some hard day, in some unfamiliar place. You have wished simply to belong. The people of Danu felt it too. That is the thread that ties you to them, across 3,000 years. The same old longing. So when the stone finally flies, and it will, soon, it is not only flying at a giant, it is flying for that wish, for the fire, and the home, and the not being afraid. For the people of Danu, and quietly, in its way, for you. But not quite yet. The night is still ours. Let the stone whirl. Let the eye burn. Let the two of them stand poised on the misty plain, and let yourself sink a little deeper into the dark and the warm. The throw will keep. While we wait, think of the others, doing their parts around the edges of the great moment. The Dagda, who fed everyone, even now keeping his cauldron warm for the wounded coming back from the line. And Bridget, moving among the fallen with her small flame, not promising anything, only staying beside them, making the hard moment a little less cold. The one who tends what hurts, doing the quiet work no song remembers. And Ogma, who gave the people letters, standing firm in the line so that the story would have someone left to remember it. Each of them small against the eye, each of them part of the whole that would, in the end, be enough. This is the truth the master of all arts had understood from the start. No one of them could beat the eye alone. Not the smith, not the healer, not the harper, not even Lugh, but all of them together, each bringing their small gift, that was enough. Maybe that is a thing worth carrying out of the story and into your own life. That you do not have to be the master of all arts. You only have to bring your one small gift and trust the others to bring theirs. Together is how the eye is closed. But now the waiting is nearly over. The stone has whirled long enough. Balor's eye is fully open, the pale light swinging toward Lugh. And Lugh has found his moment. Let us go to the plain, gently, and watch the throw at last. Lugh waited for the one instant when the great lid was fully raised and the eye fully open. The one moment the eye was most deadly and also most exposed. He waited for it the way a master waits, patiently, without fear, and then he let the stone fly. It left the sling faster than sight, a single gray blur across the misty plain, and it flew straight and true, the way the old stories promised the weapons of Danu would always fly, straight toward the open eye. The stone struck the great open eye, and it struck so hard, the old tellers say, that it drove the eye clean through the back of Balor's head, so that the deadly gaze, which had withered armies, now turned backward, onto the Fomorians behind him. The terror that Balor had carried for a lifetime, the weapon he had used to make a whole people afraid, turned in a single instant against the ones who wielded it. The deadly eye looked at the last upon its own, and Balor fell. The great giant of the Western Sea, the king of the Fomorians, the grandfather who had tried to drown his doom, he fell upon the misty plain of Mag Tuatha, and the eye that had withered armies went dark forever. And when Balor fell, the heart went out of the Fomorian host. They had drawn their courage from his deadly eye. With the eye gone dark, and the Morrigans' fear cold in their bellies, they broke and turned and fled toward the sea. The people of Danu had won. The deadly eye was closed, the tribute was ended, the Fomorians were driven back into the sea they had come from. The long shadow that had hung over every harvest was, at last, lifted. But victory in the old stories is never only joy. As the mist lifted from Mag Tuatha, the people of Danu looked across the field and counted who was gone. And the first they mourned was Tuatha, their king, their first and patient king. He did not live to see the eye closed. He fell before the throw, in the line with his people, one of them to the end. He had crossed the sea, lost his arm, lost his crown, won it back, and stepped aside for the one who could finish it. And then he was gone. There is a hard grace in his story. He was not the one who threw the stone. He was not there for the great moment, but without him, without his patience, his humility, his choice to hand the war to Lugh, that stone would never have flown. Maybe that is a kind of greatness we forget to honor. Not the one who throws the stone, the one who carries everyone to the place where the stone can be thrown, and then steps aside and lets another finish it. Tuatha was that kind of great. The Morrigan walked the field after the battle, as she always did. She climbed a height, and she proclaimed the victory to the hills of Ireland, so that the whole green land would know that the deadly eye was closed and the people of Danu were free. But she proclaimed something else too, a second prophecy, a warning of a far-off age when the world would grow old, when summers would turn cold and faith would fail and the old ways would fade. Even in victory, she saw the long ending coming. We will not follow that far prophecy tonight. It belongs to other stories, other nights. For now, hold only the victory and the grief and the quiet that comes over a field when a long war is finally, truly over. Let me pause once more, here at the end of the battle, and ask a gentle question. Why do we tell this same battle, over and over, across 3,000 years? Why does it not wear out? Because it is never really about the giant, or the eye, or even the stone. It is about a people who were afraid, and were made small by a power that seemed too great to face, and who found, together, a way to lift their heads. Every age has its deadly eye. Some power that seems too large to stand against. Some fear that makes whole peoples bow their heads, and every age needs to be reminded that even the deadliest eye has one exposed instant, and that small gifts, gathered together, can close it. That is why the battle does not wear out. Because we keep needing it. On hard nights, in frightened ages, the story comes back and sits beside us and says, gently, "You have stood before deadly eyes before. You closed them before you can again." So you are not only hearing an old tale tonight, you are being handed something, a small ancient courage, passed from fire to fire, all the way down to you. Keep it, you may need it. Now, back, one last time to the people of Danu, and what came after. After the battle, the people of Danu chose a new king, Lugh, the master of all arts, who had closed the deadly eye. And under him, for a long age, Ireland knew peace. The fires burned high, the cauldron was always full, the harvests came without fear. And the Dagda kept his cauldron over the fire, and no one in all the green land went hungry. And Bridget kept her 3 flames bright, the smiths, the poets, the healers, and the people of the goddess Danu were, at last, truly home. They had crossed the sea with burning ships behind them, looking for somewhere to belong, and now, after the battles and the losses and the long cold years, they had it. A green island, their own fires, a home, for a while. For a while. Because the Morrigan's far prophecy did not lie, the old stories know that no age lasts forever, not even a golden one. And far across the sea, another people were already setting out toward the green island, but that is for the nights to come. For now, let the people of Danu have their golden age. Let Lugh be king, let the cauldron stay full and the flames stay bright. We have followed them a long way tonight, from a fog at sea to a stone in flight. Let them rest in their hard-won home. And let yourself rest too. The deadly eye is closed. The fear is lifted. The people are home. There is nothing left tonight to be afraid of, only a green island and warm fires, and a long peace settling over the hills like soft fog. Think back as you drift over the long way we came, the misted shore, the burning ships, the 4 treasures, the silver arm, and then the warm one, the cold years of tribute, the stranger at the gate, glowing like low sunlight. The chessboard, the flagstone thrown through the wall, the harp that knew its own name and played the strain of sleep. The night before the battle, the Dagda eating the giant pit of porridge, the Morrigan's chant, the whirling sling, and the stone flying straight and true across the misty plain, closing the deadly eye forever and giving a frightened people their home at last. We held it together, all of it, you and I, on this one quiet night. There is more to their story, meaning to draw out, and a long farewell still to come. We will gather those threads gently in the quiet that is left. But the hard part is over now. The eye is closed. You can let go. So rest here a moment in the peace the people of Danu won. The fires are warm, the eye is dark, the home is theirs, and when you are ready, we will speak softly of what it all means, but there is no hurry now. None at all. But let us hold. One last time, the moment the whole story turns on. Luke on the misty plain, the sling whirling above his head. Balor, the deadly eye fully open. Grandson and grandfather, the small stone and the great terror, facing each other across the heather. For a lifetime Balor had fled this moment. He had drowned a baby, locked a daughter, withered a king, all to keep this single instant from coming, and it had come anyway. The old stories are patient. What is meant to be will find its way, however long it takes. And Luke did not throw in anger. He did not hate the giant. He threw for the home behind him, for the fires, and the cauldron, and the people who only wanted to belong. He waited for the eye's one exposed instant, and he let the stone fly. The stone flew straight and true and closed the deadly eye forever. Balor fell, the Fomorians broke, and the long fear that had hung over the people of Danu lifted at last, like fog burning off a green hill in the morning sun. The deadly eye was closed. The people were free, and the green island, at last, was truly home. We will speak softly now of what it means, but the great moment is behind us. The stone has flown. You can rest all the way down. We will gather the rest gently when you wake. Let us draw out, softly, what this old story carries. Start with the silver arm, a wound that could not be undone, answered not by pretending, but by making something new. That is a gentle truth to carry. Some losses do not heal by going back. They heal by becoming something new in the place where the loss used to be. Then the cauldron. Of all 4 treasures, the one the people loved best. Not the spear that never missed. Not the sword. The pot that made sure no one went hungry. A people are known by which treasure they love most. The people of Danu loved the one that fed everyone, that tells you the kind of people they truly were. Think of the 2 kings, set side by side, Brez, who held everything and poured out nothing, and Tuatha, who gave away even his own high seat. One ruled in cold, one in warmth. The story says a true leader is not the one who holds the most. It is the one who knows when to hand the right thing to the right hands. And think of Lugh, the master of all arts. His true gift was not doing everything alone. It was seeing the worth in what each other person brought and fitting it together. No one of them could close the deadly eye alone. The smith, the healer, the harper, the watcher, the champion, together, their small gifts were enough. That is a thing to keep. You do not have to be the master of all arts. You only have to bring your one small gift and trust the others to bring theirs. And the deadly eye itself, every age has one. Some power that seems too large to face, that makes whole peoples bow their heads in fear. But the story says even the deadliest eye has one exposed instant, and small gifts gathered and patient can close it. Fear is large, it is not unbeatable. Think of Tuatha, who fell before the throw. He did not close the eye himself, but without his patience, the stone would never have flown. There is a greatness we forget to honor. Not the one who throws the stone, the one who carries everyone to where the stone can be thrown. And remember Bridget, who never promised anyone they would live. She only stayed beside them and made the dark a little less cold. That too is a kind of healing. The old people did not want gods who never bled. They wanted gods who knew loss, who fought for a home, who did not always win cleanly, gods who would understand a hard day. That is why these gods can sit beside you on a hard night. A god who cannot fail teaches nothing. A god who fails and keeps going, that one understands. And under it all, the oldest thread. A homeless people who only wanted to belong, to light their own fire, to not be afraid in the dark. You have felt that wish on some hard day, in some unfamiliar place. That is the thread that ties you to them across 3,000 years, the same old longing. So the deepest victories in this story were never the loud ones, not the eye, not the stone. They were quiet, a generous king, a full cauldron, a flame kept beside the wounded. Hold those quiet victories as you drift, the generosity, the staying near, the small gift given. They are the real treasures the people of Danu carried across the sea. The people of Danu had their golden age, and then, as the Morrigan foresaw, sails appeared on the horizon. A new people, the Milesians, the ancestors of the Irish, came to the Green Island. And the people of Danu, who knew loss and knew grace, did a remarkable thing. They did not fight to the last. They made an agreement they would share the island, but in a way no one expected. The Milesians would have the surface of Ireland, the fields, the halls, the daylight world, and the people of Danu would take the other half, the half below, the green mounds, and the world within them. So the people of the goddess withdrew, not in defeat, but in a kind of quiet retreat, into the hollow hills and the green mounds, like Bruna Boine by the bend of the river. And there, the old stories say, they live still, no longer called gods. Called the Awas Sea, the people of the mounds, the fair folk, the ones you must not name too loudly, who live just beneath the green hills. That is why, in Ireland, certain green mounds and lone hawthorn trees are left untouched to this day. Roads have been bent around them. The old respect for the people of Danu never quite faded, and their names live on. Bridget became one of Ireland's most beloved saints. Her 3 flames still tended. Lug gave his name to Lugnasad, the festival of the harvest, still kept in late summer. The Dagda's great mound by the river still stands, older than the pyramids, its spirals carved deep in the stone. You can walk to its doorway today and stand where the old gods were said to dwell. So the people of Danu were never truly defeated. They simply stepped sideways, out of the daylight world, into the green hills and the stories and the names. They are still here if you know where to look. A homeless people who crossed a sea, won a home, lost it, and kept it anyway by becoming part of the land itself. The green hills of Ireland are their home now. They never left. They only went a little quieter. So we leave them there. Beneath the green hills, their fires warm, their cauldron full, their long journey finally at rest. The deadly eye is closed, the fear is long lifted. There is nothing left tonight to carry, only the soft dark and the quiet hills. There is another old story waiting for another night, somewhere colder, older, a different kind of fire. But that is for another time. Something is waiting in the dark. You can almost feel it. Not tonight. Tonight, only rest. We will be here when you are ready. Another old story, another quiet night, another fire to gather beside. No hurry now. No test. No end you need to reach. Just the soft dark and the slow quiet settling over everything. Let your breathing slow the way the sea slows at the turn of the tide, in and out, soft and easy. The old people of Danu have watched over sleeping mortals before. They do not mind that you are drifting. They are glad of it. So let the story go now. Let the mounds close softly. Let the green hills hold it all, the way they always have.
Sleep now. The eye is closed. The people are home, and so are you. Good night.
How was your day? Maybe someone today decided what kind of person you were, before you'd really had the chance to show them anything different. There's a boy in the Arthurian legends who was born under a prophecy. Before he could speak, the king was already afraid of him. His name was Mordred. If today felt a little like that, he'd understand. Tonight we're going to spend an hour with him. You don't have to stay awake for the ending. The The story has been waiting 1500 years. It can wait for you to drift off too. Picture a wide field of brown bracken, the smell of wet grass and oak smoke. Two armies facing each other across the mist. At the center, a father. At the other end, his son. They both know how this ends. They've both been told. And still, they walk forward through the bracken, step by step, the way people do when there's nothing left to choose. Here's the part the stories don't quite say out loud. Mordred wasn't born evil. He was born inconvenient. The kind of child a kingdom would rather forget. A prophecy was spoken when he was still in the womb. The king who would one day be his father was told, "This child will be your ending," and the king believed it. It's an old question. Older than this story. What does it do to a person? To know that the people who made you would rather you weren't here at all, that's where we begin. This is what we do here. Every week, one story. One night. Something that happened a long time ago. And still has something to say about how we live now. Get comfortable now. Adjust your pillow, find your warmth. If you drift off before the end, the old kings won't mind. They've watched over sleeping listeners for a long time. This is only the beginning of the story. The part most people never reach, that's still ahead. But not tonight. Tonight just this. Just the start. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We'll be here next week. Another story, another night like this one. Now back to ours. So we go back. Before the battle, before the betrayal, before the prophecy was even spoken. To a stretch of cliffs called Tintagel, on a night thick with fog. Two people crossed paths there. A young king who didn't yet know he was a king. A woman who already knew far more than she said. The fog was so thick neither saw the other clearly. What happened that night? The stories tell it different ways. Some say enchantment. Some say willingness. Some say no one truly knew until much later. But a child began in the dark. By the time the young king understood who the woman had been, it was already done. She was his half-sister. The child was already growing, and the old white, bearded counselor was already afraid. A prophecy was spoken in the grove that morning. Few people heard it. The king heard it. He never repeated the exact words. He didn't have to. He'd already decided what to do. Far north on the windswept coast of Orkney, the child was born under a low gray sky. His mother named him Mordred. The gulls heard it first. The sea heard it next. The wind on Orkney never really stopped. It came off the sea and rattled the shutters of the low stone house all night. The child grew up with that sound for a lullaby. He had no brothers his own age. Morgoth's older sons were grown men, away at courts of their own. The boy learned to play alone, walking the black cliffs above the gray sea. His mother watched him from the windows. She didn't smile much, but she didn't look away either. There was something in her face, something between love and accounting. She had not chosen to raise him in the south. Camelot had offered. Camelot had hinted. She had refused. The boy would grow up where the king's eye couldn't quite reach. The boy didn't know any of this. He thought all children grew up like he did. With a sea that never went quiet, a mother who weighed her words, a sky that was almost never blue. He asked once about his father. He was 5 years old. His mother set down the spindle in her lap. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, later, he didn't ask again for a long time. That's a thing children learn, when not to push. He learned it earlier than most. He learned it the way other children learn to walk. The fishermen who lived below the cliffs took an interest in him. He'd appear at the rocks where they mended nets, silent, watching their hands. They taught him knots before letters. He liked the knots. There was a rightness to them. Each one held only if you pulled it the right way. Pull wrong, and it came apart in your fingers. It seemed to him like the truth about most things. He was 7 when the first old man came to the house in dark robes. He came in the evening. He asked to see the boy. Morgoth sent the boy to bed early. The walls were thin. He heard only fragments. Words like prophecy, like blood right, like Camelot, and one word, said quietly. The way grown-ups say important things. His own name. He didn't sleep that night. He watched the rectangle of moonlight on the floor move across the stones. By morning, he had decided he was going to learn whatever it was they wouldn't say to him. That was the year his mother started teaching him to read. Not the trade script the fishermen used for tallies. Real letters. Latin and Old British. The kind of words a king might write. She didn't tell him why she was doing it. She didn't tell him what she was preparing him for. She only said, once quietly, "You will need this, trust me on this much." He learned quickly. He had nothing else competing for his attention. The sea was always there. The wind was always there. The book was the only thing that asked him to come closer. He was 8 when the second old man came. This one wore the silver, gray robes of a druid. He stayed 3 nights. He asked to see the boy's hands. He said nothing about why. When the druid left, the boy asked his mother what he had seen. She thought for a long time. Then she said, "He saw the shape of your road. He will not tell us, that is the rule." The boy didn't understand. He thought about it for a long time afterward. A road he couldn't see. A shape he hadn't chosen. Something the grown-ups were not allowed to name. That winter the storms came hard. 3 fishermen drowned in a single night. The whole settlement gathered at the cliffs in the morning to watch the wreckage wash in. He watched the families weep. He watched the old men carry the boards up the cliff path. He didn't cry. He didn't know any of the dead by name. He didn't know yet that grief had a shape. That night his mother held him in her lap, longer than usual. He was getting too old to sit there. He didn't say so. He could feel her thinking. He waited. She said, "I have to tell you something soon. Not yet, but soon. And after I tell you, things will be different. Just stay small for one more winter. Just one." He nodded against her shoulder. She kept her promise. He turned 9 in the spring. The night of his birthday, she took him up to the cliffs alone. She brought a single oil lamp. She wrapped him in her own dark mantle. She sat him down on a flat stone. She sat beside him. She didn't look at him while she talked. She looked at the dark sea. "It made it easier to say," she said. "Your father is the king at Camelot. His name is Arthur. He is also my half-brother. Neither of us knew the night you began. That was the first thing the world did wrong by you," she said. When his counselor told him a son of mine would one day bring his end, he believed it. He believed it enough to do something. That was the second thing the world did wrong by you. He gathered every child born that same season. He sent them out to sea in a single boat. He told himself the gods would sort it. The gods did not sort it kindly. Most of those children did not survive. There was one. He washed ashore on a beach south of here. A fisherman's family took him in. They didn't know his name. They named him again. That child grew up not knowing. His mother found him later. She took him back. He has another name now. The king does not know. The king believes that boat ended every child on it. His mother turned her face back to her own son. To Mordred, she said, "That boy is not you. You were not on that boat. I would not let them have you. You are mine. You have always been mine." He didn't cry. He didn't ask any more questions that night. He looked at the dark sea where the boat had been. He thought about all those other children. He felt very old suddenly. He turned back to his mother. He asked one question. The only one that mattered. Why does he get to be king then? If he did that, why him? She didn't answer right away. Eventually she said, "Because the world does not always give the throne to the deserving. It gives it to whoever was there first, with the right name, on the right day and good counsel." He thought about that for a long time. He thought about it for months. He carried that sentence around like a small stone in a pocket, taking it out, turning it over, putting it back. He didn't tell his mother what he was thinking. He didn't tell the fisherman. He didn't tell anyone. But the shape of him began to change. It was small. At first, you'd have to be watching closely. She started teaching him the sword. He was small for it. The old practice blades were nearly his own height. He didn't complain. He gripped the wooden hilt until his knuckles went white. She didn't teach him to be flashy. She didn't teach him to be brave exactly. She taught him to be patient, to wait, to let the other person be the one who got tired first. He took to it the way he had taken to the knots. There was a rightness in it. The blade did what your body told it. Your body did what your patience told it. It came down to who could stay still longer. He grew. The winters passed. He was 11, then 12, then 14. He was already taller than most boys his age. He didn't smile much. The fishermen still liked him. He was 16 when the first letter came from the south. It had a red wax seal pressed with a dragon. His mother held it for a long time before she broke it open in front of him. She read it twice. She set it down. She said, "He is asking for any of my sons of age who wish to come to Camelot to take a place at the round table. It would be his honor to receive them." Now, let me pause the boy on his cliff for a moment to tell you something about prophecies in the Celtic world. Because they are not what we think they are in modern stories. A modern prophecy says, "This will happen," like a forecast. The Celtic prophecy says something different. It says, "This is the shape of the road if no one steps off it." Few people ever step off it. That's the cruel part. The prophecy doesn't make people do anything. People make people do it. The prophecy just describes what people usually do when they know what was said. If Arthur had never been told, Mordred would have been a boy raised in Orkney, who learned to mend nets, and grew up to be a quiet earl somewhere on the northern coast, perhaps a good one. But Arthur had been told, and Arthur acted, and the boy grew up knowing his own father had tried to drown him before he could speak. The road takes its shape from that knowledge, not from fate. He didn't answer the letter for 2 weeks. His mother didn't push. She knew not to. She watched him walk the cliffs every evening. She watched him sit at the table some nights and not eat. One night he came in late and stood in the doorway of his mother's chamber. She was at her loom. She didn't look up. He said, "I have decided. I want to go." She didn't speak for a long time. The shuttle in her hand started moving again. The loom clicked softly. Finally she said, "I knew you would. I needed you to choose it."
"Not me? Good?"
She asked him, "What will you do when you stand in front of him, when you finally see his face?" He thought for a while. He said, "I will say nothing. I will watch. That is all for now." She nodded. She liked the answer. She said, "Good. Be patient." Patience is the only thing in this story that has ever served us. Be patient and let the king feel watched. That winter was the longest of his life. The sea was a flat gray wall every morning. He trained harder than he ever had. The fishermen noticed. They didn't ask. They knew the look. His mother packed for him a wool cloak, a linen shirt, a small carved wooden disc he had loved as a baby. She didn't pack any softness. She packed only the things he would actually need. The morning he left was clear. The first clear morning in months. The sea was almost blue. He took it as a sign, though he didn't say of what. He didn't yet know what kinds of signs to read. She did not embrace him. She had decided long ago that she would not, when this day came. She did not want to send a soft creature south. She wanted to send a useful one. He bowed his head to her. He said, "When I have what we wanted, I will send for you." She smiled then. The smile cost her something. She nodded once. He turned and started walking south. The road south takes a full month if you walk it. He walked it. He had silver in his pocket for ferries and inns, but he wanted the road in his legs. He wanted to know exactly how far it was. He slept in barns sometimes. He slept under a wool cloak in the open more often. He did not speak much to the people he met. He listened. The further south he went, the more they talked about the king. They said, "Arthur is just, mostly. Arthur is fair with grain. Arthur is hard on bandits. Arthur's queen is beautiful and a little sad. Arthur's first knight is the best blade in the kingdom." They said, "Arthur is haunted by something none of them quite knew." Sometimes he sat at the head of the round table and looked at the empty chairs around it, as if he expected someone. He stored each detail. Each one was a piece of the man he was walking toward. By the time the towers of Camelot rose on the horizon, he had a sketch of his father in his head. A working sketch. To check against. He did not enter the city that day. He sat down on the rise. He looked at the towers. He thought, there it is. The place that decided what I was. Before I had hands, there it is. He stayed there until sundown. He watched the lamps come on in the towers, one by one. He thought, patience. Watch, that is all. For now. He pulled his cloak around him and slept on the hill. In the morning he stood. He shook out the cloak. He fastened the bronze knotwork brooch at his shoulder. He walked down the rise toward the towers, the way someone walks toward their own answer. He was 18. He had been preparing for this all his life, though he had not always known it. He felt no fear. He felt no anger. He felt accurate. That is the word that came to him. Accurate. The guards at the gate asked his name. He gave it. They asked his mother's name. He gave it. One of them straightened slightly when he heard it. The other did not. The gate opened. He stepped through the gate into the courtyard. The flagstones were warm with morning. He stopped just inside. He took a long breath. He thought, I am here. The road begins. Patience. A steward came to him quickly. The steward bowed. He had clearly been told this young man might be coming. The steward said, the king is at his prayers. He will see you at the noon meal. He was shown to a small clean chamber high in one of the towers. He set down the satchel. He stood at the narrow window. He could see from here the very rise he had slept on the night before. He thought of his mother. He thought of the fishermen mending nets on the black rocks. He thought of how far the sound of that sea was from here. He missed it. He set the feeling carefully aside. When noon came, the steward returned. He led Mordred down winding stone stairs to the great oak doors of the throne hall. The doors were carved with knotwork dragons. 2 guards in red opened them. He stepped into the throne hall. The long stone room stretched ahead of him. Tapestries of red and gold knotwork hung between the columns. At the far end, 3 steps up, the high oak throne, and on it his father. He walked the length of the hall the way his mother had taught him. Slowly, patiently, not too fast, not too slow. He kept his eyes lifted but not insolent. He kept his hands open at his sides. 3 paces from the dais he stopped. He bowed. Not deep, the bow of a kinsman, not a beggar. He straightened. He looked his father in the face, properly, for the first time in his life. He had spent years building a sketch of this man in his mind. The sketch had been wrong in small ways. The man was older than he had pictured, more tired, kinder around the eyes, sadder too. The king spoke first. He said, "Welcome to Camelot. Your mother told me you were coming. I have set a place for you at the round table. I hope it will become your home." Mordred bowed again. He said, "Thank you, my king." Neither of them said the word they were both thinking. Neither of them said, "son" or "father." They said, "king" and "young man." They both knew what wasn't being said. They both let it pass, for now. That first night at Camelot, Mordred didn't sleep. The bed was too soft. The walls were too thick. The sea couldn't reach him here. He missed the noise of it the way you miss a heartbeat. He got up before dawn. He dressed in plain dark wool. He found his way down the winding stair to the empty courtyard. The night guards nodded at him. They had been told to let him pass. He found the training yard. The wooden practice posts were wrapped in straw, like at home. He picked up a practice sword from the rack. The weight was right. He let himself smile, just a little. He worked the slow, low guard his mother had taught him. He worked it the way you might pray, step by step, block by block. By the time the eastern sky was rose, pink, he had been at it for an hour. He didn't notice the man watching him from the doorway of the armory. A man in plain leather and a deep blue cloak, a man with a thin scar along his right jaw. Lancelot watched a while and then walked away. The first weeks at Camelot were full of small introductions. Knights with names he had heard in stories. Older than him, scarred, full of quiet kindness. He bowed to each one. He remembered each name. They all knew, of course. They didn't say. They never said. They simply treated him with the careful kindness reserved for the children of large secrets. Mordred saw the kindness. He felt the secret underneath. His chair at the table had been carved with his sigil, a coiled knot above a crescent moon. He hadn't given them a sigil. Someone had chosen one for him. He didn't ask who. He could guess. He noticed that his chair sat very slightly apart from the others. Not enough that any visitor would see. Just enough that he, sitting in it, knew. The great round table was not quite a perfect circle. He met the queen on the third day. She came into the great hall in pale blue linen and a thin gold circlet. Her honey gold braid hung down her back. She walked carefully. She smiled with her mouth, not her eyes. She greeted him formally. She asked about Orkney. She asked about the journey. She asked nothing about his mother. He noticed that. He stored it. He answered every other question politely. She wished him welcome. She withdrew. The hem of the pale blue gown swept across the flagstones as she went. He watched her go. He thought, she is unhappy. Then he thought, that is not my concern, yet. He fell into the rhythm of Camelot. Training in the morning. Council in the afternoon. Long dinners at the round table. Long silences in his small tower chamber at night. He listened, he learned. The first time he met his father in private was at the end of his second week. The king summoned him to a small stone chamber off the throne hall. The chamber had a long table and 2 chairs. No throne. Arthur said, "Sit, please." Mordred sat. Arthur said, "I want this to be easier than it is. I am not sure it can be. Tell me what your mother has told you about me." Mordred took a long breath. He thought of his mother's instructions. He said, "She has told me you are my king. She has told me to serve you. She has told me very little else, my lord." Arthur looked at him for a long time. He looked the way a man looks at a wound he can't quite see the bottom of. Eventually he nodded. He said, "Thank you for that. I will try in time to fill in the rest." Mordred said, "Take your time, my king. I am young. I will be at Camelot a long while." Arthur smiled at that. It was almost a real smile. Almost. Mordred saw it and tucked it away. They drank a single cup of wine together. They spoke of small things. The harvest. The roads. A bandit problem in the north. They did not speak of Orkney. They did not speak of his mother. They did not speak of prophecy. When Mordred left the chamber, the king stood and watched him walk out. Mordred felt the eyes on his back. He did not turn around. He walked all the way to his tower, before he let out the breath he had been holding. After that, his father started to invite him more often. To councils. To hunts. To the small ceremony when a new knight took an oath at the round table. He did not yet call him son. He called him Mordred. Mordred did exactly what his mother had told him. He watched. He stored. He smiled politely. He did not push. He never asked a single thing of his father directly. He let his father do the offering. He began to notice things at the table that the other knights did not notice, or pretended not to. He noticed how the queen's eyes traveled. He noticed where they landed. He noticed how often. He noticed who looked back. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't even let his face know that he had seen. He simply added the observation to his growing inner book, in clear, careful handwriting, in the margin Queen and First Knight. The months passed. He turned 19. He turned 20. He became known among the knights as the quiet one, the careful one, the one who could be relied on never to start a fight and never to lose one. His father gave him his first sword that year. Not Excalibur. That was Arthur's alone. But a long plain iron longsword in a plain leather scabbard. "Yours now. Use it well." Mordred bowed deeply. He wore it at his hip from then on. He noticed his father glance at it sometimes. He noticed the king watched it with the same sad expression. Mordred had seen the first day, in the throne hall, behind the welcome. Here's the part the stories rarely linger on. Mordred liked Camelot. He liked the knights. He liked the order. He liked the round table. The plan his mother had given him was beginning to taste of dust in his mouth. It was a strange feeling. He had come south to find a man he wanted to hate. He had found instead a tired aging king who was trying, clumsily, late, to be kind to him. He didn't know what to do with that. He wrote to his mother. He didn't tell her any of this. He told her about the harvest and the bandit problem, and the names of the senior knights. She wrote back asking, "And what do you think of the king?" He didn't answer that letter for 2 weeks. When he did, he wrote, "He is what we expected. Tired. Watch. Trying. Be patient." Then he set down the pen. He thought about what he had not written. That winter he went hunting with Arthur and 3 other knights. 3 days in the western forests, cold mornings, long silences on horseback. Arthur talked, slowly, about being young, about fearing things he no longer feared. One night by the fire, the other knights asleep, Arthur looked across the embers at Mordred. He said, "You have your mother's eyes. Did anyone ever tell you that?" Mordred said, "She did." "Off," Arthur said. When I knew her, I was very young. We were both very young. I didn't know who she was. I learned later. By then, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. He was speaking of Mordred. Mordred looked up. He had not planned to speak, he said. "She told me." Arthur nodded slowly. He said, "Of course she did." The fire popped quietly between them. Neither said anything for a long time. Arthur eventually said, "I am sorry. I have not said that to you yet. I should have said it the first day. I am saying it now. I am sorry for what I did." He didn't say what he had done. He didn't need to. Mordred didn't say it was all right. It was not all right. He didn't say it was forgiven. It was not forgiven. He simply nodded once. He said, "I heard you." It was the most honest thing either had said all winter. They did not speak of it again that trip. They rode home to Camelot 4 days later, through a heavy snowfall. The knights sang travel songs to keep their teeth from chattering. Mordred did not sing. Arthur did not sing. They rode side by side. Back at Camelot, the snow piled against the walls. The hall fires burned high. Mordred wrote no letter to his mother that month. She wrote to him. He left the letter sealed on his table for a week before opening it. When he finally opened it, it was very short, 3 lines. His mother wrote, "You have gone quiet. That is allowed. But remember why you went south. The king is good men's company. He is not your friend." He read the letter 3 times. He folded it. He held it over the candle flame. He watched the vellum curl up and turn black. He watched the ash fall in his palm. He thought, "I haven't forgotten. I just don't know yet." That spring he was knighted formally. Arthur lay Excalibur on his shoulders himself. The whole court watched. The queen watched too. So did the first knight. So did the empty chair at the round table where Merlin's seat had been. He took the oath, to serve, to protect, to keep the peace of the realm. He meant the words. He surprised himself by meaning them. His mother's voice was in the back of his head, very quiet. He let it go quiet. Afterwards there was a feast. The knights toasted him. Arthur made him sit at the king's right hand. The queen lifted her cup to him with a small, genuine smile this time. The first knight did the same. Mordred bowed his head. "Stay with this. It matters before the end." The young man who came south to undo his father is, at this point in the story, 10 breaths from loving him. He doesn't know it. The old stories don't usually say it. But it is true. But that summer, the small chamber off the throne hall had no fire in it some afternoons. And Mordred started to learn the rest of what was happening in Camelot. Not by being told, by looking carefully, by being patient. He noticed that the queen took a long walk in the apple orchard every afternoon. "Always alone," she said. He noticed that the first knight was rarely on the training yard at the same hour. "Always practicing alone," he said. He didn't follow them. He didn't need to. He simply noted the times. He simply noted who else was where in those hours, And who else was conveniently not? The pattern took perhaps a month to confirm. He didn't tell his father. He didn't tell his mother. He didn't tell anyone. He thought, "This is not mine to know. But I know it. I have it. I will not use it, not unless." He set the book aside. Paused the young man at his chest, again for a moment. Because this is a story about the Round Table. And the Round Table deserves a word of its own. What it was for, and why it could not, in the end, hold. The Celts had been ruled by chieftains long before they were ruled by kings. Chieftains sat in a circle with their warriors. Everyone could see everyone. No one sat at the head, no one sat above. That was the old shape. Arthur built his table in that old shape on purpose. He had been a young king who knew his power was new. He wanted his knights to argue with him. He wanted no one chair to be the chair of last word. It worked for a while. Knights came from all over the Western world to sit in that circle. They argued. They voted. They served the realm together. The table was a small experiment in being equal. The experiment was beautiful while it lasted. But circles need a center. The center, in this circle, was Arthur. And Arthur was a man. A tired one. A frightened one. A loving one. The table held only as well as the man at its quiet middle held. Remember that. For later. Back to the young man at his chest. He kept his book of careful observations there. He went on with his life. He trained. He sat in council. He hunted with his father. He waited to see what the kingdom would do with itself. He was 22 when the first crack opened. A bandit lord in the western marches was caught and brought to Camelot in chains. He claimed protection, said a great knight had sworn him oath in secret. He named the first knight. The hall went very quiet. The first knight stepped forward from the half-circle of knights. He said, "I have never met this man before today." He spoke plainly, calmly. Arthur looked at him for a long time before he believed him. The king believed him. The bandit was taken away, the matter closed. But Mordred saw something pass across his father's face for a single second. A flicker of doubt, quickly buried. The king had wanted to believe, he had wanted very badly to. Mordred filed it away. Not yet. But also, yes, now he knew that his father knew somewhere very deep what was happening in his own house. The king was choosing not to look at it directly. That was a thing one could use. He didn't speak of any of this to anyone. He went on as before. He went on for almost a year as before. The longer he watched, the more it became clear. The kingdom rested on a single careful lie, kept by the people who loved each other most. He turned 23. He turned 24. He became one of the senior knights at the Round Table. He led small companies on small missions to the borders. He was good at it. He brought his men home every time. His father grew older. The iron gray hair turned more silver than gold. The lines around the king's eyes deepened. He still rode out at the head of the hunts, but he tired earlier. He went to bed earlier. He laughed less easily. Mordred came to his father's private rooms more often now. To play simple board games. To listen to the king tell stories from before he was king. The king liked telling them. Mordred liked hearing them. Both pretended this was casual. One night the king told him about his own father. A man Arthur had barely known. Killed in battle when Arthur was a small boy. Arthur said, "I did not have a father long enough to learn how to be one. I wish I had." Mordred said, quietly, carefully, "It is not too late." Arthur looked at him for a long time. He didn't answer that with words. He simply moved the next piece on the board. The game went on. The fire popped softly. Neither cried. That same season the old white, bearded counselor returned to Camelot. Merlin had been away for years. No one had quite known where. He walked into the throne hall on a mid-morning, leaning on his knotwork staff, looking very tired and very old. Arthur embraced him. The whole court embraced him. The empty chair at the round table, the seat that had been his, was set with a cup of warm mead and a plate of fresh bread the same hour. Merlin sat in it that night and ate. He looked at Mordred across the table. He looked for a long time. He did not bow his head in greeting like the other knights had. He simply looked. Mordred met his eyes, neither said anything aloud. Both understood. The next morning, Merlin asked Mordred to walk with him in the apple orchard. Just the two of them. Mordred agreed. They walked slowly. Merlin's staff tapped softly against the grass path between the trees. Merlin said, "I have wanted to meet you for a long time." "I have not wanted to meet you for a long time." Both equally. Mordred said, "Yes. I understand. I have felt the same about you, my lord." They walked in silence for a while. Then Merlin said, "I was the one who told your father what he was told when you were still unborn. I am the reason your road has its shape. I have been making peace with that for 24 years. Mordred said, "Then tell me what you told him." Merlin did not look at him. Merlin said, "I told him a son of his sister would one day end his reign. I did not tell him to put any child in a boat. He chose that." Mordred said, "And do you still believe what you told him? That the prophecy will hold?" Merlin was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I believe the prophecy will hold if you and he both walk toward it. Not if either of you turns aside." He said, "If you tell him who you are plainly before he asks, if you let him see you, the road can change. He has waited many years for that moment. He has been preparing for it." "You have too," Mordred said. "He already knows who I am." Merlin said, "He suspects who you are. He has decided not to ask, so that you can stay, if you say it aloud. You both have to act. That is the difference between thinking it and saying it." Mordred said nothing for a long time. He looked past the old man toward the high pale, stone walls of Camelot above the orchard. He thought of his mother. He thought of the king at the fire telling stories of his own dead father. Then he said, quietly, "Thank you, my lord. I will think on what you have said." He bowed slightly. He turned. He walked back through the orchard toward the great hall. He did not look back. He thought all the way. He thought for 3 days. He went to councils. He trained. He sat at the round table. He played one careful game with his father at the fire. He did not write to his mother. He did not speak of it to anyone. He let the choice settle. On the 4th night, after a long council, after the queen had gone to her chambers, and the first knight had gone wherever he went, Mordred asked his father to walk down with him to the underground chapel. Arthur agreed. They went down a winding stone stair. They came out in the high underground chapel, the low vaulted crypt like chamber beneath the throne hall, 12 candles burning in iron brackets, the plain stone altar, the single wooden cross on it. Arthur said, "Why here, son?" The word came out before he could stop it. Both of them heard it. Both of them froze for a single breath. Arthur did not take it back. Mordred did not pretend not to have heard. Mordred said, "I want to tell you something. Plainly, I have been here 4 years. I think you already know. I want you to hear me say it. I am your son, Mordred, born to Morgas. I have always known." Arthur did not open his eyes. He stood very still in the candlelight. After a long while he said, "I have known since the day you walked into the throne hall. I had hoped I was wrong. I am glad I was not." "I am sorry," Mordred said. "I do not want to be in this story. I do not want to be the ending of you. I came south to take a kingdom from a man I had never met. I have met you now. I do not. I no longer." Arthur stepped forward. He took his son by both shoulders. He held him at arm's length. He looked into his face. He said, "I see you. I should have seen you 24 years ago. I am seeing you now. Forgive me if you can." Mordred could not speak. He nodded once. Then again, then a third time. His father pulled him into an embrace. They stood like that in the candlelight of the chapel for a long time. The wooden cross watched. The dead kings in their stone effigies watched. When they let go, Arthur said, "I want you at my side openly now. I want the court to know. I want the realm to know. You are my heir. I should have said this years ago. I am saying it now. We will say it tomorrow." Mordred said, "My king, my father, The two words together cost him something he had been holding for 24 years. He let it cost him. He says, "Tomorrow." They walked back up the winding stair together. They did not speak. Halfway up, the king reached for his son's hand. Mordred let him take it. They walked the rest of the way like that, fingers loosely linked, both very quiet. At the top they parted, each to his own chambers. Mordred lay awake all night. He looked at the dark ceiling. He felt the strange shape of the choice he had just made. He felt the prophecy let go. Or so it seemed. Picture that small chamber. The young man finally still, the lamp burning low, the realm sleeping. The father below in his own bed, eyes also open. Also still, also finally at peace. This is the high point of the first half of our story. But, and this is where the story makes its first sharp turn. The prophecy did not let go. It only changed shape. Outside in the night, a rider on horseback had just crossed the western marches. He carried a sealed letter for Arthur. He rode through the dark. The letter had come from across the sea, from the kingdoms of the south, from Brittany. A young king there had been raiding the western marches. He claimed Arthur's territories. He had taken 3 border keeps already. He was inviting battle. Arthur read it in his private chamber at dawn. He read it standing at the narrow leaded window. He set it down. He sent for his closest advisors. He sent for his first knight. He sent for his son. He said, "We march, I will lead." Mordred said, "I will ride at your side, my king, my father." Arthur looked at him. He smiled tiredly. He said, "No, you will stay. You will hold Camelot in my absence. You will be regent. That is your test now." Mordred stood very still in the dawn light of his father's chamber. He did not answer right away. He felt the weight of the decision settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. He had not asked for it. It had been given. He said finally, "I will hold it for you. I will return it to you whole." Arthur said, "I know you will. That is why I am asking." The 2 old advisors exchanged a look. Lancelot looked at the floor. No one else spoke for a long moment. That same morning, the news ran through Camelot. The king would ride for Brittany within the week. He would take half the knights of the Round Table with him. Mordred would govern in his absence. The queen would stay. The first knight would stay also, to lead the home guard. Mordred met his mother's eyes. Not in the hall, but in his head. He could see her clearly, sitting at her loom in Orkney, hearing the news days later. He could hear what she would say. He pushed the imagined sound of her voice away. The next 6 days were a blur of preparation. Banners taken from chests, horses shod, provisions counted into wagons, maps unrolled and rolled again. Mordred at his father's side for every counsel, every order. Learning, storing, saying very little. His father said little about the night in the chapel. There was no time. The promise to name him heir openly was not made. Not yet. The realm could not absorb 2 great announcements in the same week. Mordred understood. He told himself he understood. On the 7th morning the army assembled outside the gates of Camelot. Hundreds of horses, banners snapping in the spring wind. The whole town awake before dawn to watch them ride out. Arthur put on his battle helm in the courtyard. Mordred buckled it for him. Arthur said, "Watch the queen, watch the first knight, watch the council. Most of all, watch yourself. The hardest test of regency is not being king. It is staying the man who said he would not be." Mordred nodded. He bowed his head. Arthur straightened in the saddle. He raised one gauntleted hand to the gathered army. He turned the gray horse south. The captains shouted. The horns blew. The whole column began to move. Mordred stood on the road and watched them go. He stood there until the last banner disappeared over the rise. Then he turned and walked back through the gates into the city. The townspeople did not bow exactly. They watched him pass. He felt the watching. He kept his face calm. The first weeks were quiet. He sat in council. He heard cases. He approved grain shipments. He read border reports. He was patient with the older lords who tested him. He was firm with the ones who pushed too hard. He sent no orders that his father would not have sent. The queen attended one council and then no more. She said it was not her place. She withdrew to her own chambers for the afternoons. She still walked the apple orchard. The first knight was rarely seen at mid-morning in the training yard, as before. Mordred noticed. He said nothing. One afternoon Lancelot came to Mordred's working chamber. He brought a small report on the city watch. He stood at the door rather than entering. He was clearly preparing himself for something. Mordred set down his quill. He gestured him in. Lancelot said, "My Lord Regent, I want to say plainly, I serve your father. I serve the realm. I will serve you in his absence as I would him. If you and I have to talk about anything else, anything older, I would rather we did it now." Mordred looked at him for a long time. He had imagined this conversation many times. He had imagined himself using what he knew. He found that he did not want to. He found that he simply felt tired. He had not expected that. He said, "I have no business with anything older. I want the realm whole when my father returns. I want him to come back to the home he left. That is all I want. Serve me as you would serve him. We need not say more." Lancelot bowed his head, he said. "Thank you, my Lord Regent. I will not give you cause to reconsider." He turned and walked out. Mordred picked up his quill. He kept writing. He did not look up until the door had closed. A week later, the first letter came back from his father. It had been written from the road in Brittany. It said the army had reached the contested keeps. It said the campaign was going well. It said at the end, "I miss you, son. The fires here are smaller." He wrote back that same night. He told the king about the city watch, about the grain, about the Lord's small grumblings. He kept it short and businesslike. At the end he wrote, "I am holding what you left me. Come home soon." He did not say more. He had not yet learned to write the softer things. Then his mother's letter arrived. He had been expecting it. It was longer than usual. She wrote, "You are regent. This is more than we ever hoped. Use it carefully. Use it well. Strengthen your own friends in the council. The king may not return. War in Brittany is unkind." He read it 3 times. He did not write back that night. He went to the sheer castle ramparts alone after midnight. He stood on the high parapet and looked at the dark, sleeping town. He felt his mother's voice in his head clearly now. He let it stay this time. He thought, "My mother is wrong about him. She has been wrong about him my whole life. He is not who she has built him into in her stories." Then he thought, "But my mother is not wrong about what is possible. She is right that war in Brittany is unkind." He did not write to his mother. He did not act on her letter. He kept governing as he had been governing. He gave careful orders. He listened to careful complaints. But something had shifted in him. He had begun very quietly to make sure of his ground. He found out which of the older lords would not have voted for his father if the choice had been theirs. He found out which younger knights felt their families had been overlooked under the round table. He did not act on any of it. He simply knew. A second letter came from his father 2 weeks later. The campaign was harder than expected. The Breton king was clever. Arthur said he would be away at least until autumn, possibly until winter. He sent his love. Mordred read it twice. He set it down. That night the queen sent for him. He had not seen her privately the whole of his regency. He went surprised. She was alone in her chamber. She had a cup of warm wine ready for him. She asked him to sit. He sat. She said, "I have not spoken honestly to you in 4 years. I would like to start now if you will let me. I am sorry I did not. I was afraid of what you would think of me. I am still afraid. But I do not want to be alone in this house." She told him everything. About her marriage at 16. About being given to a man she did not yet know. About loving him eventually. About also loving another badly. About not knowing what to do with 2 true things. She did not weep. She did not ask for forgiveness. She simply told him. When she was done, he said only, "Thank you for telling me. I did not ask. You owed me nothing." She looked at him. She said, "I know. That is why I wanted to." He drank his wine. He thanked her. He left. He did not look back. Walking back to his own tower in the dark, Mordred felt, for the first time, that he was now standing at the exact center of his father's house, holding it, loving it even, and he understood that this was the most dangerous moment for any prophecy. The moment it has almost lifted. The harvest came in heavy. The barns filled. The kingdom prospered under Mordred's careful hand. The third letter from his father said the campaign was now expected to last through the winter at least. Arthur asked for patience. Arthur sent his love. Mordred wrote back. He told his father about the harvest, about a new bridge being built at the river crossing, about the small daughter of one of the older lords who had asked the regent's permission to marry a young knight. He had said yes. He hoped his father would not mind. Autumn came hard. The leaves turned. The wind from the north grew teeth. The reports from Brittany came less often. When they came, they were shorter. The king's handwriting was tireder. Mordred read each one carefully. He kept them in his small wooden chest with the others. That autumn, 2 of the older lords, whose names he had carefully noted in his book, began to come more often to his working chamber. They brought small requests. They flattered him gently. They asked his opinion on matters that did not require his opinion. He listened politely. He gave nothing. They came back the next week. They came back the week after. By the end of autumn they had stopped pretending. They asked him plainly, "If the king does not return, my lord regent, and we hope he does, what will the realm do? Who will hold us?" He said, "The king will return. We will hold for him. That is the only answer the realm needs from me right now. Anything else would be premature. You may go." They went. He did not look up until the door had closed. But the question had been asked. He could not unhear it. Late that night, alone in his tower, he wrote a long letter to his mother. He told her everything. The queen's confession, the lord's question, his own slow softening toward the king. He did not seal it. He left it on the table overnight. In the morning he read it through. He folded it. He held it over the candle flame the way he had done with his mother's letter long ago. He watched the vellum curl up and turn black. He watched the ash fall in his palm. He kept the ash in a small clay pot on his desk. He thought, "I will not tell her. I will not tell anyone. I will simply hold. I will hold until he comes home. Then I will stand at his side openly and we will tell the realm together. That is the only road I will walk." But then, winter came. And in the second week of winter, the news came that no one was prepared for. A messenger rode in at dawn through heavy snow. He brought a letter sealed in foreign wax. He brought it not to Mordred, but directly to the queen. The letter was from one of Arthur's senior captains in Brittany. It had been written 4 days ago. The captain had wanted the queen to know first. The letter said, the king had been gravely wounded in a skirmish at a ford. He was alive, but he was not certain to live. She sent for Mordred at once. He came still in the plain dark wool he had thrown on. He read the letter standing in her chamber. He read it twice. He set it down. He looked at her. He said, "He will live. He always lives. I will go to him." She said, "He gave you Camelot to hold. You cannot leave it. Send word that the regent stands. Send our best healers. Send our prayers. He gave you this house. You owe him to keep it standing." Mordred looked at her for a long time. He nodded. He stayed. He sent the best healers within the hour. He sent gold for whatever they needed. He sent 2 senior knights to ride at the head of the relief column. He stayed at Camelot. He sat in council. He governed. He waited for the next letter. The next letter came 2 weeks later. The second letter said, the king was still alive. The wound had been deep. The healing was slow. He was being moved to a safer keep further from the fighting. He was in good hands. He sent his love to all. He did not write the letter in his own hand. The captain wrote it for him. For the rest of that winter, Mordred ruled Camelot in a kind of suspended grief. Not yet allowed to mourn. Not yet allowed to celebrate. He took every decision carefully. He governed steadily. He prayed in the chapel sometimes alone late at night. He had not prayed before. He found he liked it. But the lords who had been coming to him in autumn came more often. They brought more lords with them now. They brought younger knights. They brought a senior bishop from a southern see. They said the realm was beginning to drift. They said it needed a clear hand at the helm. They did not ask him to take the crown. Not yet. They asked him to regularize the regency. They asked for a formal oath ceremony. They asked the realm be reassured that the regent ruled as more than a placeholder. They said, "Until the king's safe return, of course." Mordred said, "I will think on it. I will not refuse out of hand. I will not accept without prayer. Come back to me in 3 days." They bowed. They left. He sat alone at the desk. He looked at his folded hands. He thought of his father. He thought of his mother. He felt the shape of the road. That evening he wrote, for the first time in months, to his mother. He told her about the lords. He told her about the bishop. He told her about his father's slow, distant healing. He asked her, "Mother, what would you do?" He sealed the letter with his small bronze coil. He sent it north before dawn. His mother's answer came back in 7 days. Faster than any letter from Orkney had ever come. She had written it the moment his courier handed her the question. She wrote only 3 lines. Accept the oath ceremony. Do not call it a coronation. Govern openly. The king will not return. He did not act on her letter that night. He sat with it. He prayed in the chapel again. He went to bed. He did not sleep. He thought of his father. He thought of his father's hand on his shoulder at the dawn gate. He thought, "He told me to hold. I am holding." In the morning he agreed to the oath ceremony. He insisted, clearly, that it was not a coronation. He insisted the wording state that he ruled in his father's name only. He insisted the king's empty throne be present in the hall. Then he walked out into the cold and let the lords arrange it. The ceremony took place a week later. The throne hall was full. The empty high oak throne stood on its days. Mordred stood on the lowest step in front of it. The bishop in dark blue robes laid the oath book in both his hands. He swore to serve the realm, to keep the king's house, to surrender it at his return. The court bowed to him in his father's name. He did not bow back. He turned to the empty throne. He bowed to it instead. Twice, deeply, the hall watched. Some understood. Some did not. He walked off the dais. He did not sit. He had not earned the seat. For 3 months after that, he governed openly. He sat in his father's chair at council. He gave orders in his own name. He still wrote to his father every week. The replies from Brittany came less and less often. When they came, they were shorter and shorter. The king was slow to mend. He was good at it, better than he had expected. The realm responded to him. Crops grew, markets stabilized. The roads were safer in spring than they had been in 3 years. The realm noticed. The realm was quiet with him in a way that felt like respect. He was 26, he felt 40. He grew older in those months. In carriage. His shoulders set differently. His mouth set differently. The pale gray, green eyes that had been watchful all his life were watchful in a new way now. The watching of a man with something to protect, rather than something to suspect. His mother came south that spring. She had not been to Camelot in over 20 years. She came in a small dark coach with 2 attendants. She did not announce herself. She arrived at midday. The guards did not know whether to bow or not. Mordred came down to the courtyard himself to meet her. He did not embrace her. She had taught him not to. She did not embrace him either. She simply looked at him for a long moment. She said, "You look like a king." He said, "I am not one." She smiled. She said, "Not yet." He led her to the small chamber off the throne hall. The same chamber his father had taken him to when he had first arrived 4 years ago. The long oak table. The 2 Chady had her seated. He sat across. He poured wine. He said, "Why are you here?" "Truly," she said, "because I have heard that you are governing well. Because I have heard that the realm loves you. Because I have heard also that you still write weekly to a man who has not written you a full letter in 3 months. And I came to ask you, what do you mean to do?" He did not answer right away. He turned the wooden cup slowly on the wood between his palms. He said, "I mean to give back what he left me when he returns. If he returns, I will not move on it before then. I gave my oath. I will keep it. That is my answer." She nodded once. She said, "I expected that. That is a good answer. It is the right answer for who you are now. I am not here to change it. I am here to tell you something else. Something I have not told you before. I have been carrying it for some time," she said. "Your father's wound at the ford in Brittany. It was not random. It was an attempt. The Breton king has been paid by someone close to Arthur, to keep him in the south as long as possible. Or, if possible, to keep him there forever," he said. "Ooh," she said. "I do not know yet. I came to tell you what I know. The rest you can find out yourself. You have more access than I do now. I would only say, start with the lords who came to you in autumn. The ones who wanted you to swear." He sat with it for a long moment. He thought of the 2 lords. He thought of the bishop. He thought of the oath ceremony. The way they had insisted on it. The way they had wanted him to be more than a placeholder. He thought, "Mother, do not be right about this. Mother, please do not be right." His mother said, quietly, "I do not enjoy bringing you this. I came south so that you would hear it from someone who has loved you all your life, not from a stranger. Find out the truth. Then act as you must. I will be in the city for 1 week." Then she rose. She left. He stayed there a long time. He did not sit back down. He did not call for anyone. He simply stood and breathed. He thought, "I will find out. I will find out the truth. And if she is right." He did not finish the thought. He didn't yet need to. Hold the young man at that window. Step back. Let me tell you something about Celtic kingship. Because what happens next in this story only makes its real sense if you know what a Celtic king actually was. It was not what we mean by king now. A Celtic king was married to the land. Literally, there was a ceremony. Sometimes a real one with a chosen mortal woman. Sometimes a symbolic one with a horse or a cup of mead or a turned ring of grass. The land chose him. He served it. If he failed it, the land withered. If the king kept his oath, the crops grew. If the king broke his oath, the crops failed. The connection was not magical, exactly. It was relational. A king who broke faith with the land had nothing left to bind his people to him. The bindings simply lost their grip. Arthur understood this in his bones. He had been a young king with a sword and a stone. He had been told he was chosen. He had spent his whole reign trying to be worthy of having been chosen. He had failed in private ways. He had succeeded in public ones. The land had stayed with him. But Mordred was now learning something his father had also had to learn. The land did not love the man. The land loved the keeping of the oath, and the keeping of the oath was a thing one chose, in the small hard hours, again and again. The next test of that was coming. Stay with this. It matters. The next week, Mordred set very carefully about finding out. He did not move openly. He did not arrest anyone. He simply asked the right questions of the right people. He read letters. He listened to merchants. He spoke to 2 clerks in the treasury about which lords had recently sent gold abroad. Within 4 days he had 2 names. Within 6 days he had 3. One of them was the senior bishop. One was the older lord who had spoken most strongly for the oath ceremony. One was someone Mordred had not expected at all. He sat at his desk and stared at the 3rd name a long time before he believed it. His mother was right about the first 2. She had been wrong about there being only 2. There had been 3. The 3rd was a man Mordred had trained beside, a man he had thought a friend. A young knight from a smaller western house. a man who had wept openly the day Mordred was knighted. He did not act that night. He did not act the next day. He went to the underground chapel alone at dawn. He knelt at the altar. He prayed for a long time. He prayed not for vengeance. He prayed to be steady. He prayed that whatever he did next was steady. When he rose, he had decided. He would not move openly. He would not announce. He would not punish in court. He would write privately to his father in Brittany. He would lay out the names. He would ask the king to choose how the realm should answer. He would give the king back his crown intact. He sealed it himself. He sent it south with 2 of his most trusted men. He told them to ride hard. He told them to put it only in his father's own hands. He went on with his governance. He sat in council. He looked the 3 traitors in the eye every day and showed nothing. Patience. The old habit. For a week he waited. For 2. The answer he expected from his father did not come back. Instead, after 12 days, his 2 trusted men returned to Camelot. They came alone. They came at midnight. They came with their faces grim. They asked for him privately. They told him. The keep where the king had been recovering had been attacked 4 nights ago. A small force. Targeted. The king's healers had been killed. The king himself was missing. The captain who had been writing the letters for him was dead. No body had been found for Arthur. None. They had spent a week searching. They had asked. They had threatened. The truth had finally come from a tavern keeper who had seen too much. A small group of men in dark cloaks had taken the king alive. They had taken him south, to the coast, onto a ship. They had not been able to follow the ship. They had not been able to learn its destination. They had returned to tell him. They told him they were sorry. They told him they had carried the letter and not delivered it. They had it still. Did the Lord Regent want it back? Mordred told them, quietly, to keep what they had learned to themselves. He thanked them. He told them to rest in the lower town for 1 full day before being seen. They bowed. They left. He stood alone in the anteroom with the unopened letter to his father in his pale hand. He went back to his tower. He did not sleep. He sat at his small writing table with the unopened letter in front of him. He thought about all the things he had not allowed himself to think about for the last week. He thought about his father. He thought, for the first time in his life, that he might never see him again. By dawn he had decided. He would not announce his father's disappearance publicly. He would tell the council privately the next morning. He would let the realm understand it slowly, naturally. He would ride himself with a small force to find his father. He would not stop until he had. That was the plan. The council the next morning was the strangest of his regency. He told the senior knights and the bishop and the older lords plainly. The king had been taken. They needed to plan. He watched them all very carefully as he spoke. He watched the 3 names from his book. He saw what he had needed to see. He let the council discuss for an hour. He listened to every voice. He said little. He noticed the 3 suggesting calm. He noticed they suggested he stay at Camelot, not ride south himself, to keep the realm steady. He noticed they suggested a senior knight ride instead. He noticed which knight they suggested. He thanked them all. He said he would consider. He dismissed them. He held back one man, a senior knight named Bedwyr, a man older than him by 20 years, a man who had served his father since both of them were young. He brought Bedwyr alone into the small chamber off the throne hall. Mordred told him everything, the 3 names, the investigation, the unopened letter to his father, the intercepted attack, the plan to ride south himself. He asked Bedwyr, "I need someone I can trust to hold Camelot while I am gone. Will you? Do you trust me to come back?" Bedwyr was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I have served your father since I was 19. I will hold his house for you while you find him. I trust you to come back. I trust you to bring him back. Go." Mordred bowed his head. He said, "Thank you." That night Mordred made his preparations to leave at dawn. 2 senior knights, 20 mounted men, provisions for a month. He told only Bedwyr and his mother. He went to his mother's chamber in the lower town where she was staying. He told her his plan. He asked her advice. His mother listened to all of it. When he was done, she did not argue. She said, "You are a better man than I have raised. That is my failure or my triumph. I no longer know which. Go, bring him back. Use your patience. Use your knots. They are the only true things I gave you." He left her at midnight. He went back to his tower. He slept 3 hours. He dressed in plain dark mail under his cloak. He fastened the bronze knotwork brooch at his shoulder. He buckled the iron longsword his father had given him at his left hip. He went down to the courtyard at dawn. But the road south did not give Mordred what he had ridden for. Not the king. Not the trail of the king. Not anything but mile after mile of Cold Spring Road. He rode for 2 weeks. He searched the coast. He paid information. He found one tavern keeper. He learned almost nothing. While he was gone, things changed at Camelot, not because Bedwyr was a bad regent. Bedwyr was a good one. But because 2 messengers arrived from Brittany. Both false, both saying the same thing. Both claiming that the king had been found, that he was dead, that he had died of his wounds 2 weeks past. Bedwyr held the news for as long as he could. He sent fast riders north and south to find Mordred. He kept the lords and the bishop in council. He said the king was missing. That was all anyone needed to know. But the rumor still moved through the lower town in 3 days. By the 7th day, the whole realm believed the king was dead. The bishop and the older lord and the young knight saw their moment. They had been preparing for it for months. They moved on the 8th day. They came to Bedwyr with a delegation of supporters. They demanded a regency council. They demanded the regent, meaning Mordred, be formally crowned upon his return. Bedwyr refused, he said. The Lord Regent has not returned. The king has not been confirmed dead. There will be no coronation. There will be no regency council. The Lord Regent's instructions remain in force. We will wait. His refusal was firm. It cost him. He was a good man. He was not a king. They waited 2 more days. Mordred had still not returned. The bishop and the older lord gathered 20 knights of their own factions. They walked into Camelot Throne Hall at midnight. They presented Bedwyr with a written demand. They said, "Step aside. The realm needs a king. We will crown him when he returns." Bedwyr said, "No." He drew his sword. He stood at the foot of his old friend's dais. 20 knights stood across from him. A senior knight named Say stepped from the shadows behind Bedwyr. Then another named Lucan. Then 3 more. Loyal men. Then 6 more. Then 10. The throne hall filled slowly with men taking sides. The fight was short and very bad. Inside the great hall at midnight, 40 men in mail with drawn swords on the polished stone floor between the columns. By dawn it had ended. Bedwyr was alive but wounded. C was dead. 6 of the bishop's knights were dead, 3 of Bedwyr's. The young knight from Mordred's book was dead. The bishop and the older lord were captives. Bedwyr sent fast riders again, to find Mordred, to tell him what had happened, to tell him to come home as quickly as a horse could carry him. The riders found him 3 days later on the coast of southern Britain. He was sitting at an inn fire, his small force around him. He had failed to find his father. He was preparing to ride further south. They told him. He sat down. He set the wooden cup back on the table very carefully. He looked at the fire. He looked at his own hands. He looked at the men around him. He stood up. He said, "We ride for Camelot tonight. Eat now. Eat fast." Then he walked out into the night air alone. They rode for Camelot. 4 days hard. Mordred barely slept on the road. He thought all the way. He thought about C dead, about Bedwyr wounded, about his father somewhere south on a ship, alive or not, about the bishop and the older lord captive, awaiting his judgment, about the realm, about what it now needed. When he reached Camelot, the gates were open. The guards were his guards. Bedwyr was still wounded but alive in his chambers. The bishop and the older lord were still in the dungeons. The realm was holding its breath. The whole city knew the regent had come back. They watched him ride in. Nobody bowed. Nobody looked away. He did not stop in the courtyard. He rode straight to Bedwyr's chambers. He left his men in the yard. He spent an hour with the old knight. Bedwyr told him everything. They wept together briefly for see. Then Mordred stood. He went to the dungeons. He stood in front of the bishop's cell. He looked at the man through the iron bars. He did not speak to the bishop. He simply looked. The bishop did not look away. Both understood. Mordred turned. He walked back up the long stone stair. He went to his own chambers. He bathed. He slept 4 hours. He woke at dawn. He called the council. He said, "We must act." Stop the young man at the head of the table. Step back one last time before the end. Let me tell you why the Arthurian myth, this exact story, this exact betrayal, survived 1500 years and still gets told and retold in every century, in every medium. It is not for the reason most people think. It is not because of the heroism. There are plenty of heroic stories. It is not because of the magic. There are plenty of stories with wizards and swords and stones. It is not even because of the love triangle. There were love triangles before the Arthurian one, and many after it. It survived for one reason. It put the saddest possible question at the heart of a great story. The question is, what do you do when the people you most want to love each other cannot? When their love would unmake the world? The Arthurian story holds that question in its center like a stone in a fist. Arthur loves Guinevere. Guinevere loves Lancelot. Lancelot loves Arthur. Mordred loves all three of them badly, the way a young person loves people who do not quite know how to make room for him. None of these loves are wrong. All of them, together, are catastrophic. That is why the story survives. Because every century rediscovers that exact question. Because every life touches some version of it. Because we all know, somewhere, what it is to love people who cannot quite love each other in the way our love requires. Now back to the council. Back to the young man at the head of the table. He told the council what he intended. He would not be crowned. He would not punish in haste. The bishop and the older lord would stand trial publicly under Camelot's old laws. Then he would lead a force back to Brittany himself, with a better intelligence, and find his father. He asked the council to back him. They did, unanimously. He set the trial for 1 week. He set the new expedition to Brittany for 2 weeks. He sent his fastest courier south once more, with a new letter to whatever loyal commanders still served his father, telling them to coordinate with him on his coming arrival. Then he went back to his tower. He slept 12 hours straight. But the story will not let him have those 2 weeks. On the 3rd day after that council, a single ship made landfall at the southern coast of Britain. A dark Breton ship with a black sail. It carried 3 passengers. The leader of them rode north for Camelot the same hour. He rode with terrible news. He reached Camelot at dawn on the 5th day. He asked at the gates for the Lord Regent. He gave a name that the guards recognized. A senior steward of the Breton court, a man who had been in Arthur's company during the campaign. They brought him in immediately. They brought him to Mordred's working chamber. He bowed. He spoke. The steward said, "My Lord Regent, I have come from Brittany. I have come with my own hands at risk. I have to tell you in person." He paused. He said, "Your father is alive." Mordred's hands clenched on the desk. He said, the steward said, "He is at sea. He is sailing here. He should arrive in 3 days." Mordred said, "Thank God. Thank God," 3 times. The steward did not interrupt him. The steward waited. When Mordred had stopped, the steward said, quietly, "There is more. My lord, your father believes you have moved against him. He sails here with 7,000 men. He sails to take Camelot back." The steward told him the rest. False letters had reached the king in Brittany during his recovery. Letters written in Mordred's hand, sealed with Mordred's bronze coil. Letters saying Mordred had taken the crown. Letters saying he had married the queen. Letters saying Arthur was not welcome to return. none of them written by Mordred. Mordred said, "Who wrote these? Who got them to him?" The steward said, "I do not know who wrote them. I know who took them to him. The young knight you trained beside. The one your father loved well. He was a courier. He died, recently, at Camelot, I gather. He died too soon for us to learn more," Mordred said quietly. The steward said, "Yes, my lord. I am sorry. I rode straight to you. I have no more news than this. Your father will land at the southern coast in 3 days. He will march for Camelot. He will not stop to ask questions. Forgive me." He bowed. He stood. Mordred thanked him. He had him given a chamber, food, sleep. He sent a runner to Bedwyr. He sent a runner to his mother. He sent a runner to the senior loyal knights. He called the council for noon. He stood up from the desk. He walked once across the working chamber. He set both hands against the wall. At noon he stood at the head of the round table. He told them everything. The forged letters. The army on the sea. The 3 days. He said, "My father is coming home believing I am his enemy. I do not know if I can prove otherwise in 3 days. We may have to fight him. I have to ask all of you, will you fight him with me? Or will you stand aside?" They stood with him. To a man. Even the wounded Bedwyr stood with him. Even the few who had wavered earlier stood with him. They did not stand with him to fight Arthur. They stood with him to march south, to meet the army on the Bracken Plain at CHULAINN battlefield, and try one last time to send a parley before swords were drawn. They marched out the next dawn, 3,000 mounted men, 5,000 on foot, banners of red and gold, banners with Mordred's small new coil and crescent sigil beside them. They rode south. They reached CHULAINN battlefield on the second evening. They made camp in the bracken. Across the slow river, on the far rise, the king's army was already in camp. He sent the parley at dusk. 3 of his most senior loyal knights, unarmored, riding under a white banner, carrying the Breton steward with them as witness. They crossed the river. They were received in Arthur's camp. They presented their case. Arthur, exhausted and grieving, hesitated. He agreed to meet his son the next morning at dawn at the center of the field, alone, to talk. At dawn the next day, Mordred and Arthur walked toward each other across the Bracken Plain. Unarmed, they had agreed. Just the 2 of them. Behind them, 2 armies stood at attention along their respective lines, watching. The mist of CHULAINN battlefield rose slowly off the slow river. The whole plain held its breath. Father and son met at the center. They spoke, quietly. For a long time, Mordred showed Arthur the forged letters. Arthur understood. Arthur wept openly. Father and son embraced at the center of the Bracken Plain. Both armies watched. Both armies began slowly to set down their weapons. A single thing then happened. Small, almost accidental. A single thing. We will return to it tomorrow. For now, just hold this image. The 2 armies. The 2 men. The mist rising. The first true peace either of them had known in a long time. Hold it. Stay there. A small adder slid through the bracken at the feet of one young soldier on Arthur's side. He drew his sword to kill it. The flash of the blade in the morning sun. Both armies saw it. Both armies thought the parley had been broken. Both armies charged. There was no stopping it. Neither side could hear orders over the roar. Father and son stood at the center as the wave came toward them from both directions. They had only seconds. They turned. They ran back to their respective lines. They drew their swords. They had been given no other choice. The battle was the worst either kingdom had ever known. Thousands fell. The Bracken Plain became dark. The slow river ran red by midday. Mordred fought at the head of his men. Arthur fought at the head of his. Neither sought the other out. Both knew they were going to meet at the center. Both delayed it. By late afternoon, both armies had broken. Most were dead. Most of the rest were too wounded to stand. Mordred stood at the center of the plain with perhaps 30 men left around him. Across the bracken he saw his father, with perhaps 30 men of his own. The 2 groups stood and looked at each other for a long time. Neither moved. Arthur stepped forward alone. He walked across the bracken alone. He carried Excalibur lowered. He stopped at 3 paces. Mordred stepped forward to meet him. He carried his iron longsword lowered. Both faces were wet. Both said nothing for a long moment. Then Arthur said, very quietly, "I do not want to do this." Mordred said, "Neither do I. But the field has decided. We are both kings now. Of nothing I am sorry, father. I am sorry for every man on this plain. I am sorry for both of us." Arthur nodded. He said, "I forgive you. You forgive me." Mordred said, "Yes, I forgive you. We have a moment first." They stood there a long moment. The 2 small surviving groups of their men around them, very still on either side. Then Mordred said, quietly, "When we lift our blades, my king, do not flinch. I will not. We finish this so the field stops. So our men can leave." Arthur said, "Yes." Then yes. Both raised their swords. Both struck. Excalibur went through Mordred's mail just below the ribs on the left side. The iron longsword Arthur had given his son went through the king's mail at the same place on the same side. Father and son stood, very still, with their blades joined in each other. The plain went very quiet. They held there for a breath, both still standing. Mordred said, "Father." Arthur said, "Son." They lowered each other carefully to the ground together. They lay side by side in the bracken at the center of the plain. The plain did not move. The 2 surviving groups began, slowly, to come forward. The 2 surviving groups did not finish each other. Not when they saw their leaders down. Not when they saw the 2 of them lying calmly side by side, still alive, still talking softly. Both groups simply set down their weapons. Both groups walked forward. They came to their kings. They knelt around them in the bracken. They wept. Mordred said, quietly, "Take my father from this field. Carry him gently. Find the lake, the barge, the 3 women. The old stories new. Take him, bed live, wounded, kneeling in the bracken beside him. Wept openly." He said, "And you," Mordred said, "I will be along maybe. Soon enough. Go." They lifted his father carefully on a litter of cloaks and spear shafts. They carried him west, toward the lake, toward the Haviland shore. Mordred lay where they had laid him, in the bracken, alone but for one night who would not leave him. Bedwyr stayed. They watched the sun sink slowly toward the western hills. Mordred said softly to Bedwyr, "If he lives, and the old stories say he will, somewhere, somehow, tell him I forgave him. Tell him I knew at the end that he had been trying. Tell him I knew the letters were forged. Tell him I knew. Tell him," he paused, his voice tired, "tell him I loved him. Plainly I loved him." Bedwyr nodded. He said, "I will tell him. I will find him. I will tell him." Mordred smiled, actually smiled slowly at the corner of his mouth, the first real smile in months. He said, "Good. Then I have done what I came south for. Truly, I did not betray him. I came home. He died at twilight. He died on a plain his ancestors had walked. He died with one true friend beside him. He died smiling faintly. He died forgiven. He died forgiving. The land took him quietly back. The dusk fell soft. Bedwyr stayed beside him until full dark. Then he stood. He carried him east, by hand, toward the standing stones. Here is the thing the older stories try to teach us. Mordred was not a villain. Not really. Not in the deep telling. He was a boy who was told a story about himself before he could hold a stick. He was a boy who tried, the whole adult length of his life, to walk away from that story. The story walked beside him anyway. The story finally caught him. That is the cruelty of all stories told too early about a person. We become them, even when we are trying very hard not to. Even when we have, for many years, almost stepped away. The shape of the road takes its shape from the names we were given, and from the names other people were given for us. That is what the old myth is asking us quietly, each century when we pick it back up. It is asking, what stories were you given about yourself before you had hands? What did you build out of them? What did you build despite them? What if you set one down gently tonight, just to see who is underneath? And the old myth is also asking, About Arthur. About what kind of love a father owes the child who frightens him. About whether you can be a good king and a bad father. About whether you can be a good father late, very late, after a very long mistake. The old myth says yes, late is still real, late still counts. That is what survives from this story 1500 years on. Not the swords. Not the prophecy. Not even the great round table. What survives is two hands meeting at the center of a quiet field. Father and son, late. Both forgiving. Both forgiven. Both saying, finally, the simple word, yes, before the field decides. The story did not stop at the bracken plain. It moved on quietly by boat, by harper, by scriptorium, by campfire. Mordred's name traveled into 1,000 other rooms across 1,000 other nights. Each room kept what it needed and let the rest go. The first written versions made him a villain, pure and simple, a traitor in a coil and crescent surcoat. That was the version most of the medieval church preferred. It was easy, it was useful. It made Arthur perfect by contrast. Most people for many centuries only knew that version, but Welsh tradition kept the older shape. In the Welsh tellings, Mordred is more complicated. Sometimes Arthur's nephew, sometimes his son, sometimes a quiet good ruler in his own right, whose only real failure was that he existed at all. The Welsh remembered the human part. Tennyson in the 1800s made him a quiet villain again. A modern poet's villain, clever, cold, calculating. A useful figure for a Victorian morality that wanted clear edges around its kings. Tennyson did beautiful work. He did Mordred a little dirty, in retrospect. But the poems are still beautiful. T.H. White in the 1900s did better. In his telling, Mordred is a sad boy. A boy raised by a woman who was wounded too young. A boy who never had a chance. T.H. White let us feel sorry for him. Not too sorry. Just enough that we could see ourselves in him briefly. In the 1980s, films and TV picked him up. Sometimes he was a sneering antagonist in armor. Sometimes he was a tragic son with eyes like his father's. Sometimes both in the same film, in different scenes. The modern eye looked at Mordred and saw a question, not an answer. Video games kept him alive in their own way. They put him at the end of dungeons. They put him in the family trees of role-playing campaigns. A new generation of players met Mordred not in books, but in a long quest, late at night, on a quiet screen. The story kept finding ways forward. Modern novelists keep returning to him. Some give him a wife. Some give him children. Some give him a different ending, Kunder, where he and Arthur reconcile fully and ride together north. Some give him a sadder one. Each generation pulls the same name back out of the fire to ask the same question. The question is always the same. Are we born what we were told we would be? Or are we something else, walking through that telling, every day, trying to choose? The Arthurian story does not answer it. It just hands the question on. Each century picks it back up. Tonight we picked it back up. And, gently, we will set it down again. The young man on the bracken plain. The father carried west to the misty lake. The mother in her hall with the candle burning low. The two armies that ended one another. The slow river still running. Set it all down now, softly. The lake at dawn. Silver mist on still water. The old stories all agreed on this much. The dying king was carried to a misty shore. A long wooden barge drifted at the reedy edge. 3 hooded women in dark green robes stood quietly at the prow. The lake breathed. The mist breathed. The dying king was laid gently down. The barge slipped from the reeds. It drifted out into the silver mist. Next time, somewhere colder, older, a different kind of fire. For now, the lake, the mist, the slow drift. Somewhere on a black northern coast, a woman at her loom set her shuttle down. The candle flame steadied. She did not weep. The bracken plain at full dark. The fallen carried in by torchlight. The slow river running quiet now. Camelot in the dawn. The pale stone tower quiet. The banners furled. The town beginning to wake. The road north stretches empty under a brightening sky. Old stones, soft heather. The wind goes quiet. Set the story down softly. Both armies. Both men, the two hands that finally met. Let it rest. Sleep softly. The old stories will keep. We'll be here when you're ready. Good night.
How was your day? Maybe a sadness found you before you knew its reason. Just a heaviness arriving early, like grief that came before the news. There is a woman in Irish stories who weeps for people she has never met. They call her the BANSHEE. If today felt heavy for no clear reason, she would understand that feeling. So let yourself settle now. The air here is cool and green, the grass wet underfoot. Somewhere across the dark fields, a single candle burns in a small stone window. Inside that cottage, an old woman stops with her candle half raised. A sound has come through the shutters, thin, rising, not the wind. She knows it. She has heard it before. Out on the hill, the cry rises and falls. It is not anger. It is not even fear. It is something older, a grief that knows what is coming and will not let it come unmarked. Here's the question that has carried this story for centuries. Why would a spirit weep for a family that is not her own? What grief stays awake long after the one who carried it is gone? They say she comes only to the oldest families. That her cry is not a punishment but a warning, a chance to gather, to say the words that should not be left unsaid. Remember that for later. And maybe that is the part that stays with us. We have all known a sorrow that arrived too early, a feeling that something was ending before anyone said so out loud. This is what we do here. Every week, one old story slowly. Something that happened long ago and still seems to know something about tonight. Get comfortable now. Soften your pillow. Find your warmth. If you drift off before the end, the old story will not mind. It has watched over sleeping people for a very long time. This is only the beginning. The part most people never reach, how she came to weep at all, that is still ahead. But not tonight. Tonight, just this. If tonight felt like something, subscribe. We will be here next week. Another story, another night like this. Now back to ours. So picture the family she watches over. An old line, older than the church on the hill, living in a long stone hall where the same hearth has burned for hundreds of years. In that hall lives an old man, the last who still remembers the stories. His wife keeps a candle in the window, and a small grandson plays by the fire, too young to be afraid of anything yet. For years the family has been spared. No cry on the hill, no washer at the ford. The old man almost let himself believe she had forgotten them. Almost. Then came the evening. The river changed its sound. The water still moved over the stones, but now there was something kneeling beside it, wringing pale cloth that no one had given her to wash. The boy saw her first. He did not scream. He only stood very still at the water's edge, watching the gray woman work, until she lifted her face, and he saw that she was weeping. That night the candle in the window seemed smaller than before, and to understand why she wept, why she had wept for 1,000 years, we have to go back to a time when she was not a spirit at all, when she was only a girl named Eithne. Long before the gray cloak and the mist, there was a village in a green valley, and a girl who lived at its edge. Her name was Eithne. She had a quiet face and a quieter way of moving. She was not the loudest girl, nor the brightest, but the old women noticed something in her early. When sorrow came to a house, Eithne always knew before the door was opened. She simply knew. Maybe you know that kind of knowing, not magic, just a feeling in the chest before the phone rings. A weight that arrives before the reason. Eithne felt it more than most. In her village, when someone died, a woman would come to sing them out of the world. They called her the Keener, the Bean Caoint. Her song was not pretty. It was raw, and it was meant to be. The keening woman gave grief a shape. She cried so the family could cry. She named the loss out loud so it would not stay trapped and silent in their chests. It was hard, holy work. Eithne watched the Keener from the back of the room, year after year. She watched the way the song turned a room full of stone faces soft. She watched grief leave bodies that had been holding it too long. And one winter, the old Keener of the village grew too weak to sing. She called Eithne to her bedside. She pressed a small bone comb into the girl's hand. "It is yours now," she said, "the grief and the gift." The comb was old, older than the Keener, older than her Keener before her, worn smooth by generations of hands. Eithne did not understand yet what she was holding. She only knew it was heavy in a way bone should not be. The old Keener died 3 nights later. And it was Ethne who stood over her, frightened and young, and opened her mouth and let the first cry come. It came out crooked, but it came. After that, the village came to her. When a death drew near, Ethne would feel it first, a cold thread pulling at her chest. Then she would walk to the house and wait, and when the time came, she would sing. This is the part the stories rarely tell. Ethne did not only mourn the dead, she carried the warning too. Her arrival told a family the end was near. Time to gather, to forgive, to say what mattered. Stay with this. It matters before the end. Her cry was never only sorrow. It was a gift of time, a few hours of warning so that no one would be taken without a goodbye. Years passed this way. Ethne grew from a frightened girl into a steady woman. The village trusted her. Children were a little afraid of her, the way children are afraid of deep water. But the old ones loved her. She married, in time, a quiet man who fished the river and did not flinch at what she did. They built a small house near the ford, where the water ran shallow over flat gray stones. They had a daughter, a small wild thing with her mother's gray-green eyes, who laughed at the river and chased the reeds in the wind. For a while, Ethne's house held only living sounds. Ethne still kept the comb, still walked to the dying houses when the cold thread pulled. But now she had something to come home to, and she let herself believe, quietly, that grief was something that happened to other families. But the gift does not spare the one who carries it. You may already feel where this is going. The cold thread does not skip a house because the keener lives in it. One spring, it pulled at her own chest. She knew the feeling too well to mistake it. She had felt it for strangers 100 times. Now it was here, inside her own walls, pulling toward the small bed where her daughter slept. The fever came fast that spring. It moved through the valley like cold water. Ethne knew every herb, every prayer, every old trick. She used them all. None of it was enough. For 3 nights she did not sleep. She held the small hot hand. She begged the cold thread to be wrong just this once. It had never been wrong. It was not wrong now. Her daughter died at the gray hour before dawn, with her hand in her mother's. And for the first time in her life, Ethne could not sing. The gift that gave shape to grief had no shape for her own. The village waited for her cry. It did not come. The woman who had sung 100 families through their sorrow stood mute at her own child's graveside. Her mouth would not open. The grief had nowhere to go. Here is the vow that changed everything. Standing at that grave, Ethne made a promise she did not fully understand. "I will never let another be taken in silence," she whispered, "not while I can still cry." It was the kind of promise grief makes too large for one life to keep. But some vows are heard further than we mean them to travel. Out beyond the churchyard wall, in the misty hill, something old turned to listen. For weeks after, Ethne barely spoke. Her husband fished the river and came home to a quiet house. She sat by the water where her daughter had laughed, and watched the reeds bend, and felt nothing move in her chest. The cold thread still came. Other families still needed her. And slowly she returned to the work, walking to the dying houses, opening her mouth, letting the cry come. But now she cried differently. Now she cried like one of them. The families noticed. Her cry had always been good. Now it was something more. When Ethne keened, it was as if she carried their grief and her own together, and the weight of both made the room feel less alone. Years folded over one another. Ethne's husband grew old, and the cold thread came for him too. She sat with him at the end the way she had sat with so many strangers, and this time, when he was gone, she sang. She buried him beside their daughter under the leaning crosses, and now the little house by the ford held no living sound at all, only Ethne and the comb, and the river going on as rivers do. You might think this is where her story ends. An old woman alone by a river, waiting for her own cold thread to come. But the gift had made her something the years could not simply close. Her grief had grown too large to die with her. She kept her vow without quite meaning to. As long as she lived, no one in the valley was taken in silence. Her cry went out for every death, near or far. The whole valley had become, in a way, her family. And the families remembered. They began to say that the keener of the ford was no ordinary woman, that her cry reached places it should not reach, that she knew of depths and valleys she had never walked. They were beginning to be right. One among the old families took special note. a line that lived in a long stone hall on the hill, older than the village, older than memory. They had heard her cry the night their own grandmother died, and they never forgot the comfort in it. That family began to leave gifts at her door: bread, wool, a jar of honey. Not payment. They knew better than to pay her. It was more like the way you leave something at a shrine. A quiet thanks, a quiet hope to be remembered. She knew what they were asking, even if they did not say it. They were asking her to be theirs, to watch their line, to make sure that when their time came, the cry would find them, and something in her, weary and willing, said yes. So when the old grandfather of that family lay dying, Ethne walked the long path up the hill. She had never been inside the great hall before. She found it warm with firelight and full of carved knots, and heavy with the names of the dead. She sang the old grandfather out gently. The family wept and were not alone in it, and as she sang, Ethne felt something settle over her, a sense that this hall, these people, this long green hill, had become hers to keep. From that night, the family and the keener were bound. Their joys were not hers, but their sorrows were. And in the years that followed, whenever death drew near that hall, Ethne always knew, and Ethne always came. But Ethne was still mortal. Her hair was white now, her hands shook around the comb, and the cold thread, the one she had felt for so many others, was at last beginning to pull very gently at her own old chest. She was not afraid of dying. She had walked too many others to the door to fear it, but one thing troubled her. When she was gone, who would cry for the family on the hill? Who would keep her vow? She had no daughter to pass the comb to. No young woman in the village had the gift. The cold thread pulled, and Ethne sat by her dying fire and worried over a promise she could no longer keep until she heard her name called from the hill. Let us pause here, by Ethne's fire, and talk for a moment about that cry, the keen, because it was real. Long ago in Ireland, women truly were called to sing the dead out of the world. They were called the bean giant, the keening women. They did not sing pretty hymns. They wailed and clapped and rocked and made a sound that frightened outsiders. To the family, that sound was a mercy. They understood something we sometimes forget. Grief that stays silent turns to stone inside the body. The keen broke that stone open. It gave the family permission to fall apart, together, and then to slowly mend. And from these real women, the old stories grew a greater one. What if there were a keener who never tired, never died, who cried not after a death, but before it? A warning wrapped in a lament. That is the banshee. The word itself tells the story. Bean Sidhe, woman of the fairy mound, not a demon, not a ghost, a woman of the other world, attached by love or old bond to a single mortal family. Now, back to Ethne and the voice from the hill. The voice was soft, and it knew her name. It did not come on the wind. It came from somewhere underneath the wind, the way her own cold thread came, from a place beneath the ordinary world. She should have been afraid. An old woman alone called into the dark by an unseen thing. But Ethne had spent her life walking toward what others fled. She took up her comb. She followed the voice. The path led her to the lone hawthorn tree. You know the kind, the fairy thorn, standing alone in a field where no farmer dares to cut it. Faded ribbons hung from its branches. The voice was close now, just on the other side. Ethne stopped beneath the thorn. I know you are there, she said to the dark. I have felt your kind my whole life. You are the place my cold thread comes from. Show yourself. And the dark answered. The mist drew together into the shape of a tall woman, silver-haired, crowned with twisted branches, glowing with a cool light that cast no shadow. She was beautiful, and she was very old, and her violet eyes held no cruelty at all. I have watched you for 50 years, the fairy woman said. I have heard every cry you sent into the dark. You give grief a shape. We of the mound have lost that art, and you're dying, Ethne. Your gift will die with you. Ethne thought of the family on the hill, of her broken vow, of all the deaths to come that no one would mark. Then I have failed them, she said quietly. I promised no one would be taken in silence, and now I cannot keep it. That is why I called you, the fairy woman said. I can offer you a choice. Cross with me into the mound, and your mortal life will end, but your cry will not. You could keep your vow forever, or you could lay it down and rest. It was not a small offer. To rest meant peace, to lie at last beside her husband and her daughter under the leaning crosses. To cross meant grief without end, to weep for strangers forever, to never truly lie down. Maybe you would have chosen rest. Most would. After a life of carrying everyone's sorrow, who could blame a tired old woman for wanting, at last, to set the weight down and sleep? But Eithne thought of her daughter dying in silence because her own mother's grief had frozen her throat. She thought of how that silence had felt, the worst sound she had ever not made, and she knew her answer. "I will cross," she said, "not for myself, for them. No one I have loved will go into the dark unmarked ever again. If that means I never rest, then I never rest. Some promises are worth more than peace." The fairy woman smiled, not in triumph, but in something like recognition, as if she had hoped for this answer, and feared it too. "Then come," she said. "The mound is open, but know this, love is the only thing that hurts forever." Hand in hand, they walked toward the hill. With every step, Eithne felt lighter. Her bent back straightened. Her white hair began to lift in a wind that touched nothing else. The years were loosening their grip on her. At the foot of the hill stood a ring of small standing stones, and within them the dark mouth of the mound. Eithne had passed this place 1,000 times in daylight and felt nothing. Now it hummed with a low, waiting music. "Once you enter," the fairy woman said, "time will not hold you as it holds the living. A night here may be 100 years out there. Are you ready to leave the world you know?" Eithne looked back, once, at the dark valley. She saw the little house by the ford, dark now, the churchyard where her loved ones slept, the hall on the hill where the living family she had chosen still burned their fire. Everything she had ever loved, held in one glance. "I am ready," she said. And she turned from the valley and stepped into the dark of the mound. The standing stones hummed, the mist closed behind her like water closing over a stone, and the night went quiet. Inside there was no narrow tunnel as she expected. The dark opened into light. She stepped from the cramped mouth of the mound straight into a glade greener than any spring she had ever seen, glowing softly under a moon that had no clear place in the sky. The grass was soft and faintly luminous. Flowers she had no names for glowed like low embers. And the air was warm and still and held no grief at all. For the first time in many years, Eithne felt no weight on her chest. She looked down at her own hands. The spots and wrinkles were fading. Her white hair was darkening toward the brown of her youth. The mound was giving her back her years and asking silently whether she truly wished to spend them weeping. Other figures moved at the edges of the glade. Tall, pale, beautiful, unhurried, the folk of the mound. They watched her with mild curiosity, the way you might watch a bird that has flown in through an open window. "They do not grieve," the fairy woman said, following Eithne's gaze. "They have lived too long to lose anything. That is why we have no keener of our own. We forgot how. We forgot why anyone would want to." Eithne understood then why she had been called. Not as a servant, as a teacher. She carried something the deathless ones had lost, the ache of loving things that end, and they were, in their cool, eternal way, a little envious of it. "Stay," the fairy folk seemed to say without words. "Stay, and forget the small dying world. Be young here forever. Lay down the comb, lay down the grief. There is nothing to mourn in a place where nothing ends." For one long, warm moment, Eithne wanted it. To be young, to be free of the weight, to stop feeling the cold thread pull. Who would not want that? Who has not wished on the hardest nights to simply stop feeling? But then, far away and faint, through the green and glowing air she heard it. A cold thread, pulling somewhere out in the dying world, in a long stone hall on a hill. A death was drawing near. The family she had chosen needed her. Her fingers closed tight around the comb. The temptation fell away like a dropped cloak. "No," she said softly to the watching folk. "I did not cross over to forget. I crossed over to remember. Take me to the edge. I have a cry to give." The fairy woman bowed her head, and the other folk drew back. They had their answer. Eithne would not be one of them. She would be something new and something old, a keener for the deathless, a bridge between the two worlds. As she walked toward the edge of the glade, something began to change in her. Her returned youth held, but a gray cloak settled over her shoulders from nowhere. Her dark hair paled toward rain gray. The mark of her new calling was settling in. She paused at the threshold of mist between the worlds. Behind her, the glowing glade. Before her, the cold, dark valley and the family who needed her. She took a breath she no longer truly needed, and she stepped through. She stepped out of the mist and into the cold valley night, but everything had changed. The grass did not bend under her feet. The wind passed through her gray cloak without stirring it. She had crossed over, and the world no longer quite touched her. She looked toward the village. The houses she knew were gone. New ones stood in their places, with unfamiliar roofs. The night in the mound had been long indeed. Years had slipped by while she chose, maybe many years. Only two things were unchanged. The river still ran over its flat gray stones at the ford, and the long stone hall still burned its fire on the hill. The family endured. That, at least, the years had not taken. And there it was again, the cold thread, but changed too. As a mortal she had felt it only nearby. Now it pulled at her from across the whole valley, sharp and clear, leading her toward the hall on the hill. Someone in that hall was dying tonight. She did not know their name. The family she had bound herself to had lived on for generations while she chose in the mound. These were the great-grandchildren of the ones she had known. This is the strangest part of her new life and the truest. She would mourn people she had never met, people who did not know her name. She would love a family the way you love a story passed down, by its shape, not its faces. She came to the hall but did not go in. She did not need to. That was not her way now. Instead, she went to the river ford below it, knelt at the dark water, and felt her hands move on their own toward the cloth. She did not understand it at first. Her hands wrung pale cloth from the dark water, cloth that had not been there a moment before. It came up streaked faintly red. She knew, without being told, whose it was. This was the washing. An old part of her kind she had not known she carried. To wash the grave clothes of the one about to die, down at the ford, while they still breathed in the hall above. A grief begun before it was owed. When the cloth was washed and laid upon the stone, she rose. The cold thread pulled tighter. The hour was near. She climbed the hill in silence and stood beneath the hall's high window, where the dying one lay within. And there, beneath the window, she opened her mouth for the first time as a spirit. She did not know what would come. A breath drew in, and out of her rose a sound no mortal throat could make, her first keen as the banshee. The cry rose up the stone wall and slipped through the shutters. Inside, the family froze. They knew the old tales. They knew what the sound meant, and though it frightened them, it also gathered them to the bedside, while there was still time. This is the thing the cry truly did. It was not a sentence of death. The death was already coming. The cry was a gift of warning, a handful of hours to hold a hand, to forgive, to say goodbye, just as Eithne had always given. Outside, the banshee kept her cry until the cold thread loosened and went slack. The death had come. The elder had gone, but not in silence and not alone. Her vow, after all this time, was kept once more. When it was done, she felt something she had not expected. Not triumph. Not even sorrow exactly. A kind of quiet rightness. The weight in her chest had a purpose again. She had become what her grief had always wanted to be. Useful. She turned from the hall and drifted back down toward the ford, her work done for now, and there she learned the rhythm of her new and endless days. She would wait. The family would live, and only when death drew near would she be called again. Between the deaths there was a great deal of waiting. Maybe you know that kind of waiting. Not dramatic, just long. The quiet years where nothing seems to happen, and yet underneath everything is slowly moving toward what comes next. She watched the family from a distance through those waiting years. She saw children born in the hall, and grow and marry, and have children of their own. She never spoke to them. She only watched, the way you watch over something you love but cannot touch. She learned their faces, their voices carried on the wind, the small habits that passed down a family line, the way they all tilted their heads when they laughed, the way the children all loved the river. She came to know them without ever being known. And every so often the cold thread would pull, and she would rise and wash the cloth, and climb the hill and cry. An old one most often ready to go. The cry was sorrow, yes, but a gentle sorrow. The sorrow of a long life ending well. For a long time it was this way, and it was almost bearable. The deaths came in their season, like leaves. An old grandmother, an old uncle, people who had lived full lives. She cried for them and felt the gentle ache of natural endings. But not all deaths come in their season. You know this. The leaves fall in autumn, but sometimes a green one is torn down in a summer storm. And the banshee feared those most of all, the young ones, the ones taken early. Because every time a young one of the family fell ill, she remembered her own daughter, the small hot hand, the gray dawn, the silence she could not break, and she would pray to powers she no longer believed in that this time the thread would loosen and let go. It never did. The thread did not bargain. It only announced she could not save a single one of them. She could only make sure they were not alone at the end. For most of her long years, she made herself accept that this was enough. But acceptance is a thing that wears thin. And one autumn, generations into her watch, the cold thread pulled in a way it never had before. It did not lead to the hall. It led down to the river, to a small one, playing too close to the dark water. A little girl, no more than 6, with gray-green eyes the same shade as her own had been, long ago. She had wandered from the hall to chase a wooden boat down the stream, the way children do, the way her own daughter once had. And the cold thread told the banshee what was coming. The bank was slick. The water ran deeper than it looked. In a few moments the child would slip and the river would take her, and there would be a new small grave under the leaning crosses. Every law of her nature said, wait, wash the cloth, cry the warning, let the death come, and make it gentle. She was a mourner, not a savior. She had never once changed what the thread foretold. She was not made to. But she looked at those gray-green eyes, and every law of her nature lost to the one thing that had made her in the first place, a mother's grief. She would not wash this child's cloth. She would not this one, not again. She crossed the water and learned in that moment just how little of the living world she could still touch. Her hands passed through the reeds. Her feet found no purchase. She could not pull the child back. She was made of mist and sorrow, and mist cannot hold a child. The child's foot slipped on the slick bank. She cried out, more startled than afraid. And the banshee, who could not catch her, did the only thing a creature of sound and sorrow could do. She did not wait for death. She cried out first, a warning, loud, and now. The cry tore up the hill and through the open door of the hall. It was not her usual lament. It was sharp and rising and wrong, and the child's mother, hearing it, knew at once that something was terribly amiss and dropped everything and ran. The child went into the water. The current pulled her under, and the banshee, helpless to grasp her, kept crying louder, harder, pouring every shred of herself into the sound, a lighthouse made of grief, calling the mother to the exact dark bend of the river. The mother reached the bend. She heard nothing but a cry she would never be able to explain. But she saw the little wooden boat spinning in the eddy. She plunged her arms into the dark water, and her hands closed on a small wrist. She pulled. The river fought her, and then it gave the child up. Mother and daughter fell back onto the muddy bank together, the little one coughing river water, alive, while a gray figure across the water lowered her head and went silent at last. The child lived. The cold thread, for the first time in all her ages, had been wrong, or rather had been answered. The banshee had not been able to save her with her hands, but her cry had reached the one pair of hands that could. She understood something then that would carry her through all the long centuries to come. She could not stop death. That was never hers to do. But her cry, her grief made loud, could move the living to act, and sometimes that was enough to change everything. But there was a cost. The folk of the mound had warned her, in their way. To love a mortal family is to lose them, again and again, forever. The child she had saved would grow, and live, and love, and one day, far off, the thread would pull for her too. She had only borrowed time, but she had learned that borrowed time is not nothing. It is, in fact, almost everything. The years that child would now have, the love she would give and receive, all of it was real, and all of it began with a cry. From that day, the family told a new story, not of a death omen, but of a guardian. The gray woman of the ford, they said, who cried out the night little one nearly drowned, and brought her mother running. The banshee who loved them. The banshee who watched. And the banshee, drifting at the edge of the firelight where no one could see her, heard them tell her own story and felt, for the first time since the mound, almost like she belonged to someone again, almost like family. The years rolled on, soft and long. The saved child grew into a woman, and had children of her own, and grew old, and at the very end of a full life, the thread pulled gently, and the banshee cried for her, a grief, yes, but a grateful one. This was the shape of her existence now. Watch and wait and love and let go. Watch and wait and love and let go. A rhythm older than the church on the hill, gentler than the fear her name carried, and lonelier than any of them ever guessed. And in all that time she kept the small bone comb, the thing the old keener had pressed into her hands when she was only a frightened girl. She would sit at the ford and comb her long gray hair with it, slow, in the moonlight, remembering. The comb was the last thread that tied her to the woman she had been. To Aithne, to the village, the husband, the laughing daughter at the reeds. She would not let go of it. As long as she held the comb, she held her own story too. There is an old belief about that comb. They say you must never pick up a comb you find lying by the road in Ireland. It might be hers, and if you take it, she will come in the night to claim it back. Remember that for later. But she was not cruel about it. The old warning grew up around her like ivy around a stone, half true, half fear. She did not haunt thieves. She only grieved and watched and combed her hair and waited for the next pull of the thread. Now and then, a traveler crossing the ford at night would glimpse her, a gray woman combing her hair by the dark water. They would hurry home and bar the door and tell of the terrible spirit they had seen. They never saw the tears. This is so often how it goes, is it not? We see the gray shape and the strange cry, and we run, and we make a monster of it. We almost never stay long enough to see that the thing we feared was only grieving, only loving, only us. Let us rest here a moment and speak of her home, the mound, the Cid Day, because the Irish did not think of the other world as far away. They believed it lay just beside our own, close enough to touch. They called these places the thin places, a particular hill, a certain well, a lone hawthorn in an open field, spots where the veil between the living world and the other world wore thin, and things could pass through in both directions. This is why farmers even now will plow around a fairy thorn rather than cut it down, why a hill is left unbuilt. Not quite belief, not quite fear, just an old respect for the thinness of things handed down too long to ignore. And the Bean Sidhe, the banshee, belonged to both sides of that veil. Born in the living world, dwelling now in the other world, but tied by love to a single family back across the line. She was the veil itself, in a way, the place where the two worlds wept together. To the old Irish, then, her cry was not a horror from outside the world. It was the world's own grief, given a voice. The two sides of the veil weeping for one another across the thin place between. Now back to the hall, and a hard season coming. The hard season came in the form of sickness. Not one death, but many. A fever swept the valley, the way one had swept it long ago, the same fever that had taken her own daughter in another age. The banshee felt the cold thread multiply. She had never felt so many threads at once. The whole family was in danger, old and young alike. The fever did not care for full lives or unlived ones. It pulled at the grandfather and the grandchild with the same cold hand. She did the only thing she could. She went to the hall, and she did not stop crying for 3 days and 3 nights. A long, low, unceasing lament, not for one death, but as a warning to the whole household. Wake, tend each other, do not sleep through this. And the family listened. Roused by her endless cry, they did not let the sick lie alone. They cooled fevers through the night. They forced broth and water past cracked lips. They fought for every life in that hall because the gray woman outside would not let them rest. When the fever finally broke, most of the family still lived. Most. The cry had not saved them all, but it had saved more than the silence would have, and the banshee, hoarse with 3 days of grief, slumped against the cold stone wall of the hall and finally went quiet. But the fever had taken some, and among them, when the cold thread finally pulled tight and snapped, was the one death she had most feared. The youngest of the line, a boy of 8, with red-brown hair, who had loved a little carved wooden bird. She had cried for 3 days to save the household, and still the fever took the youngest. It is the oldest, cruelest truth of her existence. She could love them with everything she was, and still sometimes lose the ones she most wanted to keep. For the boy, she did not cry the warning cry. There had been no time, no chance to gather. Instead, after he had gone, she did something she had not done in centuries. She cried purely for herself, a grief with no use at all. Just love with nowhere to go. They buried the boy in the churchyard with his wooden bird in his hands, and the banshee stood at the edge of the leaning crosses, unseen, and watched the small grave fill, and remembered another small grave, in another age, that had broken her into the thing she now was. For a long while after, she did not comb her hair. She did not sit by the ford. She drifted at the forest edge in a gray fog of her own, asking the same question she had asked at her daughter's grave so long ago. Why love if this is the cost? The fairy woman of the mound came to her then, drawn by her long silence. She found the banshee among the dark trees and stood with her a while, saying nothing. The deathless one did not understand grief, but she understood that her friend was breaking. You could still lay it down, the fairy woman said gently. Come back to the mound. Forget the boy. Forget all of them. The pain would stop. I could take it from you even now. It was the same offer as before, and the banshee felt, again, how much she wanted it. She looked at the offered hand for a long time, to forget the boy, to never feel this again. And then she thought of his wooden bird and his red-brown hair and the way he had loved the river, and she knew that to forget him would be to lose him twice. No, she said. If I forget the pain, I forget the love, and the love is the only thing I have left of him. I will keep both. I have always kept both. That is what a keener is for. The fairy woman lowered her hand and bowed and faded back into the mist. And slowly, in her own time, she returned to herself. She went back to the ford. She picked up the comb. She drew it through her long gray hair in the moonlight. And she added the boy to the long, quiet company of those she carried and did not put down. This, then, was her gift and her wound, forever entwined. She could not stop loving, and so she could not stop grieving. The two were the same thing wearing different faces, and she had chosen again and again to keep them both rather than be free of either. The generations turned. The hall stood through wind and war and the slow change of the centuries. New names were born into the family, old names went under the crosses, and always the gray woman waited at the ford, faithful to a vow older than memory. She came to know the family better than they knew themselves. She saw the same kindness reappear in a great-great-grandchild, the same stubborn chin, the same love of the river. Death took the people, but the family, the shape of them, went on, and she loved the shape. There were good years and lean years. Years when the cry was needed often, and long stretches when the family thrived, and she did little but wait and watch and comb her hair. She did not mind the waiting. After the grief, the waiting was almost a kindness. And then came a generation that did not believe in her. It was bound to happen. The world was changing. New ideas crossed the sea. The old stories began to sound like nonsense to the young heir of the hall, a proud man who called the banshee a peasant's tale. He was not cruel, only modern. He forbade the old talk of the gray woman at the ford. He said it frightened the children for no reason. He wanted his family to be done with ghosts and threads and crying women in the mist. He wanted, in a word, to move on. And here is a new kind of danger the banshee had never faced. Not a fever, not a flood, but disbelief. For what becomes of a warning that no one will heed? What becomes of a cry if the family has decided in advance that it means nothing at all? The proud heir married and had a son and grew older and prospered. The hall had never been richer, and the banshee watched from the ford and waited and feared the day the thread would pull for this family that had decided she did not exist. That day came in deep winter, when the heir's young son fell from a horse on the frozen hill road and was carried home with a fever rising in his broken body. And far below at the ford, in the cold dark, the banshee felt the thread pull tight. She knew what to do. She had done it 1,000 times. She went to the ford and washed the cloth, and it came up streaked with red. She climbed the snow-covered hill. She stood beneath the window, and she opened her mouth to give the warning. And she cried. The old warning cry rose up the stone and slipped through the shutters, as it had for 1,000 years. Wake, gather. The boy's time is near. Hold him while you can. Do not let him go in silence. The cry that had always been heeded. But inside the hall, the proud heir heard the cry and did exactly what he had taught himself to do. He told the servants it was only the wind in the eaves. He sent the frightened family back to their beds. He would not let a peasant's superstition rule his house. Not even tonight. The banshee cried harder. She poured herself against the stone walls. She had moved a mother to a riverbank once, with nothing but her voice. Surely she could move a father to his own son's bedside. Surely the love in him was louder than the pride. And here's the thing about a warning. It can only work if someone will hear it. The banshee could cry until the stones cracked, but she could not climb the stairs. She could not open the boy's door. She could not place his father's hand in his. Only the living could do that. All through that long winter night she cried, and the father refused to hear, and the boy lay alone in his room with no hand in his. The thing the banshee had been made to prevent, a death in silence, a death alone, was happening in the one house she was sworn to keep. She would not accept it. She had crossed the veil itself rather than let her own die in silence. She would not lose this boy to a stubborn man's pride. If her voice could not reach the father, then she would try to reach the one heart in that hall still open to her, a child. The boy had a little sister, 6 years old, not yet taught to disbelieve. She had crept from her bed at the sound of the cry, and she stood at her window, and she saw the gray woman in the snow below, and she was not afraid. She only wondered why the lady was so sad. The banshee looked up at the small, unafraid face, and she did what she had never done in all her ages. She did not cry, she spoke. Just one word, mouthed up through the snow and the glass, with all the love and urgency in her endless grieving heart. "Go," she said. "Go to him." The little girl did not hear a sound, but she understood. Children often understand the things grown-ups have trained themselves to miss. She turned from the window. She slipped past her father dozing by the fire, and she climbed the dark stairs to her brother's room, alone. She climbed onto the bed beside her brother and took his hot hand in her small cold one. She did not know he was dying. She only knew the sad gray lady had told her to come. So she stayed. She held his hand. She talked to him softly about the river they both loved. And outside, the banshee saw the candle move to the boy's room. She saw the small shape climb onto the bed. And she knew her warning had reached its mark at last, not through the proud father, but through the one heart still soft enough to hear. And so she let the warning go, and began, instead, to mourn. The boy did not live to see the dawn. The thread did not bargain, it never had. But he did not die alone, and he did not die in silence. His small sister held his hand to the very end, and told him about the river, and so the worst thing the banshee feared did not come to pass. When the proud father woke and found his daughter asleep beside his dead son, hand in hand, something broke open in him that pride had held shut for years. He understood, too late and just in time, what the cry in the night had been trying to give him. He went to the window. He looked down at the trampled snow where a gray figure had cried all night for a son he had refused to mourn in time. And the modern man, the man who did not believe, wept, and whispered into the cold dawn air, "Thank you. Forgive me. Thank you." The banshee heard him. After a generation of being denied, she was believed in again, bought back not with proof, but with grief, the way belief in such things always returns, and she should have felt some peace in it, but she did not, because she had felt something new that night, something that frightened even her. She had spoken. She had reached into the living world and moved a child with a single word. No banshee was ever meant to do such a thing. The veil between her world and ours had thinned, just for her, just for one night, and once a veil has thinned, it does not so easily thicken again. Something had changed, and she did not yet know what it would cost. In the days after that long winter night, the banshee noticed the change everywhere. The reeds at the ford bent, just slightly, when she passed. A drop of dew slid from a leaf she brushed. Small things, but for a creature of mist, even a bent reed was an earthquake. She had spent centuries unable to hold a child, unable to catch a falling cup, unable to so much as stir a candle flame. Now the world was beginning very faintly to feel her. The veil she had thinned with one desperate word was not closing. If anything, it was thinning further. Part of her was glad to touch the world again, to perhaps, one day, hold a hand at a bedside instead of only crying outside the window. What grieving spirit would not want that? For the first time in ages, she let herself hope. But the fairy woman of the mound did not share her hope. She came to the ford one evening, and her glowing face was grave, and she said, "Eithne, what did you do? The veil around you is torn. I can feel it from inside the hill. This is dangerous." "I only spoke to a child." the Banshee said, to save a boy's last hours from loneliness. I would do it again. The fairy woman shook her head slowly. I know you would. That is what frightens me. You have always loved too much for your own peace. Now that love has torn a door in the world. A door swings both ways, the fairy woman said. You can reach into the living world a little now, but that means things from my side can reach through that same torn place too. Not all of us in the mound are gentle, Ethne. Some have been waiting a very long time for a way out. This is the new threat then. Not a fever, not a flood, not even disbelief. By loving a dying boy enough to break her own nature, the Banshee had cracked open the wall between the worlds, and on the other side of that crack, something old and hungry had felt the cold air of the living world for the first time in an age. What is it? The Banshee asked. The fairy woman's glow dimmed the way a face goes pale. We do not name it, she said. It is older than the mound. It does not grieve or guard or love. It only takes when a family's last light goes out. It is there to swallow the dark that follows. We have always kept it deep. It feeds on endings, she went on. On the moment a name dies out forever, the last of a line, the final breath with no child to carry it on. That grief is the sweetest to it, and you, Ethne, guard a family. You have for 1,000 years. It has noticed you. It is patient. It will wait for your family's last. The Banshee felt a fear she had not known in centuries. She had always been the herald of endings, but a gentle one, a mourner, a giver of last goodbyes. Now she had let something in that did not mourn endings but devoured them. And it had its eye on the very family she had crossed the veil to protect. Then I will close the veil, she said. Tell me how. I will give back this new touch, this hope of holding a hand. I never asked for it. If it lets that thing through, take it from me. But the fairy woman only looked at her with sad violet eyes. It does not work that way, she said. A veil is not torn by power, it is torn by love. You did not reach through with strength. You reached through with how much you cared. I cannot take that from you. No one can. As long as you love them, the door stays open. And there it was, the cruelest knot of her long existence. The only way to close the door and protect her family from the hungry thing was to stop loving them. And the only reason she would ever want to protect them was because she loved them. The cure was the disease. The lock and the key were the same. Could I go back to the mound? She asked quietly. Lay it all down like you once offered? Forget them, and let the door close, and let the hungry thing starve for want of a family to take? The fairy woman was silent a long moment. Yes, she said at last, that would close it. But you would lose them, all of them, forever. She thought about it, she truly did. To go back into the mound, to be young and free and untroubled forever, to let the family fade from her memory like a dream you cannot hold at waking, and in doing so, to keep them safe from the thing she had let in. It would be the most loving thing she could do, and it would feel exactly like abandoning them. But you already know what she chose. She had chosen the same thing at her daughter's grave, at the hawthorn, in the glowing glade. Every time when offered peace through forgetting, she had chosen instead to keep loving, and keep grieving, and keep watch. She would not abandon them now, not even to save them. I will not run from them, she told the fairy woman. If I let that thing in, then I will be the one to stand against it. I have guarded this family for 1,000 years from grief. I will guard them from this too. Tell me, when does it come? When is it strongest? The fairy woman's answer was grim. It comes for the last of a line, when the final heir lies dying with no child to follow. That is when the family's light is weakest and the hungry thing is strongest. It will wait, perhaps for centuries, but it will come on the night your family is set to end. So now the Banshee carried a new weight alongside her grief, a watch within her watch. For centuries she had waited for deaths. Now she also waited, dreading for the one death that would end the family entirely, because that was the night the hungry thing would come to feed, and the night she would have to fight it. The years that followed were tense in a way her years had never been. The family thrived, but every birth was now also a relief. Proof the line would continue, proof the dreaded last night was not yet at hand. She found herself strangely willing the family to grow, to spread, to never run out of names. And the new touch she had gained grew, slowly, over those years. She learned she could now, with great effort, move a small thing, tip a cup, stir a curtain, set a door creaking. Tiny powers. But she hoarded them. She sensed she would need every scrap of them on the night the hungry thing came. The hungry thing did not come for a very long time. The family was large and healthy through those generations, but the banshee could feel it watching from deep in the mound on the far side of the torn veil. A patience colder than any winter. It was in no hurry. It had eternity, and so did the end of all families. This is a fear many of us carry in our own quiet way. Not the fear of an ending, but the fear of being the last to remember a grandmother's voice, the last to know the old stories, the fear that when we go, a whole small world goes dark with us, and no one will be left to grieve it. The banshee understood that fear better than anyone living. She had been the last of her own, no daughter, no descendant, only a comb passed from a stranger's hand. Perhaps that was why she had bound herself to this family so fiercely. Their continuing was, in a way, her own, their last night would be hers too. And so the centuries wore on, and the family wore on with them, and the banshee kept her double watch. She mourned the deaths that came in their season. She willed the births that pushed the dreaded last night further away. And she grew, slowly, more solid, more present, more nearly able to touch the world she loved. Empires rose and fell across the sea. The old language gave way in places to a new one. The church on the hill was rebuilt twice, and through all of it the river ran over its flat gray stones, and the gray woman sat beside it, and the family endured on the hill, smaller now, but not yet ended. But the family was shrinking. Where once a dozen children had filled the hall, now there were a few, then fewer. The branches of the old tree were dying back, one by one, until the banshee could see, with dread, that the line was narrowing toward a single point, toward a last. She watched the family narrow to a single household, then to an old man and his grandson. Then, after the boy grew and left across the sea and did not return, to the old man alone. An old man in a stone hall, the last of a 1,000-year line, with no child to follow him. And the banshee, at the ford below, felt the dreaded thing she had waited centuries to feel. The cold thread beginning, very gently, to pull toward the old man in the hall. The last thread. And from deep in the dark mound on the far hill, she felt something ancient and hungry begin, at long last, to stir and rise. The night she had dreaded for 1,000 years had come. The last of the family was dying. The hungry thing was waking. And the gray woman who had only ever wanted to mourn would have to become, for one last night, something she had never been, not a herald of the ending, but the one who would stand in its way. But the banshee, rising at the ford, noticed something the hungry thing had missed. The cold thread pulling toward the hall was thin, but it was not the only thread in the valley. There was another, small, warm, new, coming up the road from the harbor town, in the dark. The old man's grandson had gone across the sea years ago and never written. The family had believed the line would die with the old man in the hall, but the grandson had not been idle across the water. He had married, he had a son, and now, too late for letters, he was bringing the boy home. They had landed at the harbor at dusk and walked the long road inland, the father hoping to surprise the old grandfather, to make peace before it was too late. They did not know the old man was already dying. They did not know what waited in the dark hill. They were simply coming home. And the banshee understood, in a rush of fierce relief, that the line was not ending at all. There was a child, a new shoot on the old tree. As long as that boy lived to reach the hall, the family would not end with the dying old man, and the hungry thing would have nothing to feed on. But the hungry thing understood it too. From the dark mound on the far hill, it felt the warm new thread on the road, the one life standing between it and the feast of a family's true ending, and it turned, slow and cold and certain, away from the dying old man, and toward the child on the dark road. Now the banshee saw the whole terrible shape of the night. The old man would die in the hall. That thread could not be saved, and was not meant to be. But the child, the hungry thing now hunted on the road, the child she could fight for. The child was where the family's future, and her 1,000-year vow, would be won or lost. She did not hesitate. She left the ford. She left the dying old man to his peaceful end, trusting his wife would sit with him. And she flew up the dark valley road toward the child and his father, faster than she had moved in 1,000 years, the cold, dark shape racing her from the other side. The father and the boy walked on, weary and unknowing. The night had grown strangely cold, even for the season. The boy shivered and pressed closer to his father's side. "Almost there, lad," the father said, "just over this last hill. Your great-grandfather's fire will be warm." He did not know how little time that fire had left. The cold around them was the hungry thing drawing near. It came not as a monster, but as a creeping wrongness, a heaviness in the air, a draining of warmth, a sense that the dark between the trees had grown deeper than dark should be. The father felt it and quickened his pace without knowing why. And then the boy stumbled. Just a child's stumble on a rutted road. But his hand slipped from his father's, and he fell a little behind. And in that small gap, the cold, dark shape was suddenly there, between the boy and his father, reaching for the warm, small thread of his life. The father turned, sensing his son was no longer beside him, but the dark had thickened between them into a wall he could not see through. He called the boy's name. He heard no answer. He plunged back into the cold, groping, terrorizing, and could not find his own child an arm's length away. And the Banshee arrived. She came out of the dark like the moon coming out from behind a cloud, gray and pale and suddenly there, between the cold shape and the fallen boy. For the first time in her endless existence, she stood not to mourn an ending, but to refuse one. The cold shape paused. It knew her. It had waited 1,000 years on the far side of the veil, and she was the one whose love had finally torn it open. "You let me in," it seemed to say, without words. "You made this door. Stand aside, mourner. The last of the line is mine. You know it must end." "The old man must end," the Banshee answered. "That thread is yours, and I will not fight you for it. Everything dies in its season, and I am the one who mourns it. But this child is not an ending. He is a beginning, and you do not feed on beginnings. Find your meal elsewhere. This one is mine to keep." The cold shape did not argue. It had no use for words, only for endings. It surged forward past her, reaching its cold dark for the boy, and the Banshee did the thing she had spent centuries preparing for, hoarding every scrap of her hard-won solidity. She reached out a hand that was at last real enough to push. It was like pushing against the sea. The cold poured around her, through her, hungry and vast. She was a creature of mist and a single comb. It was the dark that waits at the end of all things. By every measure, she should not have been able to hold it back even for a heartbeat, and yet she did. Stay with this. It is the heart of the whole story. She held back the dark not with strength. She had almost none. She held it back the same way she had torn the veil in the first place, with love. The cold thing fed on endings, and could not understand a force that simply refused to let go. But she could not hold it forever. She felt herself fraying, her hard-won solidity spending itself like a candle burning at both ends. She had enough left for moments, not hours, and the cold thing was patient. It only had to wait for her to fail. So she called for help the only way she ever could. She cried. Her cry tore down the valley and up the hill and through the windows of the hall, where the old man lay dying with his wife at his side. The old woman heard it, the sound she had feared her whole life, and she rose, candle in hand, and looked out the window toward the dark road. But the cry also reached the father, lost in the dark on the road. He could not see his son, he could not see the gray woman. But the cry cut through the cold wrongness like a thread of silver, and it pointed, clear as a hand, toward the exact patch of dark where his boy had fallen. The father followed the cry. He could not have explained it later. He only knew that the terrible wailing sound was somehow on his side, pulling him through the blinding dark toward his child. He pushed into the cold, hands outstretched and his fingers closed on a small shoulder. His son, found. He scooped the boy up into his arms, and the moment the child was held, was loved, was wrapped tight against a father's heart, the cold, dark thing recoiled. It could not take a child who was held like that. Love was a wall it could not pass. It had been so close, and now the warmth had closed around its prize. The Banshee, freed from holding the wall alone, gathered the last of her fraying strength. The child was held now, protected by a love more solid than anything she could conjure. So she turned her own failing power not to defense, but to driving the cold thing back toward the mound where it belonged. The cold thing fought her every step. But it was a hunter denied its prey, and there is no creature weaker than a hunger that cannot feed. Inch by inch, cry by cry, the Banshee drove it back across the dark valley, away from the road, away from the child, toward the dark mouth of the mound. But she was almost spent. As they neared the hill, her form had grown so thin she was barely there at all, a smudge of gray on the night, a voice with almost no body left to carry it. She had given nearly everything, and the cold thing, sensing it, turned at the very threshold of the mound to make one last lunge. And then the fairy woman of the mound was there. She had felt the whole struggle from within the hill, and she came at the last moment, glowing fierce and bright, and together the two of them, the deathless one and the grieving one, forced the cold, hungry thing back down into the dark where it had waited so long. The cold thing sank back into the mound. The dark mouth of the hill closed over it like water closing over a stone. And then the fairy woman did something the banshee had not thought possible. She pressed her glowing hands to the torn veil, the wound that love had made, and slowly, gently, she began to mend it. "I can close it now," the fairy woman said, "while the cold thing is spent and sleeping again. The door love opened can be sealed at last. But Aithne, if I close it, you go back to what you were, a voice of mist. You will not be able to touch the world again. You will never hold a hand at a bedside. Are you certain?" The banshee looked down the valley at the road, where a father held his son safe in the dark. She thought of the touch she had gained and what it had cost the world, and she answered without hesitation. "Close it," she said. "I was never meant to hold them. I was meant to cry for them. That is enough. It has always been enough." So the fairy woman sealed the veil. The shimmering tear closed and was gone, and with it went the banshee's new solidity, draining out of her like warmth from a stone at nightfall. Her hand, which had pushed back the dark, passed through a reed again and felt nothing. She was a voice of mist once more, and she was glad. The unnatural cold lifted from the valley, the dark on the road thinned back to ordinary night, and the father, holding his son, found he could see again the stars, the road, the lights of the hall ahead. He did not understand what had happened. He only held the boy tighter and hurried on toward the warm windows. But the boy, looking back over his father's shoulder, saw her. The gray woman on the dark hill, faint as breath on cold glass. And he was not afraid. He lifted one small hand, the one not holding the bird, and he waved to her, the way a child waves to someone they somehow know has been kind. And the banshee, faint, spent, a voice of mist on a dark hill, lifted her own pale hand and waved back. It was the only time in 1,000 years she had been seen by one of her family and met not with terror, but with a child's simple wave. She would carry that small wave with her for the rest of her endless time. The father carried the boy up to the hall and through the door at last, and inside, the old man, the dying last of the old generation, opened his eyes to see his grandson grown, and a great-grandson he had never known, standing in the firelight of the hall his family had kept for 1,000 years. The old man wept. The family was not ending after all. The line would go on through this small red-haired boy with his carved wooden bird, and the dying man, who had believed himself the last, understood that he was not an ending but a link, one more name in a chain that would keep going after him. And down at the ford, the banshee felt the old man's thread, no longer dreadful now, begin gently to loosen. His work was done, his line was safe, he could go, and so she did what she had crossed the veil 1,000 years ago to do. She rose, and she went to the window, and she opened her mouth to mourn him. But this cry was different from any she had ever given. It was not only grief. After the long, terrible night, after the dark thing was beaten back, and the child was saved, and the line was secured, her cry for the old man carried something new underneath the sorrow: relief, gratitude, even, faintly, joy. The old man heard her cry as he slipped away, and he was not afraid. His wife held one of his hands. His grandson held the other. His great-grandson slept curled at the foot of the bed, and the gray woman outside the window sang him gently into the dark, just as she had promised, 1,000 years before, that she always would. When it was done, the banshee lowered her head, and the cry faded into the ordinary sounds of the night. The old man was gone, but not in silence, and not alone, and not as the last of anything. The vow was kept. The family went on, and the gray woman drifted back down to the ford to rest, and to wait, and to watch over the boy who had waved to her in the dark. Let us pause here, with the valley quiet again, and speak of one of her oldest forms, the washer at the ford. Because long before anyone spoke of a crying woman, the Irish told of a gray figure kneeling at a river, washing blood-stained clothes in the dark. They called her the washer at the ford. To meet her was to learn a hard thing. She was washing the grave clothes of someone about to die, and if you were brave or foolish enough to look at the cloth in her hands, you might see whose it was. Sometimes, the stories say, you might see your own. It sounds like a horror, but think on it the way the old people did. The washer did not cause the death. She only prepared for it, tenderly, the way you might wash and lay out the clothes of someone you loved. Even in her most frightening form, there was a strange care in what she did. Across Ireland, she wore many names in many shapes. The washer at the ford, the bean sidhe, the little washer of the sorrow. In some places she combed her hair, in others she clapped her hands, in others she simply wept. But underneath every version was the same figure, a woman, alone, mourning a death before it came. And whatever her shape, she was almost always tied to the oldest families, the ones whose names ran back beyond memory. To be followed by a banshee was, in a strange way, a mark of belonging. It meant your family was old enough, rooted enough, to be worth a spirit's eternal grief. Now, back to the valley and the years that followed. The boy grew up in the hall. His name was carried on the wind to the ford, and the banshee learned it, the way she had learned 100 names before his. But this one she held a little closer. He was the child she had fought the dark itself to keep. He was, in a way no one living would ever know, hers. And the boy remembered her. Most children would have forgotten the gray woman on the hill, written her off as a dream of a frightening night, but not him. He remembered waving to her, and as he grew, he would sometimes walk down to the ford at dusk and sit on the bank and simply keep her company a while. He could not see her clearly. She was only a smudge of gray, a chill in the warm dusk, a feeling of being gently watched. But he talked to her anyway. He told her about his day, about the river, about the small troubles of a growing boy, and she listened and was less alone than she had been in 1,000 years. This is the part of the story the old fearful tales never tell, that the gray woman of the ford, the death omen, the wailing horror was, for a few short years, a lonely child's quiet friend. That a boy who should have feared her chose instead to sit beside her in the dusk and ask her how she was. Maybe you know how much that means, to be sat beside by someone who is not afraid of you, to have your day asked after by a heart that wants nothing from you. It is a small thing, it is almost everything. For 1,000 years the banshee had given that gift to others. Now at last, a child gave it back to her. One evening the boy asked her the question no one had ever dared. "Why do you cry?" he said to the gray smudge across the water. "Everyone says you bring sadness, but you don't feel sad to me. You feel like you're trying to help." And the banshee, who could not answer in words he would hear, cried, but softly, gently, a cry that for once held no death in it at all. The boy understood it as an answer, even if he could not have put it into words. He nodded, the way you nod when someone tells you something true and sad, and from that night, whenever he heard the older folks speak of the banshee with fear, he would say quietly, "She's not what you think. She's kind. She just carries a lot." The years passed, as years do. The boy became a young man. He married a woman from the next valley and brought her home to the old hall. And in time they had children of their own who played at the river just as he had. The line the banshee had fought for did not merely survive, it flourished. And the man never forgot her. He taught his own children to leave a little bread at the ford and to never fear the gray woman of the river. "She watched over your great-great-grandfather," he told them, "and over me the night I nearly didn't make it home. She is family, strange family, but family." So the banshee, who had spent so long being feared, became in this one family something rarer and warmer, a guardian they loved. They still grew quiet when her cry came, they still grieved the deaths it foretold, but they no longer ran from her. They lit a candle and gathered and were grateful she had warned them in time. And in time, the cold thread pulled for the man who had been the boy who waved. He was old now, gentle, beloved, surrounded by children and grandchildren of his own. The banshee felt it, and her heart, for she still had something like a heart, both broke and was grateful, broke, to lose her friend, grateful that he had lived so long and so well. She went to his window that last night, and she gave him the most tender cry she had ever given anyone, the boy who had waved to her, who had sat beside her, who had asked her how she was. She poured 1,000 years of gratitude into the sound, and she mourned him the way you mourn the only one who ever truly saw you. The old man heard her, and smiled, and whispered to his gathered children, "There she is. Don't be afraid. That's just her saying goodbye." And then he closed his eyes, with his family around him and his old gray friends singing outside, and he went gently into the dark, exactly as she had promised, all those years ago, that her loved ones always would. They buried him in the churchyard among the leaning crosses, with his old carved wooden bird in his hands, the one he had carried up the dark road as a child. And the banshee stood at the edge of the graves, unseen and grieved for her friend, and was beneath the grief at peace, for he had lived. Because of her, he had lived. This is the quiet truth at the center of her whole long story. Every goodbye she gave was the other half of a life she had helped to be lived. The grief and the gift were never two things. They were one thing, seen from two sides. To mourn someone deeply is only possible because you loved them fully first. The family went on after him, generation upon generation, and though no other child ever waved to her quite the way that boy had, the family kept the memory of her alive. The gray woman of the ford, the one who cries, the one who is not, whatever the strangers say, a thing to be feared. And the banshee settled back into her long rhythm, lighter now than she had been in centuries. The dark thing was sealed away. The veil was whole. The family was safe and growing. She had only to do what she had always done, to watch and wait and love, and when the time came, to cry. The centuries flowed on like the river over the flat gray stones. Kingdoms changed. The old ways faded in many places. But in this one green valley, an ancient family kept its hall, and an ancient spirit kept her watch, and the bond between them, forged in grief, sealed in love, did not break. She combed her hair by the water on the quiet nights. She mourned the dead on the hard ones. She watched the children grow and willed them long lives, and on the rare evenings when a small one wandered down to the ford and felt, without quite understanding, that they were not alone, she let them feel it, gently, the way she once had with the boy. She had made her peace with what she was, not a curse, not a monster, a keeper of goodbyes, a guardian of the thin moment between a life and its ending, making sure no one she loved had to cross it alone or unmarked. It was a lonely calling, but it was, she had decided long ago, a calling worth the loneliness. And on the longest, quietest nights, she would think back over all of it. The village, the keener's comb pressed into a frightened girl's hands, her own daughter lost in the gray dawn, the vow at the graveside, the hawthorn, the glowing glade, 1,000 years of crying for the people she had chosen to love. And she did not regret it, not the crossing, not the centuries, not even the grief. Because the alternative, to have laid it all down in the mound, to be young and free, and to have forgotten every face she ever loved, that she knew now would have been the only true death. The grief was the price of the love, and the love had been worth any price. There were nights the fairy woman of the mound came to sit with her at the ford. The deathless one still did not understand grief, but over the long centuries, watching her friend, she had come to understand something of love. And the two of them, the one who could not lose, and the one who never stopped losing, kept each other company in the dark. "Do you ever wish," the fairy woman asked one night, "that you had chosen to forget? That you had stayed in the glade, young and untouched, all this time?" And the banshee smiled and shook her head and said, "No. To forget them would be to lose them. I would rather grieve them forever than never have loved them at all." The fairy woman considered this for a long time, in the way the deathless consider things, slowly, across years. And at last she said something she had never said before. "I think," she murmured, "that you are the richest creature I have ever known. You have lost more than anyone alive, and somehow that has made you full, not empty. And that, perhaps, is the deepest secret the banshee carries. That grief, terrible as it is not the opposite of a full life. It is the proof of one. Only those who have loved have anything to mourn. Her endless tears were not a curse laid upon her. They were the measure of how much she had let herself care. The family endured into ages. The old keener could never have imagined. Their hall changed. Stone gave way to new building. The old language softened into a new one. But the line held, and the bread still appeared at the ford, and the children were still told, gently, not to fear the gray woman of the river. And the banshee adapted, the way the old things must if they are to survive. She learned the new language well enough to know the family's new names. She learned the shapes of their new lives. The world changed around her, faster and faster, but her task did not change at all. To watch, to wait, to love, to cry. There were hard centuries. Famine crossed the land. The cold thread pulled often and cruelly in those years, for the whole country, not just her family. She cried until she had no voice, and then she cried without one, a silent grief for a grieving land. She was not the only banshee weeping in Ireland in those years, far from it. And in those hard years, many of her family did what so many Irish families did. They left, crossed the sea to far new countries, carrying little more than their names and their stories. The banshee watched her children scatter to the edges of the world, and grieved that too, a different grief, the grief of those who do not die but simply go. She feared she would lose them entirely then. How could she follow her family across an ocean? How could a spirit of one Green Valley's ford keep watch over children scattered to cities she would never see? For a while, she did not know. For a while, she truly thought the long watch might be ending. But she found that the bond was not made of distance. It was made of love, and love does not measure miles. When one of her family died far across the sea, in a city she would never walk, she still felt the cold thread pull, faint but there, and she could still cry. The cries simply traveled further now, carried on something deeper than wind. And so the families who left carried her with them, in a way. They told the old stories in their new countries. They taught their children, born under foreign skies, about the gray woman who cried for their kind. The banshee crossed the ocean not in body, but in memory, which is, for such a creature, the only way that matters. But the heart of the family stayed. There was always one branch that did not leave, that kept the old hall, that walked down to the ford and left the bread. And to them she remained closest of all, the gray woman of their own Green Valley, mourning their own dead, exactly as she had for 1,000 years and more. And that brings us, at last, almost back to where we began. To a small stone cottage with a candle in the window. To an old man dying and an old woman keeping watch, and a small boy by the fire, the family of our own night, the latest links in a chain 1,000 years long. Almost back to the cry that opened this story. Before we return to that cottage, let us pause once more to follow the gray woman out of the old valley and into the wider world she came to haunt. Because the banshee did not stay in one tale. She spread across all of Ireland, and then far beyond it. In some counties she was young and beautiful, in others an ancient hag, in some she wore white, in others gray or green or the dark red of dried blood. In the old families she was a beloved guardian. In a stranger's eyes she was a thing of pure terror. The same figure refracted through 1,000 different fears and hopes. Her name passed into the language itself. Bean Sidhe, woman of the fairy mound, worn smooth over centuries into the single word we still use, banshee. A word now spoken in countries the old keener never dreamed of, by people who have never seen a hawthorn or heard a real keen, and yet the word still carries her grief inside it. People who fear her have often gotten her wrong. They imagine she causes death, the way a curse causes harm, but she never did. She only ever announced it, and mourned it, and softened it. She is not the storm, she is the warning bell rung from the steeple, so that everyone has time to come in from the rain. And that is why of all the spirits and monsters the old world dreamed up, she has lasted so long and traveled so far. Because underneath the fear, she answers a wish so deep we rarely say it aloud, the wish that when our time comes, someone, anyone, will care enough to weep. Now back to the cottage, and the candle, and the night we began with. So here we are again, where the story opened. The small stone cottage, the candle, the old man dying in the back room, his wife keeping watch. And by the fire a small boy with red-brown hair and a carved wooden bird, the latest child of that 1,000-year line, the one who saw the gray woman at the ford and was not afraid. Earlier this night, you remember, the boy saw her at the ford, washing the pale cloth, and he did not run. He stood at the water and watched the gray woman work, until she lifted her weeping face to him. He had felt no terror, only the same thing every child of his line had felt for 1,000 years, a strange, sad kindness. Now the cold thread had pulled all the way tight. The old man's long life was reaching its gentle end, and the banshee had washed his cloth and climbed the dark beside the cottage, and stood now beneath the shuttered window where the candle burned, ready to give the cry she had given to this family 10,000 times before. Inside, the old woman heard the first thin note of the cry rise through the shutters, and she did not panic, and she did not flee. She had been raised on the true stories. She knew what the cry meant, and she knew what it was for. She set down her candle. She called the family to the bedside, and she said softly, "It's time. Come, Say goodbye." And they came. The whole household gathered around the old man's bed. Hands found hands, foreheads touched. Old grievances dissolved in the warm candlelight. The boy was lifted up to kiss his great-grandfather's cheek, because the gray woman outside had given them the one thing she always gave: time, a little precious time, to do this right. Outside, the banshee cried softly on, holding the warning until the gathering was done, until every hand was held and every word was said. This was the work she had crossed the veil to do 1,000 years ago. The work her whole long grief had been shaped to perform. She did it now as gently as she had ever done it. But the boy, in the middle of the goodbyes, slipped from the room. He went to the cottage door and opened it to the cold night, and stepped out and looked toward the dark below the window where he knew, somehow, the gray woman stood. And he was not afraid. He had never been afraid of her. He understood her better than anyone in that house. He could not see her clearly, just a smudge of gray in the dark, a chill in the night air, a sense of being gently watched. But he spoke to her anyway, the way a child of that line had once spoken to her long ago. "Thank you," he said simply, into the dark, "for telling us so we could say goodbye." And the banshee, the gray woman, the wailing woman, Aithne, who had crossed the veil for love 1,000 years before, heard a child of her family thank her. For the second time in all her endless ages, she had been seen, and met not with terror, but with tenderness, and something in her, very old and very tired, finally felt its long work was understood. She lifted one faint, pale hand toward the boy, the way she had once waved to another child on a dark road, lifetimes ago. The boy could not see the gesture, but he felt something, a warmth in the cold, a sense of being answered. He smiled into the dark and nodded, and turned to go back inside to his family. He went back to the bedside and took his place among his family, his small hand finding his great-grandfather's, and outside, the banshee gathered herself for the last of the cry, the gentle final note that would carry the old man over. The night had reached its quiet center. Everything that needed saying had been said. And then the old man let go, gently, with his wife holding one hand and his great-grandson holding the other, surrounded by everyone he loved, with the boy's wooden bird tucked into his palm. He slipped out of the world, as softly as a leaf leaving a branch in autumn. No fear, no silence, no loneliness. Exactly as the gray woman had always promised. And in that moment the banshee gave the fullest cry of her 1,000 years. Not a cry of warning now that work was done. A cry of pure mourning and pure love rising over the little cottage and out across the dark valley, gathering up 1,000 years of goodbyes into one long, aching, beautiful sound. The family heard it and wept and were not afraid and were not alone. The boy, holding the still hand of the great-grandfather he had only just come to know, looked toward the window where the gray woman cried, and understood at last what every child of his line had always half known. The cry was not a curse. The cry was love, with nowhere else to go but out. And when the cry was done, when the last note had drifted out over the hills and faded into the ordinary dark, the valley was quiet again. The old man was gone, but mourned and loved, and never for one moment alone. The line went on, in the small boy by the fire, and the gray woman's 1,000-year vow was kept, once more, exactly as she had sworn it would be. The banshee turned, then, and drifted slowly back down toward the river ford, to her flat gray stone beside the dark water. She took up her old bone comb, she drew it slowly through her long gray hair in the moonlight, and she began, with the patience of one who has done this 10,000 times, to wait for the next time her family would need her. To watch, to love, and, when the time came, to cry. So what do we hold, now that the story is told? Not a monster, not a curse, a gray woman by a river who loved a family enough to weep for them for 1,000 years. The deepest thing she carries is simple. Grief is not the opposite of love. It is the shape love takes when the one you loved is gone. She could have laid it down. Twice she was offered peace through forgetting. Twice she refused, because to forget the grief would have been to forget the love. Maybe you have carried a grief like that, one you would not trade away, even if you could, because letting go of the ache would mean letting go of them. The cry itself holds a second truth. It was always a warning, never a curse. A bell rung from the steeple so everyone could come in from the rain in time. She could not stop a single death. That was never hers to do. But she could give a few precious hours, time to gather, to forgive, to say the unsaid things. That is why she frightens us, and why she comforts us both at once. She reminds us that endings come, and she promises we will not have to meet them alone. Think of the comb she always carried, worn smooth by generations of hands. It was her last thread to the woman she had been, to her own small, ended story. The old warning says never pick up a stray comb in Ireland, it might be hers, but hear it kindly. It only means be gentle with the small things grief leaves behind. And the ford, where she knelt to wash, a crossing place. Shallow water between one bank and the next, the very image of the passage from this life into whatever follows. She knelt at that crossing and washed the clothes with care. Even her most frightening form held tenderness. She prepared the way you tend to someone you love. There is the hawthorn, too. The lone fairy thorn, untouched in the open field, the thin place where her world and ours brush close enough to weep together. The old Irish did not place death far away. They set it just beside the living world, close enough to touch, and they gave that nearness a face, a grieving woman's face. And notice, she belongs only to the old families. To be followed by her was a strange honor. It meant your line was rooted deep enough to be worth a spirit's endless grief. At its heart, her story asks us something gentle. If loving always ends in loss, would you still choose to love? She answered yes, 10,000 times, so might we. She is the proof that grief is not weakness, and not a wound to be hurried past. It is the long echo of a love that was real. The two cannot be separated. Even the deathless fairy woman came to see it. The one who could never lose anything called the Banshee the richest creature she had ever known. Full, not empty, from all she had loved. And maybe that is the gift she offers us, under all the old fear. The quiet promise that when our own time comes, someone will care enough to weep. We fear the cry in the night, but the truer fear, the older one, is the silence. To slip away unmarked, unmourned, unmissed. The Banshee is the answer to that fear. So when the old stories say the wailing woman is coming, do not only hear the fear in it, hear the love beneath. Someone somewhere has cared enough to grieve. The Grey Woman never really stayed in one valley. Her story spread across all of Ireland, county by county, hearth by hearth, until nearly every old family knew a version of her. Then the families crossed the sea, to far cities under foreign skies, and they carried her with them, not in body but in story, told to children who had never seen a hawthorn. Her very name made the journey. Bean Sidhe, woman of the fairy mound, worn smooth over the centuries into a single word the whole world now knows, Banshee. But something was lost in the carrying. In far places she became only a scream in the dark, a horror film shriek. The grief at her center was forgotten by those who never knew her whole. That is what happens to old stories far from home. They keep the shiver and lose the soul. People remember the cry and forget the love that the cry was made of. And yet, back in the old places, the truer telling survives. There are still families who will tell you quietly that the Grey Woman is no monster, that she watched over their grandmother, that she is kin. She lives in songs, in poems, in old recordings of women keening at gravesides, a sound that still raises the hair on your arms and still somehow brings comfort. The keening women themselves faded, in time, discouraged, and then nearly forgotten. But the spirit they gave rise to outlived them. The Banshee is, in a way, their voice still crying long after they fell silent. And whenever someone tonight, anywhere in the world, sits beside a dying friend, so they will not be alone, they are doing her work. The Banshee's truest legacy is not the cry, it is the company. So she endures, feared by those who never knew her, loved by those who did, a Grey Woman by a dark river, keeping a promise older than memory, that no one she loves will ever go into the dark alone. The valley is quiet now. The cry has faded. Only the river remains, sliding soft over its flat gray stones in the dark. The mist settles low across the fields. The old hawthorn stands still. Whatever was watching tonight has gone quiet and kind and far away. There will be other old stories, other nights like this one, waiting in the dark. Next time, somewhere warmer, perhaps, older sun, a different kind of fire. Something is waiting. You can almost feel it. But that is for another night. Tonight, let the river carry the last of the sound away. Let it grow soft. Let it go. The stars are out over the old valley. The same stars she has combed her hair beneath for 1,000 quiet years. If a sadness found you early today, maybe you understand her a little now. It was only love, looking for somewhere to go. So rest now. You are watched over. In the gentlest way. Nothing here asks anything of you tonight. We will be here when you're ready. Another old story, another quiet night, no hurry at all. Sleep now. The river runs on, the gray woman keeps her watch. And no one you love goes into the dark alone. Good night.
How was your day? Maybe you held something steady that no one saw.